Hmm. What is it? Yeah, what is that? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. The fuck? Come on now. You little bitch.
Ability. Yeah, let me use the word so you can argue it. You sit around it, but you can build it. Why? You don't have the capability. You don't. That's why you haven't done it in any black country, even though all the resources that everyone else have used. Listen, in 1945, thereabout, Japan was leveled with 2 atomic bombs. No other human country has ever suffered that completely. In 1945, Japan hasn't invented one thing. Yeah, they have airplanes they used to, but do you know what 1945? Your dad may be still alive, was born in the, yes. Do you see the country right now? Yeah. They are surrounded by salty ocean. They don't even have land. 73% of Japan, 126 million, is all taken by mountains. It's capability. Capability.
Are you saying that we're lacking that capability because we don't have that self-determination?
No, not at all. It's natural.
It's natural?
It's a natural. So.
Yeah.
Like we're naturally lacking that capability?
Yes.
So you don't think we can build or have eventually have that capability to say, okay, let me start knowing what
capabilities don't come eventually.
No,
they are either in you from the beginning or they're not.
So okay.
Can a fish climb? So if that is what is required of the fish, it doesn't have that capability.
There's evolution.
No, I don't care. I won't be around for evolution. I'm talking about now.
What the fuck?
If that is what is required of the fish, the fruits are on the tree, right? Golden fruit. If the fish can reach it, the fish will become very rich. Plug it and sell it. Can the fish plug it? So the golden fruits will be there, and the fish will be here and be hungry. So your resources are there, but you're hungry because you don't have the capability. And you're refusing to accept it because it's too emotional for you.
I agree with that.
I am talking about 63 countries on earth. 14 makes ECOWAS. And just by accident, not even one, you have to see it on Instagram? And you still think that I'm saying something stupid. But why do you think you should have that capability? Let me ask you. You've traveled quite wide. Have you seen any car made in Saudi Arabia? No. Have you seen any electronics made in Saudi Arabia? Okay. Have you seen any internet service or product made in Saudi Arabia?
I haven't seen that.
Okay. You call the Saudi Arabia third world country? No. But they are full of infrastructure. It's working.
They pay for it. They just pay other people to do it. They have the money. Why wouldn't they?
But so are you? I can't answer that question, but I'm posing another question.
Sure.
Are you saying that they have that capability?
They don't have it.
So okay, the difference.
So what would the fish do to get the fruits? The fish would employ the skills of the monkey and say, bring it down, you get 10%, I get 90%. The problem is you're trying to do it yourself. Because you look outside and you think others can do it, we can do it. It's not true. I lived in Kenya for 5 years, straight 5 years. I live on a compound of about 2.5 acres of land, trees everywhere. For 5 years, the trees, the leaves never fell. Winter never came. Spring never came. My wardrobe was the same wardrobe, okay? Cotton shirt. By 11 a.m., I'm on the compound. Africa is the only tropical continent on earth. Have you seen any country that is industrialized and is tropical? No. Have you seen any country that have 4 seasons and looks like Sudan or Saleko? No. Okay. You see where I'm going? The only thing we didn't have and don't have is natural threat. Africa never suffered it. It's the most comfortable environment ever. You don't have to draw the water and store it because it never freezes.
I see.
But if you are born in a place like here, every 3 months, your brain is worried. So not because you're smart, it's just you have typhoon, hurricanes, tsunamis, tectonic plate shakes, earthquakes, winter up to here, killing people, springs, hardcore fall. What do you have? Owambe. Nothing ever threatens. And when that happens, over millions of years, the brain doesn't even predict. No. Africa is predictable.
So we just stay comfortable.
That's correct.
So do you think that's an issue, like, with us, like, I'm not speaking just for Nigeria, but, like, some African countries where, like, it's comfortable in our own, like, space, thinking.
Yes. People want what we got, but you're saying I'm not developed. The only time that you became this and people can point fingers is because, like you two said, the only time I knew my country was not developed is when I came to the Western world. But you're not a Western world. No wonder our people bleach, because they think if they become white enough, they can change their environment.
Why is it that I cannot get Rumble to come on, damn it?
And with that, it was a great session. Thank you so much. All right, come on now. Let's give them some applause here.
Okay, here we go. Oh, no. God dang. Of course.
Hello and welcome to another episode with ZANU Project Rethink. Listen, I'm in the studio with this amazing young man I met about a couple of weeks back, and he said, he watched my episodes and said, I'm going to come on the show. I have something to discuss with you. I thought he was joking. But here I have in the studio with me this morning, Cedric Brizard, a wonderful young banker by profession who is interested, you may believe or not, in deep philosophical thinking and discussions. He really impressed me, so I asked him to come, and he's here in the studio. Cedric, welcome to ZANU Project Rethink.
Thank you, Zanu.
Yes.
I'm very happy to be here.
All right, so you did get my note, right?
Absolutely.
All right, so
Yes.
let me hear what your question about what we discussed last week about purpose.
Yes. So during our introduction last week, I was very, very impressed by some of the ways you had me rethink certain even decisions. On the big topic, what is our purpose? As humans, do we have a purpose? Are our purpose individualistic or all put in one together? So, Zanu, do you believe we have a purpose?
Yes, I remember that conversation. And I've been asked this question before. You see, I think the
There
way
we
we ask the
go.
question is where the problem lies. So your question is, are we created for a purpose? If we continue to ask the question that way, you're gonna get
What
three
the
answers
hell?
all
No
the time.
live video?
One group will
Oh.
say, yes, we have a purpose.
I see.
Another group would say, no, we don't have a purpose.
Shoot.
And the third one would say, I don't know, I don't care. You see, so if the question is close-ended about a subject so important, you're going to get close-ended answers.
Yes.
I say to people that I think the question itself is, when you ask it that way, are you asking because you believe the person has some credibility to tell you and show you if we are here for a purpose?
All right.
So that's my first problem with that question. So recently I changed it, and I will throw back and say, it will sound better and create more room for conversation if the question is
it live?
if we are here for a purpose, how come we don't
Doesn't
know
look
it?
like it's live to me.
That would leave room, so it's open-ended.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
And my answer to that
Why are
question
you
would be,
taking so
if you don't
damn
know
long?
it, it means you don't have it.
Even if you don't
No,
have
that's
it, do you
not
believe
it.
that's something that one can discover on their own individual path?
Well, for me, again, I would have to look at people who came before me. I would have to look at the entire world and, and say, who has ever
Go
declared
live.
their purpose and how they found it? Who told them? That's the first thing I would be thinking about, right? In your family, my family, your great-grandfather, your grandfather, your father,
You
your
son of
mother,
a gun.
until you, no one has ever told you, hey guys, listen, this morning I just found in the mailbox
You son of a gun.
2-page job description of why I'm on earth. Has that ever
There we
happened to
go.
anybody you know?
Finally.
Not at all. Not
Okay.
at all.
Do you know any historical figure whose biography clearly stated that somewhere along the line in his life,
Bullshit.
he said he was told this is his purpose, and
There
who
we
told
go.
him?
I've yet to see
Now we're
that.
rocking and we're
Okay.
rolling. What a
Why
pain
is
in the
it
ass.
something so important? Why don't we know? Now let me tell you a story. A couple of years back, a friend of mine who was married, their first
Damn,
child, they
man.
almost had a divorce over
I can't
simply
believe I haven't been live
agreeing
this whole
on what
damn
the
time.
guy's
Son
name
of a
should be.
bee sting, man.
Can you see what is more important?
Son of a bee
than
sting.
about
I
the
do
human
not
being
like
that
it.
is about to be born? The child's name. Then, of course, the child is born. What is the first concern of the parents? Which fancy daycare should the child go to? And then primary school. Oh yeah, you're done. Now high school, is it private or public? Oh yeah, you're going to go to the university. And then you finish. You got to get married. Come on, what are you waiting for? And then when you do, you got to have children.
Hey, I'm
And
gonna
then
send
job.
that
Meanwhile, you're finding a
link
job,
for you
right?
now, Mr.
And then
Design.
you get married, and then you have
Just
your
give me
own
1
children,
second.
and then you're working, and then you start talking about
Man, sorry about
401k,
that, man.
No. And
Just
then you
had a
start
little bit
looking
of
at
technical
Medicare
difficulty
A and B
action
because
there.
you're now 62 years of age, you're going to retire. And then just like anybody else, you have an obituary. This important thing of being here for a purpose, wouldn't you think if we have a purpose for which we are created, by the time we are 6 or 12 or 14, 18, 16, in fact, we spend money celebrating sweet 16 without knowing why the person is on earth.
What one says we're celebrating their life.
Yes. Wouldn't you think that somewhere somebody would come into your parents' life and say, hey, listen, this is your child who's about to be born, his job description, and this is his or her supervisor. In even human corporate world, as soon as the HR employs
the
you,
hell?
the first thing is
Oh,
to
there
give you
it
a job
is.
description. You read it carefully to understand, so you don't walk into
There
the
we
company asking, why am I here? But we ask this question about ourselves all the time. Why am I here? Human companies will give you a job description, and they'll tell you someone who would evaluate you every 6 months to know that, to make sure you're on the right path.
Absolutely.
And these
And I actually have
providential
pretty damn
tasks,
good
we never have anything like that. You see, we made
latency.
it up to
Nice.
make us
Okay,
feel better, so that we don't look like the roaches or the bees. And in fact, sometimes I want to apologize to the roaches and the bees because they have even more purpose than we have.
I agree. It's unfair
Damn,
to first
dude.
label us as them.
Another point and problem with this
Damn,
purpose
dude.
seems to me
I
more
mean,
fixed than
They're
reason.
trying to fix
Reason
this
is
problem.
fluid.
They're not trying to
Purpose is
lie to
fixed.
each
So,
other. They're being
God
honest.
created the earth, so said the Christians,
Special.
right?
Yes.
God created the earth, so he had a purpose. And then he created you, so he had a purpose for you. All right. Then why do we talk about free will? The Marine, the SEAL, and these institutions were created for a purpose, to fight wars and defend countries, right? If you enlist into the Marine, you're going to fall into a box of regulations, codes, do's and don'ts, time to wake up,
Yeah.
what to eat, when to eat it, how to salute. You cannot say, no, I'll do it my way here.
Of course not.
You're not Prince Harry.
No.
You're the prince or you're not. So you don't, there is a purpose, which is the Marine or the SEAL or whichever institution it is. If you
You
in
know,
it.
if somebody had asked
You are
me
in it, fixed already.
if people would
So
be
if God
regularly
created you for a
tuning in
purpose,
to watch
then
this
He has
content
wired
with
you
me,
so that you can
I'm
follow
not
that
sure.
purpose.
Like,
Otherwise,
I had a feeling
he just
people would like it,
found
but
himself for a failure.
you know,
I don't
sometimes you
think a
second
God,
guess yourself. I
superhuman
wasn't
being
sure.
like that would do something like that.
So once you say that, does that mean we truly have
I
free
think
will?
it's a good thing.
I don't know, because that is a different conversation altogether. When people ask me and talk about free will, I say there's one thing you're not considering. Free from what? Free will. The free came before the will. Free from what? Have you thought about it?
Free to make your own decisions.
No. Free from what? Free to what? Free from what?
Free
When you say you're
from
free,
societal
You're free from jail.
pressures, from
You're free from captivity.
duty,
You're free from being a
free from
POW.
doing what's expected of you, more or less.
So when you say free will, free from what?
So if you bring that back, then what would you say freedom is? When someone has freedom, what is truly freedom?
But they tell you what you're free from. They tell you what you're free from.
Freedom
Not
from
free
tyranny.
to do. It's always free from something. The word free itself means that once upon a time you have to be constrained by something, and then somebody makes a law to make you free. The emancipation of African Americans is a freedom from slavery.
Yeah.
Okay, when they say free speech means that free from persecution
From the government. Yeah.
from the government.
Yes.
So when you say I have a free will, free from what? Now that nobody wants to talk about.
Free from
They only
God?
tell you,
Would you say free from God?
no, I don't know. That is a question. You see, sometimes if you punch the conclusion with the right question, you don't need to wait for an answer. All you have to do is question the existing conclusions you've been giving. And that's it. You don't have to have an answer. Somebody else have now something to rethink.
Now with the
So
church,
when
right?
people talk about free will, they never tell you free from what. They always tell you, oh, free to do something. No, that's not true at all. No. If you were free to do something, you would do it anyway. But when they say it's free will, it's because they're telling you free from something to be able to be something. And you have to find out free from what. Okay? So we go back to our purpose here on earth. And I'm saying that if God created the world for a purpose, then just like the Marine or the SEAL and other institutions, what He created you for is that purpose. So He has wired you for that purpose, which means you don't have room to do anything. But Christians say, no, we don't want to accept that.
And that's the point I wanted to talk to you about with the church. I mean, a lot of us would say our purpose is to serve God, to serve our family, to serve the man and the woman besides us. Wouldn't you say that's our purpose? Our purpose is to coexist, to reproduce.
Yeah.
Well,
Propagate,
reproduction is a biological
be fruitful
instinct.
and
It's built into us.
multiply.
The same way you don't want to taste anything that feels bad, you spit it out, and everything that doesn't feel good on your skin, you know, you avoid it, and so on and so forth. So reproduction is built into your system. You're going to reproduce. Idiots are reproducing. Smart people are reproducing. The ugly, the beautiful,
Jeez.
everybody reproduces. As long as you can have an erection, you can reproduce. For some
Ooh,
people, it's a
jeez.
hobby. That's why they have over 20 children. For some people, it's just a necessity. I just want one to say that, yes, I'm wearing that badge of honor too. So that is not necessarily
Yeah.
a purpose. And if it was, then how come some people are barren? How come some people have reproductive problems? How come some people just don't want to do it and they won't get pregnant like Holy Mary? They won't. God will say, why? How dare you say you won't? I'll put a baby in your stomach. No, if I don't want to do it, I don't want to do it.
Damn.
So how is it a purpose if I can say, no, it's a part of what I do? And some people do it for hobby and fun and it never happens. And, you know, condoms were created to prevent that. So what is it, really? That is it. And that we are created, our purpose is to worship God. In what way? Where is the manual that tells you the proper way to worship it? And which church? Now, the Christian denomination alone has about 1,000 different denominations, all saying different things. So which one is it? And what is it worshiping God to do what? That's a question. Worshiping God to do what? To prevent earthquakes, drought, hunger, wars, genocide, killing, rape? What is it that you're worshiping God to do? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not questioning anybody's denomination or beliefs here. I'm just punching questions to the answers I've been giving. The day I choose to reject the fact that I'm here for a purpose, if I'm here for a purpose, I want to get paid. If we're here for a purpose, I promise you, the IRS would have allowed you to take 3 months of the year to say, no, those were the days, you know, you did what you were put here for,
Yeah,
right?
of course,
But
yeah.
there's nothing like that on the IRS form. Why is it also that people who always say they discovered their purpose, why they are here, is always when they found a problem somewhere? Some African kid with flies on it say, oh yeah, that's the day I knew that I had a purpose to come and serve and help them heal. So God created you and just forgot, oh shoot, I have no purpose for Cedric, so let me create some problem kids in Tanzania so he can have a purpose? So if that is the case, let me ask you, what is the purpose of the rapist?
Ooh. Whoa.
What is the purpose of the person who
Shit.
enslaves people?
Damn, dude, for real
You're a
though?
Christian, you told me.
Yeah.
Let me ask you and answer me fairly if you think it's...
Of course.
Do you think prostitutes are here for that purpose? In your own answer, it's not right or wrong.
I believe someone that holds the title of a prostitute, man or woman, their purpose is to serve themselves, whether to serve their pockets.
No, were they put here to be prostitutes?
No, of course not.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
Genocide, people who kill people. Do you think God put them here to do that?
Absolutely
How
not.
about people who hold people as slaves?
I don't believe so as well.
Yeah?
I believe that's where free will comes in. That's where
I
humans
see.
chose that decision.
So which one to you is a purpose then? You're now here condemning other people's actions. If they tell you, go on the Google and Google God told me so, it's hundreds of pages of people who believe. If Abraham had told you, if he had come and he's here now and tied up his son with a knife in his hands, and he told you, God told me, would you believe him? If I asked you the question, you would have said the same thing. No, you don't believe. But he was going to kill somebody.
That was his purpose. You heard a message from the God.
Okay, so if that is his purpose, how about the guy who enslaved people? You said no. He believed it was his purpose.
Yeah.
The manifest destiny of the Englishmen said they were put on earth to conquer places, colonize places, and civilize them in the ways of Christ. You don't believe so? Yes, because you are a victim of slavery.
100%.
Yes. See, this is the danger of saying that we are here for a purpose. Because somebody is going to make sure his purpose is more noble than yours. And then you don't like it when you are the victim.
In that case, isn't it just as simple as saying your purpose is subjective? Not everyone's purpose is the same.
Well,
We all serve our
subjective.
own individual purpose.
Yeah, but who gave it to you? Well, the rapists will tell you, look, and most rapists and people who kill, serial killers will tell you, do you know a guy called David Berkowitz?
No, who's that?
David Berkowitz in 1977 was a young Jewish, 26 years I might think at that time, in New York, who went around killing girls. He was a serial killer. I think he's still alive. So a serial killer who killed girls with red hair
Ooh, that's
in New York.
gross.
1977, not too far away.
Yeah.
And so they named him the son of Sam. He claimed that,
that guy-
when his
his
neighbor's
dog
dog
told
died,
him. That's
it was God speaking through
insane,
the
my
dog,
dudes.
telling him that red-haired girls are evil. So he went out doing God's work by killing them. Well, the NYPD hunted him down and they nicknamed him the son of Sam until they caught him. He's in jail.
Psychopath.
He became a rabbi in jail.
What?
So Spike Lee did a movie about him later on called The Summer of Sam, I believe was the name.
What a nutcase.
Was Berkowitz right? The guys told him to kill red hair. You say no because you're a Christian.
Social
How do you
media,
know?
Chat.
Once you believe people are here for a purpose, you have to accept everyone's claim that they enslaved you because God told them
Yeah.
to do so.
He's got a
You can
point
find it
there.
in their book. But you don't like their book because it's not a Christian book. So you say no, because you're a victim of slavery. The genocide can tell you we found evil among these people. That's why we are killing them. God told us. Miss Yates was a housewife in Texas. I think in 1994. The husband went to work. She had 4 children. She fed them lunch and called them one by one into the bathroom and snugged them all. And they all died. When the sheriff came, she said, you're making a mistake. God spoke to me.
Oh, wow.
12 Christian jurors sent her away. Well, I'm
Damn.
sure Abraham would have faced the same fate if
That's
he did the same thing
incredible.
today. No matter how, the more you scream God told you, the more they say you belong to the psychiatry.
Uh-huh.
So when do you accept when God told people something? You said they have purpose. You can't verify it. Were you there when God was speaking to them? No, I choose to say I'm not here for any purpose. I'm just here waiting to die.
So Xander, you don't believe you have any purpose on earth for us?
I just told you, if I had, I'm sure whoever gave me that purpose would make sure that it's a place I can find it. Is it in the Quran? Should I become a Muslim, a Buddhist, a Hindi, a nihilist, a Christian? And even if it's Christian, which one?
I love it.
So do you think a purpose has to be told to you, given to you, handwritten?
Well, how will you know you have it? How did you know you have a job with the United Nations, whatever, credit union bank? How do you know that? You were told, you got a call that said, yes, you're the one we picked for this job. So what do you mean by it should be told to me? Is there anything you know that was not told to you? How did you get into this studio?
Well, I'm not saying it should be told to you or written to you, but
Then how
with
would I
purpose.
know I have it?
That's something you find on your own. You discover your own. You discover
Then
your
how
own
come
purpose.
nobody
She
has
talking
found
about?
on their own to share with us?
I wouldn't say no one
The
has
only
found their own.
person that we said had a purpose died on a cross.
Huh.
That's it. And they wrote it down. If you believe it, fine. Something I don't know, my parents never told me. From the day you were born, you worry about three things. The first, those three things would guarantee that I live, I don't die, because it's built into your system. It's an instinct to survive, the primary instinct to survive. That's it, not for any reason. It's just life doesn't like to end. So you have to rely on food, oxygen, and water. Any human being, unless you're a superhuman being, if you miss any one of this, you're gone.
Of course.
The oxygen, some people 3 minutes, 2 minutes, you're gone. Food, maybe 40 days. For me, maybe only 7 days. I don't like hunger.
Who does?
Water, maybe 3 or 4 days. What are those three things meant to do? To keep you alive, because it's built into the nerves. And then externally, you rely on three things. Okay, shelter, clothing, and food. So every day from the time you become independent from your parents, you wake up from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight, is for you to go out and find those three things that will keep you alive. Alive long enough just so you die one day.
There we go.
So my purpose is just to wait and
Nice.
die.
Yeah, that's
In
what I'm
between, we do all those things
Right
because, you
there.
see, we are the only products that were made without an expiration date. It's depressing when you don't know when you're going to go, but you know you're going to go anyway. Even a sardine know when you should throw them away.
Of course. Yeah. Fair point.
You understand? They have a purpose to feed us. And so they said, look, when you pass this date, no, you're not good to feed these people. But we come with no expiration date. So we are all waiting in this vacuum, knowing for sure, as a human being, you're going to go. Number two, in what fashion, you don't know. So you become a vegetarian so you can prolong your life, vegan to prolong your life. No, let me eat more meat because I'm going to die anyway. So in between we play golf if you're rich, or you go to the strip club if you are poor, just to waste the time. So all these hobbies and going to places and doing this is just to
Just to buy time. so
yeah,
you
to
get
buy
that
time
line.
as you
Right.
wait to go.
I don't know. I guess for me, when I hear the word purpose, because you mentioned to you truly believe that you don't have no purpose, but you decided
I
that you
didn't
don't have a
say
purpose.
that.
You decided you have no purpose. Was that
I
a
have
decision?
decided that until somebody show it to me, until somebody show it to me.
Why does someone have to show it to
Oh,
you? Why
Slick
can that
Willie
be something
over
you discover
here.
on your own? Your own
Show me the
purpose.
place people are discovering it. I will go there. The public library, the movie theater.
I
Is
think-
it on Netflix?
Agreed.
Okay.
I believe
if you
it-
show me
yeah.
where you found yours, I'm going to go there. Why not? So don't say you have to discover it on your own. No, that is a very bad thing to tell a child if they ask you that question. Go discover it on your own.
Right.
But Mama, where did you discover it? Why don't you share that with me?
Right.
What if Mama said I discovered it on my own as well, and I want you to
Yeah, but
discover
I'll
on
ask
your
her
own?
where on your own, where, when, what were you doing when you discovered it?
And that's
Show
where it would
me,
be
give
different.
me some guidance as to where you discovered it on your own. And when you discovered it, how did it look like? You saw it in a dream? During what time? When you had a migraine, or you're hungry, or you went to bed? How did you discover it? I just want people to tell me. So what I said to you was not that I don't believe. I said, until it is shown to me, until I can see it, why should I take it upon myself?
But Zano, don't you believe everyone has their own unique path, individual right to seek their own purpose, their own reality?
But you keep saying seek.
Yes.
You got to know where to seek it. Where do you seek health?
Seek health. You go to the hospital.
That's correct.
Yes.
And if you want to build yourself and make your muscles strong, where do you go? To the gym.
Absolutely.
Where do you seek food? You go to the supermarket.
Yes.
Where do you seek entertainment? You go to the strip club, the bar, or whatever you want to go
titty
to.
bar. Right.
Where should I go? This is quite very depressing. Asking me to seek for something, you're not telling me where it is.
But
Is it sold in
the
the mall?
seeking doesn't have to be depressing, though. Why does it have to be depressing, is what you say?
Because there is no place you're telling me I should go and seek it. If I said I want to seek knowledge, you say go to school more, study more, or go and be with some Buddhists and Indians. Like Buddha said, I
Yes.
went out of my palace to
Yes.
seek knowledge. You see, he knew where to go, leave the palace and mix with ordinary people. That is a place to go and seek it. I have traveled quite wide, lived in many different places. I have been in Buddhist temples, spent time with Buddhists, 5 weeks long. I have been with voodooists. I was born a voodoo child. I know all about African traditional beliefs. I have been a Christian because I went to missionary schools. I have read the Bible. Where should I seek it?
So yes, that all those amazing places that you traveled and met these people, wouldn't you say those people have found their purpose?
Nobody told me they found it. We've had this conversation. This is where first my conversation started when I was living in Tokyo, and I decided to go and take a complete, absolute rest. And they said, well, I'll go to a Buddhist temple. So I went to Fukuoka and stayed with this Buddhist whose brother happened to be the mayor of my town. And boy, Buddhists just live a very attached and detached at the same time. That's it. Everything else
That's weird.
is just what it is. They didn't tell me they have a purpose. They asked me. When you ask a question, they will ask you, have you found yours? Please share with us. So no, I didn't find anyone tell me where they found it. I've lived on this earth more than 50 years. Now, let me tell you something. Some Christians and other people will be watching this episode going, oh yeah, because you don't believe. Yeah, if you believe in God, he'll tell you, okay, fine. Well, these are all just, emotional things about beliefs. Yeah. I have questions to the answers. Questions to the answers I've been given, that I'm here for a purpose. And I believe just like you when I was young. Oh, yay, I'm here for a purpose, So everything I do, I'm trying to find a purpose in it, and it's depressing. And until the day I said, no, why can't I do the right thing on earth? Just go on doing what is right, as my environment has informed me, my traditions has informed me. So what is right is not the same in all cultures. And do it if you feel that it's right to do. Do the right thing there. Why should I say it got to have a purpose?
Because you want to feel good. You want to feel something.
That's correct. That's correct. Humans think that if they don't say they are here for a purpose, and that the things they are doing, and I keep warning you, I've told you, we started by saying people have purpose, and then the English had a purpose. They went out colonizing, and we didn't like it. Well, we are disrespecting God. They came with the Bible. They told you it was their purpose. Why can't you accept it? Then they started buying slaves, and they said, yes, it was a purpose. You didn't like it either. But you keep saying people should have a purpose. You're going to be a victim of one of those, because you see, as soon as people believe they have a purpose, they want to make their purpose more noble than yours. And this is where the problem begins. Why can't you just say, I was dropped here, I don't know? How about women who get pregnant, have a child, and then in the dark of the night, they drop it in front of the Catholic Church and walk away? Is that their purpose?
One would say, but I guess not.
You guess not.
Because that's not fair. That's not fair to say that.
How is not fair? So which purpose do you know? So it will help me a lot. Which purpose do you know since you were born that you thought, yeah, that was fair? Which one?
Which purpose?
Yeah. Somebody's purpose you know.
Obviously, the first purpose.
Which is?
Where I grew up in church is the pastor's purpose. The purpose to teach us the teachings of God so that we can learn.
You can learn that in school.
Yeah.
They teach theology in school. He doesn't have to be jumping up and down, sweating every Sunday, and then he needs my money.
How about my professor at school, teaching me these amazing curriculums? Wouldn't you say that's their purpose, to educate me?
He's doing the thing that will allow him to have the three things that will keep him alive: shelter, food, and clothing. If God gave me a purpose to be here, you'll be paying my rent. I go to the landlord, he says, oh, no, I got the check already. From who? I don't know, but he came. Because God wants me to be free to do my purpose. He never frees you. You have no one day, man. The landlord is waiting. The grocery store is waiting. The doctor is waiting. The bills company is waiting. And you want to. And then your children come in. And then you get a second job because I want my family to be good. Oh, my car is getting old. Finance another one. The mortgage is on you. When do you do your purpose? And is it
Right.
for the rest of your life?
What, just
You don't retire from
accumulating
it?
bullshit?
So if there's purpose, and God created this for a purpose, why kids die? Oh, they completed it in a year, 2. Why are people born still? Why are people born blind? Unless we want to accept all those, that anything anybody does, it's their purpose, then I will accept everything.
I'm gonna be honest, son, I don't believe that the whole purpose thing is based on one person or 2 people or 3 people. I think everyone has their own notion and perspective of where they want their life to go. And if a child comes home and says, "Mother, I'm hungry," would you say the purpose for the mother is to feed their child?
No, responsibility.
Responsibility. Okay.
Yes, you brought a child to this world. You're responsible. In fact, you take your
the
dog to
child
the
didn't
park.
bring
Is it
itself.
because God put you here to be taking dogs to the park?
No, you chose that.
No. I've seen many people who give more attention to their pets, dogs.
Oh,
You know,
man, it's
grooming them, putting gold ring on their fingers, giving them
Yes.
some stupid nicknames and screaming at the park. I say sit, I say sit.
Yeah.
Like they're talking to human
creepy.
beings. It's all funny. It's a time-killing thing. It makes you feel like you have somebody who will obey you. That authority figure, we all pursue it. So purpose was created because we want to have authority on something. Because we couldn't do anything and do it well
All
without this
slaves
problem.
want is to have
We think that if God
their own
put us here
slave.
for a purpose, okay, let's take the first 2 brothers according to the biblical
if you
story.
gave a
I'm
slave
just
their,
quoting
their
okay?
own
Cain
personal
and Abel.
slave, they would have, they'd be fine with it.
There was no school,
I mean,
there
I
was
think
no
a
radio
Roman
station,
said
television
that.
station, there was no social media, influencer, nothing. If anything were to happen, they were the 2 people to create it, right? Because
Yes.
nobody came before them.
That's right.
Was it Cain's purpose to kill Abel? How did he get the voice? How did he know what is death? How did he know that you could kill when nobody has come before them?
Some will say he was tempted by the devil, and the devil's purpose was to
I don't wanna
infiltrate him.
Well, I don't want to go into that.
Okay.
Yeah, the devil must be used for somebody to fulfill his purpose. And I'm sure if you believe you have a purpose, I'm sure the devil must be used for you to fulfill your purpose then.
Okay.
Yes. But if you are picked for your purpose, was his purpose to kill Abel? You say, I don't know. I would say, I don't know. You see, where did he get that idea? How did he know somebody can die? Who taught him? Nobody has ever died
Thank you, sir.
before him. So how did he know death?
Indeed.
Fair point.
Indeed.
That's why I said the
Donald J.
Christian
Trump, I am pleased to
interpretation
announce
that God
The
warned
great Dan Scavino, in addition to remaining Deputy
Adam and
Chief
Eve,
of Staff of
if
the
you
Trump
eat the fruit, you
administration,
die. But nobody has ever died. They have
head
never
the
seen
White
it.
House
How would they be scared
Presidential
of something they've
Personnel
never seen
Office,
before?
replacing Sergio Gore,
That
who
makes
did a
that
wonderful
warning
job in that
stupid.
position and will now become the ambassador.
If I tell you right now, if you
Dan
look
will be
away from me,
responsible for the
you will
selection
crack
and
up.
appointment
What
of
would you
almost
say?
all positions in government.
If I look
A
away
very
from Al
big
Cracker,
and
Yes.
important position.
I'll say that's
Congratulations,
foolish.
Dan. You
No,
will
what
do
do you know,
a
crack?
fantastic job.
I'll crack in pieces.
President
No,
like
I don't know,
pieces?
but I just said the word.
Oh, okay, no.
What would you say?
That makes
well
no
played, good
sense.
sir.
No, because you don't know what cracker. How would you say it doesn't make sense? You say, what is cracker?
Okay.
Adam and Eve should have asked God, what is, we will die? They've never seen anybody die. The concept of death was not there. How can you threaten people with something they don't know?
It's so funny.
Now you're onto something there with
See
that. How do you
people
threaten
saying,
someone with something they do not know?
Notice Trump
Exactly.
didn't get,
So you
you
can
know,
see that interpretation
They
has a
didn't give any
problem already.
convicted
Right
You
felons
create the
a
problem for
Nobel
them, make
Peace
them believe the
Prize. Yeah,
problem
well, the
exists.
entire planet
Well, how would they
is
know?
fucking
It's
in
like
the
asking
streets
someone to imagine something
celebrating.
they don't know. It's impossible.
I think that Nobel
No smart
Peace
person on earth can
Prize
imagine something they don't know.
is
How
kinda
can you threaten people with something
it
they
would
don't
only
know?
make them
The
look
word
better.
doesn't exist. The action has
If-
never
if he
happened
accepted
before
that
them because they're the
bullshit.
first human being. They
You
have
know,
never
it's
seen
not
death.
like it makes the
You
stuff
know why
he
we're
did
scared of death?
any
Because we've
more
seen it.
great if they award him.
Your grandma won't wake
It's
up
ridiculous.
again. And you just don't like that condition. That's why we are scared of it. But they have never seen it. How can they be scared of something they have never seen? It's impossible to threaten someone with that kind of thing. No wonder they ate the fruit because they want to know what death means. To them, it could be a very fancy thing. The same thing we have done with you're here for the purpose. And people are getting depressed because everything they do, they want to feel fulfillment. You see, Silicon Valley, right? It's these multi-million-dollar program creators, IT workers. They're now asking that they should take something like I don't know, microdosing they call it. So that
Microdosing.
exactly,
wow,
taking
exactly. So they all have to
the
find a way to go to Tanzania and climb a mountain and then give some $2,000 to a village just to feel good. Look at Bill Gates.
That's true.
He didn't just accept that God created me to be a millionaire and that's fine. No, now he has to find places, and if there's no problem, he will create one.
Yeah, well, that's the point.
People
That's why
so much want to have a purpose,
kids.
they will throw their own pet out of the window, rush to save it, just to feel I have a purpose on earth. And why is it that you never see a bunch of poor people ever going to a very, very rich place and say, this is what God created us to come to these rich people and do something? You see a bunch of people from Bridgeport ever going to Greenwich to say, that's my purpose on earth. No. Why is it always some rich man always finding some place and say, that's when I knew?
This was my purpose.
Yes.
Yeah.
That alone should tell you, no.
Right.
So heroes,
he
they're
got
going to want
rich
to
before
rescue
he found his
someone
purpose.
that's
That don't
all
sound
based
right.
on an emotion they want to feel deep down inside. They don't really want to rescue the person. Or really help anyone.
It's a knee-jerk reaction when you, oh my God, I can do it, and then you do it. If you fall into a river, I watch you die. I can't swim. And if I jump, not because I premeditated, I'm going to be a hero, let me save him. Maybe I just did it, and I will die along with you anyway. Unless I landed on a rock, then they pull me and say, he's a hero. No, I wasn't.
With that being said, I was going to give you an example with the police department and the firefighters, those who go out their way to save those outside their lives. I think you would say their purpose is to pay the bills. This is a job, but what about those volunteer firefighters? Would you say that's their purpose? I just simply
It's just like golf players, just something to waste.
You think that's the same thing, a firefighter and a golf player?
Do you
Same
know?
line?
Do you know the young kids who take the motorbike and flip 3 times in the air? Do you know they're thinking about breaking their neck, their arm, their leg? It's a rush. It's a rush. You think people just join the army? Let me tell you something. Warriors are not made. They are born. They are just nurtured later on. That's why you take 200 people into the SEAL, and the Pee-wee all run away. You have only 98 of them left. They've got it in their vein already. Okay? And you nurture it.
It's innate.
Yes.
Not true.
It's not something just anybody just pick up. Yes. So those things we call heroes and all that, no.
No.
You know, see a gunshot go off and then everybody run and one guy said, what is that? What is that? It's not because he's brave. We don't know what is going on up there in his head. But we got to be careful. If I have children, I'm going to tell them, you are here for a purpose. And I am the one who brought you here. But God has to show me and give me a manual on how I'm going to organize my child's life so that he or she can fulfill. Did your parents do that with you?
Of course not. They told me my own path is to fail on my own. They did the best for me to learn on my own. They say, follow this path, go to school, go to church, follow this way, and this is your life.
That's it.
I was taught my purpose, to be quite honest. I was told that this was my purpose.
And who told you?
My parents, my church, my family.
What is the thing that they said is your purpose?
Purpose is to serve my family, serve God.
Serve your family and serve God. I
serve-
think we all do it. I mean,
Yeah, naturally.
thieves and mafias all go to church.
All right. Jeez. Wait. Damn.
Right? So, I mean, yeah, you can tell that to your children because it sounds better, right? But how about you? You just a supervisor or what? Have you found your own purpose, you know? Why are you telling me? But you didn't tell me yours. And then you're saying to me, but I'm preparing you for your purpose. Because if they didn't add that purpose, you may not go to the church. So they have to add it. Hey, Cedric.
Yes,
You're a great sport, man.
Thank you.
I enjoyed this
appreciate
session
it.
with
I love it. Thank you,
right?
Zanu.
Hey, ladies
was
and
a better
gentlemen, don't
sport than
forget
a
to
lot of these
subscribe
other
because this is what is
bastards.
going to keep
Pretty
Zanu
lame.
Project Rethink always, okay? We have this discussion not because somebody wants to be right or wrong, but we are just teaching the young ones who are kind of, the Gen Zs, how to begin to reduce violence. If you
Why not? We'll hit
Welcome to
some
Uncommon
soul
Knowledge.
up.
I'm
Some
Peter
good old
Robinson.
Tom Sowell.
Thomas Sowell has studied and taught economics, intellectual history, and social
Dude's a
policy at
fucking
institutions
boss.
that include Cornell,
Straight up
UCLA, and Amherst.
Like
Now
a
senior fellow at the
boss.
Hoover Institution, Dr. Sowell has published more than a dozen books, many more than a dozen books, actually. I was just too lazy to count them all up. The one with which we will concern
crazy
ourselves
how-
today,
how
his
long
classic
Thomas
work,
Sowell- I mean, he's
first
like
published in
95.
1987 and then republished last year, A Conflict of Visions. Segment 1, The Two Visions. Let me quote from A Conflict of Visions. Quote, when interests are at stake, The parties directly affected usually understand what the issue is. However, when there is a conflict of visions, those most powerfully affected by a particular vision may be the least aware of its underlying assumptions. Explain that distinction between interests and visions.
Oh, interests are articulated. The people who have particular interests know what they are and know what they're trying to do.
If you're a farmer in Iowa, you want the ethanol subsidy because you'll get a higher price for your corn.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right. With visions, it's different. These are the implicit assumptions with which you operate. You may not articulate them even to yourself, but you're assuming certain things when you talk or when you think. And seldom are those things are spelled out.
New York.
Now, in a conflict of visions, you talk about two fundamentally differing visions. And these two fundamental visions underlie an enormous amount of the Western political tradition.
Yes.
The constrained vision and the unconstrained vision. Let me take a stab at a tight definition of each, and then you correct it for me. Under the constrained vision, an exemplar would be Adam Smith.
Yes.
Human nature is flawed, but it's fixed. And the question is, how do we erect institutions that contain our flaws and permit us to live in the best possible society, given in effect the fallen nature or the fallen character of human nature? Fair?
Yes, absolutely.
So when you say constrained, it's a vision of human nature itself. Human nature is fixed, flawed, and therefore we operate within constraints, the constraints human nature itself provides. Unconstrained is human nature itself is malleable, and you say that Rousseau, man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. That's the classic statement of the unconstrained vision. Would you explain that?
Yes, that the things that we suffer, according to those with the unconstrained visions, it's because of the failure of other people to be as wise or as noble as themselves, because there are no inherent reasons for us to be unhappy.
So one looks at pain and difficulty in the world and says, well, this is the way life is. We'll never eliminate it. Let's be wise and prudent and direct institutions that make life as much better as possible. That's constrained.
Yes.
The unconstrained vision looks at pain and suffering and says we must remake the world. There are institutions causing this pain and suffering.
Columbus Day, my dudes.
Now, let me give you another quotation. The two great revolutions in the 18th century in France and in America can be viewed as applications of these differing visions. Explain that one.
Well, in France, the idea was that if you simply put the right people in charge and created the right institutions, then all these problems would go away. In the United States, it was assumed from the outset that there were very limited things you could do, and what you needed to do above all was to minimize the damage done by the flaws of human nature. And this is why the United States, for example, has this Constitution, so much lamented by some of those who believe in the French Revolution, in which this group is offset by that group, and nobody can sort of run wild. If you believe that what you need is to have the right leaders who love the people and so on, a messiah, as it were, then your problems are solved. But if you don't believe there is any political messiah, and you believe that you have to make sure that all people are restrained in what they are able to do, then you have the separation of powers, you have elections, you have constitutions, you have all kinds of things hemming you in. Condorcet, who was a great supporter of the French Revolution, could not understand why there was this separation of powers, and not even when at the end of his life he was arbitrarily thrown into prison, where he continued to write about why the Americans have this separation of powers. And of course, if there had been a separation of powers, he wouldn't be rotting in prison.
Right, right. Could I just... You've got France is the unconstrained vision, 18th century America is the constrained vision, founding fathers the constrained vision. Could I ask if it goes even farther back? What comes to mind is Karl Popper's The Open Society and Its Enemies. There's a famous chapter in there in which he contrasts Plato, whom he views as a radical, the man who wants rule by the philosopher kings, with Aristotle, whom he views as a kind of piecemeal reformer. What you get in Plato is the impulse to start anew, and what you get in Aristotle is the impulse to accept the givenness of things and make one change, see how it works, another change, see how it works. In other words, I guess what I'm getting at is is there some sense in which these two visions can be traced all the way through the Western tradition?
Oh, absolutely.
That's right. That's a
Absolutely.
fair statement.
Yes.
All right. Now, in this country, you talked about France versus the United States, but what about Americans versus Americans? John Adams versus Thomas Jefferson, for example? Is that a fair contrast?
117
Adams would be
hours.
constrained, Jefferson unconstrained?
To some extent, yes. Jefferson, when the complaint was made about the people who were innocent people killed during the course of the French Revolution, he said that I would rather that half the world be destroyed than that it should fail. But of course, as it went on, Jefferson backed away, and he did turn ultimately against it.
All right. So what you get,
He
In
had
this-
a more unconstrained vision, but
well,
not totally.
Because what I'd like to do now is turn to these two visions as they play out in contemporary American politics. But before I do that, I want to make sure I understand you. Your vision is that the founding fathers, the fundamental institutions of the United States, reflect the constrained vision.
Absolutely.
And that therefore what you get within the American tradition is degrees of the constrained or the unconstrained vision. You don't get clean, sharp disagreements, or is that untrue?
Oh, you do get it. The whole erosion of the Constitution, largely by the courts, is the notion that no, we have to look out for the public interest, and therefore we won't worry about the constraints of the Constitution as much as some people would like.
All right, which takes us to segment two visions of the law. The constrained vision of the law, and here I quote a conflict of visions. Oliver Wendell Holmes expressed it when he declared, "The life of the law has not been logic, it has been experience," close quote.
Yes.
How is he giving expression to the constrained vision?
There is no one who, from sheer intellectual power, can tell you what the law ought to be. That we learn from trial and error simply because we're not capable of learning everything just by figuring it all out in advance.
The unconstrained vision of the law. Here you quote John Stuart Mill, quote, "To look at legal precedents was," I'm quoting you, "in Mill's view to make," and here you quote Mill, "an absurd sacrifice of present ends to antiquated means."
Yes.
Close quote. How is he giving voice to the unconstrained?
Well, this is the notion that we need someone to come along and update the law from his own intellectual resources, rather than from the actual experience of millions of people in generation after generation. No one believes the law should remain fixed as it was
ever
at some
kills
given point in the
themselves on
past.
camera.
The question is, who shall have the
on
authority
like
to
Twitch
change
or
that
something,
law,
or if
and
that's
with what
ever happened.
constraints on that person, so that that person is not just giving vent to his own feelings or imaginings or theories.
All right, let me give you a couple of quotations. John McCain, in the presidential debate of October 16th, on the kinds of judges he would nominate to the Supreme Court, quote, "I will find the best people in the United States of America who have a history of strict adherence to the Constitution and not legislating from the bench," close quote. Barack Obama, during the same debate, "If a woman is out there trying to raise a family, trying to support her family, and is being treated unfairly, then the court has to stand up if nobody else will. And that's the kind of judge I want."
That's
Close quote.
unconstrained. That somehow or other there are people with the judicial robes on who can just decide these things ad hoc, which among other things would mean we would no longer really have law. You would discover, once you got into the courtroom in front of the judge, you would then discover what the decision is, but you'd have no clue beforehand.
So that would, a full embrace of the unconstrained vision, which Barack Obama seems intent on, would overturn the fundamental basis of American law, which is a nation of laws, not of men. It
Absolutely.
would be a nation of men, of judges.
Yes.
All right. September of this year, the Rasmussen Polling Company asked this question: should the Supreme Court make decisions based on what's written in the Constitution and legal precedents, or should it be guided mostly by a sense of fairness and justice? Close quote. 82% of McCain supporters said the Supreme Court should base its decisions on the Constitution. 29% of Obama supporters agree. 11% of McCain supporters said the Supreme Court should make its decisions on fairness. 49% of Obama supporters said that it should. Now, here's the question. You've said McCain constrained, Obama unconstrained. But what this would seem to indicate, this polling data, that this is not just a debate taking place among politicians or American elites. It's reached very
kind of tired of the host. I mean, I used to like that a lot more, but they're so desperate to cancel poor Ass Man Gold. That's what's his name. Chank Yogurt calls him Ass Man. Boy, if you're not pissing Chank off, then you ain't over the target, man. Beta. Ha! Gay. Oh shit, that's right. I think there should be. Mr. Fuentes should be on. I would imagine, or maybe not. Maybe he didn't do one today. I'm just checking right quick in my Rumble app. Little femme. Little Nicholas J. Fuentes. Wait a second. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, there is a fresh one. Oh, no. Of course. Never mind. So whack. John Krakauer. What the hell was that guy's name? God damn. Here we go. This guy, I fucking hate Montel Williams. He's a jerk off, man. I wish he would just dry up and blow away. Like, fuck this guy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to ZPR, the ZANU Project Rethink. I have in the studio a very important
very important
guest
indeed.
Today. My name is Frank ZANU, and I have with me a former legend of talk show, and now the host of Free Thinking, Mr. Montel Williams. Montel, welcome to the show.
How are you, sir? Thanks very much for having me.
Yes. I remember a couple of weeks back, or maybe it's going about 3 weeks now, I sent you a note, and I stated that blacks in America are doomed, really doomed forever, if they continue to rely on elections to change their condition. And I know you'll agree with me on that one. If not, let me hear why.
Well, I mean, you got to give me a little bit more explanation of what that statement means.
Right.
Tell me a little bit more about what you think that means.
It's like,
Because
tell me how I can disagree with you.
32 years
Explain
since
to
I've been
me
in this
so I can
country
find a way
that
to
we
disagree.
have,
What a dickhead.
movements. One of them is formed by the former
Pompous ass.
First Lady Michelle Obama, Get Out the Votes. And whenever presidential elections approach, I have seen
Pomposity.
celebrities from the black communities or neighborhoods or going on and pushing hard that we must participate and vote for a candidate of choice. And I think it has grown quite even heavier now. This push out the votes. You must vote for a president. You should participate.
Yeah, remember when,
to the point
when
it's
Diddy
sounding
used to do that
more
rock the vote fuck shit?
telling our kids that
It's
our
ridiculous.
problems will go away
Yeah.
if we get the right person in office.
And it's
That
not
is what
so.
I mean. That will never happen because the problems
Can't be
of African
fixed by a
Americans in the
government.
United States of America is not one that can ever be solved by a politician, any savvy politician, let alone a president.
And the honest ones will tell you that.
You know, I mean, some of what you're saying,
can't
I kind of
fix
agree with. Some of
humans.
what you're saying, I don't.
They're not
To be honest
God.
with you. You know, the plight of
They
Americans,
know
African
as little
Americans,
as the
will
rest
never
of us. They're
change
fucking flawed
unless
morons just like all of
those
us.
that perceive the power in an
Fucking
office
stuffed
in Washington,
suits.
D.C.
That's all they are.
recognize that that power does have the ability to help even the playing field a little bit.
Bullshit, dude.
So from my perspective,
you know what has more power in evening the playing field?
getting out to vote isn't the end
Putting in
all,
effort
but not voting
and
is
fucking
the
working
end
for
of
a
us.
living. You know, like being responsible, not
Strong
fucking
statement,
voting for,
I must say.
you know, a
The
savior,
reason
not
I
voting
made
for.
this statement, Montel, is that the problems we have cannot be legislated.
Right, he seems
They
to
cannot be
think that
solved
their
by
problems
politicians.
are like
Unless he becomes a
segregation or
dictator.
something, and they can
You
just
can't.
get rid of it,
Our
and then their problems would be gone.
The problem
No.
with the African American is not economics. It's not poverty.
They make black people make plenty of
It's
money.
not.
They make
We've been
more than
lied to.
90% of the
It has been
planet.
hammered into our ears time and again because every election year, the Democratic Party have to remind
we
black
gotta
and brown
get
people that you have a
our
problem.
minstrels out
And that problem is poverty.
do a show
and
for
only
us.
we can make it go away, is what I mean. The problems of the African American is not economics and it's not poverty. The problem is a social problem,
If you let
which
if,
no
if you let
legislation can
Democrats
solve, is what I mean.
pretend that they can
And
fix
again,
it,
I agree
they'll
with some of that,
they'll
but I
they'll
don't
go
agree
along
you
with it.
100%.
Free
There's
vote,
nothing wrong
free
with
votes.
Well, let me make
They know
this
they
point.
can't do a fucking
Yes.
thing, and they
When
don't
we
plan
look
on
at
doing anything.
the problems that face the African American community, we have to go back in time. And you just said you have to be detectives. So let's go back in time. Let's go back all the way to the 1400s. 1400s.
Dude, 1400. You got to reach all the way back there
1400s.
to
When
make
the
a
Catholic
point.
Church determined that anybody whose hue of skin was darker than theirs
Oh, come on, dude.
were of lesser genetic importance on this planet.
Dude, even
And
Europeans
now let's
vary
follow that
in
for
skin
600
color.
years. If you follow that for 600 years, over 600 years,
So what
you
about
have
the
been
people that are
told
paler than
over
the
and over and
Italians?
over again, just
Are
by
they
the
better than the
simple hue
Italians
of your
then?
skin. Because we do know that the
Fucking
hue of your skin
racist.
is
This dude's a
only
fucking
represents probably
douchebag
0.01 or 2% of your entire genetic makeup.
earrings.
Your brain is the other 98.8%.
Sure.
And that another 98.8% is no different than any other brain on this planet. In some ways, we found out that there are no genetic predispositions for intelligence based on race. We know that as a fact. But we do know that
What are you
historically.
talking about? How do you know that?
And again, going back to the 400s, let's go back to the 1400s, 11, 12, 13, 1400. You can go back
Why
and
is he
see
going back
paintings
there?
and pictures hanging in museums in Europe of
Whoop-de-fucking
people
do.
of darker skin participating in every level of government in Europe, being family members of every level of government in
Yeah,
Europe,
Othello.
every level of European existence. It wasn't until the
They
Catholic
were
Church came
mercenaries.
out recognizing that there is this continent south of us
That we're being
that has
invaded
more
by
minerals,
the
more
Moors.
things, more
That's what the Reconquista was about. That's what the fucking the
commodities
Inquisition was
worth
about.
exploiting.
Moors
And
were
if we can
fucking
go down there
conquering
and
the
show
Iberian
the
Peninsula,
rest of
Spain.
Northern Europe
They almost took it.
and Western Europe that no one's going to push back and you
Cordoba,
discriminate against or you
Valencia.
exploit those
Those are
people.
fucking African
That
Arab.
exploitation is still
cities.
going on today. The world believes that the best thing to do on this planet is to keep Africa impoverished.
My
Keep it-
problem,
Keep it hot.
I have two problems. You've made some very sound argument. Two problems. One, you said something profound, and I wish this is what we keep telling our kids. You said skin color
what's going
makes
on there, Mr. Crane?
0.1%
Mr.
of what
Crane?
the entire human being is. That the brain is
shit.
98%.
Oh yeah, no
Tell
problem,
me
Mr.
why,
Design.
if they talk
You're
about your
welcome.
skin color, that should affect you when that is only 0.1%. Because you told us that our skin color is the reason they don't respect us. If our brain is 98%, then nothing should have affected us. Number two, here is my second problem. Yes, people say it all the time. The Europeans came to Africa.
Pretty sure
and they told us what we
Aristotle
should
said
be.
the same
They gave us
thing,
names.
dude,
They changed
about
our
them
religion.
being
They took our language
unstable.
away, and they did X, Y, and Z.
I mean,
X,
that's
Y,
why
Z,
we
X,
don't
Y,
have
and
a
Z.
democracy.
My
We have
question
a
is,
republic.
Montel, why did it work?
Because
It
democracies,
worked because
they'll
it's
send an
something
army
that
to a
Africa
city-state
never had.
on
What
boats,
is that?
and
Didn't
then
start
vote the
getting
next day
until,
to send another ship
the
to
20th
recall
century.
the
Something
first
called
one.
GUN.
That
When they had the
Athens
ability,
was not a
when
good
they had the
place,
ability to come
really.
in fighting
It's
against?
chaos.
Why was it so easy to enslave people of color in Africa and not so easy to enslave as many people in southern parts of East Asia?
You're an idiot.
Okay,
Yeah,
Dude,
because yes,
the
because
Barbary
they had
Coast
the
pirates
gun.
took
It's
so
no,
many
the Japanese
English
were called
slaves.
the Devil's Island because Japan was determined to die rather than
Okay.
give. No, I know
Forget
the
about the
history.
Japanese. Forget about the
No,
Japanese for a second. Go before
yes,
you talk Japanese. Let's talk about the Chinese continent. Let's talk about
yes,
China and
yes,
talk
they
about the fact
refused.
that China invented gunpowder.
Ooh.
Yes,
China
they
invented
refused.
weapons.
No, they didn't.
They really invented the first series of
Europeans
weapons of not
What
mass
I'm trying to
destruction.
say
invented
by
guns.
history
They
is
brought
that
it
when the
to
white men
Japan. A
arrived in
Portuguese
Africa,
trading
they
ship
did
did.
not use force, Montel. We rolled the red carpet.
Oh, well, not exactly, my
We
friend.
did. And you cannot point at any one place where there was guns. The colonial masters wore Como hat and they had walking sticks. It was the Portuguese who first brought gun to West Africa.
Yeah,
I
you
will
know, they
tell
would
you
vote
as
on
a
something
matter
one
of
day,
fact
and then the
and
very
knowledge,
next day they would
we have
fucking
songs
vote against it.
all
It was just
across in
who
my
was
tribe
more persuasive that
that
day.
were
It was
made
kind
and sung when the white men
of
arrived.
crazy, and that's what destroyed them, right? Didn't
That is
they?
why they were able to take us. Now, number two,
Who was
they
it?
went to many different places.
They
The people
sent their
put up
fleet to
resistance. They
like
didn't roll the
Sicily or
red
something.
carpet.
Just got
Number three,
fucking raped.
India was colonized for 89 years,
It was
if not 90. Ghana was
Alcibiades.
colonized for only
No.
56 years. Why is it that India is not suffering the things you have described, yet they have very many resources? Many
Because,
places.
you know what? Because, again, even in India, if you look around the world allowed the legislation of taking people off the African continent, made it legal to do so.
Dude, it was legal to
We
do it
didn't make
on
it
the
legal to do
African
so and take
continent.
people off the out
You
of
could
India.
take them off
They
the
didn't make it legal to
European.
do so and take people.
Why did
Now,
Miles of
Huh?
Why did Africans make it legal for foreigners to take their own people? Do you know how the kingdoms of Africa went down and ceased to be prosperous?
Yo,
When the British
first of
made
all, there were like on the coastlines of Italy, Sicily, all over the North Mediterranean Sea. Those coastlines were absolute ghost towns for like 200 years because so many Muslims they did so much fucking, so much raping, so much pillaging that nobody would set up a village or a port or a town within miles of the coast. Because those sons of bitches raided the coast. They never left the side of land, and they just followed the Mediterranean around. And the white people were sick of their wives and daughters being raped to death by fucking Muslim raiders. I mean, this is well-documented shit. And this guy's an asshole and ignorant.
slavery illegal. That was when the African kingdoms ceased to be prosperous. It stopped completely. What I'm trying to say here, you said something about the playing field in the United States for African Americans. This is what I will ask you to do. Point to Africa, the continent from which they were brought, and show me what is better there than their condition in America.
Oh, I'm not ever sorry.
And I'll tell you
I did
something
not
went
start.
wrong.
I did
Which
not start.
means nothing has gone wrong. The same thing you see on the mothership is the same thing you see here in America. Simple.
Ooh!
Nothing.
Ooh!
For me,
Uppercut!
Wabang! If I meet
How
a
you
Japanese
can-
outside Japan and he is poor
Just took him up through there.
in the streets, I'll say something is wrong with this man because I've lived in Japan. I know how the place is. If I see a Scandinavian, a Finnish person begging in the streets of Nigeria, I'll say there's something wrong with this Finnish man because I know Finland, where he came from. But if I see an African American or any Caribbean here or outside Africa and he's poor, I look at the mothership where he came from and I say there's nothing wrong.
Shit.
Yeah, but you know,
I don't
again,
like that.
Never
if
It
if
hurts my
If
feelings.
that's the only mirror that you can put up to
Fucking
say
Buster
in
Poindexter over
Africa,
here.
I'm not sure. I cannot.
Are
I
those
can't speak for
stars
all
in
of
his
the
ears?
nations that are there. But
Wow.
show me the nation in Africa where it was legislated that you didn't get the right to read.
Where is
Show
it
me
in
the
Africa
show me the
that they even
legislation that
had
said that you didn't have the
fucking,
right to live here, there, or other
written
places in
language?
Africa.
Plenty.
Among, huh?
Plenty of places. I've lived in Kenya. I've lived in Nigeria, Togo, Ghana,
You don't
Benin,
like
my
that.
own country. In Nigeria today, a large population of people called Osu OSU. The Osu population were people in the Igbo land of Nigeria who were told where they cannot go, they cannot marry their children, they can't go to school with them because they were slaves. If you go among the Ajas of Wegame, where I come
How about
from,
them
there are
apples?
people in Abome, 9 miles away from me. I can't go there because I'm an Aja. Oh, that is
There was less than 15 years ago, less than 20 years ago, there were places here in the United States that ruled by legislation, places that you
But
could
at
not
least
live.
that
What the
was
fuck are
between
you
two
talking
different
about,
colors.
dude?
One held you as a slave, so at least
Had
that
nothing
makes
to do with
sense
color.
because he
It
held
was
you as slave
probably
and he's refusing
class
to
or
give
money
the
that
ex-slave any position. That makes
They
sense.
probably wouldn't let me
But
in those
if
places
in your
neither.
own continent, what I've described is true.
I don't
You
understand
look at
why
history in
everything is
northern parts
about
of
fucking
Africa,
color
how
with,
that
with
history
this
has been
guy.
erased. And over the next 20 years, a
Montel.
lot of that history is going to start to come to the forefront because we're starting to discover things that they can't lie about anymore. So
Oh man,
This
come
is my
on, dude.
challenge.
You a fucking
This is my
idiot.
challenge. Somebody have to show me a time in the life of Africa that the condition was better before the European arrived. Then
That
I will
didn't
rest my
exist?
case.
I think that you're going to start to find that the historical discoveries of the fact that there were
I know
kingdoms
all of them.
and
I was a reporter for 18 years in life and
yes,
culture in many, many countries in Africa, that there was no time until 1469, not a single place in Africa had roads tarred, clinics built,
Ooh,
schools built, churches built, nothing. We had
man,
tribes
Montel looks
that were jumping and
blackbird over
raping
that
women in the
shit.
streets. The
You
Yorubas
don't
were
like that.
notorious for that, followed by the Abome kingdom.
there
So what
there
is it
are
that wrong to
I'm trying to
Africa?
argue
But
with a
anyway,
dude
we
who
moved
lives in
away from the
Africa
topic.
his whole
What I'm
life.
saying is this.
What a
We
jerk off.
have broken homes in America, runaway husbands and fathers. We have
we have those
anti-educational
in this
sentiment.
entire society. It is not just in the black community.
I am
We have,
talking about the
when we
African
start
American.
looking at American society, we have just as much divorce, just as much runaway fathers in other cultures as you do in the black culture in America.
Is that supposed to
But
be
we
some
don't
sort of
report that. We only look
a
at right now,
fucking accolade? Like, are you
52% of
proud of that for
Americans
real?
are
You
living in
fucking
households that
loser, dude.
are traditional union households.
In the 60s, they said
52%.
Okay, if
I
that
think
is
that number is
true,
no more than 5 or 6% different
okay,
than other
if that
countries.
is true, if that
we
is
should try to
true that
raise black people
every
up,
other
not
ethnic
tear
or
white
racial
people
group that
down.
lives in America suffers the same things African Americans suffer, then why are we the only ones every day on television
Crying.
begging for something, asking for something, complaining
Because
about?
we're only 14% of the society, and at 14% of the society, when you're that small of a number, nothing's going to be given to you. And if you, for 1 second, believe that we live in a society that is open enough to be able to open the doors and say you're welcomed in, dude, I'm telling you, I don't know where
Well,
you
then,
work in
Dude,
America.
dude.
if I look at you, if I look at LeBron, Michael Jordan, the list is okay. There is no single non-black. Give me a moment. There is no single non-black country outside the United States that has the number of successful black men except the United States of America. Let me repeat
You're
this.
talking about successful black men who in entertainment, black men
No,
who
not at
Fucking
all.
Ipsa Dixon
Not at
over
all.
here.
huh?
Not at all. Thomas Sowell is not entertainment. He's a giant in education. Condoleezza Rice is not entertainment. She's a giant in education, academics. I can go down the list, a lot of them. I am saying to you, of all the other 198 countries in the world, there is not a single place, including the mothership, where blacks who live there make up among the top 1%, only in the United States of America. You can't, if you put the 46 countries in Europe together, you won't find a number of black millionaires as the United States of America put together. You go to Asia and put it together, you won't find that.
Montel,
Why
he
don't
don't-
we talk
he's not a
about
very
the
deep
success
thinker.
of the black man in the United States of America, but we always whine only about something a government can fix, which is social problems we have,
Yeah.
Montel, and we have demoralized our children
shooting
continuously, telling
ourselves.
them
Give
that
us more
until
money.
somebody fix a certain
Help
problem,
us.
we won't be good. And we wonder why our kids have anti-educational sentiments, crime on each other,
If
drugs.
you look at right
Man,
now,
why you acting white,
take a
cuz?
look at the news.
Why you
right
acting all
now,
white, man?
What's
Yes.
going on when we have had and she's really not an
You ain't
African
never gonna be
American,
white,
Jamaican
cuz.
American, who is an African Jamaican
That's
American,
some fucking toxic
biracial,
shit
mixed
right
with an
there.
Indian person, who is the vice president of the United States. Take a look at all the vitriol that's going on in this country right this minute. Just because she had the audacity
And she
to step
blames
and
all.
say,
She calls
"I'm
us
willing to run for
sexist
president."
and racist
You got
because
people-
her
oh, no,
stupid
wait,
ass
dude,
that
you
couldn't
got people
talk
on
didn't
Fox
win.
News calling her
A what? A what?
A pervert, calling her, you know, a whore, calling her.
No,
all
her
these-
fucking
these
husband
other
is a
things. Are you kidding me? You're not seeing that?
fucking knocked up the
If she
nanny.
was a white man with the same
If she was a
vitriol,
white man, nothing would be said about it.
What?
yeah, but Donald Trump has lived 4
What?
years
Donald
suffering vitriol more
What?
than any human being on earth. Sometimes I want to weep for him. Montel, let's face it.
If you want to whip for Donald Trump, then you got a problem, sir. I'm telling you.
Bro, you
Honestly,
smoke.
go back
I
to
don't
this.
even-
I've sat down with Donald Trump. I've
Ooh,
been in a
Whoa,
room with
big
Donald
dog.
Trump.
I
I know
know.
who this guy is
All
because
I'm
this guy
saying-
is the pervert
All
and
I'm
the
saying,
racist
all I'm
What a
saying,
and the
disrespectful
racist that we know
motherfucker.
he is.
Bro,
I am not
this dude's
attributing
a
any
president.
politics to Donald Trump. Don't get me wrong. I'm
Shit's
simply
all
saying,
over you, man.
when I see vitriol
Fuck
against
you
a
think you
human
are?
being, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
Exactly.
If
When
you
see
are,
what?
It's
if I see that
inhumane.
amount of toxic vitriol against any human being, I'll feel sad.
My goodness, sir, it's what he has bought on
Not
It
himself.
doesn't matter what you think, Montel.
It's what he has bought on himself. Let's go back to
Two things.
No.
What somebody brings on himself
No.
is different from what you contribute openly. You lower yourself to the same standard of that person. All I'm saying is, if Kamala Harris is a politician, politicians call each other names.
That's the public
pundits call
domain.
them names.
Politicians don't. No,
He's
no,
saying
no.
Donald
You
Trump
go
has to
back
deal with it. He
before-
brought it on himself, but
You
not
go back
Kamala.
before
She shouldn't
Feinstein.
have
Let's
to
go back
deal with
some
it.
of the
She's special.
Caucasian female elected officials. We didn't start getting dirty names used against them until Donald Trump. Huh?
You destroyed Sarah Palin, McCain's running
Yup.
mate. You destroyed her.
Remember that she
Sarah
was
Palin deserved to be
stupid, she was
destroyed.
inbred.
Oh, I see. So you choose MPs who deserves and who doesn't deserve. When it
But
comes
the
to
language
What a
that
piece
was
of
used
shit.
about her, no. But the
no,
Fuck
that is not
Montel
fair.
Williams.
Somebody who ever called Sarah Palin a whore.
Who called her a whore?
Yeah,
People
who
called her
a whore?
inbred, dude.
Where
Oh,
did you ever hear her called a whore?
They called her
You should
fucking
not be called a
inbred,
whore
man.
only. What happened to her? You just said she brought it upon herself. I don't know their lives.
When you stand and say that I can see Russia from my kitchen, and
She
I'm
lives in Alaska, you
I think you
idiot.
got a problem with somebody's intellectual ability. I have the ability to say something about that. When you start to say, "Oh,
Fuck,
I
you
read
are
newspapers," "Oh, I read the tabloids,"
Dude.
and that's how you get your information for your political
I don't
decisions,
know how
I
to
have
describe
reason to judge that.
Very good. I don't know how to describe somebody's figurative speaking. I don't know. I didn't have the full context of what Sarah Palin said, and I'm not defending anyone. But if somebody said that something can be without unburdened by what has been and repeated and people don't understand, is that an intellectual? This is a former DA.
Oh,
of
get
a
you
state.
some,
I know that she's
motherfucker.
intellectual, she's intelligent.
Take your
Maybe
ass
we
up
don't
through
understand the
there.
context. But didn't we make a mockery of George Bush, both black and white comedians?
Fucking Hitler
Mocked George
and
Bush for 8 years
stupid,
and we were all
nuclear,
united.
and
I do not
I was
agree.
never.
that
I was.
can't get
I
fooled
was
again.
never
Just can't.
united. I'm going to tell you right now. I was never united over mocking George Bush. I was never united over mocking even Biden.
You're gonna go back. And why she
What's
didn't do
that?
it to Reagan either?
Oh, I have mocked Donald Trump since the day I met him back in 1991.
Why would you mock just some
Because I met
random
him,
guy?
spent time with him, and recognized who the racist he really was.
Then leave him
Okay.
alone. Why would
As
you
one person's
concern
view, I
yourself
wouldn't
with
take it
him?
away
Why,
from
why
you
wouldn't
because
you
you met
just
him.
say,
I have
"Oh,
never met
no,
him.
I'm not
I
going
have
to
no
talk
reason to
or
hate the man.
discuss or ever"?
I don't have any at all.
I would just walk away and
I
pretend
don't,
that
and I
person
say
didn't
to
live.
people, look, you can if I say to my
Scott,
friend, ask my
this
friend,
guy's
if I
doing
tell
mental
Donald Trump,
gymnastics.
what do you think about Williams? He will say, who is William? Which means for the rest of Williams' life, he can never be hated by Donald Trump because he doesn't know him. When a man begins to show up on television, society is divided into three. You will hate him or you like him and have no reason for it. I am saying
When Donald Trump took out ads,
Why are you going to fucking...
when Donald Trump took
interrupt
out ads against the black men who were accused and falsely accused of raping a runner in New York City, and then went after, and when Donald
But
Trump
Donald
wrote
Trump's
in
a
his whole
convicted felon,
books
right?
how he
Yeah.
liked to go and beat up some of the people who lived in his father's buildings.
Dude, Joe
When
Biden
Donald
said
Trump
he'd like
wrote
to
in his
kick
own books
Donald Trump's
about
ass
how
behind the
he
school.
thought people of color of what value they were, that
Okay.
made me make a decision about him.
God, dude,
I've
you're a
read three
fucking
of his
idiot.
books.
Wait, and also, what's that?
I have read 3 of his books.
I literally was the
I've
only
never
person.
seen on
I was the
any-
only.
You don't
Any
even
of his
acknowledge
books.
that.
I was
Where
the
he
only
has
person.
these things you've said. However, I'm not an expert, but
You
I'll
guys
tell
got
you.
problems, man.
Everybody
I was the only
makes
person-
mistakes. Do you remember when the person who is going to become president right now went on television and defended Mollett, the actor from Chicago,
Smollett.
Kamala Harris defended him.
Jussie Smollett.
It was a mistake. So Trump at the time thought the boys committed a crime at Central Park. Maybe they didn't.
Called
Just
for the death
Kamala
penalty,
Harris
and they
thought that
didn't.
Right?
Trump
He didn't know
was
if they were
innocent.
guilty or
And
not.
found out that he wasn't innocent. So you see, we all do things that we will look back and say, no, but back to the topic, Montel, this is my thing. Any community, any society where the adults keep screaming
Yeah,
to their
like
young
Montel.
ones, you are this way because somebody caused it. You've demoralized the life of that young one because now the young one is waiting for that person to change his attitude for me to be somebody. No wonder.
And
Our
then
kids
when
have
we
anti-educational sentiment.
teach that same young person that if you go to school, you get a really good education, you go and get a master's degree, you're going to be openly embraced by a society that doesn't embrace you. That's also just as detrimental to the success of that
What's with
person.
all the
Yeah,
pointing?
What's that?
Ben Carson, Thomas Sowell.
Ben
Right?
Carson, what?
Some of our
No,
fucking.
where has a black man
Wow.
stuck his head in classroom, studied hard, be a decent citizen? In
She
his
said
neighborhood,
Condoleezza
volunteered,
Rice,
mentored young
Colin
ones, and he
Powell.
failed?
This guy's a
You
fucking
can see it
sophist,
all
How many
man.
of those have died on the
I
street?
can't give you a list of names, but I will
But that is
tell you
none.
right now, the list of names, just this podcast alone, you'll probably get names of people who will tell you, I did A, B, C, D, E, and I'm still right now not employed. And we're
And there's white people like that
Because we
too,
also
man.
forget that sometimes. Do you have the blueprint that said you could have succeeded?
Yeah, I
This
know
is the
for a
blueprint
fact
that
you would
shows
have
This is
succeeded.
what you could have been. No, not all hard work brings success.
Yeah, like you're guaranteed
But
to
that
be a
doesn't mean you
millionaire
have to-
because you
you
got
take a look at
a
William-
fucking
And
master's.
especially when you legislate against it.
Successful,
Oh.
hard-working men. I read your bio, served in the Navy,
Fuck,
done
man.
all right thing. Never heard
And
one.
met racism every step along
I haven't
the
heard
way.
one fact
Racism?
Every
come
step.
out of this
And in
cocksucker's
spite
mouth.
of it, I am who I am. In spite of it, I am
So
who I
why
am.
shouldn't you?
What's that?
And that is what I'm asking somebody like you to be the spokesperson and stop asking people like Charlemagne to be screaming. I'm just asking something for my people.
Wait. Did
You
you
don't
say
agree
you
with
know? Wait, you say you know me, but you don't know the
No.
fact that for wait a minute. You say you know me, but you don't know the fact that for 3 years I traveled this country, spoken over 1,900 high schools.
goodness.
Spoke over
You want a
3.5
fucking
million
cookie?
children in their face to face, talking to them about the importance of education, about staying away from negative youth trends,
Yeah,
trends from drugging out and dropping
What a
out.
vain
I
motherfucker.
did
He
that
thinks
before I
that
started
actually
this
helped
show.
somebody.
Most people don't even know that. So
Those
when I
people
say-
didn't even know who this guy
So-
was, most likely.
By knowing
when
you
he
merely
showed up.
being, I read your bio and I read your stories and I asked my friends here and all good things about. Yesterday, Mr. Stewart, you might remember him, a Jamaican limo driver. His son is I'm a godfather to his son. He used to drive you when you were in Greenwich. And he said, wow, he brought me and my children to his house one Christmas day in Greenwich. Mr. Stewart from Jamaica. So what I mean is, by knowing it, I read what you wrote as your bio, and it's impressive. What I'm saying, and I insist on it, is we have to stop saying that we are relying on politics to change our lives because our lives, the social
That's not
problems
the
of broken
problem.
homes, crime on each other,
Right.
drug selling, drop out, getting pregnant, wearing, provocative clothes, all that, it cannot be legislated, Montel. We have to look within and start calling each other out for the
Right.
wrong we do.
But what we can start to legislate is the
Focus
to fight
on yourself
against
first.
Those who won't even give a person a chance once they have accomplished all those things that they have accomplished.
Example.
That's what I'm saying.
Example.
That's where legislation comes in. That's where there's need for legislation.
You cannot legislate a man to love his wife. You can only legislate for him to provide for his family. Give me an example of somebody who said, I did everything right and yet I didn't succeed in America. Give me an example, Montel. I challenge you.
Yeah, Thucydides.
Do
Yeah,
an
you're
example.
right.
Have an example.
Yeah,
Millions of examples. But
Victor
we don't
Davis
talk about the
Hanson
millions.
brings it up pretty often.
We also don't talk about the millions.
They got
that have
crushed.
done what
They
have
thought
been
they were
asked
kind of
to do
arrogant, from
and
what I
still
understand, and they got
can't
their
find
asses
jobs right
handed
now
to
today.
them.
Give me an example of that, and I'll tell you, I live in a black city. I used to take kids to Africa every year. Urban kids from Bridgeport. I'll take them away to Africa. We buy materials and and build schools, not to help Africa. I was just giving them something to see outside. It was called the Heroes Program. I did that. To today, I still sit on the Youth Initiative Program
Yeah,
in
but
Bridgeport.
see,
I'm a
Montel went
commissioner
to
for
high
fair rent.
schools
I've
and
given
talked
my
for
due,
30
and
minutes in
I
front of
have been
people.
treated well with respect
He
by
did
black,
more, don't you
white,
see?
brown, yellow people in this country. That is what
This
I know is
dude
unique
has
about this
lived
country.
all over the planet and
Well, I've
actually
also
helped
I
people.
seen.
agree with you that no, you do
Montel
the
is a
right
fucking
thing, you
vain,
keep yourself as an upright citizen,
elite
and you will not
prick.
succeed. Now, success, I don't mean have cars and flashy lifestyle. No.
I think that
At
the guy on
least
the left is
what
far more
cultures
successful
respect
than the
about
guy
each
on the
other
right.
is not what you do, Montel.
I
What
like him a
cultures
lot more
respect
too.
about each other is knowing you for what you don't do. What is a stigma in a black society in America? What is a
Acting
taboo
white,
in a black
that's
society in
one.
America?
Doing
What
good in
is a
school,
no
that's
you can
another.
do? Name
fact
one
that you're black.
in black African American that is a taboo.
You know, get in a car and drive with
Oh
me
my
through
God, he won't
Tennessee and
answer
Kentucky, and I'll show
shit,
you.
man. He just don't want to
Get in a
answer
car and
nothing.
drive with me through Louisiana.
Listen
and
to
I'll show
him.
you.
You know if
Come
I'm
on
with
down here.
you.
Come on down here to
Bro,
Miami and let's walk
are you
around
the
for a
only
little
one that,
while, and
that
I'll
gets to
show
ask
you how
questions?
quickly you're going to recognize what the color of your skin
This
will get you
motherfucker,
and won't get you.
he seems to think that this guy
Well,
hasn't
if I'm with
lived.
you, I'll be safe. That's for sure. That's
Not
Montel.
necessarily. Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Bro.
You know, I pulled up at an airport. I'm interested. I'm very interested you said
The
that.
funny thing,
You talk
Xanu,
about,
he
you
goes,
know,
man, the people in Africa
Michael
are
Jordan. Talk
much more
about
dangerous than anybody in
LeBron
America.
James.
Are you
Talk
fucking
about these
kidding me?
celebrities who literally we think the whole country puts on a pedestal. But I will guarantee you that, just like me, they felt the sting of racism
Oh, the
pulling
sting
up
of
to
racism. What
an
a great
airport, and a cop
tragedy,
comes
guys.
over and
What a
tells their
great
driver, "Get
tragedy.
that N-word's car out of here."
Oh, no.
You
Yeah, I
say
know.
I've sat on a hill
How many times I've been
at
fucking called
Marine
white
Corps
boy,
boot camp
cracker?
in Paris Island and saw a white priest talk about the fact that we need to pray for all those N's who are rioting on the streets of America.
Yeah. No,
I
sad
have,
history. Yeah.
what's that?
Sad history of America. Not that. Of course,
And
you
it
know that's
still
nice.
goes on today.
This guy's
But I'll tell you
reaching
something.
back
I
to the
lived in Westport for
60s.
5 years,
Bro,
Montel, and I
come
happened
on,
to
I
meet
man.
lived
Joseph.
in,
And
wait,
they told you, no, Jews told me also in this country. Even Gary Davis, or the tap dancer, made a comedy that a Jew was getting on the bus, and the bus driver said, "Get to the back," and he said, "Oh, you don't understand, I'm Jew." And he said, "Oh, for that matter, get off the bus."
Oh,
That
shit.
when Jews were in this country, they couldn't buy a house or rent a house in Westport, in Greenwich, in Darien.
Yeah,
They used
but
to
he don't
call
want to.
them
He don't want to
K
hear
word
nothing.
also.
No.
Get that K
He's
guy
just like, no,
club
you
out
listen
of
to what
here.
I'm saying,
They call them
and you just
wait,
back
they call the
down,
Japanese
or
names.
I
Yes,
lived in Greenwich, my friend.
I
And I'm
know,
going
of
to tell you
course.
that the entire
dude,
time that I lived
he
in Greenwich,
said you.
I felt the sting of racism while I was
The
living
sting
there,
of
driving
racism
down
in New
Greenwich
York,
Avenue. Are you kidding me?
guys.
No, I'm saying
Bro,
you're
in
right, but I'm giving
Greenwich.
you an example of another group of people who lived in this country and suffered in the hands of their own white neighbors, like Jews.
Guess
They
what?
told the K word.
Guess
Is that
what?
not?
But
Bro,
not one
Montel's a
time did
fucking
any state
vain,
write a bill that Jews could not
hubristic
be taught to read.
loser.
Yes.
Not in any state in America did any state write a law that said Jews are not allowed to marry other people. Not in
Yes.
one state in America did they write a law that said Jews are not allowed to vote. What we
Yes.
do know is that some of the Holocaust didn't have to happen. And you know why? Because we as the United States government recognized that all we had to do was bomb those damn train tracks.
Come on, get the fuck
We
out of
didn't
here,
do so.
dude.
We let
Dude,
those
we
train
had
tracks
we were
exist
dropping
all
dumb
through the entire war,
carpet bombing,
knowing that there
bro.
were
They
people
couldn't
being
even
put on
aim
them
that
and
shit.
being shuttled to their death.
God, you're stupid, man.
Now you're going to tell me that, oh, so yeah, they do have. No, I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of conversations. We know that
Damn,
time doesn't
dude's
permit
ignorant
us to
as
go
fuck,
into
man.
things that I, in my own personal views, things I have thought of. The examples I saw in Japan as of Korean slaves, especially comfort women and Zainichi,
Comfort
which is
girls.
second Korean, who live in Japan right now, can speak Korean, but they have segregated themselves, knowing very well they will never be looked up as humans because of the position once before as slaves. That is what every society did. I think the mistake we made here was to turn around and say, I can live in peace with my former slave owner. We should also bear that responsibility. We didn't take the right road. We
Yeah.
didn't. We should be known for the
Well,
first.
and I tell you what, we do come to an agreement.
Everybody
Is
agrees that we
the
all made a
black
bad.
community, the black community right now knowing that we are 14% of this GDP.
What? No, you're
14% of
not.
this GDP.
You're
if we
14%
decided
of
to
the
start
population.
boycotting those who boycott us,
Oh, goodness
a lot of
gracious.
things would change in this country.
Bullshit, dude.
But unfortunately, we can't do that, and we don't.
Why not?
Well, that's one that it's a bigger question than me.
Look,
Oh,
boys
I
have
see. He
always
just
been
makes
respected in this
statements with,
country,
he has
Mr.
nothing
Williams
to back them
Montel,
up.
and
He
you
just
could
says
start
something,
that trend.
you
That's
say
all I'm
why, and he
waiting
goes,
for.
well, there's
You
just
are a
some
very,
things,
very
you know,
grateful
that's
man.
just the
You've
way they
always
are.
treated me kindly and with respect.
That's just how, you know, that's
This
how the
is
cookie
this
crumbles,
is the
guys.
hottest you've given me, and I'm glad
Boy.
that two gentlemen of the
What a
same color
fucking
can discuss
lousy,
these very toxic,
lousy
but
fucking
when you
sophist.
say it's the hardest I've given you, I don't believe I'm giving you any kind of a hard time at all.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I mean in terms of
We're
I don't
population,
get it
we're
neither.
expressing
yes.
my views.
The guy
your
just won't
views.
quit crying
Our
about it.
views
Like,
may
bro, how
not
you gonna
may not
spend your whole life
coincide
crying about
completely.
this shit,
We
dude?
may come to
Get
the
over
same
it. Let
conclusion
go.
Yes.
looking
Move
at it two
on.
different ways. I
Yeah.
mean, you take a look at what they just discovered 3 or 4 days ago. You know, the whole world thought that the only way oxygen was created on this planet was through biological processes. And now we found out that
What the
in the
fuck?
deepest, darkest trenches of the ocean,
What the fuck does that
oxygen
have
is
to do
being
with
created
anything?
That's correct.
out of a minimal rock.
God, this guy. Man, it's just. Oh man, and the fact that he won't even respond to actually good.
There are still people on this planet right now today that will tell you
good
and argue
response.
with you
I mean,
as
it's like
vehemently as we
they
have
just
in our
bounce right
discussion
off of him.
that this Earth is flat. And
Oh,
how
yeah.
a person can come there.
I don't think he's smart
I
enough to
will-
realize
I'm
he's
a
getting
physicist,
trounced.
and I will not. I tell people I don't know. Is it flat or round? I don't know, but I have been told, and I've read books that says it is round, and I will accept it for now. And that ends the conversation because I never get into something I have no credibility. For example, Earth, and this is for people who study physics and all that. I must say, I study mass communication journalism. I'm not credible in that. So my answer always is, I don't know, but I have been taught in school it's round. And I
Well,
looked in a,
for me, I say I've seen it.
Good for you.
because yes, that's correct.
I
Because you
looked at it and I see it round.
yes,
Good.
I saw the
Right.
sun over there and I saw the darkness over there. I saw
Fantastic.
it with my own eyes. Now, some people
What is
say
that
what
like?
we see with our own
Bestows
eyes,
some incredible
we shouldn't believe.
extra IQ
so this
points
is my
on him?
challenge to you. You said
Okay.
something I totally agree. You said 14% of the 365 million people. That is a big number. That can make a huge
Yes.
dent. So you said if we start boycotting, which would mean automatically or simultaneously, we should also start creating like the Chinese have done, the Koreans have done, and everybody.
Like
and then
everybody
boycott,
else on
we
the
would have an
planet.
effect. They will listen to us. They will treat you. Why don't we start this year first? No, this is my challenge. Let's start this year. First, start by boycotting the elections.
Ooh.
I
You know,
think if we boycott the elections, we run ourselves the risk of no
We
longer
don't know,
existing.
Montel. Something
Huh?
you've not tried, you don't
The
know. You've
dude,
tried
he
it. So
refuses
I tell you,
no
1992
solution.
to 2024,
I
it's
refuse
32
any
years.
solution.
Of the
We
32
are
years,
just
Democrats have ruled for 20
we're in the
years.
fetal
with the same
position,
promise. What has changed?
and
Nothing. Republicans only had Clinton for 8 years.
they're like women.
And
This
then
guy's like a
interrupted by
woman. You
George
don't want to
Bush.
hear a
Then
solution.
Obama for 8 years. That's 16. And then Biden for 4 years. 20 years in 32 years. Nothing has changed. What boycotting it now will change, Montel? Why do you love elections so much? Let's
I
boycott.
believe
Got
right now,
him.
well, this particular election,
Dude.
because there's a person who has
She's got a
already
quarter
stated unequivocally
Jamaican.
that he agrees with the tenets that are in this 2025 project.
No,
And
I
those
saw
tenants-
it once
That we're
for
gonna
4 years, and it wasn't dangerous to me or to anybody. Many people would say, at least I have tested him for 4 years already. So what new?
And when I tested him, he's going to change. He is now already driving down the road.
Are you going to
extreme.
are you going to prosecute a man before he commit the crime?
Yeah.
Is what you mean he's going to
The
change?
dude ain't even committed the crime. You want to be
prosecuted for
judge,
crimes
jury,
he's
and
already
execution. Fucking
The
scum.
30,000 lies that he has already committed.
Dude.
No, those I have credibility. I can't even argue it with you because I would never know.
Right?
never-
Why is he
Well, how
already
about this?
gossiping?
Know this. Take a look at the fact that one of his biggest platforms while in office was to give tax cuts to a percentage of this country that never, ever, ever
We all
attempted
got
to use
tax
those tax
cuts.
cuts to better the rest of the
We
country.
got more tax cuts than
That's
the
what
rich
I'm
did.
about. And that's what I'm afraid of. And I'm also
You're
afraid of
afraid
the
of
fact that in that 2025 project, we're talking about going back and changing laws, the ability for
That's
people
what
of
a
different
democracy
races and
is
colors to
about,
marry?
man.
Are you kidding me? We're going to
There's
put together.
in defense, I also have I have people with whom I hold conversations in defense of him. There is no way he has been credited to be the author of Project 2025, Montel.
Oh, I never thought he was
Has
the
been
author.
trying.
He's also already multiple times embraced it, then turned around and
Exactly.
lied and
Man,
said that he
fuck
doesn't
this
even
guy.
know what it is.
Well, they
Okay.
expire. A lot of
guy
them
on
do.
one
That
side
one
of his
just
mouth
did with the
says
stupid
nothing
healthcare
will
subsidies.
This
They
is- wait,
expire.
hold on a
They
second.
put
Wait, one
expiration
more.
dates on them.
This is the guy who, whether
My dad used to
whether
say
you
that. They
wanna
always
look
had
at
new
it
laws,
as
but they never
just
get
take a
rid of
look
any.
at
Yeah, because
the
they put fucking
information
time limits
that
on them.
was
Remember the assault
released
rifle
in
ban?
the
That
Epstein
expired.
files. Here's a man who said on national television in front of everybody in this country, I don't know who this man is, yet appears in over 100 pictures with him, kissing him,
What does this have to do with
sitting with
anything?
him, kissing him on the head, sitting with him with underage girls. Here's a man who went on radio himself and said that he liked to sneak into the beauty pageants that he ran for teenage girls.
Dude,
while they
Miss
were
Universe
undressing.
are not teenage
If anybody
girls.
else had done that, they would be called a voyeur or a peeping Tom. They would be
Yes.
arrested for child molestation.
Dude,
But they aren't arresting this guy.
I know a
This
man
guy
also.
who-
I know a man
that shit
you like-
happened
I know a
years
man also
before he
that you like
ran.
so much. He
Who's
left
that?
from a state coming all the way to DC. Behind him was a trail of women suing him left and right. He settled one.
Bill fucking
$50,000,
Clinton, bitch.
And then he defamed and destroyed the life of a young girl entrusted in his hands while he was sitting in one of the most powerful chairs in this country. And you
Yeah,
didn't go after
got
him,
his dick
Montel.
sucked at the
That is Bill
Resolute
Clinton.
desk.
Wait a minute.
Are you
Wait,
talking
who's
about?
Oh, now-
things
oh,
Donald
how
Trump
dare
said
you.
He did when it was a celebrity that it disqualifies him. How about when you campaign for Clinton even after he has defamed
Gets his dick
Monica
sucked
Lewinsky?
at the Resolute
I
desk.
own.
This
I-
guy's a fucking
I
scumbag, man.
literally campaigned. I never really campaigned for Clinton. I literally just threw my support in for Clinton before the election.
Well, then that
Beloved
means you
by
don't
the-
even
you quoted your
read
name.
or study.
You were beloved by the Clintons.
You just give your
Oh,
dude.
wait, I appeared.
He
I
thinks
went
this
to
is like a
multiple
defense. It's
events
not. It's the
with
opposite.
Clinton as I've
It's like,
gone to
damn it.
events with Donald Trump. I stopped supporting Clinton the day the Monica Lewinsky story broke.
Okay, sure
I'm
you
on
did.
record on my television show for not supporting him the day that happened. I don't believe in child molesters. I think that right there to me
She
is
was a grown
nefarious
woman,
and
for
evil
Christ's sake.
intent. Now, though she was over the age of 21,
Oh my
I still didn't agree with that. So,
Dude.
when we look at
He's the president. Of course you
Donald
didn't.
Trump, and we look at the fact that there are numerous women coming forward at the age of 16, 15, talking about having had relationships with this
What are you
man.
talking?
That's something I can't.
Well, that's
I can't
fine. That's
in
fine.
any
Then just
way,
go.
shape, or form look myself in
Beat
the
it on
mirror
down the line,
knowing that
bucko.
I'm supporting a person who is willing to rape a child.
No, you have more access. I give that to you. I will never be able
Yeah,
to.
I mean,
either
honestly,
speak
this
for it or
asshole, he's
defend
like,
it because I
the
have no
idea
credibility.
of going
I've
back
never been
and
around him,
changing
known him,
laws that have
done-
been
but
set in
your
the past.
capacity and as a
Yo,
celebrity,
man, what the
I know
fuck
that
do you
have
think this
access.
government
And I'll leave
is,
that,
dude?
Of course, and not even challenge it.
Bro, we can go fucking
really,
burn the
I am
Constitution
grateful
if
that
we
it's
want.
that
That's
it's
the
a
fucking
brain
that's
out
what
there like yours. You're
what our
still
government
relevant.
is,
I must tell
man.
you that when I
Do
say your
whatever the
name,
fuck
people are
we
like, oh my
want
God,
if-
I wish
if-
to say him. We are
if
throwing
we
you an
vote
invitation to
on it.
Bridgeport. Because one of my students who went to Africa with me happened to have, and I'm sorry to say, MS, and always
Yeah.
talk about
Oh,
you.
I mean,
You were
fuck,
one
man.
of his inspiration. She's now a PhD holder and has her own chef business
This guy,
in
he's
New
just-
York.
he's just not very
And she
clever.
would just she would cook
I think
a special
he's been
dish,
around
he said.
people that kissed his ass his whole life, probably.
That's great.
He's
Well,
used to being a pretty boy and
let's
shit.
continue this conversation, though. I mean, I think
And he just
when I said to you earlier about the fact
average
that
at best, middling at
I'm
best.
not even as convinced that we need to boycott as much as we just need to make sure we know where to spend.
He's like a male
Okay.
Kamala
There's
Harris.
a little difference in that. I'm not out to
Little
hurt
bit.
anybody
He
else's
can handle
business,
himself in a conversation
but
a
I
little
am
better.
out to help our businesses.
Not
Mhm.
much.
Completely help our businesses.
Oh yeah.
You
Why
talk
didn't
about
you
the
already
fact
do
that
it?
We have a litany, a list of African Americans in the top
Why'd
1%.
you wait
And,
till
look,
now?
You know, this may sound like something disparaging against my own people, and I'm not trying to do
Midway,
that. But I'm
absolutely.
gonna say,
But the
you know, I'm
internet,
a
man, it
Baltimore
really
boy.
strips
from
motherfuckers of
Baltimore,
their
Maryland.
little fucking
You ever heard of
facades
this
and
term
shit.
called the bucket crab syndrome?
They, yeah,
You know what I'm
crapful.
talking about?
Yeah.
Now, why?
We know-
Why is that ingrained in the psyche of African Americans?
It ain't because of
Every
us.
step along the way since we've been on this continent,
They're that
we've
way
had
in
to
Africa too.
scrap some cases pull another brother down to just get our foot on the first step.
What the fuck are you talking
But
about? When
that's
I
now
was in
become
school,
a
I
genetic
remember
trait.
black kids that did excellent. They would do excellent in school, and then I'd see them getting made fun of and bullied by the other black kids, saying, "Why are you trying to act white, dog? Which you bootlicker? Why are you trying to be white? Why are you showing out, dog? This and that, busting his balls. I mean, just shredding this kid for like 3 years in a row." And they weren't getting ahead. They weren't even trying to get ahead. All they were trying to do was stomp him back down. So, I mean, I've seen the shit firsthand. This guy's fucking, he's just straight up lying. He knows it ain't like that.
Isn't it so interesting that we have more African American billionaires than we've ever had in the history of the world in America? I agree with you with that 100%.
It's probably the same for every other race, too.
How
Probably the
hard
most
would it be
millionaires ever for every race.
to get together on New Year's Eve?
What does
like
that mean?
some of the Caucasian billionaires do on
Fuck
New
this
Year's Eve,
scumbag.
and have a forum about how we want to impact the next year.
Oh, like what, with the
I like that.
WEF?
Now,
we don't do that.
The shit that we think is
At least
evil?
You put questions to the behavior, not like Umar Johnson, who just
Oh,
thinks
well,
he
Umar
has the
Johnson
answers.
is a
Those
fucking
questions you
straight
ask
up
about
charlatan.
That behavior, I think I'm going to reserve it.
That dude is a
There's going to be a
charlatan.
chance for me to sit face to face with you, and you would fall in love with my conclusions about that behavior, and you will forgive them. I know. I have done it many places.
I forgive too, because I'm going to tell you, like you had said, what stops us has been what's been ingrained in us, and you're absolutely
By
right.
your
When
families.
one generation
Your
teaches
own
another generation
people.
teaches another generation teaches another generation, that's
Yep.
how we have racism that it still exists on this planet.
That's why we went
That's
to
how
the
we have
moon,
the
you
hatred
fucking
that we
prick.
have existing
That's why
on this
you
planet
live in a
right
good
now.
country.
Because
That's
one
why,
generation tells another generation tells another generation and don't want to let it go.
fuck, man. He don't want to let nothing go.
It's time.
He don't want to let nothing go.
This I will agree with you 100%.
White people,
It's time
you let
for us as
everything
the
go,
African American community
but
to stop
us,
saying
we're gonna
that
hang on to the hate. We need
can't.
that hate.
That's correct.
But y'all gotta
Yes,
let
we
it
can.
go,
I'll give you an
man.
example. A young brother I know,
This dude's a fucking
and I'm
jerk.
so sorry the name is slipping me
Jabron.
right this second, but I'll
Jabroni.
remember before I finish this sentence. I know a young African American
African American. Come on,
who
dude.
is trying to start a new banking system in the United States. Matter of fact, Martin Luther King's daughter is a part of this project.
Ooh, whoa.
I'm a part of this project. Because what we're trying to do is trying to say, let's reinvent the entire process by which people are given an opportunity. Where and why do not a lot of African Americans have generational wealth? We
Because
don't
they're
have it
poor with
because
money.
A lot of us haven't gotten to the point where we can buy a home
Dude.
that will then
Why?
go
Because you
up in
can't
value,
save?
be sold.
There's such a thing
Like
as
the
being
collective,
nigger
let's say the
rich.
patriarch or the matriarch.
When you
That
got a
money then
fucking
filters
Cadillac
back down to the
Escalade in your
family.
driveway and
That
you live in
money
a
is
fucking
used, if
shanty or a
used
shack.
correctly, can be reinvested in other ways to start businesses.
I mean,
that
there's a
will
fucking
generate,
term
okay?
for it.
Some of that has been because of institutional prohibition.
They think
on
money
giving African
is to
Americans
show
loans
how great they are.
for homes that
That's
they
how they express
So
what a
this
great
young
person they are.
entrepreneur that I know
It's funny. I remember my parents. They'd be like,
offered,
"Don't you
if we have
fucking
so
dare
many
spend money on
African-American
some
families
bullshit that you don't
renting,
need if you're
and we
sleeping in
know
your
they make their
car,
rent payment
or
every
you know,
single month.
if
I'm
you're
not
not
talking about the ones that
paying your
don't. I'm talking about
bills,
the
how
ones that
dare
do.
you buy some
Yeah.
extra shit?"
Why should we not allow those who have
They're
the
the
ability
opposite.
to make that rent payment every month
Bro,
turn that rent payment into a mortgage payment?
they will push off
Oh.
their rent to get
Why
wigs
should we
and
not
nails
say,
and shit.
if I've looked at your record for the last 3 years, you've been renting for the last 3 years, you've been paying this amount of money in rent
Gold shit in their
for a
teeth,
2-bedroom apartment,
jewelry,
where in
jewelry.
the same state, a couple blocks over, you could have bought a 1 or 2
They buy
bedroom
all that shit.
house
They don't
And then
invest
have
it.
an asset.
for 15% less than you're paying in rent.
This,
And if you had been
if
paying
you
that
look
rent,
and
not
see
missed
how
that
much
rent,
money African Americans make or black people make in America, they make as much as everybody else. But they spend way more than everybody else. Way more. They cannot save because they spend it just as fast as it comes in. That ain't our fault, man. That is not our fucking fault, dude.
all come to me and let
Learn
me
how to handle
give
your
you a
money. It's a
mortgage
tool.
so that now you can be a
Use money as a
homeowner
tool.
rather than a renter. You can start building that that generational wealth that other communities have been able to do.
Generational
You
wealth.
talked about it earlier. How come other races in America aren't seeing the same plight we have? If you look at some of those races, from the Jewish community to
The
the Asian
Asian.
community to the Hispanic community,
Yeah, why do they do
a
so
lot of
good
them
compared to y'all?
get together, pool money, help
Dude!
others in their same community, start to ascend to a
Are
higher
you fucking kidding
level
me?
of being.
What you
The
have
Asians band together to
What
do
you have
that.
described, the crabs in a bucket, come to the continent of Africa.
Ah!
It's worse than you see it here.
I told
Montel,
you.
I'm telling you something. I have huge credibility to be able to look at the life of blacks in the
Goddamn right,
Caribbean,
dude. Shut
life
up.
of blacks in communities
I've left my house
in
like
Europe,
twice in the last
America,
week and a
and
half. You
the
know,
continent, and tell
I've been
you
injured the last
there is
month.
nothing
Somebody
happening you have
fucked my
described
shoulder up
that
and
is not
I
happening
broke
on the
my
continent.
ribs.
It's worse. We do
But-
not pull together.
Yeah,
We
it's
don't
ridiculous.
support each other's business. It's a problem we discuss on the continent. And so what I have done in the last 13 years during my 9-country tour, and then I came back from
They're
3
very
a month
selfish
ago,
and
is
impulsive.
to begin to let college students not make the conclusions of why, but ask, why is that so peculiar to only one
This is what it
single
is. I
race
actually
on Earth?
damaged the other shoulder the exact same way in a bike accident.
That one, my friend, you have way more
Oh,
experience on the African
shit
continent than I
happens,
do.
my
I
dude.
question.
I want to
do
share
have-
with you what I've
But-
seen.
I mean, I'm
Okay, well, let me
halfway dead
jump in for
anyway,
just a
so
second.
it's like, dude, how much
I
longer
have
am I really gonna have to deal with it?
especially recently,
You know,
when
I'm not
we
so
know
worried
that
about it. Like I was fit, like I'm
technology on this
15 or
planet
something.
only exists because of the minerals and things that are coming off the African continent.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Cobalt.
Uranium in South Africa.
All of these precious minerals
Dude's an idiot.
Yes.
that this continent could shut the world down.
Bullshit.
If it said, "Get the, you know what, off of my land," no, you're not allowed here anymore.
Dude,
You
we
want
feed
this?
these
Give me the
people.
machinery. Give
Bro,
me the
then you
10-year
ain't getting no
contract.
first aid.
I will employ my people and dig it up for you,
No.
and we will give it to you at X number rate.
Nope.
I don't understand why that doesn't happen.
Very
Because
simple. I just told you.
Yes?
Well, no one is stealing no mineral from Africa. These are all things made up to make Africans angry and explain why they're not doing it. Give the machinery and the money to the African who is sitting on gold in Ghana or diamonds in Sierra Leone or cobalt in the Congo. You won't get a bucket of any of those
Nothing.
shipped to Europe. It
Fucking
won't happen.
nothing.
The only reason
It's a
it's coming
fact.
out is simply because they come to ship it. They don't steal it. That's what I say. It's a long discussion. You would be blown away. You would agree with me, and you would have a peace of mind that there is nothing wrong, Montel. I'm honest
Man,
about
there's
this
a documentary
particular
called
one. I am
Empire
telling
of
you
Dust
right now,
about a
if- okay,
Chinese
January 5th, 1990.
construction man with the
South
Belt and Road
Africa turned
Initiative
around.
helping Ghana
100%
build
parliament
roads.
were blacks.
The entire
The
thing
entire
is him
corporate
just shaking
black.
his head
They were
saying,
allowed to hire, and they
like,
put
what
in
the
place
fuck?
a law that says
Every day
they will hire
they have to
3
measure
black
the
people
liters of
before
fuel in the
hiring
tank of the
a
trucks,
black man.
because they'll
It's
steal
32
it.
years
They come
now.
in,
South Africa
fucking half
now
the
cannot keep on
supplies are
electricity
gone,
for
half the
24
conduit's
hours.
missing.
Water
They
is
steal
not
it.
flowing
They don't
anymore.
show
I
up
went
on
to
time. They show up whenever they feel like it.
Amanzimtoti, Durban,
I mean,
last year, trains have died on the tracks.
you just see the Chinese people being like,
I met at
fucking
UNISA,
hate
University of
these
South
people.
Africa,
Like
with
straight up, one of them
28
goes,
professors.
"It's all so tiresome."
11 of them were blacks, and the rest was white, and they both spoke the same language.
And he
that they should give
reamed
the
the dude
thing back
out
to the
because he
whites.
goes, you know, you had better infrastructure than we
But
did
is
in
that because we
1930,
don't have
and
the
you have
ability
nothing
to
now.
run that country,
You
or
fucking
is
let
that
it
because
rot and go to hell.
There has been
I mean, the guy, you could tell he's
efforts that
pained
have
about it.
thwarted the
Like,
ability for us to run the country.
you know how hard we had
there
to
is
work to
nowhere
get shit like
in
this, and you just
earth
let
where
it go,
any
like a bunch of
artificial effort ever
retards.
thwart somebody's ability. 14 countries were taken by USSR, Union of Soviet Socialist Republic, for 40 years. The Ukraine you see today, the Bulgaria, the Poland, were all part of the USSR. They were held down. They spoke only Russia. The radio stations, everything, their cultures were seized. Museums were demolished. 1989, it is, right? Under Gorbachev, perestroika, glasnost,
yeah.
and the wall went down. The 14 countries became free. What do you see there today? Skype was invented immediately from Estonia.
Oh.
And today, technology is booming across all 14
Bam.
countries. So no,
Come get you some.
colonization never steals away from people ability. It is the
No.
balloon effect. You sit on it, yes. Once you get up, it will go back up. Tell me, Montel, why 54 countries is on one planet, 13 black countries in one area, the Caribbean, put together 68. Name one single black country on Mother Earth that is fully industrialized.
It's so
You want to
crazy
tell
now.
me-
If you look,
Like he's
I
gonna
keep
fucking
telling you,
hem and
go-
haw
go
about
back
it.
and look. I know one of the plans that Muammar Gaddafi had was trying to come up with a single African currency.
After he has
that's-
failed his
that's rough.
country, he was trying to win support from outside. No man should be given AK-47 for 42 years. He could have changed that place into Denmark. No, Gaddafi was the craziest man God ever put as a leader of any country. One, he was not well educated. He came from down Benghazi to come down, to go through the ranks to become, and then overthrew King Aziz from emotion. And he held his country down for
Yeah.
42 years. No competition. And look at Libya. He created one of
destroyed
the
it.
largest lazy people on earth.
Yeah.
When he failed,
fucked
he
it up.
began to want Africans to make him president of Africa when you couldn't even keep 2.7 million people
Yeah, Pan
developed.
Africa.
Think
And they
about
had
it.
fucking liquid
So
gold.
where
Just
is
a
the-
fucking
where is
fountain
the
blowing
where
gold
is
in
the
the air.
legitimate?
And
I'm
they
not
couldn't
saying-
make that
I'm
work.
using it so loosely, but where's the legitimate Gaddafi? Where's the person that can unite Africa and say, it is now time for us to stop
In Europe, bro.
being
America.
this
It's a white
third
guy.
world?
This Pan-African movement
It's
is
bullshit.
nonsensical emotion. Here, Nigeria has 211 distinct tribes. My country is only 6.5 million people, Benin Republic, and we have 51 tribes. If I travel 3 miles north, I can't speak. I need an interpreter.
What?
We couldn't even unite Benin, and now you want to unite Africa.
All right,
That
you
is
can't
the
even
most
unite a little
stupid
fucking-
decision I've ever heard coming from anybody. Nigeria is too.
Seriously.
They are fighting every day, killing each other. You know, Kenya has only 47 tribes, 47 counties, never
They
42
call
tribes.
the Indians the
They
48.
can't unite. The Luos, the Kikuyus, the Kalenjin, the Maasai. They can't. Somalia, Sudan,
Well, the
you go
Kikuyus,
down.
that was in that,
Everyone has a problem. The Rwandans, 2 major tribes in Rwanda, and they kill each other. So
South
if the
or
countries
something in
can't even unite with the
With Robert
pluralistic
Redford, Meryl
tribes they
Streep,
have, now they're
from
going to be
Africa,
one
or-
Africa? Impossible.
Impossible.
So what do we do? So what do you do in the next 100 years to get Africa to start to see that that division
Those
has
are
to
people,
end
man.
before
Those are
they will
fucking
ever
people you're
come
talking about,
from
dude.
where they are now?
They're not just like these
Yeah,
to at least
amorphous
become part
countries that you
of a-
just.
of
It's like
a modern-
Yeah, it's like, what would you say to the fish in 100 of years? The fish can't climb.
Right? Why can't you climb out of the water, asshole?
No, the division we have to question, and I have my own theories about it. Yes, it is quite sad if you hear it.
It is.
If you don't attend to it with emotion, and you are able to suppress
is.
the
It's
emotion
like
and listen to it,
65,
because look, I
I
am
think.
blacker than
Average
anyone can.
65,
I have
70,
taken
so,
pride
yeah,
in my
it's
culture.
not
When I lived
good.
in South Korea, when I lived in Japan, you know me. My room is all Africa, but I know it that even in Benin, I am not a Beninois.
See, he's not
Because
trying to
if
fool
I go
himself.
outside Benin and they ask me, how do you marry in Benin? What is my answer? I can only describe how it's done in my tribe. So that will be true. But if I describe it as Benin, that is a lie for the rest of the people. If they ask me, what do you eat in Benin? There is nothing like that. What is the culture of Benin? There is nothing like that. What is the language of Benin? There
They
is
have
nothing
nothing
like
tying
that.
them
So
together.
who is a Beninois then?
They
We are
never
just tribes,
united.
Montel. In a 6.5 million people, if they see my last name, they know what tribe I come from. You know
Wow.
Angelique Kidjo?
Okay.
Yeah, she's from Benin. That's my mother's tribe. And then you know Jimo Honsu, Amistad. That's the only famous 2 people from Benin. Okay? If I say my last name at an airport in Benin, they know my tribe.
What?
I'm worse than an N-word person
Yeah, I know,
here in
yeah.
America. This is the truth. Just ask many people. Same with Nigerians. There are tribes in Nigeria, major tribes. If they come to the airport and show their passport, their last name can tell where they come from. If you go to Rwanda some 30 years ago, just being a
That's what I
Tutsi,
thought, yeah.
you are a cockroach.
Ooh.
And Hutu immigration will do whatever they can do.
Oh man, that's gross.
So where did it go wrong? Now, you take a small portion of all those into one ship and bring them to America, and you are expecting that they will unite? That's a DNA. You ask me, what should we do? The first thing is to at least
Acknowledge
AA
it.
will say, acknowledgement of what went wrong. But when you make a conclusion with
the
colonization,
white people.
you're done. You're not going to solve your problem.
Nope.
If you make a conclusion with
do you
racism,
solve
you're
a
not going to solve your
problem that
problem.
doesn't
So
exist?
conclusions have become our most terrible enemies.
Yo. They don't want to confront it.
Very interesting.
Fuck, man. He finally
I know
got
an
his
ML
ass.
like you will see the depth of this.
Finally got his ass, didn't he? It
Yeah,
took this
only very, very
motherfucker 2 damn fucking shows,
Yeah.
man.
And I will again tell you.
He-
I will again tell you. I think, you know,
You got me. I'm a
you ever
fucking
heard
idiot.
something called the beach ball theory? You know what a beach
Dude,
ball looks like?
and this, he reacted
No,
like I
beach
did.
ball-
Like, it's fucking.
Beach ball has 6 colors on it. Okay, on
Oh
one
my
side
God,
of the
bro,
beach
this
ball,
is some elementary
it
shit
goes,
right here.
let's
Isn't
say
it?
red, blue,
Fuck
white,
me, man. This is some elementary shit
goes
right here.
yellow.
Dude, what'd you just get out of fucking
Orange,
kindergarten,
green.
man?
Okay, if I'm holding the red, blue, white,
Did your friend
I'm
show
holding
that
it
to
like
you
this
at
for you to look
recess
at.
yesterday, Montel?
what do you see? Red, blue, white, right?
I would describe the whole beach ball as red, blue, right.
That's right. If I twist it like this,
Oh my
all
god.
Yep.
of a sudden it became green, red,
Exactly.
blue.
Yes.
Now I get to see just a little bit of what you're thinking about. And though I may
Oh
sit here,
my
well, I'm thinking, no,
God.
it's not red, blue, white. It's green, orange,
Oh my
yellow.
god. We're not
Listen,
really
no, it's red, blue, white.
disagreeing.
No, it's green,
I,
orange, yellow.
I agree with you,
That's right.
even though I just spent
Now all of a
fucking an
sudden,
hour
it's white,
trying to fight you on
yellow,
that.
orange.
But now I'm gonna
That's correct.
you got green,
use this little
blue,
analogy here to.
Really?
Dude, nobody
Very
fucking.
interesting.
Twisting that ball.
Look, the dude's got a
Yes.
shit-eating
I
grin
keep
on his
seeing
face
other
laughing. He's like, bro, you know you
Very-
look like a fucking
very
retard
interesting.
saying
It's
this right
very
now.
good that we both can sit down and see the whole ball
Yes.
and not just 3 points.
That's a good
That's
one,
what-
dude. That's a
Yes.
good one. I like that one.
I can agree with you with some of what you say,
Yes.
but because of my perspective,
Well, where's your rebuttal then?
I only get to see these 3. This is what I've seen
Where's
for
your
my
retort,
life.
homeboy?
But I'm willing to see another color.
I wish many people
I'm
would
willing
say
to look at it.
yes,
Huh?
yes.
That's all.
yes,
That's really all
yes.
the guy's
I wish
looking
many
for
people
is
can
like, dude,
even
show some
think
fucking
like this.
humility
That's
and admit
quite,
you don't have
yes,
the answers,
admirable.
bro. Admit
agree
what
with
you're
you.
selling is
A
fucking
lot of
snake
people
oil.
won't
Let's move on
Take the
from there.
time because the second
Yeah,
you
big
say
time.
that ball's
His
not what I
fucking
thought
pants
it
are
was,
down around his
all of a
ankles. That's what's
sudden,
going on.
All hell
question
breaking
who I am.
Exactly.
He doesn't show his ass.
Exactly.
And so it's good to have repartee like this.
Well, certainly,
Yes.
but I
It's
wouldn't
good
say
to
it
be
was much a
adamant in our
repartee. He pretty
like
much,
this.
Yeah.
Because
he just
it
got
really
chewed
is,
up is
from
what
my
happened.
perspective, all I want to do is let you see it just a little differently than you saw it at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
You succeeded. Yep.
Now that he's lost,
Yeah.
now it's like, no,
Thank
it's
you.
not about winning
Yeah.
or losing.
I knew
I just
actually
wanted to get
say-
you to see
my
it a little
engineer
bit.
say, would you do 30 minutes? I said, not Montel. I can't say. I'm just going to open the box and.
It's going to take me more than 30 minutes to convince this
so much.
retard.
Thank you, sir. And no, before we go, for
Yes.
those who get to see this,
Yes.
they need to understand
That you're a
this isn't
retard.
just 2 black men arguing with each other.
Yes.
This is 2 very, 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 very
Hey, don't say intelligent.
concerned
Okay, good. Good.
black men.
Fuck, man, because if he said
trying to
intelligent,
find
bro,
equal ground. That's all
I
it's
would have
all
just
That's it. That's
fucked
it.
my TV up, man.
Wow, that's a strong finishing, and I like it. I salute you. Well, hey everybody,
My
this
goodness,
is
that guy.
ZANU Project Rethink
You know,
and Jack Montel.
You know, I
from
watched the
Free
show a couple
Thinking.
times when
Thank
I
you
was
so
younger,
much.
man. He
And
didn't
I
come
know you
off
talk-
so fucking
talk about-
stupid, but you know, sometimes, you know,
Do it
the
again.
people,
Bye
Yes,
bye.
sir. Bye-bye.
you know, people can prick holes in those facades and really just shit all over you. And, you know, that's what just happened.
ZANU Project Rethink. My name is Frank Zano, and I have in the studio
Honestly,
with
this is
me
one of my
this
favorite.
morning Darlene Noel Tense.
One of my
Darlene
favorite.
is
And he
the
actually is putting
CEO
out
of
like,
Nexus
he put something out like 2 days ago we
Consulting,
watched.
which is a licensed, he's a licensed
it's-
business
it's,
coach and
fresh.
consultant. Darlene, welcome to
And
the
it's
show.
it's also current, you know,
Thank
so
you
they
for
talk
having
about
me. It's a
Trump
pleasure
or
to
whatever's
be
going
here and just
like that.
have this dialogue and friendly conversation with you today.
Wonderful. Yes, so I did receive your note, and if I can remember the topic clearly, so let me see if I can state it properly. If not, correct me. Your topic that you sent to me was do people need God/religion?
I mean,
to be
honestly,
successful?
I like the guy
That's
saying
right.
it. The
That's
dude
correct.
is just,
That's correct.
you know,
Do we need
he's,
God
he's
to be
very
successful? Do we need
unpretentious.
religion to be successful?
I really
Okay, so
like,
I've
you know,
taken the
that
time to
is
think
something
about
I
it, and I just
always
have a couple
admire
of
in
questions
people.
since it is
Somebody
your topic.
who doesn't,
All I'm going to do this morning is
who's
play
not
the devil's
constantly
advocate,
trying to
and
puff
so that you can
themselves
help
up. You know, the
clarify
guy's
what you mean
very
to the audience.
unassuming.
So,
All he does is
how did that
really
come
ask
about?
questions, unless you make a big butch that he can
That
just
came
flat out
about
refute.
really
But you know,
from
he's very.
my past experience being so active within the
You know, he puts things in
Christian
a nice,
faith,
concise, simple
and as a
package. I
business
like it.
coach and consultant, catering to the Haitian
I also
community
like people
and
that could
all
put assholes
people.
like Montel in their
I
place.
started taking notice when I started doing some different research of how are my clients the most successful clients, and
I mean,
about
dude,
their
Montel,
talks
isn't
from
he
my
like just like a
mentorship.
black knockoff
And
Jerry
I
Springer?
started noticing
Pretty much.
that I was attracting a lot of religious clients, and from my research, and I started noticing that not too many of them were successful within the program, and that started raising a lot of questions for me, especially now in politics, where I usually mix politics and religion, and I mix religion,
Man, that
politics,
fucking lady,
and
what's her
business.
name? Katie, whatever, that
those
did them
are the three
interviews.
topics really
What a
that
psycho, my
are
dude.
highly engaging
Like,
to me,
bro,
and I
that
love
lady's
talking
fucking
about
crazy,
them.
man.
And that's how it started. And I started talking to you about different topics.
Yeah,
and
you know what
boom,
I'm
it was
saying,
like, okay,
though?
why don't we
Like,
do a show
fuck.
about success and
Off a
religion?
rocker.
All right. So, well, you've heard Darlene. The question is, does God and religion make people successful, or do people need God or religion to be successful? All right. So I'm going to focus on the word success.
Yes.
I think we all read it. There was a king known as Solomon, and he
Rather than-
was going to be a king, and he needed to be successful as a king. So he asked God for help, and God said, "What do you need?" And he said, "I don't need money or power. I just simply need wisdom."
No, you're
God
right.
gave him a lot of wisdom.
I mean, and
According to
really,
the story,
you know, it's not that
Solomon
he's
became a very
following it.
successful king.
He's driving
That's
the
right.
argument for sure.
What would you say to that?
Oh, you're talking about no, I was talking
What
about
would I
that.
say to
I
that
think-
story? First of
or
all,
is she running
it's
for
not
Virginia
only the
against Winsome Sears?
story that
The
I want to
chubby
look
cunt that-
into.
I'm not doing
because
this.
I can't really
I'm doing 7
know what the
follow-ups.
narrator was thinking at the time, because the story
She's a
is not
bitch,
really
man.
from
That's a real
direct
bitch right there, dude. A
what's
real
the word here? I'm
bitch.
stumbling over
Narration.
narration,
those
right?
people to win.
So when I think, if I were to just dive into
Fuck.
the what you just said,
You know, you could
about
tell
him
that
being
she's
in
been
a dream
she's
and
had
God
that, like,
appearing to
she's had
him
her
and
way her
asking
whole
for
life.
wisdom,
Her
and
dad
said that I will make
let
you
her
the
boss,
richest
let her
man
boss him
that
around. You
ever
could tell.
lived. And yes, the story
Like, she has
reported
never
that
been told
he
no.
was the richest
Never.
man. Till this day, no
Dude,
one
because
has
that's
ever
shameful
met his
behavior.
match. But
To behave that way in front of other
how
humans,
do we measure
that shit
that
is
success
shameful,
with
dude.
today's time? We can't
Like,
fully measure it, right?
You know, I mean, I can't
So
even imagine
therefore,
what,
to
what the
that,
hell my family would say to
and
me
to
if I
even
did some
put
shit
this
like
into
that. They'd be like,
perspective
bro,
with me now,
shit,
knowing
you ain't a part of this family
what
no
I
more,
know about
motherfucker.
the power of my mind, right?
But she's probably the center
power
of attention in
my
her
experience
family,
and my
so
environment
you know
and
how
my
that goes.
connection, and what is accessible to me, and what is accessible, what I can do with it. I don't set a limitation. Okay, because how often do you dream about success? How often do I dream, or how often does another even fantasize about
Okay,
success?
let's leap forward from the biblical stories, which is quite way back there, and come into the contemporary times we live in. I've seen so many people who have used God and religion.
Let's talk about
to be
some
very
shit that's
successful. Let's say,
fucking
for
pertinent,
example,
shall we,
T.B.
man?
Jakes, we have Creflo Dollar, we have T.B. Joshua of Nigeria, and we have Joel Osteen,
And we have-
and
oh, I was
many,
just gonna
many,
say.
many more. Of course,
Joel
they are all very
Osteen,
successful. Creflo Dollar is flying around in $69 million private jet.
Yeah,
That's right.
G6s and shit.
They are both in the religion and God business, and they are successful. So how can you say people don't need God to be successful?
I raised the question.
Yeah.
Do we need God or
But they have
religion
needed
to
him.
be
I would say
successful?
this.
They have needed him, and they have used him to be successful.
Apparently,
they are among the
our
10%
ancestors
rich
seem to
people in this
think
country.
Who's to say
that
they
God
ever
was
needed
necessary.
them?
So
Well, that's what
Who's to say they
perhaps we
ever
do
needed
well
God?
to listen
But that's
or
the
to
business they
heed
do. They sell
their
God every
advice.
Sunday.
Uh-huh.
You
They
know,
pray, they say it all the time. So let's
No,
say a
we
family
certainly
in a
aren't
certain deep
perfect.
village in Africa, for example, they've been praying to be rich. Their business never works, even though they pray all the time. And then their daughter became very sick, and they prayed hard. Every daughter or every kid was dying from the same disease. Theirs didn't die. And they said because they prayed to God, God listened, and that's why their daughter came out successfully. Would you say that they are
way.
wrong? It wasn't God?
First, we have to take a step back.
Yeah.
Now, let's raise the question, what is God or who is God?
Yeah.
Because the way you describe God may not be the way I describe God or
Right.
anyone else.
it's a higher power.
To one, God could simply be a supreme being.
It could simply be
Creator,
a
ruler
construct
of all things,
the collective human
right?
consciousness
Especially,
too.
and let's look at the statistics.
It could be a lot
right?
of things. It doesn't matter.
According
though.
to
The
United
idea
Nations,
is what matters.
our world population is over 8 billion. According to statistics, 31% of the world population identified as Christians.
Okay.
7% identified as atheists,
Okay.
and some others as agnostic. Let's look at China, the leading nation.
Yeah, she just
followed by
debated that Winsome
Japan,
Sears lady.
which we could
I like that lady.
argue
She
that
fucking,
they do
you
have
know,
Shinto,
she-
I
I
believe,
think
and
believe she was a
Hinduism,
Marine.
but
I mean,
largely
fuck,
mostly
man.
atheists or
that
agnostic.
goes pretty hard.
Then we have South Korea, and we have Denmark. I'm naming certain developing countries to draw a distinction of faith-based and non-faith-based countries, and to see how they've done so well without a God. It's not only to individuals now. We have to look at the whole, right? So if we have the population of over 8 billion, then 31% of the world population identified as a Christian base, others as Muslim being over 1 billion, and Hinduism being over 1 billion, and Jews being and over hundreds of millions, right, being the least. So, and at the same time, let's take a look at the level of poverty. Right, we have
sounds fucking dumb.
we have over 30% of people around the world living in extreme poverty. Over 50% are just barely maintaining, and the rest are just between middle class or wealthy, etc. So,
I think you make a point by saying you're trying to point out to countries that believe in God and countries that doesn't believe in God.
yeah, but I
And
want to
also
get to your
definition
the
of
leaders
God,
mentioned.
right? Okay. And you're right about maybe 31% of the world population live in poverty. Yes, they live in poverty, which means you're talking about financial wealth. Could they be successful in other areas of those poor places? Or are you saying that those places, in addition to financial wealth, they failed in everything? They could
Right.
be successful in just simply human interaction and relationships, which we believe is true. Now, if they say to you, yes, what you've seen here, let me give you a story. When I used to live in Kenya, I met this lady from Sweden who kept saying every day we go out to drink about her life in Kibera. Kibera is the largest slum in Kenya, and she is so happy. And she kept saying, oh my God, I've never seen this kind of pure, natural happiness among people who are so poor. So I said, yes, but you've come here to change it. Could it be possible
That's
that
fucked
what
up.
you've come to give them, if they get it, the happiness is going to go?
Yeah.
Now, Kibera
Why don't you
people
leave the fuckers
are
alone?
also
I mean, if they're-
very, very religious people. They have churches all over the slum.
Yeah,
So the point I'm trying to make is your problem is the success. The word successful, if you need God or not, because the 31% poor people, they could have something.
Yeah, maybe
that the majority
they're
rich people
happier
don't
than
have.
rich people. Yeah.
So the people in Kibera, the slums of
people
Kenya
used to say
and other
that all the
places,
time.
of course, in Asia,
The
would say
happiest
that,
people they
yes,
knew were not
they owe
rich.
their happiness
I knew. I've heard that
and
so many
content
times.
with what they are
to God being in their lives, I don't think you can argue that. You can't tell them you're wrong or right.
Well, you see,
If it makes their life
that's
better,
where a lot of us
you should be
get it.
jealous, not
That's where a lot
angry.
of us are challenged. It's not a matter of right and wrong.
Okay.
And that's where we fail at approaching many aspects or questions and differences in
Would
life.
you be able to prove to them that God was not responsible for their happiness and content in life? Would you be able to prove it to them?
It's not a matter of proving, but to talk about success, right? We were talking about success. You were saying that they seem to be very happy with whatever little that they have.
Right.
Would I be able to quantify that into
like they
success
say,
or
ignorance
not?
splits, and
But
these
to
people are
me,
the type of people
and to most of
that
us,
say, "Yo, oh,
suc-
you have
what we
internalized racism.
consider
We-
success
you know, we gotta make you
often has to be
unhappy, 'cause,
tangible,
you know,
has
this
to
ain't
be
good.
something material.
you're too
Whereas
damned
we see
happy
the
for a
house
black
and we
person.
know
We
that
gotta fix
we
that.
have an amount surmountable of cash accessible to us because we have to have certain
Yeah, 'cause
things
that's
in
what
order
makes
to
people
fund our
happy, right?
day-to-day basis, right? So that's why we tend to measure success by a lot of material again. And for
you
example,
compare
I'm from
yourself to
Haiti,
other people.
where there's
Smart are
the
they?
majority there,
Majority.
okay, we can say live on extreme poverty. And the little
Yeah,
who
they don't
are
have
doing
fucking trees
well
on the
in the middle
island.
class, not that much in percentage. Growing up, we weren't living lavishly.
No shit. They
We
have a
had
fucking
enough,
terrorist there called
more
fucking
than enough
barbecue.
to be better
that
off than
eats
the one
people.
who's experiencing extreme poverty. And when we would go to the remote places in the country and into the villages, we found those same children that you're talking about, whether they were playing in the mud or running after their little
Go anywhere with this
chicken
or what?
or pigs. They were very happy. So to me, it's not I would not bring the word success. I would measure it by being
Fulfilled.
content.
Okay.
Okay?
Not content, fulfilled.
bringing the discussion of success. So could they have something that they're successful, whether it is the fishermen within that village being very successful within that skill to be able to go out and fish and bring in the fish and not having the big houses or the multi-million dollars in his account. That is a level of success. However,
Yeah, but
then
American
if I wanted
black
to
people,
really
they think
dive
that
into
showing and being
the
flashy
discussion
with
of
money,
success, then I would
that's the
have
way
to
you
take
show
that same
success.
fisherman
So they're
and
never
compare
happy
him to the
unless
other
they're
fishermen
flashing
in
it,
the village
pissing their money.
now to quantify success.
Okay.
And
Still.
what I would find there, then by his by his beliefs, then I would know whether or not he needed God for it.
I will
So-
accept your argument as you said. When you talk about success, you mean something that is tangible. I accept that. I have to look at your lifestyle. Are you able to
Exactly.
afford the three most basic needs of life continuously? All right. The most
Before to add this, personally, let's just say that I have no money, being the first of my family to ever, as the women, okay, and being the first to ever get
Why are
married.
women so
People looked at
fucking
me
obsessed
as
with being the
successful
first?
because of that. Being the first to ever attend college and graduate.
they don't know
My
how to
mother
actually
and father
measure
and
success.
aunties and uncles didn't have
they
that
just straight
opportunity.
up don't know what success
so
is.
I really set the map.
Like, oh, you got
Okay,
married. You know, you're there. You can die now.
In a lot of ways, a lot of people looked at that as a success for me. But for me, while I saw it as a milestone that I overcame, it did not define my overall success.
I needed that
because
money.
that's not where I wanted to be.
I wanted
And
that
did I
money,
need
baby.
God
I
to
wanted
even
that
get
money,
there?
money.
No, I did not need God.
didn't need
So
it.
I
we'll
needed
talk
money.
So
about
let's look.
that.
I'm
Let's
a
talk about the
materialist.
places of things that are tangible, people can see. The Middle East is a very devoutly religious place. I mean, nobody would argue.
Golly, man, what a
The Wahhabi
simple,
boys from
fucking
2 years
shitty,
ago is
flavorless
already
life this
walking
lady must
around,
live.
in Porsche cars. It's not a place you can compare at all to say that it's poor. They have material wealth to show. They go shopping in France and close down a whole beach. They live well. A lot of Africans today are in the Middle East as servants in almost every home you find, but they are painfully religious people. How would you explain that? That is a difficult thing to say. If you look at people who pray 5 times a day, fast for 40 days, they have the Mecca that attracts millions from around the world.
Well, that's a great example, Frank.
Yes. What would you say about the Wahhabi kids? who
They
are so
inherited
rich?
a wealth.
Yes, but how about the person who built the wealth? He relied on
Inheritance too?
Islam, and the Wahhabi boys, they go side by side.
Frank.
That's one. Number 2, America, among the 8 industrialized countries, America happened to be somehow, awe-inspiringly, a very, very, very religious country.
We were started by
Puritans. We have it
Puritans.
on our buildings. And it just happened that you mentioned countries like Japan and Denmark and the Scandinavian areas, but America is a very successful country, but it's a very religious country.
Yes. So Haiti is also a very religious country.
Oh, really?
Why don't they have the success that America has if we're basing it on religion? We can't base it
That's
on religion.
so fucking simple of a thought. Why don't we have what America has if we also believe in God? Jesus Lord, is that how you critically think, lady? Because how did you even make it off that island? How did you even book a cruise to get here?
Frank, the challenge we face is that
Poor woman.
I'll give you an example. I don't need to know God at all or to even be religious.
How do you know
To know that I was born into a system. The system is set like this. You are born, you go to school, you further your education, whether or not you want to attend universities, you get a job, you work.
Man, it's how
By
I
that,
feel.
you'll be able to provide a level
I'm not feeling
of,
good. You don't give a
of
shit how much
good
money I have.
lifestyle for yourself. We're not into wealth yet,
When
right?
I do feel
Because
good, I
the,
still don't give a shit how much money I
statistics
have
tell us that it's not.
for the system.
And now you find
that's just
me.
What do they call it? A straw man or red
I
herring?
was in the church as a first lady. So I was really active in the church.
They tricked her into thinking she was successful.
I will share this story with you
without God.
and share my discovery within that experience. As the pastor's wife at that time, I've heard and sat down with a lot of people. Most of the religious minded sound folks, they are operating on a faith base.
Okay.
And by being around, I learned even if I wanted to pursue something, until I hear from God or until my leader tell me to go forth, I were to remain stagnant and wait on the voice of God or wait for a confirmation from my leader. And I compare that life and those people of mind, like as I was, to my life today. I have discovered from that life into the life I'm living now that
Does she have a big titty hanging out of her shirt or something? What the fuck?
talk about the theory of relativity.
Big old fat roller
Theory of
from her?
relativity tells us that everything exists at once, which means that everything I need is
She's
here
not very
right
smart,
now.
and nobody's
Right?
ever talked to her.
That
on it,
means I
about
have
anything real.
accessibility. It's available to me. Now, how I go
She
about
thinks it's
tapping
available
into
to her.
that
She doesn't even
It's a
know
different
how.
story.
is a different story.
That is
and
based on ability.
Exactly.
Okay.
So here's why I'm bringing this aspect to bring our conversation into this context. From my experience into my day-to-day interaction with customers and other friends or even people I come across, we do not know.
Why is it that it's just they never
how
consider
to
that
identify
maybe they're the issue?
what we really need?
Maybe it's them.
Because we are all being told.
Maybe it's
whether
not the rest
it
of the
is
world. Maybe it's
directly or
them. They're the
indirectly
common
being
denominator. That's what he's trying to
influenced by
explain to them.
day-to-day
Yo, it's not
social
everybody
media or
else. We
talks
are
that
the
we
fuck
hear,
ups.
TV, etc.
Everybody else is
We are
looking at us
being
and going, dude,
influenced.
fucking catch
We
up,
don't
man.
Really,
They
a
are
lot of
Gomer
us don't
Pyle
really
in
hold
Full Metal
what
Jacket.
we call free thinking, a free mind.
Jesus
We're
fucking
not
Christ,
really
I think
free
you've got a
up
hard
here.
on.
We are being told and being led.
So we become stagnant, as you
We
say.
become stagnant.
There is a question you hit me
Bitch,
with.
why
and
do
I
you
didn't
follow
give you the
then?
answer, but as I
You don't have to follow
think
anybody.
about
It's
it,
free
you made a
country.
very good example when you compared
if being religious is what made the United States this rich, then how come Haiti, that is very piously religious, is not?
It's not.
That's a very good question. If a coach, and it has happened, a coach took 6 boys of the same age, the same weight, the same abilities, and he said, I'm going to turn them into the best basketball players. At the end of the year, he got 3 best basketball players. The rest didn't. Simply, we could conclude they didn't have the ability to follow what he was coaching. So could it be that maybe the countries that are also religious but are not successful simply are not listening to the coach, which is God?
Yeah.
So America may be listening to the coach.
Yeah.
Listen, I find being in the church.
He put shit so
that
fucking
same leader who is telling
succinctly,
God
it's
every
beautiful.
Sunday,
It's actually most excellent.
once he step off that stage, may not be as religious as you think he is.
Oh,
Does
that's
it matter?
left with him and his God to decide.
It doesn't
because
matter.
we don't want to say we are here to judge people
Exactly.
because people say,
No, no,
only
we're
God
not
judges.
judging.
Yo,
We're not judging.
Judge-
Just
However,
like with motherfucking Cain and Abel, it's not Cain's fucking place. It's not his fucking place to question God. He's supposed to take his lumps and go do better. Go make a better, more, I forget what the word was, but give a better sacrifice. Sacrifice, give a better, like I guess Abel, he gave his best goat or his best such and such. And Abel or Cain was trying to be slick and give the shitty, like the runt or something. And God was like, get the fuck out of here with this shit. And then, Cain kills his brother because he's fucking jealous, How dare, that's not fair.
however,
They're just
based on
Cain,
experience,
really.
based on knowledge, right?
Could it be
we
that's what
can
God wants?
From observation,
Yeah.
we know the standard that is set
Yes.
and we follow it. So that means we
Which
don't
king?
judge, we evaluate.
Which king was it that they
We
said?
evaluate.
Which king was it that they said took somebody's wife, but God still loved him? David?
Well,
Or Abraham?
he said, yeah, God gave him. But
Okay.
the point I
so
wanted to make
what I'm trying to say is this: I've seen religious people. Yes, I may look at some things they do.
She's
and say,
fucking, she's loopy,
No,
man.
I don't agree with it.
Fucking
However,
bim-
I've
like
also
straight
seen
up
the stories
airhead.
where people that were favored by God did things that were not particularly
Jacob,
pleasing,
he
and yet they
fucking
were still
screwed
favored
his
by
brother
God.
out of his
maybe what you saw,
birthright.
which is
Trick
true
with
about
straight up
evaluating what
fucking
you saw.
lies and
Maybe in
trickery.
the eyes of
He
God who
dressed
picked
up
him,
like his fucking,
he may be doing
his
the right
brother.
thing.
Okay, so
like-
which bring me?
So to the question of the coach, it's very
Matter of
important
fact,
to this. All right.
every single protagonist in the Bible, except for Jesus, has major faults. By design, they have major faults. Abraham was a lazy fucking couch potato that sat in his rich parents' tent and fucking ate goat's meat all day and shit. Jacob had his flaw. He fucking stole his brother's birthright, snaked it right out from under his nose. And then, for all of them, Moses had his issues. They all had major flaws. That's because the Bible isn't trying to sugarcoat anything. It's trying to say, yo, you can repent. You can do better. You can be, if you sincerely repent, God will accept you, more or less. That's the idea, If you truly turn the leaf, you'll be repaid for this.
We have tapped into many, many other countries, some that are very religious and rich. South, the Middle East is one of them. America is another. The Jews are piously religious people.
They are. A lot of
Yet
them
they are also very, very successful, and we can go down the list. And then there are others who are also religious, and they are not successful. Haiti is one of them, and many African countries that
The
spend 16 hours of the
Philippines,
week
they're super
in church.
religious.
Could it be that they were not listening to the coach properly? Now, listen, I'm only playing the devil's advocate. I'm not advocating that you need God to be successful or doesn't need. I'm just playing the devil's advocate. I'm agnostic as it comes because I cannot prove any of this. But would you agree with me? It could be the analogy of the coach that these countries, yes. Number two.
Well, when Americans talk about our economic dynamism, there's a couple of things that they always include. English capitalism, English law and capitalism and business, and English, the Anglican Church or Puritans. There's this very quintessential Anglo culture that's very religious on one hand and very practical and very, very business minded and very simple. You know, they're gardeners. They like fly. You know, they're very simple people. Like Hitler even said, a fucking nation of shopkeepers. You know what I mean? Like, but you know, he meant it as a slur, and they see it as a compliment. Like, you know, that thank you. You know, we feel like that's, you know, that's a good, a heroic role. So
Haiti doesn't have an original religion of its own. It copied the Christianity from somewhere.
there is a recipe to our success.
Well, we have voodoo, but we don't want to.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
we
not a
have
national.
voodoo.
Okay,
Yes,
sure.
we have voodoo. Then
Yes.
then intercepted
Golly,
by
yeah, we
Christianity.
sacrifice
Right?
chickens.
Okay, so this
We
is
have religion.
exactly
We
where I
sacrifice
wanted to
chickens.
get to when I started talking about the theory of relativity. The people who are successful on whichever level, as I described,
It's not
earlier,
fair.
and for myself especially, when I started being successful, right?
You start eating.
It wasn't when I was attending fasting,
Oh,
being on my
it
knees
doesn't look like
in
she
Bible
went
study 3
fasting to
times
me.
a week. I became successful when I identified and I started questioning myself, Darlene, what kind of lifestyle do you want? Then I took that.
Okay,
and
what
compared
man
it
do
from
I
my
need to get
past life
that
and saw
lifestyle?
How I was stagnant,
If
how
that
I
bitch,
was lazy.
she didn't make a fucking dime of
minded,
that money. She
how
wouldn't
I
marry
was an
somebody.
individual who was lost.
That
To bring me to this life, and I finally figured out what I had to do is
I
to
just got to get on my
identify
knees and
who I
suck my
am,
man off.
what I
don't need to
want
be on my
to
knees
do.
in the church. I need to be
And
on
from
my
that,
knees in the
but
bedroom.
then I didn't just stop there. Once I identified what
You
I
know,
wanted to do and I
that's
knew
it.
what was my passion, I knew the passion I had was not going to fund my lifestyle. So therefore,
I had to get to
develop some
sucking.
kind of skill. And once I developed that skill, what did I have to do? Like other successful people, I learned to put a plan together. I learned to develop strategies. And
She's
I
a fucking
learned to
genius, man. She
network,
put a
to
plan
connect
together.
myself.
She
I
made
learned
friends,
to get
dude.
out of my
Holy
comfort
shit.
zone and go out there in search of what I wanted, because I started to believe that everything exists at once. Everything is accessible right here,
You know, when
right
women
now.
think about, you know,
Whereas
success
me
and
many
shit,
of my faith
they
buddies,
think about
we were
a man
waiting on a
appearing
supernatural
like
power.
it's an archetypal.
And I discovered
we're waiting on a
through that
supernatural
journey
power.
that
We're waiting for a man to come sweep
God to
us off
me
our feet.
They
They don't think of success as in, oh, I'm going to go out and work hard. No, a guy's going to come pick
I'm
me.
connected to that all in all, which make me all in all as well. And therefore,
She batted her
God
eyelashes.
is in me.
Oh, I did a little bit of that.
And what is that God in me? It's the higher self. The higher self
No.
that is able to
high
meditate, to
protein
finally
diet.
come to knowing, to finally come to the understanding of
That
what
gluck,
I
gluck
want
diet.
and
Well,
how do I go after it. And lastly, I want to introduce this.
Yeah,
Frank,
damn sure do.
there's 2 poles of truth in life. 2 poles of truth.
Golly, man.
The first
Anybody
pole
who talks
is
like this,
absolute
she
truth.
didn't
It
come up with
says,
this. Somebody told her this. She's
Things
just a
as
moron.
in the mind of God knows them.
Look how clever
And what
I
is that
am.
telling us?
I'm
This
so
absolute
clever,
truth
right?
is telling us
This is all
this
just
supreme
regurgitation.
being, this all in all,
Oh,
this
man.
creator, we cannot,
Boy, they blow
being
her
stuck
up in
in
her
this body,
community
we
too.
cannot know
She doesn't even think she's fat.
what is in his mind, what is in the universe, what is beyond us. We cannot know.
Her appetite.
But the second pole of truth is where we all relate as human beings.
And what, she got like
which says,
maybe 1-2
which
more
is
years
the
where
relative
she's
truth.
way over
And
the
it
hill.
says,
She's already over the hill.
things as in the highest reason of men understand them. Things as in the highest reason of men understand them. This truth is understanding that pole of truth is what brought me to success. Listen to me.
Let me help you.
She's
with
not
what
even
I'm-
saying
I think I
anything.
don't really
Listen,
want to- I think the
listen.
last part
Listen.
has really made me
Trying to
more
finish my
understand.
bullshit
And by the
that's,
way,
you know, that I
Darlene, with me
memorized
in the
for this.
studio, the CEO of Nexus Consulting, And she's trying to let us understand from her experience that
Dude, he has to
majority of
fucking
people
literally
she has met, especially through her coaching services,
fucking put it into
who
words
are
for her.
reliant upon God do not do well. I think what you're saying is that some cultures have taught their people to depend solely on God
and not
to
work
become
for it.
successful. And
When I was a
successful in
kid,
any
God
area.
helps those who
Yes.
help themselves.
And that you're saying
This-
places where
this fat,
that
stupid
is
bitch
higher,
sat around in her
where the
fat
people are taught to
ass
depend on God, they don't
and
do
didn't do
well.
a
Not
fucking
just
thing.
because they are religious.
They just seem to think God's going to show up.
Recently, I had a Jehovah's Witness come to my door, and as we were talking, I said, "Do I rely on God or God rely on me?" And she said, "No, you rely on God." And I said, "Well, if that were the case, you wouldn't be at the door here. God sent you to come and beg me to change so he can realize his kingdom on earth. So he's relying on me to change so he can do his work." If that were the mindset we have, and maybe that is the mindset of America,
Exactly.
that is the mindset
God
of Saudi
helps
Arabia, all
those
the
who
Middle
help
East,
themselves.
that they believe God is relying on them to showcase his blueprint on earth. And so if people take that, if people have that knowledge that I am a representative, I have to manifest God.
Hold that thought right there. I just want
Oh
to
my
insert and
golly.
agree with you absolutely with that mindset.
Man.
Pay close attention when a highly successful person, a religious successful person is
Oh my God.
talking and says, a lot of them, whether directly or indirectly, they usually quote that, say, God needs me to go about this work. Even many aspect verses in the Bible, you will see that. In context,
Man.
God needs me to go
Dude.
here. God needs
She
to go spread
revealed
the
that, man.
gospel.
Bro,
God
what a
needs me to
nugget.
go into this region. Whereas highly religious people say, I need God. Oh my God, I'm gonna, if God don't intervene right now, I'm gonna flunk this test. If God don't intervene
I've
right
never heard
now,
that
I'm
before.
about to lose this opportunity. Whereas
It
for
sounds
me,
to me like
I already
they're
know
just-
it's been
that's
said.
the
I
people
already
she
know
knows.
it's here waiting for me. So by the second pole
'Cause I'm
of
so
truth,
damn good
where
looking.
it says relative truth, where things as in the highest reason of men understand them, I understand that
Understand, man.
whatever I have to do to get
Oh
to
my God.
where I want to be,
Bro, it's
that
like a
is
meme.
what I have to do. Because
If
you
I
know
gotta
why?
suck 20
Because
dicks, I'm
I
gonna
know
suck 20
there
dicks. You
is
best
this
believe.
higher self waiting to connect with me, to use me as this portal. Then I'm gonna, if I have to step on your feet to get there, I will get there.
Okay.
I will get there
If I
by
gotta
any
get on
means
these
because I
knees,
have
I
found
will
my
get them motherfuckers
highest
dirty.
So
reason
if the higher being,
to understand.
one second, if the
my-
higher being is using you, chose you and is using you, you don't believe at all that he's going to give you any portfolio of help in any way? It wouldn't that be what, maybe you just change the relationship by making yourself become one on whom God relies.
Yes.
And now he said you have found the right thing. So he's now channeling the success through you.
Yeah.
Only so if I put 10
She's
women
just
here
not
in front
smart
of you,
enough to fucking
and as
think
we're
things
about
through.
to, end our discussion, I put 10 women here in front of you. They've been praying hard, 16 hours in the church. Hosanna days, hallelujah days, day and
Hosanna
night.
days and hallelujah.
What would you tell them to do? To
Repeat
become
that.
10 women in the studio because they listen to you and they want you to tell them, all right, we've been very, very religious and we don't seem to be successful. What would you tell them to do practically?
This bitch
If
don't
I
have any
were,
idea.
I'm not one to tell people because I don't approach
In
people
terms of-
as in wrong and right.
No,
so
no,
I
if
would
you are
not be the one.
coaching
He's like,
based on
this
this
is a
topic,
fucking
they
religious
listen, they
women.
listen to you
Rhetorical
that
woman.
we've been religious, but we are not successful as we want, based on tangible things, as you said. And they want you to say, please advise us, coach us as to how we can move from how you move to where
don't
you
think I
are.
would do that. I
They
might
want to do
look
the same. What
stupid.
would you tell them to do?
First thing I would tell them is to first identify what it is that you want to do.
Okay.
Watch your one at
Because my
Should they
job,
stop going to church? Should they stop giving tithe?
you see,
Should they stop praying?
I would never tell anyone
Oh, my
to
God.
stop going to church.
Okay.
Because
shit, it's a
from
social
the way
event.
I
That's how people
understand
network.
my all in all,
Boy,
right, is more like a permission for me to unleash. Because, for
Unleash.
example, right, this individual, this gentleman behind the camera,
I just finished
He knows
blowing
the
him
camera.
before he started
But
recording.
I need his service to film. But I don't know how to operate the camera, right?
So you rely on him.
So I rely on him.
All right.
Oh, shit.
My reliance on him is the permission I'm giving myself to meet my success.
Right.
But I don't
Bro, this is fucking elementary school
depend
shit.
on him
Him.
to reach my success.
Right. What's the first permission you
So
would
the
ask them to
first
give
permission
themselves?
I would give them is to
The first permission.
identify what you need to do, and it has to be that one thing.
Okay.
Then set your then research
Dumb as a box.
that area you want to get into. Know the system and operation that you need to set in place for you to be
I don't know how
for
the fuck
you
he's
in
keeping a
that
straight
thing to
face,
become
man.
successful.
While they are doing this, what is the best advice for them to modify
She
their
won't
ways
answer.
in relation
Can't
to God
answer.
and church?
She's got this
The
canned
best way
bullshit
is,
lie.
I would say, is to know
God.
themselves, to meditate.
Yeah, know
To
God.
meditation. Meditate. A lot of people, I disagree with a lot of people, church folks, that says, prayer is the answers to everything, where I boldly disagree. And I said, no, prayer is not the answer to everything. Because I don't have to pray a single day. However,
She probably doesn't even
if I set my
she doesn't even know what
focus
a
to
prayer is, it sounds like.
meditate every day.
Oh
because
my
in
god, this
meditation,
bitch
what am
just
I
said
doing?
I don't pray,
I'm
I meditate.
shutting out
Are
every
you
noise, whereas in
fucking
prayer,
kidding me, man?
I am more voicing.
Can she explain what the difference is? I
meditation,
wonder.
in meditation, where I have where I meet my complete solitude, there I will fill in myself.
Fuck my life, man. Holy
And then from filling in myself, then the path of self-discovery,
My
I will start finding it. And then on my
Frank, man,
path
think you,
of discovery, then I
making it
will
worse on
reach
yourself, dude.
eventually self-mastery. And that is what highly successful people have done. They have identified
is that?
one thing
Really?
and they pursue it wholeheartedly. And then like people like Jeff Bezos, you have you read so many things that he has done? No, he's
That
attached
dude
to
has
Amazon.
worked
He
his
has found the
fucking
ways to make
ass
Amazon
off.
so successful,
This stupid
right?
bitch
and
has
now he
probably-
has mastered
she doesn't even know what a
the
callus feels
formula
like.
of Amazon becoming what it is
With
today.
that,
Oh, he cut her
we've
off. He's
heard
like, bitch, you gotta
from
shut the fuck up.
Darlene
You're just too stupid
Pence,
to keep
CEO
going.
of Nexus. Excellent. Brilliant
This is
advice. I'm sure that
brilliant advice.
your
What a
clients and
smart
people are going to
ass.
get a lot out of this discussion.
What a
You've really
fucking
handled it
smart ass,
well.
dude.
Opened my eyes in some areas. And the topic was, do people need God and religion to be successful? And according to Darlene, she's talking about tangible success, which means, do you have your house, your cars, the three basic
Bro, I
needs for
believe
your
it
children
was that shit
yourself
about that
to
line
be
about the
happy.
meditation. She doesn't pray, she meditates.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Holy
thank you so
fuck,
much.
that's
My
dumb shit.
pleasure.
Been a good show. Hey, this
Yeah.
is ZPR ZANU Project Rethink. Please go on my page and subscribe, and we'll see you next week.
Jesus. Yeah, it's really weird. It is. Conversate. Every time somebody does that, I'm just like, no fucking way did you just say conversate? Like, bro, what's up with the 3 and 4 syllable words, dude? They don't make you sound smart, man. They make you sound like a fucking retard because they're not words.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to ZANU Project Rethink. My name is Frank Zanu. I'm on the studio today again with my very good friend, newfound friend, Armani Tomlinson, a Gen Z with fire, and amazing to sit and talk with her. Her thoughts way matured than her age. She called me and said, it's about time I want to hear somebody's thought on DEI, which stands for?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Right. So I said, okay, come, let's talk about it. Yes, it has also been a topic that I have thought about. I've had some dinner time discussion with some folks, and they like the way I talk about it. So I said, sure, let's make it into an episode. So today, I'm in the studio with Armani Tomlinson to talk about DEI, ladies and gentlemen. So Armani, once again,
Thank you.
welcome to ZANU Project Rethink. And sure, so what about DEI that bothers you? Maybe the same thing that bothers me, but let me hear your side first.
Well, I am an individual who takes pride in how brilliant I am and how smart I am. And I really don't want to be viewed as someone who is incapable of getting it on their own, someone who needs to be advantaged because of my skin tone or because
It's
of
not 'cause
my
your
race.
skin
I
tone,
think those
it's
things
because of your
are
IQ.
it's discouraging. It doesn't make me feel as confident and as accomplished when I do get that job
maybe
or
you shouldn't.
get into
Maybe
that
you
school
should
because
have
of
a
diversity,
healthy sense
inclusion.
of,
And I know they only chose me because of
imposter
the
syndrome,
circumstance of something that
as
I
they say.
cannot control. And the things that I can control, like my education,
In
my
sports
drive,
physicality, apparently now.
my intelligence, intellect, all of these things, that is something that I feel should be earned and should be gained fairly. And I know a lot
How
of
could
people
you gain
disagree
that
with me. I know a lot
unfairly?
of people feel that diversity and inclusion is important, and to
I
a certain
guess,
extent, I do
you know,
think it is when it's
you get it,
appropriate.
because your dad
But
got
I
it
don't
for, I
think
guess,
it's the
yeah, I
culture that
suppose.
we've made it into reminds me a little bit of tip culture, and we've kind of exaggerated it to a point where now it's not effective anymore.
It's interesting coming from a young person, and excuse me when I say
'cause
young
they're
person.
fucking dogmatic
yeah, it's
about it.
appropriate. Here we are. I'm a baby boomer, and you are a Gen Z, right?
Yep.
And here we are talking about, and that's what made, when you came on the show first with Cedric, the gentleman, it really changed my whole thing. I said, oh wow, this is an interesting one for people of two different schools, right? Here we are discussing topics that affect both of us.
Yes.
It affect means that we both live in the United States of America. We want the best for this country because whether we like it or not, this
Remains
is
to be
our
seen,
home.
I think.
So when we talk about these things, or when I talk about these things on my show, it is not because I'm trying to vilify anyone. It's because I'm trying to make people have something to use to say, let me stop and think about it the way I haven't, and make this place a little bit more livable and happy for everyone. That's why I find DEI to be, if you ask me, really a very disturbing trend.
Hell yeah.
I can't even remember when this thing started. It was an affirmative action that was finally overturned or whatever it is.
Yes.
And I said, good thing, it happened. And now we have DEI. I believe this started somewhere close, if not Missouri, Ferguson, when Mike Brown or George Floyd. But then it picked, the tempo, and companies began to spend money to do it. And there is nothing positive that could come out of a forced diversity.
Yeah.
Nothing. Forced diversity is only a recipe for danger.
Hell yeah.
Yes, and I think it also attests to the
people
fact
that
that
are
human
there
beings
and that
naturally
don't deserve
prefer
it.
comfort, right? We like things that are familiar to us. So when you force us in situations where we have to step out of that comfort zone
That's healthy.
and mix with different cultures or people that we may not understand,
That
I
is
think
healthy,
it
yeah.
creates more of a censored, I can't say this, I can't do that, because
That's correct.
they're going to get offended.
That's
and
correct.
it's not organic.
That's correct.
It takes
And
the
I
life
feel
out.
more, I
It
feel
can be organic. When I
for
went to
the
school
Gen
with
Zs
kids
than I do for myself or people of my generation.
worry about
Sometimes
this
we
shit.
have a way of things don't affect us that much. But I feel like saying, all right, so soon Asians and Middle Eastern people and some whites are going to look at you, like you said from the beginning, and you said it quite right. I want people to treat me knowing that I am where I am, regardless of the status, whether I'm poor, middle class, or rich, on my own merit. And I should be respected for that.
Exactly.
Okay? And what I began to talk about recently, which bothers me, is this. When you say diversity, not you, but when they say diversity, I'm asking myself, diversity of what? You would say skin color. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Skin color.
That's stupid. How about diversity of thought?
When do we stop? After skin color, are we going to discuss diversity of physical ability? And it's going to be, let many cripples in here, let many handicaps in here, let many blind people in here. Even soon we're going to say the Pilot Association should diversify with a couple of blind people.
Yep.
How come all pilots can see properly?
Because they need to.
We're going to get there.
Yeah.
Soon we're going to diversify places like, I don't know what, and say, well, you cannot just use able-bodied people. Let people with handicap and walking crutches, if they want to join the army, let them join the army. We're going to say, this place has too many tall people. Let short people. When do we stop with the diversity? Why should diversity be only directed to skin color? It doesn't make sense. Number two, I ask, are we going to change the way we send in resumes? Are we going to be asked to put our photos on the resume?
Yeah.
Otherwise, how does the HR really know that their diversity plays and so on and so forth? And for people to think that, no, you were selected into this position because of your either gender or of your race, will never, ever develop any country. Because a diversity really is what makes... I'm here to ask anyone to point to a single institution or any innovation that is so successful and is being used all around the world because when it started, the people who worked on it were diverse. That's why it worked so well.
Exactly.
Every product or service you've seen around the world, the ones that are working so well, work so well because of the diversity of talents.
Yeah. Some people
That's
are
it.
better managers.
Talent.
Some people are better people.
It's a stupid thing for anyone to ask a government to forcefully force private sector, even public sector organizations, innovators, inventors, builders,
Nothing happens.
that
They don't
they
do
must
anything.
pull some people into that fold.
I agree.
It's a
talent
dangerous
regardless.
thing. We should discourage it. And you know who should discourage it and earn some respect should be black people should say, no, don't say this foolish thing. What do you mean? Okay, so my question is, why is the NBA not diversified?
That's a very good point.
Why is the NFL not diversified?
That's a very
and
good
they're doing so well, so well. So you look at the players of the NBA, which is basketball, it requires physical ability, right? It requires physical ability. And it's doing well. But when you look at the administration, the merchandise, the PR, the back end that makes the NBA this very rich place, it's also all white.
Yeah.
And it's working well. Everyone has an ability that works well in some department.
Yeah.
The Olympics has about 32 or 33 different physical disciplines. The largest number of countries in the world is black. 54 in one continent, 13 in the Caribbean. Put together, meaning you have, 68 black countries.
Right.
Yet at the Olympics, for the last 100+ years, we do well in only 3 areas. All of them requires strong muscles.
Yeah.
Marathon, 100 meters, basketball.
You know, there's literally one tribe in Kenya that wins all the they are the best marathon runner, long distance runners on the planet. They've proven it for like 70 years. They've won like almost like by far the majority of those medals. This one fucking tribe, like it's crazy that just, you know, a little teeny fucking pocket of people can just be built for that.
And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
We're just naturally good at
Yeah,
That's
they didn't
correct.
need to use their brains
As
as
a
much, you
culture.
know.
So are
but
you
it
now
was a
going
very
to say to the
physically
NBA
demanding
teams,
environment.
no, you have too many tall people. We wanted
You
to
know,
begin
they're
to
fast,
see
but
4.5.
you know, they're they're as
the
smart
musician
as,
called Prince
as
type
you
of
need to be to
people.
pull a fruit
because
out
we
of
are
a tree or
fighting
to
for
screw a
short
light
people
bulb
to be
in.
diversified in the NBA.
Well, we'd never win games.
Exactly. Then the whole thing collapses.
Yes.
You see,
Yeah,
so
but they like the meritocracy
DEA came
when it
out of
benefits
these
them.
emotional
When it doesn't benefit them,
plays
though,
that
they're willing to set the
black
whole
people are not
fucking
doing
thing
well
on
because
fire.
they're not being allowed
You know,
into every sector. You
They'll
cannot
set the fucking thing
force
on
it.
fire and kill
If that
the
were the
fucking
case, then
dude flying their
Japan,
plane.
which is homogeneous,
You know, 'cause they
shouldn't
don't
have been
like,
able to
they
build
think it's
the most
unfair.
recognized cars in the whole world, the most recognized electronics in the whole world. They were one time the leading economy, #1 leading economy in the world for more than 20 years.
Yeah, they started anime.
That's correct, right?
Wow.
But they're not that.
That's all
there's no
fucking Gen
diversity.
Z can
It's just
think of.
diversity of talent.
Well, anime.
In Japan, there are people who
That's
can
like
get
the-
jobs
the
because they don't have the
smallest,
skills
like,
required
that's
for the
not
job
really-
they would want to, or the companies they would want
Out
to
of all the
work
things
in.
Japan
Sumitomo,
Just brought us
Sony,
anime.
Komatsu, Daihatsu. These are
I mean,
very old, powerful
seems
companies.
ridiculous.
People want to work in it, right?
Yes.
But if you don't have that talent and skills and experience required, they won't hire you. That's all.
And then I guess on the flip side, a lot of people would bring up affirmative action, especially with the Ivy League colleges, because people argue, well, most of the time to get in an Ivy League college, you have to be either a legacy or
Merit.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything.
And the funny thing is most of these individuals who get in that are legacy are black. So again,
What?
the affirmative action is just proving to be, which I understand it changed a lot of people's lives. They go into the ghettos, they go into the hood,
what
they
the
find
fuck?
a really smart kid and get them into an Ivy League. Great, but then that kid feels
It
like,
didn't change anybody's life. That
It
is
didn't.
taken away from the kid who studied hard and passed.
Whoa.
And he would have
what
gone
the
in anyway. But you came in saying, I'm going to go into the ghettos and find a kid from the ghetto. Well, Charles Barkley didn't go to an Ivy League, but I bet you every Ivy League attendant who is now working in some bank would want to have the money he has.
exactly.
He didn't finish high school. LeBron didn't finish high school. Can't even write one sentence properly. But I bet you all these so-called Ivy Leagues who got an affirmative action to go to Harvard would want to have the money he has. What we're doing is that we are really stumping people's growth. Because when you ask people not to take pride in what they can do best, and then you polish some things, so the kids begin to say, okay, I want people to acknowledge that I'm a good person, I'm a smart person, so I want to go do this too. You've already stunned the person's growth. Let's do what we are very, very good at. And the world would know us. Once upon a time, there used to be a Negro baseball league, you know that?
Mm-hmm. I did not.
Back in the 60s. So the guy whose name is on the highway going to the airport, Jackie Robinson.
Oh. I know.
Jackie Robinson was playing in a Negro league. The Brooklyn Dodgers were failing, and the owner decided, I have seen this kid playing, he's marvelous, and just went and asked him, you are going to come and play for my team. He dumped his black Negro league to come and play for an all-white team.
Wait a second.
To come and play for an all-white team so they can win. The Negro League died. Black people allowed his name to be put on a highway.
Yeah.
And they teach this nonsense to kids by saying he was the first black man to break the color code or the color barrier. Please hear what I'm going to say carefully. So what we are teaching our kids is this. If you don't do it with white people, you're not good enough.
And
Now, we've named a highway after a guy who did not get into the Brooklyn Dodgers because he took them to court. No. Or because he went to the field and beat them until they said, okay, come and play. No, he didn't do anything. The owner said, come and play. You can't say no to the owner back in those days. Number two, when he was playing, do you know what happened? They throw banana peels at him. When they go outside to play, do you know what happened? Hotels was going to accept him. So he sleeps in black churches' homes. Do you have to bring yourself to that humiliating point to break a color code? And I ask, if you name Jackie Robinson after a highway just because he played not in a government-owned team, a private-owned baseball team so they can make money, right? And you name him because he broke the color code. Why have we not named a highway after the first black man who banged a white woman?
there we go.
Wow.
If they make babies, wouldn't that be really breaking a color code and starting a whole new color line?
Yeah, of course.
But we would actually, like you said in one of the episodes, if a black man dates a white woman, we demonize him, right? We vilify him.
Yes.
But why is it that if you abandon your Negro League and play for an all-white, private-owned baseball,
You're celebrating.
we should celebrate you in classrooms in April, Black History Month?
And even to piggyback off of what you're saying, we always talk about black excellence, right? Black excellence, but
They
instead
talk
of
about it
building
because they
our
really
own
don't
Ivy
have
League
it.
college, we want to join the white man's Ivy League college.
No
And then
shit.
what does that tell their children?
It is okay.
Our children.
Japanese are very rich. Chinese are very rich. Chinese are
do
very.
the
If you know
same
the
thing.
Chinese
Yeah. They don't have-
Academy of Sciences,
really have shitty
it beats
schools.
everything in this country. But they're not interested in building their own universities in
Yeah,
America.
exactly.
So it's okay. The white man builds it as a business for the black people to go there, pay school fees or whatever it is.
Yeah,
you don't
you
have
pay
to build
for a
your own
service.
if you don't know how to build it.
Right.
We can't build a university. That's period. We can't because we don't have a language to write a curriculum.
You don't think we're capable of doing that at all? That's probably why we haven't done it already.
It's not a capability. It's if you don't know it, you can't do it. What are you going to do in a
You don't
college?
only have so much time.
You write a curriculum. That's what differentiates one institution from the other. Black people have never written a curriculum for any pedagogy education system
Wow.
because we don't have a language.
What do you mean by we don't have a language?
You don't have a language.
Well, if your culture
Hello?
has never invented
That's
an
what.
alphabet,
It's just what he said.
which is used internationally and recognized that can be used in other languages, like use an African alphabet to spell a Chinese word.
Right.
If you don't have that, then how can you write a curriculum?
Or literature.
Yeah, literature.
So then, wouldn't you say that the alphabet and the language is what carries a culture?
In some ways, we have what is called oral history. We are oral people.
That's probably why we're so good at
Yes,
storytelling.
we have storytelling. We're very powerful. Back in those days, you can't corrupt it because you cannot find a manuscript and manipulate it. Like the Romans discovered so many manuscripts when they conquered the Mediterranean, especially Israel, right? They found manuscripts that were hidden by smart people like the Illuminati, you know, people with enlightenment. And they took it. Some they destroyed, some they twisted it.
Did this guy really
But with
believe
oral
this
culture,
shit?
you can never do that.
Right.
It pass on. But when the Europeans, at the advent of the Europeans, we began to admire their ways more than ours. So what we did was just give up on everything that we could have packaged as we are the only oral literature or oral language keepers. All right, they gave us alphabet and we began to use it to write, which is fine. And we publish books and stuff like that. That you can do. But what we are doing now is telling our kids not to be proud in what we do. And that's what we've done with Jackie Robinson. So no kid takes pride in what we create. There was a Negro League. You know, every necessity allowed many cultures to become innovators. Even the Jews, because they were prevented in many countries from what they can do and what they cannot do, they moved away to start something, and boom.
Yeah.
South African whites were under embargo, right? That they should not sanction, and nobody will sell them arms. That's why South Africa now has about 5 different guns they manufacture on their own. Same with the energy also. They knew that they were being sanctioned. They had electricity. So many cultures use sanctions or difficulties created for you in order for you to become innovative. Because necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. But we're the only one, whenever there is an obstacle created, we wait at the bus stop and form DEI and form civil rights actions and form BLM and form begging organizations. Begging. If you beg and it's given to you, it's not yours. Your children know that you begged for it. But many cultures actually insist for them to face these kind of obstacles so that it will bring out the creativity, the innovation, and everything. We could have used the problems of the 50s, we could have used that to create a black-only league in this country in basketball, which we are good at.
They were so
in all
they were
the
so
physical
jealous,
sports.
so
And people will
selfish.
come
No,
from
we want to
Eastern
be a
Europe
part of your
everywhere,
team, your
every
clubs.
summer, just to go to Atlanta
It's
or
not
wherever it's
fair.
our segregated area, just bring
They don't
dollars
realize
to our areas to see this entertainment.
Fairness just isn't everything.
But
It's-
no,
most
we
time
wouldn't
it's not
take
even
pride
best
if we
for you.
build it. So we wait at the bus stop and then hold a sign for DEI. I'm waiting for you to diversify your place so I can come in.
Wow.
How come nobody is just at your door asking, who lined up at the NBA asking to play? Chinese? No. Only one Chinese, Yao Ming. He came in and said, I can play. And even they have to go there and, recruit him. So I do not like it. It won't work anyway. It will never, ever work in this country unless you want to begin to kill people.
Autocracy. fucking
then
dictator, and that's what they
begin
would
to
have done.
collect
We would have been we would have gone full
Arabs
communist,
who
full
are not
Stalin.
known to be medical doctors because that is not their strong area, and start pushing them into our hospitals to cut people open. You want to destroy everything? Then put Hollywood into the hands of Japanese and they can run it for you. You want to destroy everything? Put the banking institutions in the hands of Chinese, people who can write 30 characters on a rice, but they can't manage Wall Street because that is not their strength. Forced diversity is a recipe for disaster. And worst, it just makes people look down upon us. The begging thing, elections is coming, and you're hearing it already. Which candidate will do something for black people?
Yeah.
It's the most disturbing statement I hear.
Yeah.
Which candidate? And your children are hearing this, they won't do anything. They are waiting on a candidate to level the playing field. Let me state today, there is nothing wrong with the playing field. There's something wrong with your legs and your knees. It's crooked. So no matter how much we level the playing field, you can't play. And with that, we come to another episode, ZANU Project Rethink. Please subscribe. Tell all your friends and your family members. Yes, talk about this at your dining table. I don't care. Send me your comments. We want to continue these discussions with young people like Armani, with Cedric, so that we can have something to make our kids rethink all the positions they have taken. So the anger and the violence will go down.
Yes.
With that, I see you again, another episode of ZANU Project Rethink. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for having me.
Jeez. Man, I just realized I'm not gonna get my fucking main YouTube account till next year. At the beginning fucking of next year, man. January 5th. Like, fuck, bro. Shit. That fucking blows, man.
Plato was one of the greatest poetic and philosophical talents of ancient Greece, and yet he has a very ambivalent relationship with poetry. In the Republic, probably Plato's greatest dialogue, he accuses the poets of being dangerous miseducators of youth, and he thinks that the poets ought to be censored. He thinks that we ought to prevent dangerous and bad myths from being transmitted to the youth of the ideal city on account of the fact that it will deform their souls and undermine their philosophical education. And yet, it's strange for someone whose work is replete with poetry and metaphor and non-literal image to be so negative and so critical of the poetic tradition that comes out of Greece. Much of it comes from the fact that Plato thought that Homer had had a bad effect on Greek culture, in the sense that Homer miseducated young men to try and become something like the Homeric heroes. Heroes of wrath, heroes of passion, men of violence rather than men of philosophical morality and philosophical virtue. So it's not that Plato necessarily disapproves of poetry, because he himself is one of the great poets of ancient Greece. In fact, what he wants to do is allow for a certain kind of poetry which properly educates youth, and on the other hand, limit the access of youth to poetry, limit the access of youth to poetry that is good for their souls, that will give them a good education.
Man, they're scumbags as it is.
Now, the greatest of Plato's poetic constructs is, I would say, Socrates. And Socrates has very interesting things to say about poetry. He can be very hard on the poets. Some of the things that he says in the Republic lead to censorship and a kind of closing off of society. Many critics of Socrates and the Platonic tradition have pointed that out. But it's worth considering that just before his death, Socrates wrote poetry. And that's written by Plato. I mean, it's not a matter of historical fact. Actually, it's found in the dialogues that come just before the death of Socrates, particularly in the Phaedo. Socrates says that he had a dream, and that in his dream he was told, Socrates, study poetry, practice and cultivate the arts. And Socrates has taken aback at this, because all through his life he had practiced and cultivated the arts. But he thought that he could practice and cultivate the arts by cultivating the one single highest art, the philosophical art, the art of dialectic. But just to make sure that he's got all the bases covered, to make sure that he's appropriately following his daimons injunctions, Socrates decides that what he's going to do is going to write some poetry just before he dies. A very surprising thing, because Socrates isn't the sort of man to get rattled. He's a man of philosophical courage and fortitude, who has the option of escaping from jail and running away, but he's not afraid of death. He is afraid of disobeying the injunctions that he gets in his dreams, and in particular, he wants to make sure that he's done what he ought to have done. He decides to write poetry. He takes the hymn to Apollo and turns it into verse, and he also takes the fables of Aesop and turns those into verse. And it's interesting that Socrates, at the very end of his life, should turn poet. I don't think we can read this as a kind of rejection of Socrates' life, but it's a way of acknowledging Socrates' piety. He wants to make sure that he's done the right thing by the spirits that move him, or that make him go.
It's going to be even worse. I'm like, bro, I can't even fucking use it for 90 days. What the fuck are you talking about if it happens again?
It's probably not true.
If I even ever use it again.
A germ of truth, which tells us something about Plato's relationship to Socrates, about which we know rather little. It's said that Plato first made the acquaintance of Socrates after he had written a cycle of tragedies, and he wanted to enter these tragedies in the competition that they held during religious festivals, and he wanted to win the prize for tragedy. And Socrates had always been rather critical of tragedy and epic and the influence of poetry on society. So it's alleged, the story is apocryphal, that they had a dialogue, that they talked to each other, and that Plato read him some of these tragic poems, and that after reading the tragedies to Socrates and talking with Socrates about the nature of tragedy, apparently he went home and burned his tragedies and never wrote tragedy again. A fascinating turn of events. Probably not true, but just because it isn't literally true doesn't mean it isn't instructive and important. It suggests, I think rightly, that Plato was one of the great poetic talents of ancient Greece. It also suggests, again rightly I think, that Socrates had great misgivings about the influence of tragedy and epic on society. And it also suggests that the Platonic dialogue is in some respects a moving beyond the form of epic and tragedy, which had been characteristic of the high culture of Periclean Athens. And in fact, it's a new art form which tries to remedy some of the defects which Socrates pointed out in tragedy as a whole. In other words, Plato was such a profound and gifted poet that he was able to construct a new kind of poetic mode, or a poetic genre, called the Socratic dialogue, and ever since, no one has ever written a really good dialogue. Perhaps Hume wrote a few, but the really poetic and gripping and yet philosophically important dialogues are essentially restricted to Plato himself. Perhaps it's the case that all the greatest of poets not only have to come up with their own subject matter and their own material, they also have to come up with their own form. And they don't have to patent the form. No one else can do it nearly so well as they can.
Just one pixel
so, although the story is apocryphal, it does tell us something about the relationship between Socrates and Plato, and about their ambivalent views of poetry.
None of that, no.
Now, on the other hand, for someone with such misgivings about poetry, the Platonic dialogues are shot through with myth. If you think of something like, the myth of Atlantis in the Timaeus, or the myth of the Ladder of Beauty in the Symposium, or any of the important dialogues have some sort of myth in them. And they move from one to another, and they kind of form a coherent ring of Platonic teaching, which is given in both a literal sense in many of the back and forth dialectics, but also given a poetic representation some of the time in various passages from these dialogues.
Going back through it, like it's all on Kick, now, and I think actually there's one other one
the big change
that I forget
that we see when we move from tragedy to Platonic dialogue is that instead of having
And
a
it was the
tragic
one they
hero
fucking took down. It
who
had the
has some
best
fatal
shit
flaw,
was in that one. It was on
and this
October
fatal
6th.
flaw leads to a downfall,
was
and we get a
October 6th or
catharsis of fear and
October
pity. What we
5th,
get
but
instead
either way,
in
it's
the
just a
Platonic
little piece
dialogues
of it
is
is
a
on
new
YouTube
kind of hero,
somehow.
not a tragic hero, but a
And
philosophical
I
hero.
found it on
In other words,
Restream
Socrates
earlier.
himself
I was like, oh my
is
God,
the
bro, that was like a
supplanter
40-hour,
of
like a 35-hour
the
stream.
tragic hero.
It had
In
a
other words,
good-
we have a
I
new
think it was the
alternative
second
hero.
best stream I've
Instead
ever
of the
done.
hero
A
of
lot of
tragedy
people
that
were
we
in
get
there.
in, say, Aeschylus or
And
Socrates,
I was just,
or
because I had
the
my normal YouTube program,
epic
so I
hero
mean,
that
there
we
was
get
a
in
lot of
Homer,
people in
we get a
there
new kind of hero, a philosophical hero who, instead of killing people and being a
just in
man
the
of
last
passion and
week,
violence the
I've
way
added
the
like
Homeric
50
hero
or
is,
100
we get a
more
hero
hours
of
of
reason,
watch
a
time.
hero of insight
I'm
and
almost
logic,
at
who
2,000
improves men
hours.
rather than harming them, who benefits the world rather than destroying it, who has an
by the beginning
obligation
of
to
next
improve
year,
those around him rather than
I mean, I'm sure
gratify his
Twitch will
own
be up
individual
higher too, yeah.
passions and lusts. Now, the argument that Plato made in the Republic has been criticized by many people, and it deserves that criticism. I don't think anyone nowadays would want to advocate a closed society in which we were unable to speak our minds freely, in which some kind of Platonic censor prevented us from encountering the art forms and the examples of art that we wish to.
Wild West, man.
On the other hand,
I mean, it's kind of like
it is worth noting
OnlyFans, similar. Like they
that
really
the
just don't
argument
give
that
up.
Plato
I mean,
makes
I don't know
about
you know,
the
like
Homeric
sexual
heroes,
like that
about
stuff,
the
but, like,
tragic heroes,
they don't
about
really do much
the
for
epic
copyright
and tragedy,
shit.
which
Like,
have been
'cause I was
so
asking
important a
Grok
part
about
of the
it,
artistic
and
life
she's
of
like,
Greece,
yeah,
is
it's
exactly
like
the
fucking
same
Wild West
argument
on there.
that
You
the
can
accusers of
pretty much
Socrates
get away
made
with
against
anything.
him.
Like
Socrates was
anything but,
condemned
like,
to
just
death
straight up
because it
music,
was said that he
like
corrupted the
Led
youth of
Zeppelin or
Athens,
some shit.
and that it made them disbelieve in the traditional gods, and that he harmed their souls. Well, Plato turns that around in the Republic when he talks about censoring the poets and limiting the myths that the the children will get, and he says, no, the real corrupters of youth are these poets who perhaps are divinely inspired, but don't really understand what they're doing. They have a kind of sacred madness, which leads them to generate stories and artistic constructs that they don't themselves comprehend, and that may or may not be good for people. And often, the harm that they do is irrevocable and can't be taken back. So in other words, he turns the tables on the accusers of Socrates in the Republic, charges them with the very thing that they condemned Socrates for.
Was conscious of it. I was like,
now, in the Platonic hierarchy, in other words, Plato has a very detailed and complicated conception of ontology. Ontology, as I said before, speaks about beings. It's the kind of quality that different beings have. And it's found in the Republic in something called the divided line. And at the top of this hierarchy, we find the form of the good, which is the source of all being and the source of all reality. Below that are the forms, and forms are pure essences of the individual things that we encounter here in the world of space and time. This cup exists only by virtue of its participation in an eternal form of the cup, which is somehow outside of space and time. And all the cups that you have in front of you to drink coffee from all participate in this form of cupness.
One goes in one side, the other one
below
goes
that,
in the TV.
we come to the level of space and time, physical objects. And below that, at the very bottom of the ontological hierarchy, what we see is that down there is the realm of shadows and imitation. And under imitation, Plato places all works of art. In other words, this cup only exists by virtue of the fact that it participates in the eternal form of cupness, which is someplace in heaven or up in the sky or outside the world of space and time. But if I were to give you an oil painting of this cup, what I would have is something even less real than that. Because what I would have is essentially an imitation cup, a representation of the cup, which itself, I mean, this physical spatio-temporal cup isn't real in the Platonic sense. It's a thin or less real image of the eternal cup. So at the very bottom of this hierarchy are the representations. We have three levels then. Reality, which is the realm of the forms, the world of space and time, the world of objects, and then at the very bottom of that, at the bottom of our ontological hierarchy, which is also an epistemological hierarchy, we'll find out later on, do we have the representation of the cup. Now, if I were to
You
write
know,
you
you
a
just
poem
get, like,
about the
buck
cup
fever, man,
and talk
you know?
about the
I
cup's
was bored
properties
as
and
fuck for the last
whatever it
month.
is that I might want to versify with regard to
And
the
then
cup,
that shit
that
happened.
also would be a representation or imitation of a cup.
well.
And that poem, like my oil painting of the cup, would be at the very bottom of this
well.
ontological hierarchy.
I mean, you know,
so in other
honestly,
words,
a
Plato
lot of people
devalues poetry.
have
He says, look,
commented and
this
said,
world of
"Bro,
space
you
and
got
time,
something,
that
man."
isn't
Like,
real.
one guy
Even
said he
less
was
real than
fucking
that
had
is the
30
world
or
of
40 or,
imitations.
like,
And
50
the
years
whole
in
world of
fucking public
art is the
broadcasts.
world
He's
of
like, "Bro, you got-
imitations.
you
So that
know,
means that
you
artists
need to get
are
your
those people
vocabulary
who create
tightened up.
imitations
You know,
of a
there's a lot
world
of-
that isn't
there's a
even
lot of
real because the reality of the world of
There's a
space and
lot
time
of
is all derived
uhs.
from the realms
There's
of
a lot of
forms. So at the very
likes.
bottom of the ontological and
He's like, "Once you get
epistemological
that shit under
hierarchy
control,"
is
he's
the
like,
realm
"Man,
of
you
art,
know,
the realm of
you have good
imitation or
delivery and,
representation.
you know what you're talking about."
How
so.
then do we find so much poetry in Plato?
I just see
in other
all
words,
this
what's
as
all this
more or
stuff
less-
doing there? You would imagine that somebody that liked
I enjoy
math
this
as much
shit,
as
you know,
Socrates
like-
and Plato
like
appear
fucking
to,
learning
and
something and
disapprove
perfecting
or
it,
at least
that's-
devalue poetry to such a great extent, would give you a books
I really
full of
don't even- I
theorems.
really don't care
would
about
would
the-
give
you
you
know
things
the
like the
money's
theorem
for?
of Pythagoras, would give
So
you
that I can
geometry
pursue
or
other
some other
things that I wanna
really
learn.
existing things, some
Instead of working
formal
out
knowledge.
all
At the
day
very
every
least, it would be dialectic, which leads you to
know,
ultimate
up in
truth
trees
and
and
ultimate
shit.
knowledge about the forms.
I would rather
and yet,
just read
the
and
Platonic
fucking watch
dialogues
shit
are
and
shot
do whatever,
through
you
with
know?
poetry. How did that stuff get here? If
I know.
Plato isn't to be accused
No,
by
I
his
notice.
own
I know when it's
observation about the
starting to
nature
get
of
at me.
poetry.
I mean, I've
It's not
wrecked a few
real stuff.
vehicles over that
Often it
shit,
leads people
actually.
astray. It has many,
You know,
many
the,
potential evils to it. It's a hard question to answer
Man,
because
I
of
was
the
withdrawn
complexity
one
and
time, man. I
difficulty
didn't
of some of
sleep
these
for
myths.
14 days.
But I think it's worth
in
our
jail,
consideration because it gives us a certain degree of insight into the
I was
Platonic
hallucinating
project
after about
and will
7
tell us
days.
things that we would otherwise not notice about the
In
structure of
that
the
2-week
Platonic
period,
dialogues and
I
the way
shit
in
you
which
not, it
Plato
felt like a
thinks about
2-day
the world.
period, man. I had absolutely
No.
no fucking frame of reference about the time that had elapsed over that 2-week.
First off,
Bro, they
we
put-
should
they
note the
put me in
fact
my s-
that
they put
Plato
me in the cell
acknowledges the
in
power
evening,
and
dude
significance
below
of
me,
poetry.
fucking song
While it
logs
is
on, I
potentially
can't
very
sleep.
dangerous and might
And,
miseducate people, it is at least a moderately
Man, I remember I
helpful
lay down in
friend
that fucking
and a very
book
dangerous
and, you
enemy.
know, feel like
So the true
shit.
philosopher is going to
I'd go
want
to the
poetry
fucking
on
ceiling.
his side. He
As
just
soon
wants
as
it
that door
tamed
would
and sort of
close, bro,
housebroken so it doesn't
because
make a mess
nothing
of his
moves,
philosophical system.
nothing
And so it
moves
doesn't
at all.
undermine his attempt
Dude,
to
it felt
educate
like
the people that
as
he's
soon
talking
as
to.
they
Because
shut the door,
good
boom,
man
it
is
was
always the
fucking
educator,
chow time.
and the philosopher feels an obligation
like,
or knows that he has a
time
moral
deprivation
obligation
is not-
to do what he
it's
can to
fucking
improve the world
wild,
by
dude.
educating it.
It is
We'll come back to this when we
wild.
talk about Socrates himself.
Fucks you up so bad, man.
Now,
You
we
don't
might
know
want to
what
think about
ways up, dude.
the
You
idea
don't know
that
what
there are
fucking
different
I
functions
come out of that
performed
cell
by
in the
the
morning and
myths
be
in
like,
Plato.
bro,
One function would be to
what
protect
in the fuck
stupid
is
people
going
from
on? You know,
themselves.
like-
In other words, perhaps you don't
then when I
have the
finally slept, it
ability,
was for like 2
or
days
perhaps
straight.
you're just a child. Or
Dudes were
perhaps
fucking
you're
throwing
just
wet toilet paper and
your
shit on me
character is
'cause they had me on a
vicious.
cot
There are a
out
number
in
of
the day
possible
room.
contingencies
These motherfuckers, they
in
had
which
a
a person may
bean
not
hole
be
in their
fertile
fucking
ground
doors.
for the
They're
Platonic
wet
teachings. In
toilet
other words,
paper and
they may
tossing
be
it across
they may
and
not
hitting
have
me on this
access
fucking cot,
for one
man.
reason or
Bro, I
another
slept
to
the whole
true
thing, woke up
rationality.
fucking covered
Suppose
in,
you're
like,
talking to
6
someone that's
toilet
crazy.
paper rolls
Suppose
for
you're
each
talking to a 6-year-old. Suppose you're talking to someone that has some sort of problem in the way they
I
think.
didn't even give a
And
fuck. I
you
was like,
can't,
bro,
at
I
least
don't
at
give
this
a
point
fuck,
in
man.
time,
I needed that sleep,
give
dude.
them
Do
access
your
to
thing,
reality.
you know? I don't-
The next best thing you can give them, if you can't give them knowledge, is to give them what Plato would call true opinion.
Yeah.
Which is
I know,
like
you're right.
knowledge. It'll get them to behave as if they
it's
had
usually
knowledge,
things that I
but all
thought-
they'll have is the
put a lot of
shadow
thought
or the
into,
semblance
which
or
is-
the imitation
a lot of thought
of
into a lot of
knowledge, a
things, but-
representation of knowledge. So one reason why Plato introduces myths into his
reactions, not so
dialogues
much.
is to
Reactions,
insulate
yes,
the
but only
feeble
when it's kind of like a
interlocutor
canned
and protect him from himself.
Like, man,
If you
I've
think about
already
any of you
been
who've read the
fucking
dialogue called the
mulling,
Meno,
chewing
which
on
is
this
probably the most
fucking idea
accessible
for
of the dialogues. If you're going to
6
start
months,
reading
you
the
know?
Platonic dialogues, it's short
Man, I
and pithy
like,
and a very
that's what I
good
was talking about,
introduction.
like,
Well, Meno is one of the dumbest
a
guys guys Socrates ever talked to. I mean, he's obviously stupid. He won't think. You can't get him to do anything. At the end of their discussion, they come to the ironic conclusion that virtue comes from the gods. It can't be taught. Nobody knows what it is. Nobody knows where it comes from. And it doubtless comes from the gods. Now, that ending is ironic. That's not meant intentionally. It's a fiction or a lie or a myth, if you see what I'm saying. He's engaging in a poetic imaginary flight. On the other hand, good poetry, like the Platonic myths, are lies that tell the truth. The truth that they tell is a moral truth, not a literal truth. And you have to be able to read between the lines,
do
to
the
get
voice
beyond
memo,
the literal meaning.
and then I'll
Now,
fucking
Meno
have
is such
it,
a dumb guy
you know,
who's been
speech to text,
miseducated by a sophist named
transcribe,
Gorgias that
and then
that
I'll
he
have it,
refuses
you
to
know,
think.
have it do
Plato
the
or Socrates can't get him to use his
AI
head,
and,
no matter
you know,
what
bust
he
it
says
down
to him.
concise,
The
or
next
what- you know
best
what I
thing
mean?
is an
Have it
ironic ending in which he
strip
sends
out all the you knows and the
Meno
likes and
toddling
the
off,
and
thinking,
shit.
well, virtue comes from the gods. I used to think that I didn't know what it was or what it was
Like,
about
I
or how it
don't
worked, but
perform
now I
very
know it
well
comes
when
from the
it's just like I'm
gods.
recording
He
on the
remains
spot.
stupid,
Like
but he has now
streaming, like,
been
you
moved
kinda get
towards
into
an
a groove,
opinion
you kinda
which gets him
forget
to
about it.
act almost
Does
as
it
if
feel weird
he
to be
had
talking to
philosophical
yourself?
knowledge. It's the next best thing. So you can protect people
at
from
first, it
themselves,
feels so
feeble
fucking weird,
interlocutors,
man. Like,
or
half the
perhaps
shit would be
children when
dead
he talks
air, man,
about
'cause I'm like,
education in the Republic, since the reasoning power of children is different in degree and different in kind from that of adults.
have a lot
Well,
of
perhaps the best thing you can give them is
And I've been saving them
salutary myth
purposely
that makes a
because,
certain amount of sense.
You know, I'll think
That's
about
one
it for
reason.
like a week.
A second reason that
think it'll be
Plato
on my
introduces
mind.
myths
And then
into
once
his
I
dialogues
think it
is
out,
to protect
I'll
not
forget
stupid
about it,
interlocutors, but
And
stupid
then
readers.
The argument that I had.
In other words,
you know, like
the Platonic
fucking
dialogues
iron
are written
steel
in an
fucking
intentionally
argument
obscure,
that I
multi-layered style.
just
In other words, there are meanings
disappears.
below meanings and within meanings.
So
it's
I
like
started
peeling an
recording
onion.
them, like,
And
fuck
not
it,
all
you
the
know,
meaning
like,
is
if
going
I'm
to be
gonna
accessible to
forget it,
everyone. Not
then
everyone is
record it,
called
and
to
if
be
I
a
need to
philosopher.
throw it
Not
away
everyone
later,
has
throw it away
that
later.
gold in their soul which gives them the potential to truly understand the
And
Platonic
they're usually
teachings.
about
And God knows a
kinda
great deal of
like,
misuse could be made of these
most
teachings,
of them are about
particularly by
things
people
that
who
I've
don't
never
understand them
seen
but
anybody else
think
write
that they
about.
do. A feeble interlocutor poses the same problem that a feeble reader does. Potentially,
why I got him acting
philosophical
last year. I was
arguments
like, you know
are
something?
dynamite. They upset tradition. They are
I've always-
potentially a danger to the person's
always, like, since I
activities in
started my
life
YouTube
and their
channel,
behavior towards
I've
others.
I've
The best
had a
thing
lot-
to do
like,
then,
people have always
if
been
they
like,
are not, if
"Oh,
they don't
love
have the
your-
capacity to
you know, love
truly
your
understand
videos,
the
blah,
Platonic
blah, blah," you
dialogues,
know,
give them true
for the last
opinion.
10
Give them
years.
some idea that'll get them to behave the way they ought, whether they are capable
So
of
I've always
understanding
known there
the
was
point of the
something
Platonic
there.
dialogue or not.
But
And I think that we're going to see an example
more
of that when I talk
focused
a little
on
bit later
other
about the myth of
doing
Ur,
other
the end of
shit.
the Republic.
It was just kind of something I was doing
There are
for
two
fun.
other reasons why I believe we might see
Still is,
myth
more or less.
and poetic invention introduced into the Platonic dialogues.
I'm not making. I haven't made
One
it
reason
quite
is
yet,
propedeutic. If you have a person who has not yet reached
I like it, though,
philosophical
you know, like
insight,
I said, I'm
doesn't
gonna go
yet
back
have
through all these live
Socratic
streams
philosophical
and cut out
understanding,
all the cuts.
it is
That's
possible
how I'm gonna build these
to
other channels up.
hasten
I've already
their
got over 100
absorption
hours on
of
fucking-
philosophical
on Twitch.
understanding and
Like
increase their
130
capacity for
hours of
knowledge
fucking-
and learning to set them upon the road of true philosophical knowledge by using a myth which kind of sets the ball rolling in the right direction. It will, in that case, be a lie that tells the truth. I will call these myths the propedeutic myths,
Yeah.
the myths that move a student of
that's what
philosophy
Jordan
in the
Peterson would
direction
say,
of true
too.
philosophical knowledge,
You
which,
know,
of course, is
because-
knowledge of the forms in Plato's view.
As you go, you know, the idea it
A final
changes. You know, and
reason,
you start seeing it from
or
different
perhaps not the
angles,
final,
you start
but one
hearing
more
different
reason
opinions.
why we see myth
know, you
and
kind of
poetry introduced into the
fix it,
Platonic
you know, or
dialogues
you attack it and
is
attack
that
it.
Plato
Like, I heard
is
Jordan
very
Peterson
well
put it that way.
aware of the fact
You
that
set
there is
your
no
argument
such
up,
thing
and then
as
you
presuppositionless
systematically
thought.
test it. You go-
In
you
other
go
words,
and
we
test
can't
the fences,
bootstrap
like,
ourselves
you know,
into
Jurassic
the
Park with the raptors, you go in
stratosphere
there,
where the forms are kept
and
without
you
making
needle the
certain
shit out of your
assumptions,
own
without
argument,
taking
you know, you
things as
steelman it, and
axiomatic. Remember that Plato had great
once I
admiration
steelmanned
for
it,
the
I just-
achievements of geometry,
On
and he
to
had
the
great
next one.
admiration for mathematics as being a kind of real knowledge of real
Something
mathematical
about that,
entities.
too. Like, once I get a
But
hold
if
of it,
you've
I'm
ever
like a
studied
dog with a
math, and I
bone.
assume
Once
that
I
most
get
of
a
us
hold
have, you notice that even Euclid, when he begins his Elements,
always been
starts by stating certain axioms. And axioms don't get proven, they just plain get stated. Let X be the set of all rational numbers, or let Y be a plane, or something like that. It simply has to be stated dogmatically. You can't prove axioms. They are prior to rational proof. Well, that's not just true about mathematical systems. It's also true about political systems.
impacts
It's true
of
about
feminism
moral
on-
systems.
on
It's
the
true
web-
about
on
epistemological
Western society
systems.
and
It's true about
Japan.
ontological
I did that
systems.
one, like,
And when stating
beginning of
the presuppositions or
September.
fundamental axioms of his philosophy, what Plato does, instead of simply pounding the desk and stating these things dogmatically, let reality be the realm of the forms, he gives you a charming myth which is propedeutic towards understanding what his policy and intention really is. He's trying to move you in the direction. Now, remember that Plato, even though he uses quite a few myths, never mistakes myth for reality. In other words, Plato doesn't say at the end of the Republic that is a real guy, is a real man who came back down to earth and had seen the fate of people who die and things like that. He says, I think the truth might be something like this. Now, whenever Plato understates his case, he's waving a flag towards the philosophically sophisticated, saying, look, this isn't conclusive, it's just meant to be persuasive. I can't give you conclusive arguments about my fundamental axioms, about my basic assumptions. For example, in the myth of the metals, he talks about the fundamental assumption of his political and epistemological system that all souls are not equal, that human beings are basically unequal. But this is just an axiom or a dogma, and Plato would like to avoid that insofar as possible, so he gives you a pretty myth to wrap it up in. It's more accessible. It prevents the philosophically illiterate or the philosophically dangerous from comprehending it. And yet, those of us who are philosophically sophisticated, who have some idea of what is going on here, are not intended to take this as being a demonstrative proof. Plato knows that. It's not that he's trying to put one over on us. He's just trying to put one over on the ones that you can't do anything else with. Okay? That's very important. The primitives, the basic entities which don't get a definition or which don't get a demonstration are wrapped up in poetic myths, right? And every system has its primitives. Imagine if in 10th grade, when your teacher was telling you, let this be a line and let this be a three-dimensional space, suppose you asked the teacher, what is space? Well, space. I mean, no one's going to define space for you. It's a kind of intuitive, basic, primitive idea. All axiomatic systems work that way. And so does Plato's system, or so do Plato's ideas. So he has to have some starting point, and these starting points are usually flagged with these myths.
You can get mixed up, you can get fucking
Poetry
ahead of yourself,
can persuade
you can lose a
where
thought.
reason
When
is not able to demonstrate
every
things
word
for you.
comes out
And that's the
perfect.
next best thing.
When you're writing or typing it, I've just noticed that bit of
Since
that bit of delay
all
that
systematic thought has starting points, has primitive elements, has axioms, which are not susceptible to demonstration, it turns out then that myths really aren't an option, they're a necessity. I mean, you could state it dogmatically, but one way or another, you have to make this jump. And myths, as a way of doing that, are easiest, and they cover a number of other bases, like preventing the philosophically dangerous or the foolish or the unwise from really grasping the full significance of what's going on. It gives them as much as they can possibly handle. And since myths are necessary, our judgment of whether we want to accept or reject a myth will come on a couple of different grounds. The first ground will be whether it's adequate to our experience of the world. Another ground will be whether it's logically continuous with the other things that we know. And the final and most important ground for judging myth is how do we anticipate people will behave if they believe this myth? A good myth is one that gets people to do good stuff. And a bad myth is one that gets people to do bad stuff. And now can you see the point of why Plato has such an animus towards the Homeric myths? It persuades young men that they ought to be Achilles, that they ought to be wrathful, that they ought to be heroic in both the good and the bad sense of that term. They ought to be self-indulgent prima donnas. That's the bad element of the myth. Plato wants to replace that myth with a set of myths that are going to have better consequences, yet are equally logically coherent.
Different point of view than me.
No.
I can never guess.
Think about some
what
of
he's
these
gonna
myths.
say. Never.
A great many of them are found in the
always
Republic,
gonna-
and
it always
I'd like to look at the four main myths in the Republic because they're very instructive, and they also shed light back on the philosophical activity that's going on in the Republic itself.
Sometimes I know that
Take
he
number
was
one.
wrong. Like, no,
The first
fuck you,
of the
this
big
is a
myths
good
in the
idea.
Republic is called the myth of
But still,
Gyges'
though, sometimes
ancestor.
there'd be glaringly
And it's found at the beginning of Book
obvious
2 where
things that were
Socrates is
wrong,
talking to
and then he
Glaucon.
would say, well,
And it turns out that
maybe
the
you
myth
gotta
is
worry about
very
it. Like, oh,
short,
shit,
but
you're right,
very
you're right.
compact.
Yeah,
There's quite a
cut
bit
my
going on in
losses,
this.
you know.
And
But if I
most
really
of my
wanted to do
students,
it,
when I
I'd stick
teach
with it,
the Republic, just whip right through this, and it looks like something that just
a lot
got
of people
thrown
don't
in.
have
Let me tell you in advance, nothing just gets thrown into the Platonic dialogues. every word, every syllable, every idea is there for a reason. And this particular myth is what I will call a propedeutic myth. It's going to help us onward towards the process of getting real philosophical sophistication.
Heard a lot of them, actually.
Here's the myth.
A lot of the really
Gyges'
passionate
ancestor,
rants,
Gyges was a Lydian, was a shepherd for the king, and he took care of the sheep. And he was out in the field one day, there was an earthquake, and the earth opened up, and he saw down at the bottom,
I mean, it is
when he went down to investigate,
but I know the
a
gist
hollow
of
bronze
where I'm going,
horse,
or, you know, what,
which was hollowed out, and the
what I'm
sides of
trying
it
to
you could
convey,
see
what
through
I'm
because
trying
they were glass, and inside he saw the body of a hero. And on that hero's hand, there was a gold ring. And Gyges' ancestor stole this gold ring, went up and said, wow, you know, this is kind of a nice thing to have. In playing with the ring, he found that when he turned it back to front, when he turned the collar around towards the inside of his hand, it made him invisible. As a consequence of that, Gyges was able to go back to the king of Lydia, make himself invisible, have sex with the king's wife, kill the king, and become the king of Lydia.
My dad's like,
and
he's like a fucking true
that's the whole of the
creator,
story.
man.
That's it.
And
now,
I
it
think
wouldn't
that's
seem to
where
be at all
that
that
comes from,
suggestive
you
a
know,
myth, but in fact,
he's a
every
creative,
word
and
and
he
every
tends to
idea and
see
every
and
image is
think in
chosen very
different
carefully.
terms.
First off,
You know,
we have
and
two
like the
kinds
shit
of
that he would,
metals
like, when I was a
mentioned
kid, he'd be like,
in this myth,
you know, you ever
gold
thought about
and
this?
bronze.
And he'd say it, and,
Whenever
like,
you
it's
read the
kinda
Republic,
shit that
when you
still
see
with me,
gold,
you know what I
it
mean?
means
Like,
philosophical
it's
insight
just
and
be some
rationality.
weird observation about like
Education,
fingernail, you know,
real
like,
knowledge,
with the,
connotes
being that
all those things.
toe jam under
And
a
bronze,
fucking giant's fingernail or some shit,
inside,
like,
remember what
shit
happens?
Like that, you know? And
Gyges'
you'd say, I'd be like,
ancestor goes down and sees a hollow bronze
man, who
horse.
thinks of shit like that?
Now, first of all, you may have heard of another Greek poem that features a hollow horse, right? It's not an accident that got in. It's a real nasty dig at Homer, right? The bad educator. It's a parable about bad education. What happens to a man who goes down? Now, remember that later on when we get to the divided line, going up and going down. Going up is always going up the divided line towards the realm of philosophical knowledge or philosophical insight. So when we learn, when we are truly educated, we go up. And what happens when we go down? We go from the natural, normal, desirable state of things towards miseducation, towards ignorance, down he goes. He goes down and finds inside this hollow horse. I mean, it could be anything. It could have been a hollow elephant. Think about what the hollow horse means.
And I mean, that
finds inside this hollow horse the body, not the soul, but the body of a hero. Why? Soul juxtaposed to body, you get the whole Platonic idea here. Finds the shell of a hero, but not the reality of a hero, because the reality of human life is the soul, which is immortal. The body doesn't matter. The body is what appeals to the bronze, which is why he's in a bronze horse, and why this bronze man is now subverting the order of nature. He steals
I really want to know your
a gold ring, and then turns the gold ring around, opposite to the way that it's supposed to be. An inversion of the normal order of things.
I would like
and what
your
happens?
opinion. You know more
Our
than
shepherd
I do, and
becomes
you've been
king,
right. I've
kills
watched
his
you be right
master,
about shit.
commits crimes and
I
transgressions,
forget exactly how
takes
you put it,
control
but
of
it
the
was
state,
like, I was very
engages
flattered.
in
I was like,
adultery.
fuck, man, you
in
know
other words,
something, dude? I
it's
admire
a
you for that,
very
because a lot of
carefully
people,
compacted
their pride would never
parable
let them
about
admit that,
education
for one.
and miseducation.
And
you
what
really
do they call
can't
that,
understand
that shit, that
Plato's
syndrome
Republic until you've
where
read it 3 or
somebody,
4 or 5 times. I mean, the
they
first time you go
think
through
they're-
this, since you haven't gotten to the myth of the cave
so
yet, you haven't
smart
gotten to
that
the
they
divided
can't be
line
wrong,
and the
you
myth
know
of
what
the
I mean?
metals,
Like
you really can't
they're
completely
too
understand
stupid
this.
to
But when
realize
you
they're
go back
stupid.
and look at that myth of Gyges, it is very clear that what he is saying is that this will lead you on to the right path if you go back and read this with new eyes after you've looked at the Republic very carefully once or twice. This myth is meant to be propedeutic, and it's also meant to be illustrative of a number of the themes. It compacts many Platonic ideas, or ideas is the wrong word, Platonic concepts, in ways in which it would be very hard to do in a dialectical, literal way. It's a beautifully elegant myth. There are no throwaway lines in the Republic.
And then my
too
dad
well
calls
crafted.
me fucking like 2 days later and was like,
Now, what are we going
Buddy's
to learn
fucking
about
dead.
after we
I'm like,
finish this
what?
discussion about
He's like,
Gyges'
'cause his
ancestor?
friend, lived
Education.
across the street from my homeboy. And
Propedeutic
he saw
towards
him
our
being
understanding of
taken
what
out on the
real
stretcher.
education
I
is,
couldn't believe
moving
it.
from philosophical
And I went to his
insight up and
fucking
down,
funeral.
right? Up and down,
Now,
the various
everybody I knew
metals, the
from
hollow
school was
horse,
there.
all connect to
All
the other
kinds of
themes
people
in the
were there.
Republic.
I sat in the very
Yeah.
fucking back.
A second
I
myth
couldn't
of the
believe it.
Republic,
Like, people,
which is
I
also
gave his
very
mom a hug, I
suggestive
gave
and
his
very
old man a
important.
hug.
We find this in
And,
Book
you know,
3.
we're so- you know,
It's the myth of the
him and my
metals.
condolences.
Now, in the myth of the metals,
And I could tell
what
everybody
Socrates
else, like, they
says
see me, you know, like, kind of like that, like they wanted to catch me
is that
after.
we are
I'm
going
like, bro,
to
I
teach
am not here to fucking
in our ideal
socialize
city,
with you
we're going to
motherfuckers.
raise the
I'm here to
gold,
pay
the
my
silver, and the
respects
bronze
and
children,
go home.
the
I don't
children
like you
with gold
people, you know,
that have
like, there's a reason why
the
I'm fucking,
appetitive souls
you know,
and the
I don't
spirited
speak
souls and
with
the
you.
rational souls,
And there's
the
a
children who are
reason
going
why
to
I'm
become
back here
guardians
by
and auxiliaries
myself, you
and
know, like,
common
I'm
people
here
in the
for
Republic,
him,
craftsmen and
you know, I'm
artisans
here
and
because of
farmers.
the
We're
relationship
going to
we
tell
had.
these people that the process of their education was
I
not
just thought
real,
it was weird.
that it
People
was like a dream,
socializing it, you
that
know,
it was in fact something
after
not
a tragedy
consistent
like that,
with
you know, like
reality.
a guy in
We're
the
going to
fucking
tell
prime
each of
his
these people
life,
that
man.
while they thought they were being educated, in fact they
cleaned
weren't.
up.
What was really going on is that
And
they
what's
were
crazy
hidden
is
in the earth,
another kid
and that their
that's
Mother
dead,
Earth
that I went to
placed in each
Newson's
of their
kindergarten, went
souls
to the same
gold,
school as
silver, or
me
bronze,
and my
and
friend.
this, rather than the process of education,
This
is what
motherfucker
fits
went, my
them for
buddy
their
came back to
particular
town
role
and I
in
didn't
the
hang
ideal
out. He
city, in
called
the
this
perfect
other guy,
platonic
and this other guy
society.
got him
Now,
killed.
what's the point of
And that's
this?
what killed him.
Well, a couple
And
of points
his mom
made
told me
here.
that he died from
In the
natural
first
causes.
case,
When I was talking to
it's
that
meant
guy,
to
'cause
be
he's
what
basically
Plato
a bum,
calls
his mom wouldn't let him come home. He used to hang out
a sort of
in bars
noble
and shit.
lie. It's
I
a
was up in the
lie
bar
that
with my
tells
dad,
the
and I seen
truth.
him, and I was
They
talking to him.
do,
I was
in
like, yeah, I
fact,
guess he
have
died from
aptitudes
natural
for
causes. He goes,
different
he goes,
functions
no.
in
I'm like, what are you
society,
talking about? He
but
goes,
we
bro.
don't
I said,
want
yeah,
to
his
have
mom told me. He
society
goes, bro,
take the
who do you
blame
think
or
bought him
bear the
bag,
onus
dude,
of
or got him
creating
the
these
bags? I'm like,
these inequalities
dude,
artificially.
you're
So
about to
instead,
get
we say that
fucked
your
up
mother
right
is the
now,
earth,
bro.
and the
Like,
gods put these
you better
metals
just get
into
up
your
and
soul.
walk away,
That's
dude.
why we
Like,
structure
seriously.
society in the way that we do.
You know, he
The
did
point,
too.
of course,
Fucking-
is to
I was
to
like,
first
dude,
of
you
all
better
assert the
fucking you better
basic
hope I
axiom
don't
of
see you
Platonic
ever
politics
again,
and
bro.
Platonic ethics and
Like,
Platonic
and he ended up
epistemology,
fucking
which is
being
that
too,
souls
man.
are basically not equal.
Which
Now, you
is-
could assume either. Some systems,
I
like the
have
system
one
that we
friend
have
who
today, is that we assume the equality
one
of all people.
acquaintance lived
Plato
in-
wants to
lives in
assume
my
the
na- or
opposite.
lived in my neighborhood
But whatever you
most of my
assume,
life.
there's no way
Parents
of
never-
demonstrating that souls are
Hey,
or not
fucking,
equal. I don't know what counts
only
as proof
two
of such a thing. So rather than try and give you a demonstration, which Plato couldn't possibly provide, what he
That
gives
shit
it to you
just
is
ravaged
a
my
myth,
generation.
which wraps it up
Dude, it
like a package, and it's something that you can open later on when you complete the Platonic dialogues and make some sense of
I have
this.
no friends
So
left. It's
we
crazy.
keep society quiet and stable by preventing people from rebelling against their state and society by telling them a useful and appropriate myth. If it is good for individual people, and if it is good for the society as a whole,
You know
then
what's
it is what
crazy,
Plato
man,
would call
is when
good
somebody
poetry,
ODs,
a lie
it's
that tells the
always
truth.
awful.
Now, we may think today
because
that
whoever
that's a very
finds them
evil
is
thing to
typically
tell
a
people
loved
lies, but we do it all the
When
time.
they find that
Right?
person,
I mean, in
they
other words,
find
it's
them
not that mythology
in a
or poetry is an
position that's
option in
horrifying.
society. We
You know,
all have
it's
it.
like that you
We have the
shouldn't see
assumption, our
somebody
basic
in. You know, they're
belief
blue,
about or basic
they're just
myth
laying
about
there
our
with their
society is
mouth
that
open,
people are
eyes
equal.
wide.
We
I've
allow
never
for
seen it, but
equality
I know
before the
damn
law
sure
and things
how it
like that.
looks.
But is that a literal fact, or is that one of the myths we've accepted? I mean, if we were to say that people are equal rather than unequal, do we mean that they're equally tall, they're equally virtuous, that they're equally learned?
Somebody killed
No.
themselves when I
What
was
we
in
mean
high
is that
school,
they're
too.
equal before the law. Where this actually comes from, as a matter of historical
depressing.
fact, is the idea that all souls are equal in the sight of God. Right? It's a Judeo-Christian myth. Now, what I'm saying here is not that this is false. I mean, I think that in a literal sense it is a myth, but rather that this is a lie that tells the truth. We choose to believe that people are equal and that they have equal rights or equal rights before the law, things like that, because we think the consequences of this belief are good, that it gets people to behave well. And we think that the consequences of believing people are unequal, of accepting that myth, are that people behave badly. If you think about Nazism and things like that, there's a good reason to believe that. But my point is that we have a different set of observations and a different set of experiences. So we come to a different conclusion.
You know, like,
but the
the
reason
fact
why
that the
we come to a
internet has
conclusion
just turned
that's different from
people
Plato's
into, like,
is at bottom the same.
headless
Plato thought that believing in human
lynch
inequality
mob,
would make
just like
society
one
better
huge
and would make
fucking
individual people
lynch
behave
mob
well.
that
We
behaves
think
like a
that holding
single
on to the myth
entity.
of human equality would make
so
society
grotesque.
better and make people behave
So
well.
grotesque,
We have some dispute about what we think
I mean,
would
there's
result in good
nothing
behavior, but our
shames
reason for holding on
me
to one myth or the other
more,
turns out to be
about
quite
being
the
a
same.
human than watching
Other
a
myths,
mob,
which are
you know,
quite benign and we
harangue
believe and we
somebody.
still give to our children. Aesop's fables. Remember that Socrates, when he was in prison just before he died, could have chosen any fictional, any lie, any poetic myth to turn into verse. He chooses Aesop's fables. Why? Because they have a morally educative point, they're didactic. And we tell kids about the tortoise and the hare all the time. And it doesn't strike me as the worst thing that we tell them. It doesn't follow from that I think that the tortoise is a real person or a real thing, and that the hare is a real thing. I don't really think that they had a marathon race. but I think that it does carry across to children who aren't able to grasp the idea that diligence and perseverance are good things. If you tell them the story of the tortoise and the hare, they understand it and they work hard in first grade. And that's the point of the story, isn't it? It's not a story about zoology. And once you realize that it's not a story about zoology, and that the fact that there is no such thing as the tortoise and the hare is more or less beside the point, well, if it gets the kids to work hard in first grade, I think it's just great. And it's not the only example. I mean, our society and every society is replete with such myths. Just think about the fact that in the early part of December, all over America, or not all over, but in many parts of America, at dinner tables, mothers and fathers tell their children that if the kids don't eat their spinach, Santa Claus isn't coming. He only comes for good girls and boys who eat their spinach. And it doesn't follow that I believe that Santa is a literal thing, but it seems to me a useful myth in order to get kids to eat their spinach. And if they eat their spinach, since they're getting toys at Christmas anyway, why not tell them that Santa only brings toys to good girls and boys? If it does the job, if it improves the hearer, if it has that pragmatic advantage, well, then it's a good myth. We judge a myth on the basis of whether it's consistent and stuff like that, but also ultimately on the basis of whether we anticipate good behavior as a consequence of it.
There's something about,
just think about the fact that we swear people in. They're going to give testimony in a court of law. We ask the ancient god, the sky daddy, the ancient god of the Semites, to come down and supervise the giving of this testimony. It doesn't follow from that that I want people not to be sworn in. I think swearing people in probably does a certain amount of good to our judicial process. But it doesn't really follow that I believe that God is watching them and is going to strike them dead or something. You see what I'm saying? It's a useful myth. And since we have to have myths, we can't entirely dispense with them. Let's have ones that get people to behave well. I think Plato's got a good point there.
Kind of a thing, you know, like to have to feel guilty.
No.
Instead of being able
the
to
most arresting
bask in
and
my own
important
victory, you know,
and moving of the myths in the Republic, I would say, is the myth of the cave and the divided line.
Yeah,
once you've read books 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 of the Republic, you see Platonic ontology. It becomes real for you. It grips you not just by your rational faculties, but also by your imagination. And why should the devil have all the good poetry? Why shouldn't the good guys have good poetry once in a while? If it does the job, well, let's have poetry on our side if it advances the cause of philosophic insight. The myth of the cave works something like this. Plato says that the unphilosophic human condition is like a person who is stuck in a dark cave. And they're chained by the neck and chained by the legs so that they can't take their eyes off a screen on a wall of the cave.
I thought
Behind them, there is a fire, and there are certain people who bring out objects which cast shadows on the wall. And these poor, wretched, benighted people in the cave believe these shadows to be reality. And as a result, they are manipulated by these people, their fellow dwellers in the cave. And of course, the people who are locked in, who believe shadows to be reality, are the average person of Athens, the demos of Athens. The people who manipulate them are the demagogues and the politicians and the poets, who themselves are in the realm of darkness, who really don't understand true philosophical reality. And yet at the same time, they are somehow manipulators of this darkness. They are the kind of the kings of the darkness.
It displays
now, Plato says that the philosophical activity, the activity of coming to real knowledge, is like breaking the chains of illusion.
Dope as fuck,
and
dude?
gradually,
I just thought that was the fucking
by
tits,
slow degrees,
like how cool
using
is
the
that,
dialectic,
dude?
it turns out
You
later,
know, that's
moving
like
up out of the cave into the realm of philosophical light. And of course, the sun is analogized to the form of the good, which generates all our knowledge and all our being and all reality. Once the philosophical thinker has been released from the realm of shadows and goes up out the mouth of the cave, he has gotten to real knowledge. And there's all kinds of nice things that you can build into this myth, which Plato does. For example, we often don't believe the first results of our philosophical inquiries. It sounds too queer. It sounds too strange. It makes too great a strain on our credulity. Plato says, well, this is like a man who's lived in a cave all his life, coming out into the sunshine, and the lights hurt his eyes, like he's hurt mine.
When I'm talking, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's displaying like my tempo.
He says, well, we squint a little bit, and it takes some getting used to, but after you start thinking about it and you become accustomed to the real light, you would never trade the realm of reality, the realm of philosophical insight and light,
it's
for
just an API. They pull it off your
the
your
darkness
watch.
and
It already
shadows.
takes
No
your
matter
notes.
how many people are down there, no matter how many people tell you you are wrong, no matter how many people say
shit
that's
froze
absurd,
again,
there's no such
so-
thing as sunshine.
It's still
that
streaming,
that,
you know,
that
but
shadow
I
on the
can't
wall, that's
change the,
reality. Look, all of us believe
window.
that.
I can't go to Rumble
You begin
or
to
anything.
think for yourself because you've finally
still streaming, though,
seen
so-
the light. And nothing
It's
can
what
take the
ifs.
place of that. Another nice part of this myth, which dovetails so beautifully, I mean, you only get one or two ideas like this in your life, and Plato really milks this for all it's worth. We really can't talk about the form of the good. I mean, it's the source of all reality and the source of all knowledge and all kinds of great stuff, but you can't say a great deal about the form of the good. You get immediate apprehension of it, perhaps, when you have that ultimate philosophical insight, but the fact of the matter is, it's hard to talk about in any kind of sensible way. It's like theologians trying to talk about God. Good luck. What Plato says is that, you know, even though we all agree that there is some such thing as the sun, and that the sun is what, when we go outside, the sun is what informs us about the facts of the world because it illuminates the world for us, we can't look directly at the sun. Well, not being able to look directly at the sun is like not being able to talk directly about the form of the good. You can apprehend it, and you know that it's there, and you know that it generates the reality of all the other things that you could possibly be knowledgeable about. But the fact of the matter is, you can't look directly in the eye of the sun, and you can't directly talk about the form of the good. It is somehow outside our capacities. We know it's there, and we can have no sensible doubt about the existence of the sun. Look at the world around us. On the other hand, we can't talk about it. Plato wants to say that that's analogous to the form of the good. The good is like the sun. Now, that's not the most illuminating statement you could possibly make. The good is like the sun. I've thought about that an awful lot, and the more I think about it, the more I think, well, that gets me nowhere.
It kind of bothers me.
Not exactly nowhere. At one time, it helped me climb the ladder so that I could understand Plato's philosophy. It's a little bit like what Wittgenstein says about the philosophy of language, that you climb this ladder to get to the roof, but once you're there, you really don't need the ladder anymore.
Still relevant.
That's what Plato wants his myths to be used for. He wants you to climb the ladder of mythology so that you can get up and out of the cave. But once you're there, he doesn't expect you to be a blockhead and to think that the good is really the sun. Right? That's for kids and for dopes. If you are a kid or a dope, it's the best you can do, well, that's fine. But the idea is that we would like you to have real understanding. This is propedeutic. It tries to move you in that direction.
Bunch of drunk motherfuckers
This is surely the greatest of the Platonic myths, and it connects back to all the other Platonic dialogues and all the other Platonic doctrines. The idea that philosophy is for the few, the idea that the world that most people believe in is a world of shadows. Remember that the ontological doctrine, the world of space and time isn't real, stuff like that. All dovetails beautifully. It's an inspired conception, and it's one of the most important and famous passages in all of Plato. There's a very interesting final myth in the 10th book of the Republic, the concluding book. And this is the myth of Ur. Ur was a man who died and came back.
Yeah, I've seen
most of the great world religions have somebody like this, or a couple of people like this, or maybe a whole bunch of people. But he comes back and tells us about the afterlife.
They're interesting.
Because apparently we find the myth of an afterlife useful in many times. And what happens is, it turns out that Ur found out that after you die, you go to a place of rewards and punishments. And everybody's requited tenfold for their goods and their evils. And if you were good in life, then you get supreme bliss. And if you were bad in life, you get the appropriate torment.
I can stand in there with
But since the soul is immortal, after a certain period of time, I forget if it's 3,000 years or 10,000 years, if you see what I'm saying, the number of years isn't all that important.
You know what I mean? I don't have to
After a whole bunch of time of being either happy and rewarded or sad and punished, you're forced to come back. And here's how you come back. You're reincarnated.
I want to do it.
Each person is given the chance to choose the life they will lead in the next life, to choose the status, to choose their circumstances. And what they do is this. They are allowed to choose the life of an animal or the life of a man and the different kinds of men that they might choose. Bad men, people who have bad educations and bad souls, they choose the life of a tyrant because they think that's good. And of course, they're wretched now and they're wretched then, and that's just what they deserve. Perfect justice.
But you know what?
Homeric heroes,
I'm telling you,
silver men, great-spirited men, it turns out, choose the life of predatory animals. Another dig at Homer. He never lets up on Homer. He's so jealous.
I'm just gonna
Achilles
fucking,
decides to become a lion, and I think Ajax becomes an
double
eagle,
up, see if I
and you
can
get,
get it,
well,
get a
whatever. I
second
mean,
channel
they become
going.
predatory animals.
I
Again,
already have
it's not all that much
hundreds
of a
of
question of
hours
what they become. The idea is that you, get paid
that's
back,
kind of the
and then
easy
you're dipped
part,
into a
man.
river,
It's
which
just gonna
makes
be
you
going
forget
in
the
there
fact
and
that you
editing all
chose.
that shit.
What does it mean? It means that everyone
But,
is
you know, I'm
responsible
gonna
for the
do
life they
TikTok
choose.
videos.
You can't blame it
I
on the
don't have
gods. Don't
anything on
slough this
TikTok,
off. It's
really,
not
but
fate.
If I can,
The point
apparently
here
TikTok
is
where
that
the money
this is what I would say one of those myths that Plato wants to fence off his doctrines with. In other words,
Yeah.
if you read the whole
Well,
Republic,
it's funny. Nobody
perhaps just
told
once,
me
perhaps
about
more
these
than once,
videos.
more than once
I
if you have any
fucking
brains.
stumbled across
Suppose
this
you're just
shit.
too stupid,
Dude, I felt,
or
you know
too
what
busy,
it felt like?
or too evil
It felt
to
like
really
I
comprehend what's
walked
going on here. Well, then he's got a scary story.
upon a big pirate chest full of fucking jewels and gold. When I found Bill Buckley's firing line, and when I found this guy, and I saw the catalog, and I said, "Oh my god!" I watched that shit for, I think, a year, like a whole. It was like 6 months to a year, man. That's all I watched was this stuff. And I mean, I would listen to it at work or what, you know what I mean. I really just went super hard on it. It's because I dated this chick that had a liberal arts degree. Really, I mean, and we kind of played cooperative on Animal Crossing and that game, and she there's a part of it that's like, you had to spot the fake art pieces, and
Check
she
this
knew
out.
the names
scary
of all
story
these
is that
old
that's the place
historic
of
art
eternal
pieces.
rewards and punishments.
And
You want to be a
something
bug,
about
you want to
that
be a worm, you want to be an eagle,
pissed me
and be good.
off so
And don't blame it on the
much.
gods. It's
Like
your
the
fault.
fact that I
The point
did not
here is that this is one of
know
those
any of
myths
this-
which
this
is to
we-
prevent
this
the
great
feeble
Western
interlocutor
art,
from hurting
and
himself
she
and
was
other
just-
people, and to prevent him from
I said,
hurting
you
his
know
society.
something? No, I got
Plato's
some brushing
myths
up to do. I've been
are
slacking.
a way of giving
And
access
there
to
shortly,
knowledge.
within
It's
a
the
few
next
months, I
best
was,
thing.
I had her beat. She was smart as fuck though, but it really bothered me. She always wanted to compete with me. It's like, I don't want an enemy or a nemesis, you fucking bitch. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're literally a fucking helpmate. Yeah, actually, like that's actually how I prefer to take in media. Like when I read the Count of Monte Cristo, that was the bulk. The bulk of it I listened to on LibriVox while I read along because it's public domain. Oh. Well, I mean, I really don't think about it, it's just, yeah. I really don't like, I don't like somebody that I feel that I'm like crashing up against, like waves or some shit. It's like, yo, let's, it's like synergy, not fucking, it's like a waste when you're just, it's a waste, man. I'm not really into the drama shit either. And, that's how it was, man. Yeah, I'm like, yo, yeah, because it's a competition. You can't even savor the fucking nuggets that you've discovered and shit. And, you can't stop and smell the roses because you gotta keep pushing, keep going. And I just was like, no. You're no good, and there's a reason why, I mean, she's a very good looking woman. It's just like, yeah, there's a reason why you're a single mom now. You're kind of a bitch, sorry to say, and you're a narcissist to boot, so, like a supreme narcissist, man. I mean, to the point, man, I could just lay out exactly what was going through her head, exactly what was motivating her, exactly how she saw the situation. And she would just get frustrated. I mean, and she was used to being the smartest person in the room. And it really, I remember when I first started talking to her, she's bragging about how well she could read me. 6 months into that, like, man, I knew what she thought at all times. I mean, it was like, you don't even realize, I know exactly, you're like a narcissist. That's a very simple person. They're selfish, you know what I mean? It's all self-motivated. It's all protecting one's fragile. She had a really fragile ego. I mean, and she didn't need to. She just didn't have. And I could always win because I've always been really really comfortable in my own skin. Like my dad is that way. You know, he's unflappable. You know, you can't shame my dad. It's just not happening, you know. He doesn't give a fuck what you think, really. Or if you don't like how he is, then you can go fuck yourself, you know. He just goes the other way. And, you know, that's incredibly charismatic. That's incredibly charismatic of a trait to have. Because people want to be around that. They're like, man, this guy's got something so fucking good that he don't give a fuck if I'm coming or going. He don't give a good goddamn. He don't need me. That's how much attention this guy is. He don't give a fuck about my attention. This chick was the exact opposite. She lives off that shit. That's so unhealthy. So unhealthy. It's just, she's probably one of the most toxic people I've ever been like intimate or known, you know, reasonably well. I mean, it's just like, ugh. You don't want to let those kind of people in your head because, I mean, I didn't really, but I just remember thinking, man, you are just, ugh, you are so fucking, your id just owns your ass. It just, the bronze owned her, man. It was a shame, too. She was, like, perfect to my mind. Like, truly perfect, man. Like, everything. But just a bitch in the end. But, you know, she put on the whole show and the act. And, you know, she played up for, you know, hammed it up for the audience and what have you. But, you know, you can only keep a facade like that up so long. Eventually it slips, you know, the crack show. Yeah. They don't want solutions. They just want comfort. They want consolation. Just make me feel better, you know? And it's weird because I'm not like that at all, you know, but yeah, very much so. And I remember my dad telling me when I was younger, he's like, look, he's like, if your woman wants your attention, either you're going to give it to her or she's going to take it from you by starting a fight. She's going to get that attention, whether you give it willingly or you give it in a negative, you know, unless she'll get it from you like a feminine and sweet, or she'll get it from you like a bitch. One way or the other, she is going to get that attention out of your ass. You don't have to, unless you're going to pack up and get the fuck out, that's it, man. She's got you. She's got you. And, I mean, it's just, you know, it is what it is. You kind of just have to find the one that's the least crazy. I mean, the hot crazy matrix, all women are fucking, I mean, they're all crazy. They're at least a 5 crazy. You know what I mean? Like, straight up, there is no, if a woman's below a 5, yeah, you know, check again, that's a dude. There's no such thing as a 0 crazy and a 10 hot. Never happened. Hmm. Hmm. Man, oh, man, it's kind of weird, man. No, I haven't really seen any new comments from anybody. Nobody's been. I wonder if they like. I wonder if they fucking like shut it down, like so nobody can even, you know, see my shit. Jeez. Fuck, there's some dickheads, man. Just some dickheads, dude. Like, I just started live streaming like a couple day or two before, and they're just like, man, fuck off. And of course, of course they fucking drop a bunch of new features literally fucking 2 days later. Like, dude, for real? Like, all of a sudden, I could have applied to get monetized. I might not have got it, but I probably would have. Because, they probably would have gave it to me. I think, like you said, they're doing kind of rough, and they're trying to get it coming. Yeah, if a woman, that's a dude, I mean, that Crazy Matrix video really broke that shit down like something decent. I laughed my ass off the first time I seen that shit. That goofy looking office dude fucking writing on that whiteboard. You know something I really like? Richard Nixon.
Since the trial until this.
Actually, fuck that. Like, Richard Nixon, he's really endearing to me. The dude's mother was a Quaker. There's something about him that's just he's just a quintessentially good American man.
Okay.
Like that is the feeling of charisma I get off that guy. There's a reason why he was elected president. It's not because he was fucking, a nerd or goofy or no. That dude was sharp. He was fucking smart. I mean, he's not terrible looking. I mean, he's a little different, but.
Well, I'll never forget it because it was the first time I was ever.
But he has a great fucking speech.
Having been elected to Congress in 1946.
His speech is beautiful. He actually has a very comforting kind of Cracker Barrel-y kind of thing going on.
All members of Congress. I remember we had a little bit of a family problem then because we were pretty strapped financially after the campaign.
I don't know what it is.
But
he's got it
was
though.
Black tie for the men and long dresses for the ladies. And Mrs. Nixon felt she had to have a new dress, and she certainly did have to have one.
What class, man, Mrs. Nixon, and
I'm going to get it because
this was a class act,
in
man.
the White House.
This guy was not a crook.
The new dress, we went.
This guy was not a crook.
It was a mob scene, of course, with so many there. But we
they were the crooks.
I remember when we met President
Truman. It seems so obvious now that like everybody knows about the deep state that they fucking set him up, man. They set him up.
He shook hands
and just ran him out, dude. They fucking forced Agnew out because he was the insurance policy. And then fucking
push you on to the next one, and it went pretty fast.
He was out. He didn't even know what happened. Had nothing to do with
I
him.
believe it's very important for even 10 seconds, for that matter.
It's crazy how much he cusses too for a Quaker.
And very strong. The fish handshake.
You know what it is he has my grandmother's accent.
Now, some people have
my grandmother speaks
our British
as
friends usually use it, but
just like he does.
Americans should hand strongly.
I don't know what it is, man, but it's so comforting hearing that same that fucking Midwestern fucking Michigan. My family's from Michigan and Wisconsin kind of thing going on.
My impressions, I think, were colored a great deal.
It just, man, all my cousins up north.
On this occasion, of course, was not a meeting; it was a handshake. But in July of that year, that first year of 1947, a group of 4 freshman Republican congressmen met with Truman in the Oval Office. The way it came about is that Charlie Kirsten from Wisconsin requested an appointment, and it was given. Incidentally, at the time, since we were members of Congress, we all thought we were important enough to deserve to be invited down to see the president. But as I look,
they said that I couldn't publish anything.
I really marvel at.
But I did it from another account, another platform, and it actually maybe it's only me that's seen it, but
he knew that
because it only has one view, but still,
in the House and in the Senate, he needed Republican votes. He also knew something else, that the 4 of us, and I'm sure that our records were checked before we ever got in that Oval Office, had supported the Greek-Turkish aid program, whereas many liberal Democrats
it actually people have seen it.
He needed
us
as friends.
Or maybe actually, I think it was only I couldn't post for 7 days, but the strike is on my fucking
we had the temerity
account for 90.
To ask, and so he sort of appreciated that because that's the kind of thing he might have done.
What were your feelings as you stepped over the threshold of the Oval Office for the first time?
Well, my feelings were, of course, one of profound respect for that place. It's a hallowed place. I'd read about it and seen pictures of it. But I think my recollection of the meeting is more of a
Oh
moment
yeah.
of the office.
No shit, I can fucking go live
President Truman,
on my main account.
before
Fuck, man.
he
Hell yeah.
went there,
That's
one
dope.
who had not
Oh,
received
there'll actually be some people in my fucking streams from now on. Good.
when he succeeded Franklin D.
That'll be
Roosevelt.
legit.
There were many in the media and many in the country, for that matter, who
Oh
said,
yeah, he was very
"This
much
little
so
pipsqueak
mistreated.
from Missouri,
This guy isn't
poorly
this guy
educated
isn't
and so
he's
forth,
no
stepped into
gangster.
the
He's no.
shoes of Franklin D. Roosevelt.
This
He
guy
was
is a
heroic
true blue
figure for
American.
10
I mean,
years.
he's not like some
And
shifty,
many wondered whether he
lying
could.
person, obviously.
I would say that nobody could have filled the shoes of Franklin Roosevelt, but Harry Truman made his own footprints in the sands of history.
And not only that, but you know,
At
man, this guy
particular
was
point, however,
intertwined in
having
American
read about
history
him
almost the
being
whole fucking
somewhat
20th
uneducated,
century.
rather crude and rather
You know, he
limited,
played
I
a
was
huge
impressed
part
by,
right around World War
that,
II as a
he had
congressman.
a sense of history.
You know,
demonstrated
famously
that by
ran
taking
against
the Soviet
fucking
the
JFK
globe
with the
was
sweat
in
and
the
at
office,
the televised
and, turning
debate.
to Manchuria and pointing out, which was quite prophetic at that time, how
And then for him to
Manchuria,
you know, a
in
lot of
terms
times
of its
people
natural
don't run
resources,
again.
could be in
You
the
know, they
future,
don't
and how
get
important
the
that whole area of
nomination
China,
twice. Like
could be
you know,
in the
it's
future
kind
for
of
this country
Trumpish.
and for the world, for that matter. And then he turned the globe a little
I mean,
further
Trump is a little bit
Union. He said,
Nixon-esque.
You know, I like the Russian people.
And he
We
likes
got along
Nixon
very
too.
well with the Russian
I've heard him
soldiers
say a
and
lot
the
of good
soldiers
stuff.
at the Elbe.
But I remember
He
my
said,
dad. He
as
likes
far as
Nixon
I'm
now
concerned,
too.
they
But
can
I
have
remember my
any kind of
dad.
system they
When I was a
want,
kid, I remember him
provided
saying
they
he's a
don't try to
fucking crook. You know,
nuts.
blah blah blah. And my dad was really rah 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 about
not
America
in a
and shit.
dramatic
And then you know
way,
he
but,
kind the scales
almost
fell
in a
away.
matter of fact way.
And I remember it was
difficult
really
decision
sharp,
he
man. It
never
was
made,
just
but
like
drop the atomic
all of
bomb.
a sudden he was just
A
like,
decision
man,
which I think
fuck
is
this
the most
government.
greatest
Like,
decision, the most courageous.
you know,
decision
and it
so
kind of
far.
bothered me for a little while until I kind of.
I would say too that in
But-
terms of his manner at that point,
And then
before
he really liked
was elected in
Nixon.
his own right in 1948.
I think he had always written him off
He was somewhat
because
humble,
of propaganda.
very direct, but not at all overbearing, not at all cocky, as he sometimes later came to be.
The guy
So all in
and
all, I would
such
say that
so
he
on
made
and
a
so
good
forth.
personal
I
impression on all
loved
of
this
us.
guy's filler.
I
His
thought right
speech
then
filler, so on and
those
so
that
forth.
criticized him
Oh
because
my
of his
God,
lack of
if I could get
education,
that into my
failed to
lexicon,
recognize
I would just.
a truth which I have
Dude.
always felt was the case where many leaders are concerned. Education sometimes can strengthen the brain and weaken the backbone. Harry Truman had a pretty good brain, but I can say that his backbone was strong, and that's what sustained him.
Sometimes you can see it from too many angles.
He was
Get
a
frozen.
terrifically crusty figure, and I know there was a lot of shock at the time that that your White House
You know,
tapes were
you
revealed about
can't-
the
you
language
can't-
that went that was spoken in the Oval
Sometimes
Office,
you gotta
and the records
think-
indicate that Truman, possibly next to
And
Johnson,
you
had
know,
the most
when
salty,
you're act or you know, or
language,
act
and
when
he
you
was also, by the time he
or
left
think
office,
when
a
you
very
should be thinking,
unpopular,
and act when you know what I
figure.
mean. It's usually the
Yet,
other way
for the
around.
last 10 years or so,
Instead
there
of
seems to
thinking,
have
you
been
just
a
act. Instead of
tremendous,
acting, you just
revision
think. But
of opinion
you know, you
about
kind of
him.
have to have a good gauge on that.
Do you have any insights into that?
Well, I would say that as far as President Truman is concerned, that the revision is taking place for several reasons. One, because as far as those who write that kind of article, who write instant history, most of them are liberal. Most also, when they do have partisan affiliations, are Democrats. He, in terms of his domestic policy, was very liberal. His Fair Deal was more liberal than the New Deal. And in terms of his partisanship, of course, he was a very partisan Democrat. I think that helped in terms of the revision. The fact that those that are writing it approved of what he was trying to do in those particular areas.
Yeah, just like they approved of
addition to
Jimmy
that,
Carter,
I
even
think
though
the
he was a
fact that,
total flop.
Truman was
They,
so
it's like only
refreshing
recently
and
because of
he
Trump
was an
that they
interesting
did it,
personality.
because Jimmy Carter didn't like
Things that
Trump,
made
but
him
they
unpopular
thought he was the
at
worst
last of
president
his
too.
service. Unpopular
He
because
lost
of
the
his
presidency
combined
for
between
them.
scandals,
Like they really
the
hate
war
when
in
somebody
Korea,
loses it. Which
was
I've
not
never,
encouraged
I
by
haven't been
the
alive
thought.
for, or except, no,
Those
no,
things
Donald
that
Trump
made him
lost it, but
unpopular, then that crusty, arrogant,
it's kind of crazy because he
anything
snatched
arrogant and too cocky
his
attitude
victory from the
made him
jaws
far
of
more
defeat.
interesting to instant
Because, you
historians.
know, he knew that, you know, the single
so
term
under
shit, that's a
circumstances, I
fucking
would say
curse,
that
man. You'll never live that
revision
shit down. You'll
that
never,
is
you'll
part of the
always be
reason.
known as a
Another
failure of a
part the
president.
reason for the revision is that whatever we want to say about President Truman, whatever we want to say about his manners, about the Truman scandals, the mess in Washington, as Adlai Stevenson called it, and so forth, he was a strong strong president. he made 3 great decisions, and that's what the man's hired for, to make the great decisions.
Yeah, that is what. That's why he's called the executive.
The bomb, which saved at least 1 million lives.
That's what I don't like about these modern politicians. Man, dude, you gotta fucking twist their arm to get these motherfuckers to come to come down on one side or t'other on anything nowadays, man.
So-called Truman Doctrine, which later.
You know, they were so when I was younger, they were so desperate to differentiate themselves from each other because they were the same party basically. Man, they would just no, we're pro-life, we're pro-choice, we're pro. You know what I mean? Like they wore that shit proudly because only 1% of their policy differed.
Going into Korea. Now, I was critical of him, as were many Republicans, and I think properly so, of the way the war was waged at times. But the decision to go in was right. It was necessary because had the communists been allowed to overrun Korea, Japan would, at that early point, be a sitting duck for a communist takeover. So I would say these 3 great decisions are ones that make the revisionism with regard to Harry Truman and his place in history most justifiable.
You know, that's a pretty.
Do you think that there is some kind of?
I think that's a pretty snide and a pretty nasty and
presidential revisionism that if
a very
you wait long enough,
it lacks generosity and grace. That
reputations are revived. It seems to have happened with Hoover.
Because there is no other, really, there is no other form of government that raises human beings' standard of living so
yes,
universal.
Perhaps to a less extent and much
than
further.
our, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know,
out, however,
they've tried so many different governments out that all fucking failed. We find one that doesn't fucking fail and doesn't oppress the shit out of everybody, and we just talk shit about it.
They do have party affiliation.
You know, like it's like, fuck, man, we're human. Like, it's not gonna be perfect, man. It's like even a win. Like we refuse to take the win. I don't get it.
Eisenhower, justifiably so, and there should have been long before.
Yeah.
But insofar as place in history for a president is concerned,
well, it's dogmatic.
He has twice as good an opportunity or chance to have a higher place as time goes on if he's a liberal rather than a Democrat.
He's very much so, you know, he preens Nixon. He likes attention. You can tell. Attention is, I think every president is a narcissist at heart, and I think they're all,
Harry
Truman, they're all good looking typically. They're all like the popular kid from high school kind of thing.
One was the governor of Missouri that he had.
And you can tell he kind of peacocks up, you know. And
the other was, guess who?
I kind of like that,
why
though.
Do you think he
you know what I mean? I kind of actually like that.
With a major
yeah, the unwarranted. I think that is kind of it's negative. Does it help? You know what I mean? And not only that, it lacks generosity, man. It's like, can you do it better? Okay, then shut the fuck up. Why are you being so critical? You know, like, where the hell do you get off? When was the last time you invented a style of government? You know, you can talk shit about Adam Smith and John Locke. Maybe you should fucking, you know, go piss up a rope or go fucking, you know, walk off the end of the earth or some shit because, like, dude, you know, that one person thought these ideas up. It's not like it was like, you know, written down and fixed and changed over. No. The wealth of nations.
The investigation was politically motivated.
And then, you know, some dumbass like Marx come out with a ham-handed, simple, garbage-ass theory is Marxism. The communist man. Oh my God, it's so simple. Or simple. It's childish. It's laughable.
So-called pumpkin paper
to think that little bullshit-ass template could work for human beings.
Son of a bitch.
How complex people are.
He betrayed his country.
You know, capitalism, it kind of just sets a couple of parameters and then just gets the fuck out of the way. Just says, okay, here's the rules, now fight. And, you know, that's there's that tension between all the parties involved that kind of held everybody static. Fuck, man, you having communism or in fucking monarchies and shit? When somebody dies, there's a power vacuum, civil wars start, people, you know what I mean? Massacres and shit happen. It's like,
being a traitor.
It's not good, man. Like,
he felt that was true.
Yeah, he was. They say he was dirty, stinky, he was an asshole, he was rude. poor manners, very very disheveled,
I've
nasty
right,
son of a bitch. I
nothing
read.
more difficult for a politician to have somebody else prove him wrong.
You can see it, like yeah,
but beyond
fucking
that,
Nixon. He starts
In
beaming.
this case,
when
it
he's
happened that his dislike for me was motivated by a wrong impression of.
He has
what
a lot
the
of good
facts-
stories
the
though
facts
too,
were
you know,
clear.
because he was in affairs
In
of
his
state
speech
back in the 40s,
1952
man.
campaign at Texas
You know,
Times,
I mean, and he went to China, you know, he went to fucking all kind of
made the
places.
point,
Dealt with the
that,
Russians, you know,
Truman,
sat across the
Atchison,
table with them.
and others in the current leadership of the Democratic Party. were
Oh, and he was a
traitors to the
bowler.
high
That's really
principles
endearing.
in which many of the nation's Democrats believe. I didn't say he was a traitor to the country. And so under the circumstances, it came to his attention. He short-handed it to traitors to the country and said Nixon called him a traitor, even though several of my friends, who were his friends, tried to set him right.
Why do you think an otherwise intelligent, tough-minded man remained impervious to this kind of proof that what you had said was not what he thought you'd said? Because to the end, he carried this idea that you had accused him of being a traitor.
Well, it wasn't just me that he was that way with. He was very personal.
You know,
He
he
wasn't a
knew
Democrat,
Joe
partisan
McCarthy,
Democrat.
like,
He was a
well,
personal
man,
partisan.
well. They
For
served
example,
together
never
on
forgave
many
Eisenhower
committees.
for the fact that
You know,
Eisenhower,
that's wild,
after
man.
Truman
This guy
urged
was
him
on
to
the,
run as a
I
Democrat,
think he was on the
proceeded to become a
the House
Republican,
the House
to become a
or
Republican president.
what is it? The House
And
of
that's why I said
Un-American.
that,
Un-American,
very
whatever it was, the
disparaging
House of
things about
Un-American
Eisenhower
Activities or
after
whatever, the
praising him
fucking,
earlier.
you know,
He
the
said
Red
that,
Scare
he doesn't
thing.
know as
I
much
believe he
about
was on it
politics
with
as a
fucking
pig does
McCarthy.
about Sunday.
You know, the dude from
And so under the
Wisconsin,
circumstances,
McCarthyism and shit.
therefore,
But like this guy knew him, you know, and like, you know,
tendency to do-
tells you what he was like as a
I'd say
guy.
that's an indication. In talking about Eisenhower, you could say, well, Eisenhower
And knew
was a
Eisenhower.
Republican,
You know what I
he
mean?
was a
Was
Democrat.
Eisenhower's vice
But
president,
he
for
had
goodness
some of
sakes.
the same kind of pithy comments with regard to Adlai Stevenson. He said, he's an indecisive fellow. He doesn't know whether to go to the bathroom or when.
And you know
He
something?
can't decide.
This is astute political commentary right here. When he says stuff like, this is the shit I think. This fucking guy, he's too fucking scared. He don't got the stones to fucking lead. This guy don't have vision at all. He's too concerned about offending, 1% of people. I could spot a leader, you know what I mean? Like Nick Fuentes is not a leader, man. Charlie Kirk was a fucking leader. That dude you wanted to follow. Nick Fuentes, you kind of want to flick him. Like, bro, shut the fuck up, man. You're an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you're a fucking Mexican. Shut your mouth. Like, who the fuck are you to be talking right now? Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, bro, you got a lot of you're quite uppity, man, to be up here fucking preaching. You pretend like you're Mr. Christian guy, but dude, you cuss like a fucking, he cusses like me, cusses like a damn sailor. Like, bro, you come out in your little goofy suit and do your little fucking spiel. Like, I'm not a very, very, all that impressed. I don't know what my little brother sees in him. He's not very impressive in my mind.
So I'd say that Harry Truman had his likes and dislikes, and they became embedded in him. He was one who did not forgive, usually.
How did Eisenhower feel about him? Was that feeling reciprocated?
Oh, it was reciprocated in spades. That's why Eisenhower never had him to the White House.
Whoa.
I think it was a mistake not to have had him.
Yeah.
For example, I had Johnson and the Kennedy clan and all the rest of the
Of
White
course.
House when I became president. But on the other hand, Eisenhower also had very strong feelings. When somebody impugned what he thought
He was a man
intelligence or
of
integrity
honor.
or so forth, he didn't forgive him.
Do you
You
think,
know, that right
Truman
there,
was like you personally?
and Eisenhower, that guy's like old gentry, old European aristocracy. He would have dueled a guy like that 50 years prior. You know what I mean? For doing something to him, or you know what I mean? 100 years prior, he would have went to pistols over that shit. Somebody, slighting him in public like that or something. And you could tell that about Eisenhower, that he, he's not somebody that, very serious man, that you were dealing with, very shrewd, very serious man. And I think he was smart, but I think he was the aw shucks type guy. And, and I think he just wasn't the guy to mess with, and I mean, there's a reason you don't just get supreme command of the greatest war known to man. You know what I mean? Like William Burr. You don't just get supreme command of the greatest fucking coalition ever assembled by man for the greatest war of all. I mean, if Patton understood the importance of what was going on, like this is it,
no,
man.
I don't think so. I don't think it was a question of
like Patton knew this is it, dude. This is the last chance, man. This ain't gonna happen again.
He didn't know you well
Ever.
enough to dislike you, as the saying goes.
And the point was that his dislike was basically partisan and political. His case in the first instance, and the view too. I think you have to have in mind that he was a.
And I like Eisenhower because he was not nearly as pretentious as say
was not a target,
MacArthur
that
type.
would be a very attractive one because Eisenhower was too popular. I
Do you know
was
what I
carrying
mean?
the load
Like
politically for the Republicans, and so consequently
Never heard of
he zeroed
him,
in on me, and I zeroed in on him. But I did not become personal with him. I didn't take him on, for example, for some of the things that he did.
I want to hear that again. Who the hell was he talking
in Washington, of course, and so forth. It was reciprocated in spades. That's why Eisenhower
I love
never
that
had him in
term,
the White House.
spades. Returned in spades. Such a good,
not to have had him.
it's such a good term, you know what I mean? Like you just really just sticking it to somebody, like right turnabout, fair play. What's good for the goose.
Eisenhower also had very strong feelings when somebody impugned what he thought.
He's an
was
honorable guy. The
intelligence
dude
and
fucking went to
integrity and
West
so forth.
Point, for
He didn't
goodness
forget
sakes. You don't fuck with that guy.
Do you think Truman disliked you personally?
You're liable to end up,
No, I don't think so. I don't think it was
you're liable to end up
personal.
shot or something.
I didn't know him that well to dislike me personally.
He didn't know you well enough to dislike you, as the saying goes.
And the point was that his dislike was basically
September
partisan
14th,
and political. His case in the first instance, and the view too. I think you have to have in mind that he was a good Democrat fighting for his candidates. Eisenhower was not a target that would be a very attractive one because Eisenhower was too popular. I was carrying the load politically for the Republicans, and so consequently.
Shit, Jackson. How many duels did that guy have? Fuck, man, didn't he? He had like 10 duels or something. He had a lot of duels.
I didn't take him on, for example, for some of the things that he did. I attacked the mess in Washington, of course, and so forth.
Was Eisenhower a long, hard grudge holder? Was he a good hater?
Not a hater. No, that
I try not to
Eisenhower
read,
is not,
watch, or look at Wikipedia.
I wouldn't classify him
I
that
don't
way the
trust
same
that
way you
shit.
would classify.
I quit reading
usual
that shit like
party.
10 years ago.
But on the other
I'm just
hand,
not going to let somebody else do my crawling for me or my scraping for me. I go out and get the information
sometimes
myself.
because he was not a politician.
Because, shit's so skewed, man, and I don't want to deal with those scumbags, those fucking
roll off the back.
The dregs of society, really. They get in there, they get a hold of everything, and they just twist. And I'm just, there's enough to get outraged over every day.
He wouldn't let his
already.
His staff bring Stevenson in to see him, even when they felt that Stevenson coming to the White House might help Eisenhower get through a program for foreign aid. That was the way Eisenhower was.
Your relationship with Harry Truman wasn't entirely grim. I think there were a couple of lighter moments to it.
Yes, we had some lighter moments. One I particularly remember was when I was the Republican speaker at a gridiron dinner. This is after Truman had left the presidency. And before the dinner, they have a custom of having the head table all get together in a small room just before you go into the main dining room. At the Statler Hilton Hotel where those dinners were held at that time. I was at that reception and I saw Harry Truman sort of standing over by himself alone.
Man, what a historic life,
a former
man.
president can become very lonely. And as I saw him standing there, I went over to the bar. I knew the bartender well, and I said, make Mr. Truman his drink. And he says, oh, it's bourbon. So he poured bourbon on the rocks. I took it. It was Jack Daniels, incidentally, a very good bourbon. I took the drink and took it over to
very good bourbon.
Harry Truman. I said, Mr. President, here's bourbon for you. And he said, thank you, sir. You're a real gentleman. Then we went in to make the speeches. And I made the Republican speech, the usual 10
Oh, man, the politicians from this era, or at least the ones that are Nixon-esque, man, they're just true blue, dude.
And so
true blue guys, man. I mean,
the press people.
I think Nixon was a role model. The guy, He was
the theme of the
class
dinner
act.
that night was that everything is made for love. All the songs.
I don't think Gerald
everything
Ford
is
was
made
very
for love.
smart.
And so I said,
Nixon was a
I know
class
the
act,
theme of this particular dinner. I want to tell you an incident that proves that that theme is correct. I said, I went in and I saw Harry Truman tonight. I brought him a bourbon. And you know what happened? He took it and thanked me for it. And I can assure you that when Harry Truman will take a glass of bourbon from Dick Nixon and drink it without asking somebody else to taste it first, that's love.
Wow. What a smart ass.
Do you think the theme was right? Is everything made for love?
You have to say that now and then. But as far as war and politics are concerned,
Well, you are just a liberal at heart, huh? At heart.
We have some
Bleeding
film
heart liberal.
of an event
Gore
in your presidency
Vidal.
when you went out to Independence, Missouri, and took with you to present to President Truman for the Truman Library the piano that he had played in the White House. Do you have any?
Yeah, you know my grandmother. She's really creative
recollections
too.
of this
That's
film?
where my dad got it from.
well, the piano
She,
was on the second floor of the White House. It was sort of a beaten up.
She has an organ. She plays the
But that
fucking.
wasn't the reason we took it. As a
punk
matter
organ,
of fact,
you know, the one where we had the pedals.
Harry Truman
Yeah,
wanted that
fucking A.
piano.
You know,
I'm
Nixon,
sure
he was an
wanted it, not
excellent
because he had
pianist.
played it, which he had, but because his daughter Margaret had also used it. Of
His
course,
aunt
she,
taught him.
Had become quite an accomplished singer. And
His
so under the
mom knew
circumstances,
German,
I just
Latin,
loaded the plane on the
Greek,
Air Force One. Independence,
English.
and
She was a
presented to him.
Quaker. She had like
Then
a
I see a picture
excellent
there of
fucking
me
liberal
playing the
arts
piano,
education.
And there's Harry Truman standing behind me.
Oh
playing.
wow, older
Let me tell
than
you, he
dirt.
was not one to
My
go over
God.
the- After all, I play by ear now, and I had a few blue notes. I was playing the Missouri Waltz, and he didn't say that's excellent. He says that's pretty good.
What was? Did you have any dealings at all with Mrs. Truman? Any impressions of her?
Obviously,
Only
Nixon was a
at
rather
Christmas,
talented gentleman.
Of course, and meeting her at the White House reception, and meeting her, of course, then, and when I went out to.
I can't ask for more than that, right?
I liked her. She was down to earth, Midwestern, no airs.
Yeah,
very strong.
I like somebody.
think
I don't
she
like
was a
when
very
people
good
put on airs.
Incidentally,
I don't want to be around people like
this
that.
may
I
be
mean,
a
immediately it
popular
comes
story,
off
but
to
it's
me
really
like,
one of
nah,
the
you're a
reasons.
piece of shit. Or it just
Truman
comes
could be
off
very rough and
poorly to me. I don't like it.
rough, but I campaigned on issues. I would be rough on people on the issues. But as far as Truman is concerned, he could get very, very personal. And at one point, out on the stump, he said, the Republican platform ought to be a manure spreader. And
What an
one
asshole.
of his aides talked to Mrs. Truman, according to this story, and said, Mrs. Truman, you know, it would be better if you could have him say fertilizer spreader. Manure is a little crude. She said, look, you don't know how many years it took before I could get him to say manure.
Wow.
Looking back at that 52 campaign, do you see any of the language you used, and particularly the line about traitors to the high
Yeah,
principles
you know,
of the
and Christopher
Democratic
Hitchens
Party,
died just
as
before.
being
He would have stamped that
inflammatory
shit
or
out
excessive?
quick.
Because
That
after all,
DEI
at that
fucking
time,
is
the whole issue of
fucking
loyalty and
Islamophobe.
communist
Oh
infiltration,
man, he saw it coming.
was a
He was
tough
like, bro,
issue,
you mark my
being
fucking
used
words.
against the
You
Democrats.
fucking
Even to
protest it while
use
you
the word
can,
traitors
man.
to the
Because if
high
you don't
principles,
stand
was
up
that
now,
was that a
it's
buzzword
gonna be
that
your
wasn't
last fucking
intended to
chance,
be
man. These
under any
people are coming for
circumstances.
you.
As a matter of fact, in that same campaign, an issue that developed was that Bill
Why
Jenner,
would you do that? I mean, I
senator
wouldn't
from
want
Indiana,
nothing to do with that, man. I wouldn't.
had coined the phrase of 20
Like,
years
I
of treason.
couldn't see myself doing
and I made
work
the
like
point
that.
that there was
You know,
only one
politics
party
is
of treason
fun
in
to
the
me.
United States, the Communist Party. So I constantly tried to reassure audiences that the problem was not a party, one party being the party of treason, and the other party being the party of loyalty.
It's crazy because
I
the
must say that
Republicans were
in all
they were
campaigns,
only
they were
ever just the
successful.
party of conservatives.
I think, for example,
it's like, yo,
in
like, do you
retrospect,
really
that I
hate
was too
yesterday
rough
that
on
much,
Atchison.
you fucking idiot?
Atchison
Like,
was
dude,
wrong on Asia.
you're,
He
it's
never
like
understood it. He didn't go there
you
enough.
hate that we're
It was
not
all
changing.
Secretary of State. But
You
he
know,
was
at this
right on
rapid
Europe.
clip,
And
as
during
if
time
yesterday
march
was
of the
some
leadership he
fucking
provided in the Marshall Plan and
apocalypse or something. Like,
and I was overly rough on him, just as Harry Truman might have been a little overly rough on me.
Seems a little odd how people
There's
are
a
that
book
way.
that's recently been published about the Rosenberg case, which, if it's true, upsets the liberal pantheon in that, based on government and other documents,
the fucking
it indicates
Soviets
that
got the
Rosenbergs
bomb.
were in fact guilty. Although, at least Julius Rosenberg was specifically guilty, and Ethel to a
They hung those
perhaps to a
motherfuckers,
lesser
too.
extent. But it also indicates that the government went overboard in framing a case against them. Does that did that shock you as you read about that, or surprise you, or make you feel vindicated?
No, as far as the Rosenberg case was concerned, of course, that final decision, the decision not to delay the sentence, was President Eisenhower's. I was in the room when it happened. It was in the cabinet room. I recall very well.
I didn't know
Attorney
this.
General Herbert Brownell and Bill Rogers, the Deputy Attorney
Because
General,
I knew they'd been hung for
in fact,
treason.
the President to his attention. And the decision was made, not in that room.
Nice. I mean, Eisenhower, man, they drew bad fucking. They drew a
no,
bro a
the
bust.
evidence was clear. There was no question about their guilt.
Man,
as even this book, in which the author started out convinced they were innocent, and then came around to becoming convinced they were guilty.
Does it bother you?
They
that
were
some
her.
of
They
the
were
evidence,
fucking
although they were
communists.
apparently
They
guilty,
fucking
some
hated
of the
us.
evidence,
And they
was
swore to
cooked
destroy
by
us
the
from the
FBI
inside
to
out.
make them appear even more guilty, which
If we
might have
had-
affected the judgment on clemency, at least for Ethel Rosenberg.
Oh, certainly. If we had known that at the time, if President Eisenhower had known it, he might have taken a different view with regard to her. In other words, tainted evidence, even though a person is totally guilty, is a reason to get him off. Take Daniel Ellsberg.
Yeah.
Daniel Ellsberg was guilty.
You can't just railroad people.
Illegally taking top secret papers.
But
from,
railroading them,
the
you know,
Pentagon and
that's the
turning
thing
them over
is, you
to,
know,
be published in a newspaper.
the law is the law, and you cannot break the law to catch somebody, or to, you know, to catch somebody breaking the law. It just, you just watch that movie Lord of War, and he points that out. Ethan Hawke plays a guy, a Interpol agent, and he's like, yeah, this guy is the rarest of all breeds of cop. You know, he even though he knew you were cheating him, even though he knew that it was bullshit, he you know, he would not break the law to get you, no matter how bad, no matter how guilty you were, you know, and that is the spirit of the law. That is the spirit of the people who wrote the laws. That's the spirit of the culture of, you know, like English and America. Like that's, no, it must be honorable. Yes, you know, you're at a disadvantage, but that's the point, you know. You're better than that. You know, there's a reason why, you know, you're supposed to be able to take those licks and get them anyway. You know what I mean? And that's the whole point, is they're willing to do it they're willing to do it, you know, go extrajudicially outside the law to accomplish their gains. You can't go there, you know, to do the
as far
same.
as Mrs. Rosenberg was concerned, she was entitled to get off on that basis too.
Does it disillusion you about J. Edgar Hoover that presumably it wouldn't have been done without his knowledge, if indeed without his direction, that the FBI was cooking evidence in such a way?
Well, I wouldn't. I followed that.
They really swept this shit under the rug.
And the case they made for cooking the evidence is pretty weak. It's a question of really a matter of judgment, and there isn't any. If you look at the times then, if you look at the fact that the Soviet Union acquired the atomic bomb 2 to 3 years before we thought they could, all the evidence points to the fact they wouldn't have gotten it if it hadn't been for not only our atomic spies but the British atomic spies. You can see why overzealous prosecutors and those that are assisting prosecutors like J. Edgar Hoover would certainly tilt their prosecution and their investigation in a way toward guilt rather than toward innocence. Now, if you look at it coolly in retrospect at this point, certainly we would have preferred that it not be done.
Yeah, but you know, when the country, you know, with the atomic bomb, you're talking about life and death of the country kind of shit. And that's why we have an executive. That's why we have these kind of agencies. Sometimes they have to be able to just do what they got to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, I don't want people to get railroaded, but, you know, there's got to be enough room for some play in there. that, you know, the FBI could bend a few rules and, you know, slip something through there. But at the same time, where they're not going to be able to just flat out break rules, or they're not going to be able to do it consistently, or, you know, whatever. But I mean, there has to be a reasonable amount of play in there. I mean, otherwise it doesn't work with humans. It's not in harmony with humans, because we aren't rigid about anything.
Mrs. Rosenberg was guilty. This wasn't a case of somebody not guilty going to the chair.
Oh man, they gave your ass the chair too.
Do you remember your first meeting and your first impressions of John Kennedy?
Well, our first meeting actually was in the committee. He was a member of the Education and Labor Committee.
Yeah,
from a
he
liberal
sparred with him many times.
And I was a member
They were like the same
of that
age.
same committee, and I was a conservative Republican from California. In the new Congress, the way you determine seniority.
He was from
the
Yarberlinda,
committee draws straws.
California.
He drew
Or
straws.
no,
on the
he was
Democratic
from another
He drew
place.
the last
They
straw.
moved to
In other
Yarberlinda.
words, he became the low man on the totem pole. I drew straws on the Republican side. There were 7 new members on the Republican side. I got the last straw, number 7. So I was the low member on the Republican side. And as somebody might have put it, we were bookends on that committee, political bookends and literal bookends.
Huh.
On the committee, I learned to respect him, and I think he learned to respect me, because by the time the questioning got around to those of us at the end, all the good questions had been asked. So we really had to do a great deal of work in order to have good, precise questions to ask.
Yeah.
We worked together, not conspiratorially, but independently, particularly in
Not
labor
conspiratorially,
leaders,
but, you know.
who had infiltrated labor leaders that, or communist-leaning labor leaders that had infiltrated the labor unions. His questioning was extremely good, and independently, I had come to similar conclusions, and so we played each other very well at that point.
He was a strong anti-communist then.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
very strong.
Oh, yeah. John F. Kennedy was no commie.
Well, later on,
His dad was a fucking
because we were
mobster.
members of that committee, we both received an invitation.
Those
No
people
honor
weren't
argument.
communists by any stretch of the means. They did not hold with that shit. They were American.
Frank Buchanan, I remember him so well, a silver-haired liberal Democratic congressman from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, right outside of Pittsburgh, said there's a big civic dinner up there that they wanted to have the Taft-Hartley bill, which I had supported and Kennedy had opposed. They wanted to have it debated and wondered if we would go up and debate it. Well, independently, he agreed to do so, and I agreed to do so. And so we went up to McKeesport, Pennsylvania. I don't recall the debate. I don't think anybody that was there would particularly recall it, because we were nothing then. We were just a couple of junior senators. I think most of those who were there, because the audience was primarily business-oriented, although some labor leaders were there as well, most of them agreed that I had perhaps had a bit better of the argument. I think I had the better of it because I think I had the better case. And incidentally, I don't think he had his heart in that case either. While he came from a liberal Democratic district, he was concerned about the excesses that some labor unions had been guilty of, and he wanted some restraints on them. Well, the debate was over, and it was late at night, and that's before there were good airplane flights from Pittsburgh to Washington, and so we took the night sleeper train. I can remember very well that particular occasion. And again, we had to do some drawing of straws, because the only 2 bunks left were in the same compartment, an upper and a lower. And I drew and he drew, and this time I won. I got the lower berth, he got the upper berth. Didn't make a lot of difference because we didn't sleep all the way back. We talked, and mainly about what we agreed on. You always do that when you're in Congress and with people that are personal friends, though political opponents. And so we talked about foreign policy, about the problems in Europe and the problems that might come up in Asia and the rest. I don't remember any discussion whatever of domestic policy.
Didn't he become an unlikely contributor to your Senate campaign?
Yes. In fact, I should point out that while our relations were not buddy-buddy, in fact, except for a very few, he didn't have buddy-buddy relations with anybody. He was not that. He was not the gregarious type that Teddy Kennedy is, for example. But they were friendly and personal.
Who was he buddy-buddy with?
George Smathers was a very good friend of his, for example. I would say, however, that in terms of his our personal relationship, I could summarize it this way. He invited me, or I should say Eunice Kennedy, his sister, who was his official hostess before he got married, to his home, his Georgetown home, for a stag dinner, or I think there may have been another one as well. And they were very gracious, and the conversation was very spirited. I recall, too, being invited to his wedding. This was later on. And there were occasions when we had the opportunity of meeting on a very impersonal social basis. But John Kennedy was not one of the group that played handball down in the gym. I did that. He was not one that...
Were you any good?
I was fair, but not as good as some, but I couldn't play enough. So in any event, we had a good personal relationship in that respect. I remember, incidentally, to show you how things can change in terms of political affiliations and the rest, the first time that I met his father, Joe Kennedy, the legendary Joe Kennedy. It was in 1960. This was before the nomination. And Joe Kennedy and Teddy Kennedy were standing outside the Colony restaurant in New York City. And I shook hands with them, and this is the first time I'd met Joe Kennedy. And he said, I just want you to know how much I admire you for what you've done in his case and in this anti-communist activity of yours. He said, if Jack doesn't get it, I'll be for you. Teddy didn't say anything, but I hope that he felt the same way. I saw Joe Kennedy later, incidentally, that same year. I was on my way to California by plane, and he was on the same plane with a beautiful girl. Oh, she was a raving beauty. And so I saw him, and I shook hands, and he introduced her to me as his niece. I don't know whether he had a niece out there or not, but she was a beauty. But as far as Kennedy himself was concerned, for example, he used to bring me, he'd bring me a book on occasion. I remember particularly, and I still have it in my library, he brought me the book To Light a Candle by Father Keller about the Christophers. It was inscribed by Father Keller. This is an indication of the kind of relationship it was.
Did you consider that you were friends?
Oh yes, we were friends. Not close friends, but we were not enemies by any stretch of the imagination. We never had a hard word between ourselves, never.
You'd started to tell about the 1950 campaign.
Well, this, in 1950, he came into the outer office. My secretary buzzed and said, Congressman Kennedy is here. And so, of course, he came right in and he handed me an envelope. He said, you know, I know you got a tough campaign against Helen Gahagan Douglas, and the family'd like to contribute. So he handed it to me, and there was $1,000 in cash. Later on, I think it was quite embarrassing to him, and he wanted it made very clear that the contribution was from his father and not for him personally, but he was delivering it. There was no question that whose side he was on. And later on, after the election, when he was speaking at Harvard, he said that he was not unhappy about my defeating Helen Gahagan Douglas because he had not found her one that he liked to work with in the Congress of the United States.
Do you think that the money was, in fact, from him, or was it from his father?
It doesn't make any difference. The Kennedy money is all in one pot, and he had a chance to get it. I think, let me put it this way, unless he had wanted me to beat Helen Gahagan Douglas, that money would never have come, because I didn't know his father at that time. I'm sure what happened is that he told his father that, well, this is one of the coming lights here, and his father was anti-communist and felt, because of what I'd done in the Hiss case, which was already under the belt at that point, that he'd like to be on that side. No, I don't think he was an errand boy for his father. The money may have come from his father, but he wanted it done too. There was no question about that. He was on my side in that campaign.
It's been written that, or a lot has been written about the patriarch's tremendous influence on the Kennedy family. That Joe Kennedy set the tone and the pace for the entire family. And indeed, it was his thwarted presidential ambitions that led him to expect his son Joe Jr., and then when he died, John, and then when he died, Robert, and now Edward, that the mantle sort of fell to them. It's also been argued or written that the fact that he was very open in his, you mentioned his niece, but there are stories that when Gloria Swanson was his mistress, he actually had her on a boat to England with Rose Kennedy, and she simply had to accommodate herself to the women that he brought around. And it's been argued that that influenced the Kennedy family's attitude towards women generally. Do you see anything to that in your observation of him or them?
No. As far as he was concerned, I frankly wasn't particularly interested in what his extracurricular life was. And I must say this, insofar as the time before he went to the White House, and I can't speak for what happened then, he was quite circumspect about it. I mean, he didn't flaunt it around and run around with the babes, particularly after he was married.
My guess is, I don't want to wrong anybody, but that there's not much action on the streets of McKeesport after dark. But after that debate, or in your experiences with him at that time, did you see, with John Kennedy, did you see any of the ladies' man that the report subsequently indicated were there?
No, I really didn't. As I said, it isn't something that I discussed with him. Maybe we weren't that close. Maybe that's something that a very close friend, like maybe a George Smathers, might have talked with him about. But I can never remember a discussion with him about girls. I don't recall his being known, having a reputation around the House of Representatives, that is, around the office building, as being one who's chasing the girls. I'm sure, based on what we have read since, that he was rather active, and he, of course, apparently came by it through inheritance through his father, who was quite a swordsman.
In 1952, when you were nominated at the Chicago Convention, John Kennedy wrote you a letter, which you reprint in your memoirs, and I wonder if you'd read it for us.
This is a handwritten letter, incidentally. Dear Dick, I was tremendously pleased that the convention selected you for vice president. I was always convinced that you would move ahead to the top, but I never thought it would come this quickly. You were an ideal selection and will bring a great deal of strength to the ticket. Please give my best wishes to your wife. I must say, incidentally, that our communication in that respect was not just one-sided. I wrote to him in 1956, after he had tried to gain the nomination on the Democratic ticket, and he made a very good run for it, almost got the nomination, but was turned down, probably because he was a Catholic at that point. But in any event, I wrote to him afterwards and congratulated him on a very good race, and I think he appreciated that fact. That's something that you do in politics. I wrote to Hubert Humphrey after he lost the nomination back in 1972. I write, as I've often said, to losers as well as winners, because I've been both.
Could you read again just the last? You left out one section of the very last paragraph there.
Oh, yes. Want me to read the whole thing again? Actually, I didn't bring my glasses. I forgot about it. All right. Okay. This was a letter that was incidentally written by hand, and it said, Dear Dick, I was tremendously pleased that the convention selected you for vice president. I was always convinced you would move ahead of the top, but I never thought you could come this quickly. No, that's right. Dear Dick, I was tremendously pleased that the convention selected you for vice president. I was always convinced that you would move ahead of the top, but I never thought it would come this quickly. You were an ideal selection and will bring great strength to the ticket. Please give my best to your wife and all kinds of good luck to you.
You've described your first meetings, meeting with and impressions of John Kennedy, Congressman John Kennedy. Do you remember your last meeting with President John Kennedy?
Well, the last meeting was not a meeting, it was a telephone call. We were in Rome at the time on a family vacation in 1963, and he was in Rome on a state visit. And it happened that we were in the same hotel. He was there for a meeting. I was, of course, staying there. And he called on the phone. It was just a friendly call. Said he hoped we have a good vacation. And I wished him good luck. And 6 weeks later, of course, he was dead.
Do you remember how you heard about his death? For one generation of Americans, just like for an earlier one, everybody remembers where they were when FDR died. And in your generation, in my generation, I think everybody remembers where they were when they heard about President Kennedy's death. Do you
Wow,
remember?
Charlie Kirk's going to be that for us.
I had been in Dallas that very morning, as a matter of fact. I'd been out there for a board meeting of the Pepsi-Cola Company.
Ain't nobody been shot in 40 fucking years, man.
And I remember driving through the streets of Dallas. They were deserted, and the barricades were up. The parade was to go through the city. I got a cab from the airport, driving in. I think it was right at the 59th Street bridge, where from Queens on 59th. Strike that. I remember that our cab was stopped in Queens, just as you come into 59th Street, and at a stoplight. And a man ran over from the curb and said to the cab driver, "Do you have a radio in your car?" I said, "No." He said, "President Kennedy's just been shot." Well, we didn't have a radio, and the cab went on, and all the way back in took another 20, 25 minutes before we got to the apartment. I went, "What in the world has happened?" So we got into the apartment, and I immediately got on the phone.
I suppose that would be quite a
disturbing
event.
Who was it? One of the right-wing nuts? Who responded, "No, it was a communist." He never said communist. He always said communist. And that's how I learned it.
You've written that he later told you that you might have been the target.
Yes, Hoover told me later that Mrs. Oswald said that she locked her husband the day before into the bathroom because he had a gun and said he was going to get me because, of course, I happened to be in Dallas the day before at this board meeting. Apparently, if this story is true, and I have no reason to believe that Edgar Hoover made it up, it means that this man was a little bit off his rocker and was out to get anybody that he thought was possibly against what he stood for.
What was your personal reaction when you found that President Kennedy was in fact dead?
Well, it was the reaction of, I think, most everybody. That first, one of sadness, profound sadness, the tragedy of it all, a man so young with so much life ahead, the tragedy for him, his family, for his supporters and friends.
You really, like, that guy was pretty much the same age as Charlie Kirk, John F. Kennedy. Could you imagine if the Republicans would have behaved
I didn't have any feeling
like the Democrats did with Charlie about JFK?
I had, after all, I'm very fatalistic.
We would have had a civil war. I mean, they would.
I'm concerned.
Democrats would have never accepted living in a country with the other half of the country behaving like that.
This day may be the last. And live it right to the hilt. If you shortchange life, you shortchange.
I mean,
you never look back, but always go forward. I think President Kennedy, John
Kennedy, I think honestly, they don't.
Had to have his life
they would be willing to do that because they just don't. There's nothing sacrosanct to them about America.
How do you feel about
They're trying to change it all in the end. If we,
for example, John Hinckley
made them impulsively flip over the chessboard,
well, I support
they would jump to that faster. They would happily flip the chessboard if we.
It just isn't used, made up, temporary insanity. Temporary insanity. You can say that everybody, any cold-blooded murderer, is temporarily insane.
They're the worst kind of enemy.
The plea covers far too many.
They're fucking crooked.
Who, frankly, should pay for their crimes.
I think we've anticipated the answer to this question.
They can justify just about anything. I mean, they could justify.
I have a photograph of.
They can justify fucking Bill Clinton getting his dick sucked at the Resolute desk. I mean, these motherfuckers. They still think they're as silver-tongued as Bubba. That's what's funny.
Well, I'm not one that.
They're like fucking Forrest Gump, man. I mean, but they think they're as slick a speaker as Bill Clinton or something.
Was as I had been.
And they just aren't. Like AOC, she's fucking moron, man. I heard her say.
And particularly as President of the United States.
Mispronouncing shit the other day, and I'm just like.
The tragedy of it all.
Like, did this woman really go to high school and college? Like. She's my age, too.
The better the competition, the better the eventual leader is going to be. And he was a great competitor.
I don't know.
And in that sense, the loss to the country was irreparable. Then, of course, just the human tragedy of it all.
A lot has been written and spoken and even sung about the Kennedy style, that sort of collection of events and attitudes and conduct, which, for one brief shining moment, created Camelot on the Potomac. One might expect that you have a slightly different approach to the Kennedy style. How would you describe the Kennedy style?
Well, I would describe it first as being suave, smooth, debonair, and that appeals
Devil
to
may care.
many in the media who are more, frankly, suckers for style.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's the thing. They fucking fell for Barry like nobody's business. He was the second coming of Camelot, for Christ's sake, don't you know?
Consequently, it appealed to them. Also, that I guess the Kennedy style had to do with the fact that he was considered to be an intellectual.
Was he?
I would rate him more so than most in that office. He was a good phrase maker. He read books. Many don't. And
You
whether
know,
he was or not is not so important. Is that
what's funny to me is people talk about how nobody reads anymore. Nobody ever read. I've seen just about every fucking movie all the way back to like Birth of a Nation and shit. And I can't tell you how many movies I've seen where, you know, like we're on our phones all the time now. Back in the day, that's what books were. People would be on their fucking phones or they're in their books all the time. They'd be reading them at work and everybody'd be around the water cooler talking about them and shit. You know, there'd be like 3 or 4 bookworms in there. They have a name for that. Everybody else like, you know I don't read books. Just give me the fucking Cliff Notes, dude. Nobody fucking read back in there. They read the newspaper. That was it, man. We've never been, like, people were a little bit more intellectual, but, you know, it's just like, yeah, it's because they had a hell of a lot less of activity and shit to fill their life with. You know, all that dead time of life back then is like, man, you had to find, I mean, and you know, people wonder, like, you know, you know, how long school takes nowadays. Oh man, you know, but fuck, you get a damn good liberal arts education, you know, in like 2 years in the 1800s or the early 1900s. Yeah, that's because they only had like a couple hundred years of fucking history that was worth telling. You know, in the aggregate, you know, when they kind of condensed it all down, they had literally, especially when the English were doing it, you know, before America was, bro, all they had was fucking Rome and Greece, man. That's it. That's all they had access to. I mean, a little bit of, you know, and I'm talking about like before fucking, you know, like Sir Francis Drake and shit, you know, that's when like the Renaissance was happening. Like, man, like, dude, the Western culture was built off the backs of the Romans and the Greeks. And all this nonsense about the Judeo-Christian, man, that's fucking horse shit. You know, it's like, you know, it was always like, you know, the Christian tradition until they slink their fucking way into our country. And, you know, they are so vain. It's like, you know, we got to get in on this action. You know, this is a really good civilization. You know, we need to get in on this credit, guys. This is really good stuff, you know. Well, you know, we had a hand in this, don't you know? Like, come on, man.
People.
Yeah.
He made them feel important.
I already know, you know, that's pretty.
But I think another thing that appealed to the media was
that kind of goes. That's one of those things kind of goes without saying, you know. If all somebody does fucking read the Bible, that's a holy art than thou person that's using that Bible to persecute you.
Very much
they're using that Bible to fucking wag their finger at you,
given to him by Joe Alsop,
and shame you, and to have power, cultural, societal power.
He had this charisma.
Yeah, no, I'm good on that. I have no respect for anybody like that. Anybody who prays in public, anybody who puts on airs, I have no respect. I just can't muster it.
Get one who was smooth and graceful.
Like I will fucking, I just straight up will. It will.
Do you think that
I could just smell it on somebody, and I can't stand it.
Oh, in their mind certainly, and I think that tells part of the story. And in the minds of
you know,
nothing else can explain
you know,
the way
Faust. Like I was watching that fucking Segru lecture yesterday, because that's like one of my favorite ones is where he goes through Goethe or Faust, and it's just
still there. It's going to
last. It's so good, man. Especially the way Segru kind of
the grandeur and the
phrases it. You know, he like kind of he's like pacing like a fucking tiger in a zoo cage. You know, looking down at the ground. You know. Got his hand like this, and every now and again he looks up and says something super cutting. You know what I mean? Something that really just, bam, it either gets a really concise laugh or like really sharply hits you like, fuck, man. He's talking about meditation.
Just to be like the man next door. Well, people are going to vote.
You know, like he kind of explained, you know, like, dude, this guy,
different things.
fucking was a
Not one that
saint,
like,
man. And he could have literally been
Some of the Kennedy people,
Satan,
in fact, Office
and
West
it would have
Virginia,
made no
is the
difference.
man who gave it the phrase, have said that the Nixon presidency was an imperial presidency. Was that your attempt to give the American people that aspect of a royal family in your kind of leadership?
No, I would say the Kennedy presidency is the one that qualifies as the imperial presidency more than any other. It had the glamour.
Well, you know what's funny too is Kennedy. Everybody gives him all that credit. Oh, he backed the Russians down. He backed the Russians down from Cuba. Yeah, well, you know, he cut a deal, man. He pulled a shit ton of nuclear weapons out of the fucking Eastern Europe that he had placed up on the border. The Russians fucking responded to that by sending nukes to Cuba. He fucking started that shit. You know, and it's like, man, they have been pissing down our backs for a long time, man. You know, like fucking Kennedy pulled some slick shit like that. Basically what he did, you know, yeah, our people are kind of deaf and dumb. They only hear what we say, you know, what we tell them, you know. There ain't no cameras over there in USSR or this shit. He goes over there and says, yeah, you know, I'll quietly slip these out on the sly. You know, we're rebuilding Europe. We own Europe. They're in our pockets. They're not going to say shit. So we'll pull those. We'll get the. We're sorry about that. You know, we'll get those missiles out of there, and they do that. And then the motherfucker spins it as though he just like backed down this fucking grizzly bear or some shit. Like, dude,
run the office in a way.
you fucking you were the aggressor, and you were the fucking capitulator, and you were the fucking.
Made it necessary for people to
You didn't have the stones to back your fucking play up, man.
Never thought of it that way.
I think the real point of the Schlesinger book was that your administration's use of power, your approach to the power of the office was an imperial one. How would you compare your approach to power and your administration's approach to power to the Kennedy administration's approach to power?
Ineffective.
Yeah. To me, it's just philosophy. It's more or less philosophy. I mean,
They really know how to use
I see it a little bit more spiritual than that, but it's utility and practicality. I don't think there is another book that matches it. I mean, if you can think abstractly, if you have a gift for abstraction, the Bible is absolutely infinite, man. Infinite. You could read one book out of the Bible for your whole life and get a different fucking thing, get a different message from it every time.
Reporter that they found was writing a book on Marilyn Monroe that might have some derogatory comments about Kennedy's in them. I don't think you could find any of that in our case. Some of ours should not have been applied, but we tried to have a national security justification for them. Leaks, for example, of classified material was the primary reason we had for wiretapping. The handling of the press, for example. There's a great deal of discussion about the fact that we were trying to use the power of the presidency to silence the press and so forth. But let's look at how they use it so effectively. A story appeared, apparently, carried on CBS after the 1960 elections, indicating that the Catholic vote had been stirred up by the Kennedys during the election so that there was a pro-Catholic backlash.
Well, you know, I mean, I can see it in a practical way that's purely materialistic.
On the carpet about it.
And square the circle of Jesus and everything, but
for the first time, the print media has used this story.
You know, I mean, that's for when I'm arguing with scumbags or
licensed by the federal government.
You know, people that are contrarians and shit, people that want to pretend that they're special or something.
And in campaigning,
and I need to put them in their place,
and others like
and really show them exactly how special of a person
so
Jesus was.
To follow us around in the campaign trail. And they made
obviously the dude was a fucking genius. At the very least, the guy was a fucking genius.
What I am suggesting is that while the Kennedy campaign did not
by far, man,
or invent dirty tricks, they were the most professional in using them of any.
Dude, it's literally fucking. It's just the reflection of human behavior. All you see is reflection of what you're going through. That's what it is, because we all go through the same travails. I remember in that movie Patton, fucking George C. Scott said that, you know, through the travail of ages, you know, and I mean, he wrote poetry. And through the travail of ages, you know, it was always me, you know, I was there at Carthage, I was there at fucking, you know, he was there for every battle. With Napoleon, he stood next to Napoleon, this, that, third. And it's true, because it's all happened before. It's all going to happen again. None of this stuff is, I mean, the Bible, it basically encapsulates the human condition. That's what it does. I mean, whatever you're going through, it is because everything that a human can experience is a part of the human experience. You know, that's the human condition. And the Bible And we all experience something rather similar. There's only two ways you can really experience reality, as a man or as a woman, right? Male, female type deal. And I mean, those are the only true. That's the only true dichotomy in life. Life as a human is that, you know, there's two genders, two sexes.
Things remain the same. I mean, after all those that murder their way.
And beyond that, man, it's pretty much just fucking autopilot somewhat, you know, because people never change, and we deal with people. That's most of our life is people.
To give them
So
incentives
it's,
to keep the peace and incentives.
you know, it's
to
just.
in a hard-headed way.
I try to
Do you think this went to
stay
the top of the
humble,
bill
man.
and
Like,
local,
you know, I certainly don't know everything at all.
No, there's.
But you know, I do feel good about stuff when I figure things out for myself or come up with something clever.
One who lives
Feels
in a
good.
closed society. He was
You know,
trying.
'cause not everybody can do that stuff. I mean, that's another reason why I stream and stuff. It's like, you know, not everybody can do
He's trying to
stream.
disarm.
You know, is as good of an orator or a performer. You know, actually, I could speak in sentences at 8 months.
He's not a stupid man. He's not
Yeah, I learned how to talk,
I wouldn't
and
be
I could
surprised
speak
to see somebody
sentences,
execute
full sentences at 8 months.
What happened here? Just for stupidity.
Will we ever know about that?
Which is
Will they make that
incredible.
But that
I
would be
mean,
the strength of their response to a mistake like this, and the nature of their kind of response.
It is possible that it would be that way. On the other hand, there was a similar incident to this about 5 years ago in 1978. Another Korean plane got off course. It was down. 2 people were killed. What happened there? That there was investigation apparently in the Soviet Union. And
I remember my mom telling me too. You know,
responsible
I'd be like getting
allowing the
rambunctious
plane
for when
to
she was making
handle them
dinner,
were executed.
and she
The point is,
you know, if I started was just getting too loud and shit, she would get down to my level and explain to me that she was cooking and that it would, you know, it was coming up shortly. And she's like, and, you know, I'll never forget it. You just walk right over and sit down and just patiently wait. You know, I mean, like a little 3, 4, 5-year-old kid, you know, and she was like, you know, I just got down on your level and explained it. You just went back, you perfectly understood what I was asking, what I was, you know, asking of you. And, you know, like she worked all day and shit, so I totally get it. And then there were other times where she would just let me fucking bang on pots on the kitchen floor. Like, I actually remember doing that shit, just pulling all the pots out, and she's like fucking dancing around in between them, you know, cooking, making salads and shit. And I'm just bang, 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 ching, 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 hitting shit with fucking wooden spoons.
That didn't murder his way to the top. I don't mean by that individually here and there, but executions, participating in purges and so forth, that is one of the requirements for going up in the Soviet hierarchy. He was the head of the KGB. They not only execute people, murder them, entrap them, send them to clinics where they use all
fucking gulags, man.
Psychiatric, I should say. But of course they would do it. They will do anything that serves the cause. On the other hand,
it's just by the means
that he feels are going to be harmful. Let me put it another way. When we try to influence the Soviet by appealing to their morality, it's like 2 ships going in the night. They have a different view of morality, a different view of the world than we have, what is right and what is wrong. For example,
you know, I'm not so sure that it is like a scholarly thing. You know, I think the guy was just a genius when it came to human beings.
The United Nations is like making faces at the Sphinx.
That, or, you know, he was touched by God. I mean, one or the other. I mean, you know, it could only be those two. And to be honest, like no matter what, he was touched by God, because whatever bequeathed that on him for him to just fucking alter the whole planet. I mean, man, that is God. You know, like what other definition is there? What more do you want, man? You know, somebody that races.
There were
you know, that starts a movement that ends up with people on the moon.
His own defense program, the MX.
You know, people could only fucking, they couldn't even imagine that.
Well, I hope he did.
Till like 1900 when they made that movie.
When you have this Soviet leadership exposed for what it is, this incident, which is an indication of the problem that we have, that's a very good argument to develop our strength. And I totally approve of President Reagan asking the American people and our allies abroad to realize the kind of a world we live in. It's very, very dangerous.
That sucks.
And we have to recognize that if
My mom
everyone
was the
engages in this
exact
kind of activity,
opposite.
we've got to have the military.
And you know, I had attachment issues too. Like I said, like I was a class clown because
they may be
you know, I'd have separation anxiety.
Great power, and that they run the risk that we would be able to react or might
but,
more strongly in such a resolution. So when President Reagan addresses
she didn't know anything.
he's right on, in my opinion.
It's because my older brother is such a fucking. I mean, he was he's kind of sociopathic too.
But you do distance yourself from the
or he was at least. Seemed that way. He didn't even know what. He never experienced anxiety until he had an autoimmune disorder that fucking ate away, flesh eating, ate away his taint and like his ass, basically his ass crack. Like ate it all away, an autoimmune thing, and he spent a year and then putting on fucking Xenoform, those things they put on road rash. It's like fucking Vaseline impregnated gauze because it doesn't peel your scab off. You know what I mean? Like it allows your skin to heal. I have a whole fucking box of them in my fucking bathroom because I got so much road rash from fucking wrecking motorcycles. Anyway, I mean honestly, straight up the only way you can do it, man. Otherwise you just re-fuck the rash of every day, every time you change it.
They don't want a world, even though they want to conquer the world. They don't want a world.
And it hurts so bad.
Through accident, through miscalculation, or through.
And but yeah, like my brother, my mom was like, yeah, he was not a happy-go-lucky kid at all. He was an asshole. You know, he was like almost like did mean shit almost. Like that's how my mom said it felt. Like he did, you know, and he didn't want to be touched. You know, like he didn't allow her to enjoy being a mother is what it was, to really enjoy it. And she was like, and you were the exact opposite. And it was like everything that was all pent up from him, just like a waterfall, just poured out. And you know, it's like I can't fucking criticize somebody with those sorts of intentions under that sort of a situation. I mean, I can only imagine how difficult that must have been for a new mother, you know, to have a kid. My parents didn't have a kid for 6 years because of that. That's how badly they got burned. That's how big of a deal it was to them. Like it just left that bad of a taste in their mouth. They weren't sure if they were going to do it. I mean, honestly, my mom kind of like somewhat tricked my dad into the, like me and my little brother. She was like, well, you know, he just needed a little, like he just needed a little, you know, pressure, a little, you know, lead, motherfucker, go forward. But you know, he went along with it, and he'll, you know, he still says to this day it was the best thing, you know, I ever did. But you know, it's kind of funny because I think women, they can have somewhat of an intuition where they know, you know, they might sense a hesitation in a man, and they, you know, press that, you know, because they do have a unique ability to sway men, and if they know what they're doing, and they're smart and they're intuitive, they can really do a lot of good. They can do a fuck ton of damage too, but you know, like, they can really do a lot of good, and they can push you to be a better person. I mean, you know, they can really polish a man. And it's just, you know, that back in the day, women were of quality, of that caliber, where, you know, when them and their guy got together, like they just like they were definitely the whole was more than the sum of the parts, you know, like by far, you know. Whereas nowadays, fuck, man, you don't really get a whole lot with these females, these women, these ladies. I wouldn't even call them ladies, whammon. But, you know, it's like, man, they're just fucking luster, dude. They're lackluster, man. It's depressing. It's depressing. You know, I mean, that's like the most charitable way to put it. They're like children. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's just like I was saying about a nurse. There's nothing so good in this world as a good nurse, and there's nothing quite as evil as a bad nurse.
100 people were killed during the BLM riots during that summer.
Billions of dollars in
billions of dollars.
Oh, shut up.
In property damage. The response to Charlie Kirk's murder for his ideas was people going to church, you know, thousands and thousands of people gathering in prayer.
That just shows
people
you
wanting to
that
get married
really
or be better husbands.
Our country, even though, you know, we got to this materialistic
in who they were, but what the reaction is. I really do not think anyone is turning Charlie Kirk into a Christ figure.
Like,
great guy. There will not,
people still pass
brought around
that
in
little bit
golden
of
caskets, drawn by horses, going
to
from
their
city
kids.
to city,
Like, I
so people
remember
can pay
my
their
mom
respects.
was like that. Like,
they've been perfectly dignified memorials, and I might add, at
but
these
women aren't
memorials,
that
at least
way.
2 universities
They're not
so
built
far,
that way at all. If
we've
you
had black
die,
students leap up in front of the crowd,
Maybe with
start
another
cursing
guy
at them. There was that
next
one
week.
really sick one.
And
I
they're
don't know if you
built
saw
to
it
be
going
able
around
to do
social
that
media.
because their
Just so
survival
with
fucking
the guy
counts on it. It
saying,
rests on
jumps up
their
in the crowd, I'm
ability
Charlie Kirk,
to please
and then
a
shoots
man
himself
or
and
to.
pretends to die. I mean, it's a sick thing.
But she's so
Just a few days earlier.
She's a little weird, a little slender, long. I mean, I like Ann Coulter. She's pretty blunt
is
though,
there
man.
screaming,
kind of just like
F you, your
bit of a
homie
bitchy
died.
blonde.
That is stunning. I mean,
But I am
people
glad
who
she's
did
on our
not
side, I will
worship
say that.
George Floyd weren't showing up at the memorial cursing
She's
at
pretty
them or
sharp.
imitating his death.
She's got a damn good
There
wit
are a lot of
too.
sick people, and they're all on the left.
It's crazy. Bill
by the way, I
Buckley
think a lot of that
interviewed
has
her
to
in the
do
fucking
with,
late '90s about
the false
Lewinsky
impression given by
scandal.
even people like President Obama that Charlie Kirk
She
was
looked
somehow
exactly the fucking
racist
same.
with this kind of false editing of his views when he was nothing of the kind. Ann Coulter, thank you so much for being here.
30
Thank
years
you.
ago,
Good to see you.
You too.
Fuck, she's
Coming
like
up,
50.
Bad
You know,
Bunny
she's
is the
aged
next Super
really
Bowl
fucking
halftime
well,
performer,
man.
and ICE is already
You
gearing
gotta give it up to the
That's
old
next on Box
fucking battle axe, you know? Good old fucking Ann Coulter.
Time now for our Media Move segment.
And you know,
part of the show
she
where
was
we
like
pause to
fucking
look back at
persona
all the
non
things
grata
making
for
waves in
what,
the
like
mainstream
over
media.
a
This week
decade,
it was
man. She
all
like didn't
about
even
Puerto Rican
exist on the
rapper
political
Bad
sphere.
Bunny, who will headline
like
the
blackballed
Super Bowl
her.
halftime show. Bad Bunny, who has no songs completely in English, has been critical of the Trump administration's immigration
Why
crackdown
they do
and even
this to us?
refused to tour stateside, citing concerns
I
over
guarantee
possible
you,
ICE raids
people are
at
gonna
his
fucking say,
concerts.
"Fuck this, we're
After
not
the
watching."
NFL's announcement, Homeland Security Advisor
No,
Corey
man, because I'm
Lewandowski
telling, dude, she
announced that
graduated
ICE will
Michigan
be
in like
Santa
the late
Clara, California,
'90s,
for
man.
the
That
Super
was
Bowl.
like, bro, that was 30
There is
fucking years
nowhere
ago. She's in her
that you can provide
50s,
safe
man.
haven to people who are
That's
in this country
incredible.
illegally, not the Super Bowl,
You know,
and
blonde
nowhere else. We
women,
will
some blonde
find you,
women,
we
they
will
really
apprehend you,
age like a
we
fine
will
wine.
put you in a detention
Or
facility.
they
and we
can,
will
you know, I'm
deport
not
you.
saying
So
they're
know
better
that
looking
that
than a
is
20-year-old,
very
but,
real,
you know, you could do
situation
worse
under this
than
administration,
marry a
which is
woman
completely
of
contrary to
certain
how it used to
blondes.
be.
You could
With
do
me now,
worse. Their
Caroline
skin,
Downey, columnist for National Review.
they don't
Thank you
need
so
much
for
makeup.
joining
Like
me.
Ann Coulter, she don't
It's
need
so
any
great to have you.
makeup.
All right, so what was your first
That blonde
reaction
chick
to
that I
hearing
used
that
to,
Bad Bunny was going to be
you know,
the Super
dig, she
Bowl
was like that
halftime?
too, where she was going to look
He's
really
huge.
good
The
even
number
at
of
50.
support that he's very
You know,
popular, but
she's
that's
like
different than being
5'10",
mainstream.
fucking
And what
like
I've noticed
Ann Coulter,
is that the
blonde
music industry,
hair.
the entertainment industry, the way it's
Just
going
fucking pretty,
is toward
man.
trendy artists, groups that again, are very
Curvy, like a
popular
buxom
with certain
blonde
segments
too,
of the
but slender.
population.
Huge
but
tits,
I
huge
guarantee that
ass,
half
wide
of
hips.
Americans had
Just
to Google Bad
and
Bunny
legs, fuck.
in order to figure out who was playing the halftime show.
5'10",
And so I
Greenwich.
wouldn't say that he's kind of a household name. And in the past, you know, Madonna, that would be a household name. Kind of like Kendrick Lamar last year, Bad Bunny is somewhat obscure to a good chunk of people. And also
Look at him
this
grabbing his
family-friendly
fucking
idea.
his
I
nut
wish that the
satchel.
Super Bowl
What a
halftime
homo.
show would be more family-friendly. And I think we're unfortunately in this trend of a lot of
This gay
expletives,
shit.
you know, a lot of kind of profanity on stage. It's not exactly for the children. And as far as the Super Bowl being like a quintessential American institution,
They're
it'd
telling
be
us,
nice
"Fuck you."
if your performance was partially in English, because that's the audience.
Right. I had a very similar reaction to the English thing. Where are you on ICE showing up at the Super Bowl?
So I think it's well documented that large-scale events like the Super Bowl provide plenty of opportunities for human traffickers and smugglers, especially in the hospitality industry, in the construction industry. This is such a huge
Really?
operation, the Super Bowl, just at the setup. I have no doubt that there will be some
She's
some
pretty, but
voids,
I don't
some
really like that
opportunities
dirty
for
blonde
bad
shit. I
actors
like
to
it.
be
I don't
there.
like the dirty
And
blonde
if you
look as
support what ICE is doing with
I would take her.
deportations, then
She's
nothing
got
is
a
off the
nose like
table.
that
No
blonde chick
venue
that I
is
did too.
supposedly
She's got her
immune
nose was
for
exactly
them to
like that.
apprehend people. But if you oppose
Very
what
interesting,
ICE
very
is doing,
feminine
then
too,
no
and it
deportation
fit her
for them.
face like really
It's such
well.
a good point. Do you think that if there are scenes at the Super Bowl of ICE apprehending people, that this is likely to work in the Republicans' favor or in the Democrats' favor?
That's a good question. I think if it were to
They better do
disrupt
it.
the event, like I said, it's this Americana classic recreational like hallmark of
So
our culture.
put fucking have
I don't
give
think
them
the
fucking
optics will
Super
go
Bowl
well
uniforms or
for
something.
Republicans, but say there's a big bust related to human trafficking, and some of those who are apprehended have really
Yeah.
bad criminal records. I think
Yeah.
that could be a win for Republicans, especially if, like I said, families are there and you know
Ooh, that's
these
weird,
illegal
man. I
aliens,
would've
if they
took
took
her. Yeah, I
advantage
would've done the
of
exact
the
same
fact
thing,
that
man. I
this
would've
was a
cut her
really large
loose.
event. But
Because
but it's
that's a
huge
lot. That's a
crowd,
disrespect,
right?
man.
And it
She
could
did
get
that shit on
messy.
purpose,
So
dude.
I'm
That was a
interested to see how
shit
it goes.
test, man.
I also wanted to talk
Absolutely,
to you
that was a
about.
shit
So
test.
Dave Chappelle
She was
one
pushing.
of
She was
many
trying
comedians
you.
who went to this
Seeing
comedy
if she could
festival
get that
in
over on you, if you would accept that, if
capital
you
of
would
comedy
accept
and free
that
speech,
that
Saudi
behavior,
Arabia.
or if you would hold firm on the
Of course, I'm
boundary.
being ironical because
Either
there
way,
is no
she had
free
decided
speech
it was
in
over.
Saudi Arabia, and yet Dave Chappelle had this to
You
say
know, that
about
you didn't
being
have a choice
there.
on that matter,
Apparently,
but is whether or
according
not
to
you went
Dave
out with
Chappelle,
dignity
there
or
is
not,
more
basically.
free speech at Saudi Arabia.
Because if you had given
than
into
there
it,
is
she
in
would have lost
America.
all
It's easier to
respect for
talk
you
here than it is in
immediately.
America,
At
is
least you
what
have a
he
respect
said.
to a degree.
Give us the background about this ridiculous comedy
Yeah, I mean,
festival
perhaps
and where
anyway,
you fall on this.
Well, first I'll say
They
that
don't really
if Dave
respect
Chappelle's saying that
anything. They don't
there's
even
bottom
respect
top
themselves.
censorship in America, he'd be right about that. Cancel culture is very much rampant. Just
There's
the
nothing wrong
policing
with cancel
among peers
culture,
is
man.
a really bad
You
precedent
know, they
we have in
swung
America.
the fucking
And also
the
during
Overton
COVID
window
and
way over to
during
the left.
the Biden administration,
Man,
there was
and
plenty
guess
of
what?
actual
The culture
government
is fucking. It's like
cooperation
the
with social
Jedi
media
Strikes
companies to
Back or the
actually
Empire Strikes
suppress
Back.
Conservatives.
Motherfucker.
conservatives and free speech related
This
to
is an
public health
American
information
fucking
or even
country,
the Hunter
and
Biden laptop
you're
story.
not
So
just
there's
going to
some
swing that
evidence
shit
that,
way
yeah,
over
okay,
here and
we
expect
kind of-
there not to be a
we
huge
are
backlash.
a little bit into the
to push it
slippery
right
slope
back,
of authoritarian
pushing all
free
this
speech
devious,
repression.
this
However,
deviant fucking
Dave Chappelle is a very wealthy and famous comedian. He's one of many
trans-degenerate
comics that agreed to
horseshit.
take a large check
And they
to perform in Saudi Arabia. And the question there is the geopolitics for me. So we know
Why
that
did you
during
do
Henry
that?
Kissinger's time, during the Nixon administration,
Yeah.
they were really hell-bent on kind of legitimizing China,
Yeah, you know,
so that way they could be a
when they do-
diplomatic
when they
partner.
try
My
something
question
like
is, what is
that,
Saudi Arabia's intention here? Because it's not
it's
just
not
in the
just for
comedy
fun or
world; it's with
kicks.
the LIV golf tournament. I mean,
Women are a
the
little
Saudi,
bit
Saudi
more
Arabia
craftier than
Music
that, and they're
Commission has a
they're
deal with the
master
Metropolitan
manipulators.
Opera.
They want to.
So
they,
why is Saudi
really-
Arabia so keen on
I get
showing
it.
their
It's, if
interest,
they
or
can
it's like
manipulate you, you're not the
influencing,
one.
you know, our entertainment, our
You're not the
recreational
one, or if,
industries?
I mean, really, you're not the
thank you
one.
so much
But
for
if they can
joining us. Thank you.
manipulate you
Glad to
and they
have you.
stick with you,
Right after
it's
this,
just
I'll tell you
it's
how
just
Trump's
because
three-pronged approach will play
they're
in the ongoing shutdown
narcissistic,
fight.
and you allow them to be comfortable. You know, you don't call them out.
As we always do, we began with what we learned about America
You know,
and
and
end
they
with what we're looking ahead to.
and they'll just fucking
You're going to
stomp
hear a
all
lot of
over you.
bickering over the government shutdown.
will.
Democrats will continue blaming
Stomp all over
Republicans,
you.
and Republicans will keep blaming Democrats. While the
I mean,
spending
it's
bill
just-
does have to pass through
I get
Congress,
the
you can
manipulation,
tune a
though,
lot of
'cause
this out because
like,
the reality
if-
is
if you
President
give
Trump
into
has
it-
all the cards. He has the power and the confidence
It will
that he
never
has the
stop.
winning hand.
You have to have that hard
winning hand
boundary.
is
You
the
have- you
belief
have to be able
that
to walk the
tariffs,
fuck away.
controlling
If
immigration,
you don't have the
reducing
balls
the
to
cost
walk
of
away, you
drugs,
should be
and
dead.
reshoring manufacturing
You're gonna
will
get
make
fucking
the lives of average Americans better in the long term. This
That's funny,
confidence
she's like
works
a
like a
huge
gun in a
fucking
knife fight. He's not
leftist
fighting
lib, you know,
against
bleeding heart.
the
She's a
Democrats.
bleeding heart
He's
liberal,
fighting
which
for
I used to be
an
enemies with them, but I
era-defining
realized
FDR
I'm not
scale
enemies with them
agenda.
anymore. I actually
And the
kind of agree.
Democrats
There
seem to be
are-
doing the exact
there are
opposite.
circumstances
They
where
keep
people need
losing
help.
fights
They're
because
so
they aren't fighting for anything
But
so
she
much
is
as they're
such
fighting
an
against
excellent
Trump,
advocate
even
for
when he
us.
does things that they themselves should be
For-
applauded.
with the other
That's
side.
the question I'm
She
coming into
speaks
next
their
week with.
language
Who and what are
fluently.
you fighting
She
for?
knows exactly
Thank you all
how
for
to
joining me today.
spin
It's been an
narratives.
honor. May God
You
bless
know,
you and
like,
protect you and the United
That
States
I
of
really
America.
I've liked her ever since I didn't start seeing her until 2 years before Trump won this last one. And all I can say is, you know, I'm very impressed with her.
Thank
She's
you for
got
watching.
excellent,
Subscribe below and download
she's a
our
class
Newsnet.
act. She's got excellent decorum, excellent fucking. She carries herself excellently. She presents. She's a great presenter. And she's very good at conveying her message, at getting the point across. She can really walk you through that and get you to from point A to point B in a very, in almost like a musical way, or like a literal, like good literature. You know what I mean? Like, where it's kind of like there's some turns and some bends, and you love the turns. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pleasure to take those turns and bends. You know what I mean? It takes makes you, you know, puts you in a, gives you, you're thinking about things that feel good to think about. You know, and also, you know, she kind of gives that air of liberalism, like, you know, that we're not so callous and obtuse to just hand wave people suffering and shit like that. You know, I've suffered, I know what it's like. And it's not a good look, you know, to not to not give that its proper attention and its proper perspective. You know what I mean? There are people, some people need help, and people, you know, we are a Christian nation, you know, and people should be allowed, you know, like there has to be not a promise, but like a possibility of redemption at the end of the rainbow in a society. Otherwise, nobody will ever turn their life around. Nobody will ever turn a leaf if it, you know, if society is not going to accept that redemption arc. You know what I'm saying? If somebody's a criminal their whole life, or you know, bank or whatever, you know, criminal, and they turn a new leaf, if people don't accept them, well, you just they're going to say, well, what's the point anyway? You know, and they'll just continue doing, you know, serial, whatever, you know, not serial killer, but, you know, somebody who like assaults people, battery or whatever. It's like, you know, you kind of do. And not only that, but, you know, I've done shit and it's like, man, you know, like it would have sucked, you know, if you know, something I did in my early 20s, you know, fucking live with, you know, like really was a cloud over my head for the rest of my life, you know. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Not in the slightest. Not even close. Yeah, I know. I know, and that's the same thing with the left. That's why everybody leaves.
A driving license gives you permission to drive. A passport is something you use to travel.
There's no room for apology. If you apologize, the feeding frenzy begins. It's like a shark feeding frenzy. They start eating each other. You know, what is it? The Eborus or whatever. They're fucking snake eating its own tail. I mean, it's just. And you can't, you know, that is how you alienate people. That's how you run people off, you know. Oh, let's hear what he has to say about the Peace Prize. That's super some horse shit, man. Like I said, thank God you didn't get that, man. It would have just totally fucking...
All right, it's always an extremely exciting day, like the Academy Awards or the Pulitzers or the great awards that our society and our world gives out to people of high accomplishment. Because today was the day that the Nobel Peace Prize was announced. I had difficulty sleeping throughout the week. I actually had to use a lot of CBD to try and calm myself down into sleep, knowing that this big day was coming. And the Nobel Peace Prize was announced this morning by the Nobel Committee based out of Norway.
For sure.
And the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, which is designed to recognize and celebrate the efforts of leaders to avert war and violence and conflict and instead usher in peace,
you know, maybe he's not the great,
is a woman named Maria Corina Machado, who is the leader of the opposition of Venezuela.
I mean, that's
now, as a lot of you know, Venezuela is very much on the radar of the United States. It has always been for quite a long time, because it's in our backyard, what the Monroe Doctrine considers to be our area of influence. Hugo Chavez, who was the leader that replaced pro-American, pro-oligarchical leaders, because he was elected by the people of Venezuela, among whom he was quite popular. Not all of them, obviously, but a significant portion, especially the poorer people, the workers, was extremely defiant to the United States, particularly insistent that Venezuela's massive oil supply be used at the direction of the Venezuelan government for the interest of the Venezuelan people and not for the United States. And as a result, Venezuela has been under suffocating sanctions, like Cuba has been for many, many years now, cutting off trade, preventing all kinds of ability to expand their economy, to do business dealings with American companies and the like, because they believe that Venezuela doesn't do America's bidding when it comes to opening up their markets and their resources to the ability of American companies to control and exploit what they want to do there. They think they become too close to China. So basically, they've been punished for their defiance. And so you have Hugo Chavez, whose legacy was cut short because he died of cancer, and his successor, Nicolas Maduro, who has now been in power many, many years. There's no question they have authoritarian aspects to their country, no doubt about that, just like Cuba does.
It's not good.
And I don't want to excuse it at all because I don't, but when you have the world's history's most powerful military and most powerful economy and strongest country threatening you constantly with regime change, suffocating your economy.
We have a score to settle with them.
Any country is going to have to reduce
beef with Venezuela.
basic freedoms because you're being threatened by external forces. That's what the United States has always done when it feels threatened by external forces during World War II, after 9/11. It's doing it now in the wake of perceptions of internal threats. And that's part of why Venezuela is authoritarian, but also the system itself is authoritarian. There's no denying that.
And they're trying
but
to
they're
rob
not
their next door
any
neighbor.
worse. And I would suggest not even close to being worse than all sorts of extremely close U.S. allies, like Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Jordan and the Emiratis and Qatar, to say nothing of all the governments we've engineered regime change in order to impose, including in that region. So if you live in the region, as I have and do, nobody takes seriously the notion that the United States government is offended by tyranny or dictatorship. That's not why we're angry at Venezuela. That's not why we're interested in Venezuela. That's not why the United States is openly under Marco Rubio engineering what has long been one of his dreams, what the people he represents in Florida are hoping to do. Many of them come from Venezuela, have fled Venezuela, which is engineer regime change in Venezuela, the way the United States has long wanted to do in Cuba. And now they're bombing boats off the coast of Venezuela with the obvious pretext of convincing you it's necessary to prevent drugs from coming to the United States.
No.
And calling Maduro a narco-terrorist to justify.
No, Glenn, you're missing the fucking forest for the trees, dude. This has nothing to do with killing individual fucking narco-terrorists. This has everything to do with deterrent. This is a deterrent action. They're saying, hey, we're not playing games anymore. We're not risking our guys' lives anymore. We're just going to press a button and make you disappear. Okay? So, take your chances, if you will, but we will kill every one of you. And they'll stop. They will stop. You know? At some point, they're not going to be able to pay motherfuckers enough. It's just that goddamn simple. They're just not going to be able to pay people enough to do that. And I think it's absolutely brilliant of Trump to do that, you know? Okay, you know, these guys are fucking are doing evil shit. You know, they're breaking some evil laws. You know, if a few of them have to die in international waters, which is not a fucking crime. It's not a crime. You know, absolutely we can do that. Absolutely. We know where they're going. We don't have to pretend that we hear no evil and see no evil until they actually get here with the drugs and they've already smuggled them or they're, you know, set foot on our land. We can just nip it in the bud. And to me, that is the smart play. Just stop it. Say, no, this is a boundary. It's the same boundary as the border. If you try to cross this body of water, you will be killed. It's that simple. And they're going to learn this lesson. They're going to hem and haw and fucking make a big deal out of it. But in the end, those boats will stop coming. They will stop coming. Because they're not going to keep throwing money away. They're not going to keep throwing their lives away. Eventually, they're going to say, you know something? Maybe we should just cut our losses and go back to the drawing board because this obviously ain't working. Their little Puerto Rico loophole isn't working anymore.
Using the war on terror framework and the war on drug framework, what is clearly intended to be an imminent military-style attempt to change the government of Venezuela, the kind of regime change wars that
they're shooting
Trump and many
boats.
people close
What
to
does
him
that have to do with
swore
regime change?
we're destroying America and would never
can't
do
stand
again.
this
Seems
goddamn
like it's imminent in Venezuela.
Oh, it's imminent. It's imminent.
And we've been
It's
wanting to do
imminent.
regime change there forever under Democrats
so what,
and Republicans.
man? So what? We know this. We know that they don't like that regime, but you know we don't like so many regimes all over the planet. And once you start doing it never ends. We've been through this before. Trump knows this. He doesn't want to change the fucking regime because then it's a distraction. He can't do what he wants to. He can't fix our country. Why does Glenn? He's this foreign policy wonk that, you know, He's like the rest of the Jews, where he's just this insane, cynical, pessimistic, fucking chronically ill fucking Jew that just can't seem to let it go, man. It's like he's this fucking Greenpeace fuck, this pacifist. And, you know, some fucking... these aren't fucking children. These aren't innocent people. These are motherfucking... They know what they're doing when they leave these docks or whatever. They're trying to be... They're thumbing their nose at us saying, fuck you, we're going to kill millions or thousands of your people. They have absolutely no right to expect to get to this country alive. None whatsoever. Because if I tried to do that to Venezuela and they fucking bombed and killed me, you know something? Fair enough, man. You know, I was coming there with fucking, you know, enough poison to kill hundreds of thousands of their fucking people. Fair enough, man. That's like bringing a biological weapon into a country. Like in 12 Monkeys, you know, somebody had a fucking virus like Corona. Would we not all say, yeah, bomb that son of a bitch. Do not let that guy get in our country. And Glenn, I guess those dead bodies he's not so concerned about. He's worried about the dead babies in Gaza, but he's not worried about the dead Americans with needles in their arms. And this is an issue, man.
For whatever reason, they decided that Juan Guaido was the real president of Venezuela. Our media called him president of Venezuela.
Maybe they know shit that you don't know, Mr. All-Knowing Deity Glenn Greenwald. You know? Maybe they don't know, or they know more than you, and you're not privy to shit. Did you ever think of that?
When he came to the United States and parts of Europe, he was given official state treatments. The president, the real president of Venezuela, I remember when Trump in his first term, he was at President Trump's first State of the Union address. And sitting behind Trump, of course, was his vice president, Mike Pence, and also the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. And when Trump said, and we have with us the true and legitimate president of Venezuela, Juan Guaido, he stood up, both parties stood up. Nancy Pelosi jumped up in a standing ovation faster than I've ever seen her move. And it was a very bipartisan idea that we pick the government of Venezuela. That it's for us to not only choose, but then to impose our will there. And there was an attempt with John Bolton and others in the first Trump term to actually overthrow Maduro using our traditional means of covert operations and military force. And Trump got frustrated with John Bolton when it wasn't nearly as easy as Bolton assured him it would be, and that's part of what led to their separation. And by the way, it seems like John Bolton is going to be arrested. You may remember there was an FBI raid on his house about a month ago.
Yeah,
and there's reports that he is close to being indicted and arrested maybe within the next week. So there's always some good news on the horizon if you look for it hard enough. But that idea of regime change in Venezuela is something the United States has always wanted to do. And clearly the Trump administration has rapidly prioritized it.
Good.
To the point that we're now bombing there, even though Congress hasn't authorized it. We're threatening overtly to bomb inside Venezuela. And again, the pretext is that that's where drugs come from that kill our communities, when in reality, as we've shown you, government reports acknowledge that a tiny percentage of the drugs that
regardless, they need to stop.
The United States actually come from Venezuela.
Why is tiny acceptable for this guy? Why are those deaths acceptable for this guy? You know, he's supposed to be this bleeding heart motherfucker, but man, how callous, dude. Where you're willing to sacrifice thousands of Americans to spare the lives of 3 or 4 drug fucking smuggling, poison smuggling sons of bitches. Like, dude, wake the fuck up, man. Like, wake up, dude. Are you know something? And they wonder why we question these assholes with dual citizenship. This guy's got a fucking citizenship in Brazil and fucking Israel, I think. You know, it's like, dude, you live in Brazil most of the time, bro. Like, do you even give a fuck about Americans? Because I'm not so sure you do, man. Because you care more about fucking drug smugglers than you care about fucking Americans. Americans that are suffering, I might add. And they're suffering, and those people are profiting off of it. You know, and this is the guy that would go after big pharma and shit because and healthcare because people are suffering and they're fucking making money off of it. And you know, at least they're doing it the legal fucking way. Yeah. I mean, and honestly, it's so funny they have not. They really have not caught up to the times. He's still carrying some of that bleeding heart liberal dogma, you know. And it's just like, dude, you need to let that shit go. Times have changed, man. We don't have those luxuries anymore. We don't. It's that simple. We just do not have it. And he just desperately wants to pretend like we do. And it's like, dude, we don't, man. I'm telling you. They're what, 100,000 people a year are dying? I mean, I would say he's a little bit more conservative than he used to be. But it's like, dude, 100,000 people are dying a year, man. You don't seem to give two fucks. Or 70,000, whatever it is now. You don't seem to give two shits, man. You're more concerned about a dozen fucking Venezuelan criminals. Not fucking Venezuelan, fucking, military members and shit. These guys are fucking criminals.
Stem the tide of drugs entering the United States.
And we have every right.
One of the most wasteful and ineffective things you could do is have some kind of quasi-war, or if not an outright war with Venezuela to change the government.
Like a dog.
That's one of the least likely ways to stem the tide of drugs entering the United States. That's an obvious pretext.
Yeah,
There's a lot of other reasons why the United States won't change the government of Venezuela.
They're not going to be able to just kill all these people with rockets. But, this shit, you better believe those fucking Venezuelans are thinking long and hard about this. And they're probably spending money on submarines and shit by now. And it's like, dude, what is his solution? To just let them continue doing it because it's only a few people? That's dude, that's not an acceptable answer, man. That's not acceptable at all. Like, bro, do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? You sound like a fucking psychopath. He's a nut, man.
Peace Prize Committee deciding right as the United States and other countries want to engineer regime change. They're being very open about that. They want to elevate the woman who is the face of the opposition to the government that we want to overthrow as some sort of world historic figure of peace and humanitarianism. And so Maria Corina Machado is the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize for 2025. And I have to say, a lot of people dislike Maduro, think he's a dictator, think he's immiserated the Venezuelan population. You can think that all you want. Like I said, there's a lot of dictators in the world, many that the United States loves. And you can even think she's a brave dissident. And I would actually say there's been bravery on her part. But it's also worth remembering that she is hardly an organic force inside Venezuela. She's somebody who the United States, just like they did with Juan Guaido, has spent many, many millions of dollars pouring into NGOs in Venezuela to prop her up, to fund and fuel anti-Maduro agitations and protests like we've done in so many countries, including Russia and many others. We're very involved in that, and she is very much tied to the United States. She's somebody who the United States adores. In fact, it was Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz, Trump's national security advisor and his Secretary of State, who actually nominated her to win the Nobel Peace Prize and wrote the letters that recommended her. That's how she got onto the list of the nominees. And this is very much a U.S.-backed figure, and elevating her to this with this prize right as the United States wants to justify the regime change in Venezuela with a regime change war, some covert or quasi-war, seems, to put it mildly, uncoincidental. At the very least, giving her this award will fuel and strengthen whatever Washington decides to do in terms of engineering regime change in Venezuela. Now that the person who would ascend to the presidency is somebody not only who's very pro-Washington, pro-West, pro-US, but also is now a Nobel laureate for peace. And like I said, you can hate Maduro as much as you want, love her as much as you want.
The dude just
have a
fucking
hard time-
secured peace in what, 8 different conflicts, and this guy's saying, oh, he's on the warpath. Like, dude, all he's been doing is squashing wars. Where are you getting this from?
Answering the question,
The
like,
left,
what is it that
they're-
she has
they're
done in the name of
fortune tellers.
peace? Where did she bring peace to a conflict? Where did she usher in peace or nonviolence? How has she become this? How has she been somebody who usually goes to people who have resolved major conflicts? Like the iconic ones are Nelson Mandela and Frederick de Klerk, who, after Mandela got out of prison, there was a big potential for civil war in South Africa, and only because of their leadership, where they told their respective sides we're going to be peaceful and a transition of power. That's what the Nobel Peace Prize is for. People who resolve conflicts, resolve wars, avert conflict that can be militarily dangerous, and bring about peace. So even if you like her, admire what she's done, I still don't understand how that relates to the Nobel Peace Prize. So we got a lot of questions on this as well for today. The one from Go Bird is representative. Hi Glenn, what do you think about the Nobel Peace Prize being awarded to Maria Corina Machado? It seems weird that every establishment outlet seems to be cheering on her receiving this award, especially as the Trump administration has been pushing for regime change in Venezuela. Does the Nobel Peace Prize even mean anything anymore?
And they're $20 a piece.
And it's actually interesting because if you look at the Nobel Peace Prize over the last, say, 20 years, a very clear pattern emerges.
Doctors a fucking month because I lived in
this is,
Florida,
I think,
dude,
one of the most overlooked aspects
3
of
or
Western
4 or 5
discourse and of the
doctors, so many
propaganda to
pill
which
mills
we're
here.
all subjected as
they were
Western
giving away like
citizens and
candy.
citizens of the United States,
You can get a fucking
which was
30
constantly
milligram
being
Roxy
told
for fucking
that civil rights
$5
abuses are
when the market
the thing we
bottomed out.
fight against, or the thing that motivates us to enter
There
into
was
the world
that
stage,
plenty,
to
man.
free people
They
from
cost
all
as much
kinds
as a
of
Percocet.
tyranny
They
and
were fucking
repression.
6 times more.
And that was ultimately, in addition to WMD, the justification for the Iraq War. We're going to free the Iraqi people from the repression of Saddam Hussein. I remember Tony Blair saying, look, even if it turns out there's no weapons of mass destruction there, the worst thing that can be said about our war is that we freed Iraq from one of the worst monsters on the planet.
A lot
as
of people
if
don't like him. My mom never liked
the
him.
United States and its
she didn't
allies
like
go
what
to
it made
war
her
to
feel.
fight against tyrannies. The United States
And I
spends
get it.
at
They
least as
can
much
make you
time
feel irritable.
installing
They
tyrannies
cheat.
and funding them and propping them up
Couple
as
other
it does combating them. Same thing in Ukraine. Oh, we're in Ukraine because Ukraine's a democracy. We love democracies. We're fighting against Putin's tyranny.
So long, man. I didn't
And you
even
look
have
at who
side
U.S. allies
effects
have always
anymore. I
been
didn't- my
since
nose
the end of
itched
World
a
War
little
II.
bit, but I never got sick anymore.
Supporting
or
tyranny, supporting despotism
none of that shit.
has been a central
my
plank,
tolerance-
a
my
staple of
tolerance is
U.S. foreign
still
policy in
probably
post-World War
pretty
II. We
high,
want to
too,
keep
even though it's been over a
various
decade. You know, once you
areas stable, and we want to
get
keep
to a
public
certain
opinion
level,
repressed
it kind of never gets
by
back
imposing
down
on
to
those
its
countries, not the
original,
democratically
like,
leaders they
natural state
selected,
again.
but the dictators who are our puppets. Iran is a great example, many of, in Latin America, Indonesia, all over the place. And we still do that. We have an Egyptian puppet who got installed by the United States, Sisi, General Sisi, because the Egyptian people finally won the right to vote, but they voted for the wrong candidate, Mohamed Morsi, who the West disliked. He was overthrown with our help, and now there's a dictatorship. That's what the United States does. So we're not interested in Venezuela because
Then
we're
why
against
is it that
oppression.
Egypt won't let fucking
what you'll
people
see
in
is
Gaza
how
come in? If we own Egypt and we have a puppet guy there, why can't we get Egypt to open up the fucking the Egyptian gate of Gaza? Because, you know, if we do indeed own this fucking guy, he's our puppet, then we should be able to just say, hey, you're going to let these people in, right? So, you know, Glenn, he's not making a whole lot of sense here, actually.
Human
He's a
rights
bit out over his skis.
discourse and the language of oppression is weaponized so constantly in American media. You will hear far more about the human rights abuses of America's adversaries
before they were selling it
than you will about America's
They had
allies,
fentanyl
even if the American
lollipops for
allies
people.
are
I knew a
infinitely
lady that had
worse in terms of their
uterus
human rights
cancer,
abuses than the ones of the American
breast
enemies. As I
mastectomy.
said,
She was riddled with
you don't
it.
hear very much about Saudi repression. You
She
certainly
smoked
don't
a
hear
lot
about
of
Emirati
crack,
oppression
man.
or
She
Egyptian
would sell
oppression
those lollipops for like
or
20
Qatari
bucks a
oppression.
pop,
I'm not
man.
saying
I'd
you
be
can't
fucked
find it
up
if
for
you
a
look
whole
for it. We're
week.
just not bombarded with it. We're not.
Fucked up.
Our
Looking like
emotions
a
aren't
dude at
provoked
fucking
over it
San
because we like those
Francisco,
governments.
leaned over.
They do our bidding. We
You know,
want them in
and you
place.
just
So
twist it
there's
in your
no
cheek.
campaign to convince the
There's
American
literally a
people, oh, this
blueberry,
is some
little
monstrous
blueberry
evil
lollipop.
dictator. Saddam
It was
Hussein was
crazy,
our
the
partner.
bottom
We
of
never
the
cared that he
popsicle stick had a fucking
gassed his
little-
own people
the little triangular yellow with the
when he
exclamation
attacked the
point in it.
Kurds.
That shit had
That
that
only
at the-
became something that
a
morally
little
outraged
little
us when it was time to
label on the
demonize
fucking
Saddam Hussein and we
bottom
were
of the lollipop
intended to go to
stick,
war. This
A
is probably
lollipop
one of the
with a
things that I
fucking
think is
warning
most important
poison
to
sign.
realize in terms of how we're propagandized through this kind of selective human rights indignation.
It's fucking wild.
And as a
A
result,
friend
we
of
hear all the
mine's,
time about the evils of
grandfather
Maduro,
was
even
in
though his
hospice,
evils,
and he
whatever they
died
might
too.
be, are far
He
less
left
than
like
the
6 of those
evils
patches
of
behind.
countless numbers of American allies about
And
which we
man,
hear relatively
I
very
made
little.
6 patches. I
And
think I stayed
so
high for like
huge
a
numbers of people are
month and a
celebrating,
half.
yeah, Maduro's a bad guy, he does this, he
That's
does
how
that,
potent
as
they
though
were.
this is some kind of principle that we go
3,200
around the world
microgram
combating, as
patches.
opposed to a
They're supposed
pretext
to
for the
last. You
wars and
put 'em on your
interference and
arm, they
regime
last
change we
72
want to
hours.
impose.
I cut 'em into pieces
And
and chew 'em.
showering
Dude,
her with this
within, like,
award
30
is
seconds,
part
less than a
of
minute, I
promoting
would be
that narrative that it happens to be very
fucked
useful
up.
right now to Trump and
I
other
almost killed
allies in terms of
myself,
overthrowing
man.
the government of
Like,
Venezuela.
the first
Here is the
time,
winner herself,
this
Maria
guy was
Corina
like,
Machado, knowing exactly
Oh, man, we used to get those. We used
what
to
this
cut those
award is
motherfuckers
for
in half
and wasting
chew
no
on 'em.
time saying
I'm like,
exactly
really?
the things
'Cause
she
I'm not
needs to
feeling
say
shit. I've
to
had it
get
on
what
for a
she
day. I don't
wants,
feel
which
shit.
is U.S. involvement
So
in
I'm
her
thinking to
country in an
myself,
attempt
like,
to overthrow
well,
Maduro.
a third's gone. It's 3-day patch.
Not by the
been on for a
Venezuelan
day,
people,
so
by the United
I
States,
could do a
that she
half.
gets
I cut it
empowered.
in
Here's
half.
what she said, quote,
I chew
this
this
recognition
half
of the Nobel Peace
with my
Prize
friend and my
is really
brother,
of the
and we're
struggle of
smoking
all
some blunt in the
Venezuelans
car.
and is a boost to conclude
All of
our
a sudden it
task
starts
to
hitting me, and
conquer
my
freedom.
brother's just
We
talking,
are on
and
the
I'm
threshold of
getting so
victory, and today, more than
irritated.
ever, we count on
So
President
irritated, just
Trump,
wanted to go, dude,
the
shut
people of the
fuck
United
up.
States, the peoples of
My
Latin
older
America,
brother,
and the
too,
democratic nations
I,
of the
like, held
world
it in, and
as our
I
principal
got in a
allies to
car
achieve
and
freedom and
fucking fell
democracy.
straight to
I
my
dedicate
knees,
this
man.
prize
That's
to
how my
the
fucking
suffering
legs were
people of
spaghetti,
Venezuela and to President Trump
Spaghetti.
for his
Man, I
decisive cause
stumbled
for
out
our
of the
support
grass
for
in
our
the driveway
cause.
and sat down Indian style.
This
in
is
the
somebody who has
driveway
been
for like 30
urging
minutes.
sanctions be imposed
My
on her
brother
own country by the United
came
States
out
and
to get
other
us
outside
cereal out of the
forces.
house. I was like,
Somebody
yo,
who has
man.
been urging military intervention,
no, I
the
went
use
in
of the
the
U.S.
house and I felt
military
better.
in
I
her
said,
own
hey,
country to help her achieve her political goals.
If you would, man, if you
Again,
would
you
come
can
in
call
and
that
shit on me
justified,
in about
courageous,
15 or
noble, but
20
how
minutes
is that representative of
and
the
make
values
sure
of the
that I'm
Nobel
still
Peace
awake,
Prize?
I would appreciate that.
And there's now a
And he
long
did
list
too,
of
you know? Like, I was
recipients of the
scared,
Nobel
man. I
Peace
never-
Prize who basically
I've
are
never been like
dissidents,
that.
not of
I
the
never
governments
felt
that are allied with us and who are tyranny. They rarely, if
I
ever,
couldn't
win.
walk, man.
The people who win are the
hardly
dissidents
stand,
to the
dude.
governments
That's
we want to
how-
demonize, to the ones that don't do our bidding.
You know, it's a depressing.
So in
it
October of
depresses your
2023,
nervous system.
as the
so it
CNN
you know,
headline
everything is like, it's,
indicates,
like you had to
the
put a lot
Nobel
of
Peace
effort in to
Prize
just
is won
stand.
by Narges Mohammadi for the fight against the oppression of women in Iran.
And then after that, I just cut it into smaller pieces.
There was no Nobel Peace Prize winner for people fighting against the oppression of women in Saudi Arabia,
you know, I
or
did my
parts of
thing.
Africa, or
Luckily,
Qatar.
it didn't. It
Even though
hasn't
the
damaged me
repression is just as bad
long-term.
because we don't have any interest in demonizing
Yeah,
that government.
that,
Do you see
opiates,
how
luckily, they
this is
don't
being
kill
weaponized,
brain
human rights
cells
discourse?
like
Do you think the
benzos,
United
like
States cares
Xanax
about
or,
human rights in reality
beer,
as opposed to making that a
alcohol? That
pretext
shit
for advancing
kills
our
brain
goals?
cells.
Here from
Opiates
Time
don't do
Magazine,
that
this
at
was
all.
the prize given in 2021
that
why
always
Dmitry
comforted me a little
Muratov's
bit, is
Nobel
that, yeah, I'm
Peace
hooked on
Prize
this, but
matters for
at least I'm
Russia's
not destroying
journalist.
my fucking mind.
Muratov is the
You know
founder
what I mean?
and
At least I'm not
editor-in-chief of Novoya
destroying
Gazeta,
who
one
I
of Russia's
am,
last
by
big
doing it.
newspapers to regularly criticize President Vladimir Putin, and which has reported extensively on government corruption in the country. Quote, the newspaper's fact-based journalism and professional integrity have
took a
made it
lot
an
of
important
LSD,
source of
too.
information
My little
on
brother
sensible aspects of Russian society, rarely mentioned
few
by by
tweets
other
of Rick and
media, the
Morty
Nobel Committee said in a
few
statement
years
announcing
ago.
the word Friday.
A few pages.
I'm not saying these people
Yeah, a
aren't
few
doing
pages or a few
noble
sheets.
work.
And,
Anybody who stands
I
up to
took-
a
yeah,
repressive
I fucking
regime
kinda went- I
in their
took
own
a hero
country is
dose.
somebody
I did
who
like 5
deserves
of
to be
them, man. It
celebrated.
was really
I'm
good,
noting
really good.
instead
Sid.
the very transparent
Man, it was
selectivity
so
of the Nobel
intense, dude.
Prize and the way in
It was
which
so
it's designed
intense,
to
man. That shit
elevate
started hitting me. I
the
was out front of my
dissidents of
dad's
the
fucking
governments we
garage.
want to weaken
He had
and
a
demonize
BMW
for our own
motorcycle
purposes.
parked out in
It's a
front of it.
Western award
Bro, I
given
fucking
out
walked
with a clear
circles around
agenda.
a motorcycle for 30
And the Venezuelan
minutes,
example
man.
probably is the most
Because it was
brazen
so
yet, though there are a lot of
intense.
other ones. Here's
I
another
was
one from the
starting
New
to- I
Yorker,
felt a little
October
bit
8,
queasy
2010.
now, but it was
Li
like the
Xiaobo
feeling, it
wins
was
the
like,
Nobel Peace Prize.
Whoa, this is too much, you know.
Lou, the literary critic and
So I
political
just fucking
essayist, was
paced around
awarded
this
for the Nobel
fucking
Peace Prize
motorcycle
on
30 minutes.
Friday for
And
his
my brother
long
and his
and
friend
nonviolent
came out,
struggle
and they
for
were fucking
fundamental
tripping,
human
too.
rights in China.
As soon as they came out, man, I just all smile. You know, I
Again,
was
nothing
it
against
was
these
amazing.
people who
It was
won.
incredible, dude.
Although I think it's odd to give a Nobel Peace Prize to somebody who's funded by many millions of dollars coming from the United
was dope,
States
man. It
for
was dope, for sure.
NGOs against the government
It's
inside our own
fun.
country who calls
It
for
was the first
military
time that I
intervention in our own
ever
country that's
that
not very
I
peaceful.
ever saw the real
But
visuals. You know, the
nothing
shit that I
against these
always
people, that's not the
dismissed
point.
as
The
just
point
urban
is
legends
there's a
and shit.
clear narrative benefit to
And,
how these awards are chosen.
Man, I fucking my dad was watching
and
Ancient Aliens on History Channel.
whose narrative
Bro,
and whose
that one
interests
dude
are
with the
being
poopy
promoted.
Hair, bro, that guy's face is the Anunnaki guy. Oh
So
my God,
these
bro, his
Q&As are
face is doing
typically,
the
I
fucking
get asked
TV
questions
music,
by our
and it was
audience, and I think it's a
purple
little
and
imbalanced just
green
because
and, dude,
you're asking me questions
his
doesn't mean I have no right to ask you
his voice
questions.
was
So I actually have a
changing. I
question for
was
you
like,
now, and my
oh
question
my
is this.
God.
You know those nights
Like,
when
this
you
shit
just don't
really
sleep,
does alter
and the
your
next day you're like
sensory
draggy and
input.
exhausted, and
Like,
everything
fuck,
just feels
man.
harder? That's where
Like, my brain
CBD
is
from CB
totally
Distillery can make a real
mistranslating
difference,
what
but
I'm
it's not
seeing.
just sleep. CB Distillery has
Yeah, I remember just
solutions that
watching
work
the TV
with
for
your
about 30
body to help
minutes,
with
too,
stress,
just like,
pain
this
after
is incredible.
exercise, even mood and focus.
You know, listening
And
to
it's
the
all
different
made with the
guys
highest
talk and their
quality,
voices
clean
go,
ingredients, no fillers, just premium CBD. Imagine waking up rested or enjoying your day without those nagging aches and pains. That's the real win of CB Distillery solutions.
DMT, man,
That's why over 2 million people
that's what I've
trust
always heard
CB
is up with
Distillery.
DMT too, bro,
I've
is
talked
that-
many times before about how I used to have a bathroom cabinet filled
Everybody
with
that I've
all
talked
kinds
to,
of
even my
prescriptions,
little
like
brother
most
included,
people
who took it, was
throughout the
telling
West
me,
do.
yeah, bro,
And I was able to clear out so many
you
of
know,
them,
there's
just
like
be
an
free of
archetype. You
any
either
kind of
see like a
dependency
gnome,
on
a
products with
dwarf,
CBD. It just is a
leprechaun.
natural
You know what, it's some
solution to help
small
you sleep, to kind of ease
mythical
stress.
creature.
I've talked before about the kind of like nagging pain that
or
you
an
get
elf or something, you
when
know what I mean?
you
And you
play
end up,
sports,
like,
when you work
following
out.
it or
It
some-
really
some
helps with
shit,
that as
but I've
well.
heard the
So if you're ready
same
for better
story.
sleep or less stress and feeling good in your own skin
Many
again,
guys.
try CBD from CB Distillery. And right now,
They said that,
you can
yeah,
save
that you end up in a
25%
different
off your
dimension.
entire
It feels
purchase.
like a
Visit
day,
CB
but really you
Distillery
just
and use the
fell
promo
out.
code Glenn. That's CBDistillery.com, promo code
some
Glenn.
wild shit right there,
CBDistillery.com.
man.
Specific product availability depends on individual state
Yeah,
regulations.
I've had that alien shit before too. I remember one time.
Thanks for watching this clip from System Update, our live show
my
that airs
cousin,
every Monday through.
He did propane for years. He had a propane seminar, and his boss, he was paying for everything, tab on him, hotel tab on him. So I went out there with my cousin, and it's like a fucking 2-bedroom hotel at a Hilton. And dude, man, we fucking ate like kings and shit, man. This motherfucker, I left. I went home to get some supplies. And I kid you, we ran out. And then I came back, man. I come back to this room, and my cousin was always a messy motherfucker. I come back to this room, bro. There's about 20 big ass glass bowls from when he ordered glass bowls of fish bowl, or goldfish, off the fucking room service. Like 5 pizza boxes, like three quarters of the way eaten. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, bro, what the fuck have you been doing, man? You know, and he's just laying in bed, like, chilling, you know, like, and he wasn't 21 yet, so I went down to the bar and fucking hit up the bar while he was in his little conferences and shit. But yeah, we smoked this shit that was the original spice, and it had that fucking lion's wort and dragon something and lion's wort. And man, I had an alien experience for sure. Yeah, me too. I won't do it anymore either. I won't do psychedelics. My brother and them, they used to take them fucking experimentals, man. Them motherfucking, or I forget what they call them, but like 2CI and 2CE. Fuck that, bro. I'm not taking my fucking photo developing fucking chemicals, bro. You know, to fucking develop film. You're fucking crazy. Yeah, test chemicals, or I forget what they call them. But man, there's 2CI, 2CE. There's a bunch of them, man. And my brother was really into them for a while, and from what I understand, they made you trip balls, like. But acid is much cleaner. It's a much more happy, you know. There's like this euphoric aspect to it. Whereas them other drugs, them other type of psychedelics, there ain't no euphoria to it. What might come back to me? Doing psychedelics. All I know is that last time I took them, yeah, I was good I'm good still now. You know, it was hardcore and I enjoyed the shit out of it. And I got that movie experience, if you will. The feminine mystique 50 years later. Yeah, I know. I never trusted him, dude. You already knew what I was talking about. Them shits ain't right, man. I never did trust it. I was like, bro, you taking some fucking crazy powder and a fucking
So 60 years ago, in February 1963, a book was published by an unknown suburban housewife with a budding career as a journalist. The phrase feminine mystique was coined by Betty Friedan to describe the then accepted assumptions that middle-class white women would be fulfilled by housework, marriage, their sexual lives, and children, or as Gail Collins put it, a set of reproductive organs in heels. But in documenting the widespread dissatisfaction of many of those women in the 50s and 60s, the problem that had no name, Friedan set out to show that women wanted something more than husbands, children, and homemaking. An instant bestseller, The Feminine Mystique struck a chord in the lives of millions of women. And Betty Friedan became either a hero or villain to countless budding feminists, their pissed-off mates, and many, many others. By the time she had co-founded the National Organization for Women in 1966 and led the 1970s strike for equality when 50,000 women marched down Fifth Avenue to Bryant Park, how many of us were there? Betty was already a lightning rod. The lesbians hated her for dubbing their movement the Lavender Menace. Her longtime split with Gloria Steinem and Bella Abzug was legendary. And young black women today resent what they call white feminism. Still, Betty Friedan remains the only revolutionary figure who both wrote the groundbreaking theoretical book that ignited a movement and also became a leader of what became the second wave of feminism. So tonight we have 3 generations of feminists to discuss Betty, the book, what it means to all of us, and where the feminist movement is today. Muriel Fox, a former public relations executive, was co-founder of NOW and Betty's main lieutenant for many years. She has...
You know, they went on all these crusades and shit.
She has lived the history and is superbly equipped to recount the good and the bad about the mother of the movement. Muriel will tell all in her forthcoming book, The Women's Revolution, Who Did It, and How We Changed Your Life, which will be published next year.
Men don't have that privilege.
Brittany Cooper is a tenured professor of women and gender studies at Rutgers University, New Brunswick, and an author, activist, and cultural critic. She's a co-founder of the Crump Feminist Collective and the co-editor of essays by the same name, which explore intersectionality, African-American culture, and hip-hop feminism. Brittany says she came to feminism through black feminist professors who didn't teach Friedan other than to disagree with her. Rebecca Traister is a senior contributor. Rebecca Traister is a senior contributor to New York Magazine, where she covers politics, media, and culture from a feminist perspective. She is also the author of Good and Mad, The Revolutionary Power of Women's Anger. Rebecca says that by the time she read Friedan, I was already reading her with a critical lens, and the world she described felt very narrow and very distant from the one in which I had grown up.
Yeah, they're trying to be more everybody.
Our moderator is Lynn Scher, the longtime ABC journalist, author, and as she says, a grateful beneficiary of what the feminist mystique inspired. We both are, which is why we decided to put together this panel. Lynn and I came to feminism through covering the movement as it was happening. Lynn, then at the Associated Press, and myself at Newsweek. In March 1970, the new feminism inspired me to join with my fellow Newsweek female researchers to file the first sex discrimination complaint in the media. After that, women journalists at every major media organization demanded equal rights and opportunities, and for the most part,
They didn't
won
go to
them.
no fucking union
I
halls
wrote
or
about
plumbing
this case.
companies or anything like that.
I wrote about our Newsweek
No, they
case
just
in
wanted
my
the
book, The Good
jobs
Girls
that the
Revolt,
men
which was
that
also
they
the
wanted
basis
had.
of an Amazon
Now that they
series
have
of the
those
same
jobs, They
name.
don't want 'em. They take
So no matter
antidepressants
how
and they
old you
cry into their
are,
TikTok
feminism has
every
changed
day.
our world and changed our lives. And tonight we will discuss the origins of second wave feminism, the woman who sparked it, what's changed, what hasn't, and why. And we can't wait to hear about your own encounters with the feminine mystique. So please welcome this terrific panel.
Thank you, Lynn. And thanks to all of you for being here tonight. I'm really glad you're here. And I want to tell you very briefly why I'm here. And I'm going to look at my notes because I had to write down some statistics.
Mm-hmm.
Joining us tonight is Jake Rattlesnake.
I like to go by Lord Rattlesnake or Lord Jake, most base chat of all the lands.
You don't have an argument. Present your paper or shut up.
Everyone's view is definitely inherently biased, so this is when debate becomes very interesting. I can hear what you're saying, but then I can see that you're dressed as a cat.
I'm a dog.
You said you like to go play fetch.
I have wolf, yes.
So how does that tie into your relationship? Like, what are you looking for if you're a dog? I think that Don Jr. will be president one day. If I was a gambling man, I'd put money on that.
Founder of Rattlesnake TV, Jake.
Man, I really appreciate it, dude. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Rattlesnake TV debate night. It's been a little while since we've had a debate. I pick and choose these ones very carefully these days. I like to have quality debates on with interesting topics rather than any old debates. So we've got a very good one for you. I've been lining this up for a few months. You guys might have seen that myself and Andrew covered Amanda's soft white underbelly interview a few months ago on the Extravaganza when she's talking about antinatalism. So I reached out to Amanda and see if she wanted to do a debate. And I thought the perfect opponent would be the most pro-natalist person that I know, which is Rachel Wilson. So guys, the rules of the debates tonight will be 5 minutes each on the clock for opening statements. And then we're going to go into between 60 and 90 minutes of back and forth. If there's too many interruptions or if it's too one-sided, you guys can appeal to the moderator and say that you would like to do timed responses or you would like to do a cross-examination period. That's completely fine. You can do that. Also, we're going to get into some closing statements at the end, around about 2 minutes each, but the opening and closing statement times are pretty flexible, and you guys can pretty much sort that out amongst yourselves. We will be allowing sources, so any sort of videos or articles or whatever that you guys want to bring up, you can. So with that, I'll have you introduce yourselves for those of you who are seeing them for the first time, starting with you, Rach.
Hi, I'm Rachel Wilson. I'm a mom and I'm an author and sometimes part-time content creator, also known as the wife of the most based man on planet Earth, Andrew Wilson. Happy to be here with my good pal Jake and with Amanda. I'm excited to have a debate with a woman who, she's a pretty intelligent lady. So I've been looking for that. So thank you, Amanda, for coming and being here and being willing to do a debate on a very controversial topic that might seem like, it's a slam dunk for me, but I think Amanda's going to do her best to give me a hard time with this one. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right. And Amanda.
Well, thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you, Jake. And yeah, I really appreciated reading your book, Rachel. And you're also a very intelligent human being. And it's it's actually very difficult to find somebody on the other side of the argument willing to have an argument with an anti-natalist. So I really do appreciate hearing what you're going to have to say. Just for those that are not familiar with me, my name is Amanda Sukenick. I'm the host of the Exploring Antinatalism podcast. I've been producing pieces of antinatalist media for the last 15 years. I'm the co-author of along with the bioethicist and philosopher Matti Haira. Our book together is Antinatalism, Extinction, and the End of Procreative Self-Corruption. And I'm just very happy to be here today with Jake and Rachel.
Amazing. It should be a great debate. I'm really looking forward to it. So guys, we're going to have Bruce Buffer introduce us and then we will get into opening statements.
And now, for the thousands in attendance, let's get ready to rumble!
Okay, so what we agreed was that Amanda would go first, meaning that Rachel goes second, obviously. And then at the end, that would have Amanda getting the closing statements and the last word. So with that, Amanda, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's rumble.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Jake. Rachel, you and I come from two entirely different worldviews. I think you from a position of Orthodox Christianity and I from not only antinatalism, but atheism. And I think those details are worth mentioning because obviously we are operating under vastly different moral compasses, vastly different ideas of reality and what the purpose and meaning of life might be. And the result of that is we're going to be compelled to make very different decisions about all manner of things. The most obvious case in point being the subject of tonight's discussion, which is whether it is correct or justified or better for society to have children or not. Put simply, antinatalism versus natalism. As you well know, I will be defending an antinatalist perspective tonight. Antinatalism, simply put, is the belief that it is unethical to produce new lives, that before we have children, there is no one there in a state of want or lack or in need of a good life, no one who is screaming out to live, who is at all in a state of deprivation. It is, in fact, I believe, humanity's desire to produce the next generation, but it's just that in its final analysis. It is our desires. And these desires can really only serve to fulfill our own benefit, or the benefit of our own understanding of the meaning of what it is to live a good life, and what it is to do the right thing. We cannot procreate, I believe, new human lives for the benefit of the child. And though people may sacrifice greatly for their children, and I absolutely do not deny that or argue that specific point, procreation is ultimately entirely a selfish act. And a selfish act that comes with this incredible cost, a cost not paid by us, but by the child being produced. By bringing them into life, we roll the dice with all kinds of risks, a myriad of risks that they may face once they are alive. Many of those risks are, things that we as the living would do pretty much anything to avoid ourselves. They may experience a very poor quality of life. We do all of this without their consent. There's no contract involved. We chiefly impose, chiefly the biggest thing for me is that we impose all kinds of suffering and manipulation. And we do this at the expense of, either they experiencing all of these negatives or there being the cause of all of these negatives to their fellow human being or to their fellow sentient creatures. And, this might be something that we accept, but it might not be something that they accept. They will be individuals. They will not be us. They will be an entirely different person who may feel incredibly different about their life and the choices that were made for them. Now, while my worldview might sound incredibly false and alien to your own, I would like to point out, in fact, that Christianity itself has a long history of antinatalism or antinatalist-like thinking, or proto-antinatalism, as it's sometimes called. A great deal of the early Christian Gnostic sects, like the Manichaeans, the Cathars, the Encratites, all had very negative ideas about the ethics of producing new lives. Jesus Christ himself, as far as we know, was a child-free Christ. And Christian antinatalism, even today, while it is rare, is real. So there's nothing actually, I believe, stopping Christians from coming to something akin to the same kind of worldview that I have. I don't believe that these are mutually exclusive worldviews. I'd also like to point out one interesting case. Even though he is not a Christian specifically himself, there is an antinatalist philosopher by the name of Professor Gerald Harrison, who believes that the badness of life proves that there is some kind of God, like to roughly paraphrase his argument, that life is so bad that something, must be out there controlling it. And while the wonderful Professor Harrison and I don't share that particular argument, I think the fact that he's arrived at that point does speak to the idea that there are real possible meeting points between our two diametrically otherwise opposed viewpoints. So I would argue that quite a bit of evidence, and I believe with quite a bit of evidence to back myself up, that this line of thinking is just as much as part of your history of your beliefs as it is my own. Let me end by saying that I think if I could say anything to highlight the real point I wish to make tonight, it is that we cannot ultimately protect our children from the world. They are the world. They are all the possibilities of what can exist, what a person can become. When we have children, we have far less ability to control these biological experiments than we think. And no matter what we do to try to prevent them from seeing, believing, becoming, or playing. When we play with the emergence of new consciousnesses, we also risk these individuals becoming things that we might not like, and we don't. They will not be you, they will not be me, they will be their own individual. And I don't mean you in a personalized sense, I mean you in a more universalized sense. I just want to make that clear. When people produce new people, we are not simply producing clay to be molded. We are producing an individual, and this illusion of control that they will be us, that they will believe what we believe, that they will value what we value, that they will be who we wish them to be, is an illusion, in my opinion. They will be who they are. And they may be somebody who we don't end up liking too much, somebody who is diametrically opposed to ourselves and to the person that we would have preferred them to be. And there is nothing real that we can do to prevent that. People will be who they tend to be. And it would be far better for both child and procreator not to engage in or experience a kind of pre-rejection of themselves. And by meeting these expectations that we may have of who they're going to be. And
so that's 7 minutes on the clock, Amanda. So maybe wrap it up with that.
So I would say that it is better that we do not purchase the gift of life, so to speak, for a being that didn't ask for it and may not want it. Pardon me for going overtime.
No, that's okay. We did agree at the start off camera that you guys both wanted to go a little bit overtime. So, Rach, up to 7 minutes on your opening statement. Just to let you know, guys, you can, in fact, empty your pockets, and I am accepting donations here. We will read out super chats later. So all of my money that's currently in your wallet it would be nice if that was transferred swiftly. So thank you very much. Rach, 7 minutes. Let's go.
Sure. I think the video I wanted to include at the end of my opening is roughly 3-ish minutes, maybe a little under. So once I get close to 4, Jake, if I'm still rambling, cut me off because everyone knows I love to chat. All right, let's go. So Amanda's view is that people's will to live is kind of a thinly veiled cope for dealing with the horrors of existence. I believe it's actually her position, which is the thinly veiled cope for dealing with the resentment of actually being arrogant enough to believe you have existence all figured out and that you as a finite human being have the capability to see all ends and know all things sufficiently to judge existence as pointless suffering, which should have never begun and must end as soon as ethically possible. She's not just anti-natalist, but she tends to be on the more extreme spectrum of anti-natalism, which is more like extinctionism, but I'll let her explain what ephilism and extinctionism are. She kind of dresses this view up to sound benevolent and merciful and the more moral one to hold, but deeper examination is going to reveal that I think there is an underlying personal contempt for humanity, and if there is one, for its creator. So I'm going to argue against that and in favor of a pro-natalist position as the more moral one based on 2 arguments. The first one is going to be a more pragmatic argument, which is probably best to stick to, less likely to end in like a stalemate or going over the whole audience's heads and boring everyone to death. So from the pragmatic view, this extinctionist view is very untenable. And the reason is, even though I believe this rests on incorrect framing and disprovable assertions and unjustified axioms, I think that there's no current technology we are aware of that guarantees that you could end all sentient life or end all life altogether. For example, there are a bunch of species called extremophiles, which are pretty cool. And they're things that we know exist that are extremely hard, if not impossible, to kill. That would include things like tardigrades, immortal jellyfish, and something really cool called Conan the bacterium, type of bacteria that withstands the vacuum of space, extreme temperatures, and about 3,000 times the radiation needed to kill humans. There are things in the depth of the ocean that cannot even be killed with nuclear weapons. And even if you had an exploder that just exploded the whole world, which we're probably going to get to this, it's called the red button argument, you cannot guarantee practically that you could eliminate the conditions which make reemergence of that life possible, especially since these people tend to be atheist, biological determinists, and evolutionists who think that life kind of just came about with enough time under the right conditions. There's no way to guarantee that won't just happen again. And you run the risk that next time life would develop and sentient life would develop absent a moral agent like humans who can mitigate suffering. So if this were to happen, if you got rid of all humans and we just had an animal world, you would not have benevolent actors who would even have the will to mitigate suffering. You'd have an animal world that would be a predator-prey relationships. It would be pain with no medicine or treatments. It would just be diseases with no cures. It would be maximum suffering. So actually, from a pragmatic and utilitarian point of view, the smarter thing to do would be to advocate for a pro-natalist position where, according to something called the World Happiness Report, which is a comprehensive study on well-being and how to enhance it all around the world, says that suffering is most impacted by people's perception of it, and that people are in reality more benevolent than people expect they would be. So people like my husband Andrew, who have proved time and again in debates with atheists that even without belief in God, the Christian worldview provides the most consistent rational means for achieving virtue, universal morality, and justice than any other worldview. So the pragmatic solution would be to encourage as many Christians as possible to procreate, thereby limiting suffering among all sentient species, since wiping life out is at this point off the table. We could also get into metaphysical arguments, and if it goes there, I'm happy to go there. I'd like to ask questions like, can you prove that there's no value in suffering when most people think there is? Or, if life has no meaning, why does Amanda derive some sense of purpose from even being here?
That's 4 minutes.
With that said, we'll go into the video.
But I would say.
Okay, so it was nice having a YouTube channel while it lasted. I really enjoyed my YouTube channel up until now.
Yeah, sorry about that. And this is not to say that Amanda's responsible for everything Gary said, but the gentleman you saw in the clip is kind of the guy who helped introduce her to her ideology, which is Ephilism. She's made a documentary, a movie about it, and has worked with this guy for a long time. And again, it's not that she's responsible for everything he's ever said, but there are some things within those clips that I think need to be touched on. I don't think we can just pretend that this is only an intellectual debate and we're only talking about philosophical ideas. I think there's a very strong reason to believe from those videos that these are people who do not, because they don't only share a worldview with us, they have a worldview that says it's permissible to do the things you just heard about if it means ultimately ending all life, getting rid of life so that there's no future suffering. And that poses a very serious philosophical question, which is, why shouldn't we, the rest of us, the majority who do feel life is worth living, do feel life has meaning, do think there's good and evil, why should we not see this as a threat to humanity and instead deal with the problem of people who want to wipe out everyone else because they feel that existence is such a horrible thing? So let's kick it off with that.
All right, sure thing. Sounds good. That sounds like a good place to start the back and forths. And like I said, guys, you can appeal to the moderator at any stage if you'd like. And we'll be reading out the super chats at the end. So with that, let's kick off.
Well, I mean, I certainly can't. I don't agree with everything that In Mendham has said. This is a person that has made well over 15,000 videos. So there's the good, there's the bad, and there's the ugly. And so that is a collection of the ugly. If you watch my movie, The Ephelis, which is based on In Mendham's philosophy, it doesn't contain any of those statements. I think that sentient life is a precious, vulnerable, fragile thing in harm's way when we produce it. So all of the horrors that are possible, procreators run the risk of their children befalling when they make the decision to do this. Now, I don't, the clip that you played, most of those are statements that I've never said. So, with all due respect, if you wanted to have an argument with Gary, maybe you should reach out to him and have an argument with Gary, because those are not my arguments. Now, if you want to talk about the skinny people alive argument, I'm happy to acknowledge that. So I think I went a little far with that argument, but that was sort of the point. It was a completely, what's the word for it? You could not possibly cause sentient extinction by skinning every living thing alive. Right. It's an absolutely insane thing to say. And that was the point of saying it, was to find an example that could not possibly exist. And that is a philosophical point. Sure. What is an acceptable price for no more suffering ever? Right. And I struggle with that. I don't think that it's an easy question to answer. Again, I answered it in an incredibly hyperbolic fashion.
We'll get Rach to respond to that one.
Yeah, and to be fair, Andrew and I both have had our fair share of people taking clips of things we've said that with no context sound crazy and sound insane. I wasn't trying to do that at all, which is why at the end I did include that, because I do understand you're giving a hypothetical we're not going to have to deal with. Right. It's not like that's going to happen, but it does kind of illustrate for us like just how far you go compared to some other antinatalists who just think it's better to like plead with people to have less children or things like that. You really do think that, and I'll give you credit, by the way, because I've had this argument with other people where they refuse to take this ideology and this philosophy to its logical end conclusion. They try to like equivocate on that, and you are more likely to bite the bullet and just say, yeah, I think the ultimate end goal is for nothing to exist. Like that would be best in a world of goods, betters, and bests. Non-existence is best. So what is the philosophy behind why non-existence, or at least non-sentience, is best?
Sure. Well, I mean, the whole point is that the creation of life creates the existence of suffering and manipulation. And I find that to be completely unacceptable, because we do so for absolutely no reason. Like I was saying in my introduction, before something exists, it is not in need. We are in need. The things that the people that procreate, the animals that procreate, whatnot, we have a sense of utility for this thing that does not yet exist to carry on our legacy or carry on our ideas or carry on our worldview or love us, or there's something that we're getting from grabbing something out of nothing and putting it in harm's way. Now, as far as extinctionism goes, I mean, I understand it can, the internet is the internet. It is a highly hyperbolic proposal to make these arguments in. And I've definitely maybe overstepped the bounds at times, as I think maybe we all have at some point or another. But what I am pleading with the human race to consider are the harms that we inflict when we make procreative decisions. And I think that at some point humanity will end, whether it's, I think it's highly unlikely that humanity is going to make this voluntary decision, which was what I would like to see happen, where we all just sort of go quietly into that good night, through a collective act of non-procreation. And that's really what the argument that I'm trying to make. But I think now, if you are not only a anthropocentric antinatalism, which means that you're only concerned with human procreation, but you're also a sentiocentric antinatalist, so you believe that the existence of animal lives or beyond is also one of the biggest emergencies in the universe, then I believe that our extinction carries with it some duties to them. And unfortunately, there's no way of undoing life without either sterilizing those lives or even ending those lives. And I'm talking about the lives of other sentient creatures. Now, I don't propose, as you were saying, we don't have that technology. Like the red button is not a real proposal. It is a philosophical idea, and it has its roots far beyond antinatalism. But I think that we need to do the right thing. We need to be thinking about that end. How do we end gracefully and not badly? Because the end of humanity, the end of sentient life, I think it is a reality that will befall living things at some point. And how do we do that with compassion? And I think that you can't do that with compassion without making the argument for what at least would be better, what at least would be the right thing, even if we don't have the tools to do that. How can that happen in the most graceful, compassionate way possible?
Sure. So that was all kind of a big plea, like, I'm not a monster. What I'm saying is actually compassionate. Just like I said in my opening, I think this is going to be constantly framed as, I'm actually the nice one. Rachel wants you all to exist and suffer. I, Amanda, care so much that I think you'd all be better off.
Rachel, I don't think you're a bad person. I really don't.
Well, no, I'm not even saying you think that. I'm saying you think one view is the benevolent view to hold and the other is a cruel view to hold. And this poses an epistemic question. How do you know that there's no reason or purpose behind suffering?
Well, look, I think that it is neither really a benevolent or villainous position to hold, natalism. I think that it is a natural the thing that people fall into that most people don't think about at all. And so it just sort of happens, unfortunately, that there's, most of us are here because nobody thought about things too hard. They just sort of acted within the heat of the moment. And then, a new sentient being pops up. What was your question? I'm so sorry. Now
how do you know that there's no reason or purpose behind suffering?
Well, I think that there is a reason and purpose behind suffering. I mean, suffering for the living does build character. We have to know when something is it's a warning signal. It has all kinds of utility once we exist. The point is, there's no reason to impose that onto something that doesn't need it. Sorry, go ahead.
It's interesting too that you said you think that most of us are here because people just didn't really think about it. And I've watched a lot of your videos and I've read quite a bit of your book. And usually what you say is that the reason people reproduce is out of selfishness and because we are propagandized and we've had this idea imposed on us from a young age, that we don't have a natural drive to actually have children, but a natural drive only to have the sex that produces children. Yeah. So do you believe that? Is that
you're
accurate?
Right. I think that when we don't think about it, when we're not considering this idea philosophically, when we're just acting, I think it's mostly the sex drive in action. And then, yes, there is more of the ideology of or the what I can't think of the correct word for it, but there is natalism as a philosophy all its own that some people like yourself take on. So I think that both things can be true. I think both.
So fundamentally what I'm asking here is why should somebody, if they're listening to both our views, and mine is that from the Orthodox Christian worldview, which is different than other types of Christianity, we believe that the purpose for existence is something called theosis, that you are born and created by a loving creator in his image, and that the purpose of our lives here is to prepare us for the next life, that this one is temporary, that the next one is eternal, and that it is to through humility and love and repentance to find our way back to God and what we were originally created to be before evil entered the world, which gives our suffering and our trials purpose and meaning, and it gives love and natalism meaning. And contrast that with your worldview, which is there is no God. Everything's kind of a biological accident. There was just enough time and enough conditions that we just ended up here. We really don't want to reproduce. We really just want to have sex. And there's, no reason to impose life, which is terrible and a net negative, right? It's all this suffering life. There's even a guy, an antinatalist, who has a channel called Life Sucks. And, I've seen a lot of your podcasts with a lot of these folks. And again, here and in your Soft White Underbelly interview, you come off as, well, I'm just trying to be reasonable. I'm just trying to be, I'm trying to reason with people and get them to understand it's actually, an immoral thing to do, to impose existence on someone who can't consent to it. But there's a whole lot of problems with that, and we can get into that. But why would anybody hear your view and think it's more reasonable than my view? What's the actual epistemology? How do you know that I'm wrong and that you're correct about the nature of life and that there is no creator and that this is all just a biological accident?
Well, I don't know that you're wrong in any kind of absolute sense, and my mind is always open to the possibility of being changed. But I also, what matters most is why, I guess a question for you is, why are you so sure that the people that you will produce or people with your like-minded view will accept your worldview? Because again, is what I was saying.
Oh, I'm not at all convinced.
So
of that.
Why take that risk?
There's every chance that out of the 5 children I have, 1, 2, maybe 4 or 5, maybe all of them will become atheists. They won't believe in Christianity anymore at all. That doesn't mean that I don't still have the imperative to do what the Lord says, which is go forth and multiply, to make more image bearers of God who could potentially be good moral agents in the world. And that even if they aren't, and even if there is suffering in their lives or they cause suffering for others, that God can bring good from that suffering. So the Christian worldview says, yes, there's suffering, but God has decided that like a famous quote from Augustine, that the Lord has decided that there's more utility in that suffering and that it can be used for more good than for bad. And I don't believe that I have enough knowledge, because I can't foresee all ends. So part of this worldview that you have is that morality basically boils down to consent, which is something I've wanted to debate for a long time, because I've heard so many utilitarians and libertarians and like even liberals argue this, that consent forms the basis for all morality, which I think is silly and stupid on its face. You can't say that consent is the only thing. We could consent to things that are harmful, to things that are bad, even if we agree that those things are bad. So consent doesn't make it moral. So what's your basis for saying, because you guys say, right, unless you have another argument I'm not aware of, your argument is that you shouldn't bring humans into existence because they can't consent to existing before they're born.
It is a antinatalist argument based on consent. And I bring it up because it just is an argument that a lot of people conform to. I don't typically make that argument myself, because it's very easy to get caught up in, oh, but you're talking about non-existent beings and we're talking about counterfactuals, and then people get kind of lost in that. More so, what I posit is that it is a risk to create new human beings, that you may have these beliefs about, bringing more children to the glory of God, and that God will protect them, and this is what, this is what he wants, and you're a vessel for that idea. But just the idea that this might not be a reality that your children accept, and that they may come to really be quite angry at you, not happy with the decisions made for them. I can't imagine being. You're a very intelligent person, and you can see the other side of what your child might experience, despite what it is that you believe to be the correct thing. And so I just don't know how you mentally make that leap over into finding that to be an acceptable proposition. And I'm sorry to get personal. I wish absolutely nothing but
doesn't
the
bother me
happiest
at
of
all.
lives for you and your children.
Well, this is the problem with negative utilitarianism to begin with. It boils everything down to all life experiences being valued with some type of scale, from negative to positive, from suffering to pleasure. And I'm wondering if you can tell me, because when I think of life, I think of life experiences usually being a mix of pleasurable and suffering, right? So I love working out. I've been weightlifting for 17 years. Leg day is both pain and suffering and pleasure and satisfaction for me and for everybody else who's ever done a hard leg day. Can you tell me where the line is between suffering and pleasure, and how do we know where that line is?
Well, I don't think we're really in disagreement with that. I think life is all kinds of things. I don't think that it is all suffering. I think that the suffering is what has the most value weight, particularly when you're imposing it on another person or another sentient being. So my line in the sand is going to be very, very different than what your line in the sand is, or what the child that you create is going to be. It matters what that individual says, not me. I mean, what I'm saying is that, objectively speaking, that line is going to be all over the place. And before we create that new person, we just don't know what it's going to be. And we're asking them to accept this line. We're asking them to say, well, I find leg day to be an acceptable price, but it really, it sounds even absurd to me to say well, I'd rather not live because of leg day, but I'm just saying that may very well, be an unacceptable reality to this new person. And so why not take the fail safe? How are you so sure of the existence of a God, and this being the meaning that you have to create out of your own sense of purpose and direction, that you're willing to make some other non-existent individual pay that price?
Wow. I gotta say, it's a little disappointing that we ended up so quickly, right at the point that I end up with all utilitarians, where they basically concede, hey, my whole worldview is arbitrary, it's subjective, it's just based on personal preference. And when you say, how can you take that risk? Well, I'll explain. It kind of goes back to Pascal's wager here, but it's a little bit even more in depth than that. And I didn't think we'd get into metaphysics this quickly, but the risk you're taking by assuming your worldview is correct, which you don't have any good foundation to believe your world is correct, that there's no creator, that there's no purpose, that there is no utility in suffering. So with this problem that you have, if life has no meaning, there is no God, there are no higher duties, then we have no reason we ought to value consent. We have no reason we ought to care about suffering whatsoever. And you cannot, your worldview basically, if you're wrong and there is a God and life after this mortal life is eternal, you're basically condemning everyone to eternal suffering if you ever got your way and had extinction. Me, on the other hand, if I'm right, at least some people get eternal well-being. Maybe a lot of people get eternal well-being. And those who didn't ended up there because of their own free will. And if I'm wrong, all we get is what, and you're right? If you're right about the world, then when we die, we just have everlasting neutrality, everlasting peace. We just go to sleep. We never wake up. And we suffered for a short, finite amount of time when we were here, but that's not so bad. So I would say that, but even more than that, even more than this question of, we could always just go back to, we both have axioms and whatever, but yours are particularly unfounded because we could just look at transcendental categories like the logic required for you and I to be here and think through these things, for us to be sentient, for us to think through the logic of our arguments. Hard to justify that if there's no God. Let's go back to your red button experiment. And would you prefer to end all life, or do you just advocate for ending sentient life?
So you said a lot of things there, and I maybe we'll jump back to some of those other points. But no, I think it would be best if all life ceased to be. Now, I know that's not to say that insentient life is suffering, but there is just a reality to the fact that a plant is either in a state of deprivation or not. It is alive or not, and that to me spells unintelligent design. Even if something made it, it made it, it certainly didn't think about it certainly didn't have a sense of value for the sense that this thing could be either deprived or not. And I think that sucks. I just, you say that my worldview is the more outlandish one, but I don't know how you can be so sure that there is this higher power. And if there isn't, then you have sacrificed the beings that you love most for the sake of your own assuredness. And I hope, and I mean this sincerely, that your children or children that come into existence do not have a poor quality of life, but they very well might. And so I just don't understand. I know I'm repeating myself, but I just don't understand how you can take that chance. The fail safe is to not play God, is to not assume what God wants, because he may very well not exist. I don't think that he does, but you yourself are playing the deity here when you procreate. So
it's actually the opposite. You guys with your position are the ones that think you're God. You have the arrogance to believe that you can see all ends, that you can take a utility calculus and decide what's moral, what's good, what's bad, that you've already decided there is no purpose to existence or suffering. You paid a little lip service, but that's not really what you believe. And it's funny because you guys will say you're atheist, but actually what you're espousing is a Gnostic worldview, that existence is a trap, it's a prison that must be escaped, that this life that we're born into is the bad thing. And when you in your opening, you were talking about early Christians. Gnostics are not Christians. They're antichrist. They are anathematized in the church. Everything about their belief system is the exact opposite of Christianity.
Well,
which
Augustine saw to that, yes.
Yeah.
He was a prior Manichaean too, so he made sure that his Manichaean brothers were all killed so that a more orthodox Christianity could survive. So I don't.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean that in your Soft White Underbelly interview, I know you said in there that you were kind of, unemployed or partially employed. Did I hear you say that you're a caregiver?
Yeah. Yes, I'm a caregiver.
Would that be for elder people, sick people, children?
An elderly person. I'd rather not get into
sure. I don't want
circumstances.
I don't want you to dox
I don't really
yourself.
see how
I don't
that
want
matters.
you to give any details, but I think it matters tremendously. I would not want someone taking care of elderly people who thinks that life is not worth living and that sentient life should be wiped out. That seems like a major conflict of interest.
I think it's a major.
I mean, listen, to say that I'm the one taking the leap by saying, "Hey, I'll err on the side of a God existing." Now, it's not that I'm certain. I don't think either of us are going to say we're certain in a logical sense. But have you ever heard of the transcendental argument for God and the argument that transcendental categories prove there must be? Okay, you should probably look that up sometime. It's probably beyond the scope of this. But do you think that the laws of logic are discovered or did we create them?
I think that they're discovered.
Okay, so that would lend to the idea that something beyond the physical material world pre-exists this physical material world, that some mind had to exist for this physical world to exist. So you're not actually a biological essentialist. You're not actually a full materialist, and you don't even know it. I just expected more from somebody who wrote a philosophy book. I thought we were going to get into negative utilitarianism. I was Philbroing, I was like exercising my Philbro muscles in my brain because I haven't used them in a while because I'm usually just debating feminists who are like, I don't know, I just think like I should be able to do whatever I want and stuff.
Okay.
So I really thought we were going to get into that. So I'm a little disappointed about that. I thought there would be more than incredulousness that you don't believe God exists and bringing people into the world might be bad.
I think it's very simple. I think there's no God. I think there's ouch, and I think that there's fail safes. I think people have sex drives, and we come to have ideas about the world, and we either throw new people into those risk categories or not. We either make people believe what we believe or we don't. I don't think it's really much more difficult than that. I don't think it's much more complicated than that. I'm trying to say that it is better not to make people suffer. And the best way to not make people suffer is to not reach out into nothing and pull somebody out of it for absolutely no reason.
Well, since you've already conceded that we do not have the technology to wipe out life right now, you and I, at best, we have a few decades left in this mortal coil.
Sure.
So in the decades you have left, you get some sort of purpose from putting these ideas out there.
Sure.
You've taken the trouble to write a book. You've been making videos for almost 15 years. You're here. So what is it that you would prescribe? What are your prescriptions for what we ought to do and why should we do them? I don't want to assign
we're all those of us that are already here. Let's live out the rest of our lives if we choose to. I believe that people should have the ability to, with medical, intervention, end their lives if they decide to. But let's live out our lives. Let's not make anybody else live it, and then let's just exit it. And let's try to see what we can do in the most compassionate way possible for the rest of sentient and non-sentient life. Let's put nothing else in harm's way as much as possible. So ending we can, Rachel, we can throw the you're selfish, I'm selfish thing at each other all day long. I don't think it's going to get either of us anywhere. And I've done it, you've done it, fine, it's okay.
Sure.
But I don't think there's much else to say. I mean, you're either throwing things into the possibility of suffering or not.
I'd like to walk through the practical implications of what you'd like to do. So I know that you've done some work with the organization Stop Having Kids, right?
A little bit,
like just, maybe showed up to some of their events. So if you guys got your wish and you convinced most people to stop having kids, we're not talking about ending anyone. We're not talking about deleting anyone. We're just talking about not making new people. What do you think would happen if you guys got your way? World population it's already, I mean, if people think that Amanda's crazy and this debate isn't worth having, just take a look at the birth rates right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're not being
science
convinced
and
by
technology
antinatalism.
and liberal,
Let's also be clear about
What's
that. People aren't choosing not to have children because of antinatalism.
No, but I'm just saying, like, but you could argue, and I do in my book, that Malthusian propaganda has had a big impact, that environmentalist propaganda has had a big impact, that feminist propaganda of all has had the most impact in convincing women of this mentality that life is a prison, motherhood is a prison, that you're trapped, that you can't live your best life, that children are a ball and chain, that just being a baby factory is gross and weird, so this mindset in this age of new atheism and industrialism and feminism has done a lot of bad work, in my opinion. It's been more effective than I would like it to be. But let's just say that it keeps going down this path. Let's say we continue and the birth rate continues to decline and the broad antinatalist perspective takes over, and eventually we do have just a very tiny population and eventually no human beings at all. What does that mean for the rest of life on this planet?
Well, it means that human beings are either going to value being the stewards of the rest of life or not. It either means that we're going to do something to make sure that animals are not trapped in the cycle of sentience forever or for an indefinite period of time, and that their suffering doesn't go on and on and on. We're either going to value that, or we're going to allow animals to inherit the earth. Now, antinatalism is not a monolith on that subject at all. There are forms of antinatalism, like the voluntary human extinction movement, that does believe that we should allow the animals to inherit the earth. That is not my view. I believe that we should do something to.
What should we do?
I don't know. And that's, I am not, I mean, I'm trying to make an argument for what I believe is the correct path. Now, how you implement that, how you engineer a graceful exit for all of sentient kind or all of life, it's a lot more than a schmucky little artist, can figure out. And I've said that again and again and again. I believe that this is sort of something that humanity needs to take on as a future project.
So it doesn't sound like, in all your years of thinking about this, talking with people about this, and doing this work, it doesn't sound like you've solved the problem of what happens if we do succeed in erasing human beings from the planet, and now the world is just filled with sentient animal life, which does not have medicine, has no free will or any idea of benevolence or justice or charity, cannot mitigate pain at all. It would just be a world of sentient beings with predator-prey relationships. There would be death. There would be things eating each other alive. There would be flesh-eating bacteria.
That's exactly the reality I'm arguing against. I think that human beings need to take some responsibility for the fact that will be the circumstance that we leave behind.
But now, we've already established that you don't know of any technology that could ensure.
Well, I don't. Human beings have gone to the goddamn moon. I mean, I'm sure that if humanity as a greater whole than a couple of people on the internet arguing for this point could put their heads together, I'm sure that humanity could find a reasonable course of action. I don't. Listen, we do sterilize animals in the wild even now. We do. There are certain. I mean, we unfortunately are bringing species to horrific extinction even now. I believe that there has to be ways in which we could do that in a more benevolent fashion. So I don't think that these are circumstances that we can't possibly find the tools for. All I'm trying to do is make the argument that this is the correct end game, that this is something that we should value, and this is something that that humanity has to value and work on. Now,
But what we don't want to do is say, espouse an idea like this and then have, because right now there's some pretty smart people out there who've talked about this. You're not the only one. I'm not the only one who's had these discussions. And as far as we know, scientists say, even if you had your red button, and guys, the red button thought experiment is if you had a red button and by pushing it, you could explode the world or just poof it out of existence somehow. Would that be the moral thing to do? Amanda's position, she said a million times, yes, 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 she would hit the red button. Now, here's the problem. From her worldview with evolution, there is no way she could guarantee that life would not just come back, that it would come back possibly in an even more malevolent form with more suffering than what we have right now. And on a practical level, if she wants people to start trending towards depopulation, we will get the hell world I just described. If human beings cease to exist, if we end up like South Korea, which has a birth rate of like 0.7 right now, that's an extinction level birth rate. If you were to continue that, there comes a tipping point where population scientists say there's not much coming back from that, at least not to have the world we have now. It would be something else. So you take this huge risk of having a world with infinitely more suffering and no benevolent human beings, no Christians, nobody with a higher nobility or an idea of justice or benevolence or charity or helping others for no reason. You run a very legitimate risk with Amanda's prescriptions of inheriting a hell world of nothing but suffering with no human beings that have free will there to do anything to mitigate it whatsoever. So why, in the situation we find ourselves now, with the technology we have and the knowledge we have now, after thousands of years of philosophy and science and now hundreds of years of technology, why doesn't it make sense to take the most benevolent people who have a universal moral ethical code that does seem to give people purpose and mitigate suffering? When you look at the happiness index, Christians and religious people are the happiest on average. But even more than that, people who are like born sick and live lives filled with suffering say they want to exist and that they do find meaning in their suffering. Why not lean into that? Why not push for a more pronatalist policy with less animals? Because animals have a much more suffering existence. So more people, less animals, less suffering from your utilitarian worldview. So from your own worldview, my prescription would cause less suffering, and yours would almost, don't see a way around it. I'm waiting for you to give me a way around how your worldview doesn't inevitably result in even more suffering.
Well, look, I think that Christianity has played a very large hand in getting the world to the state that it's in right now. So the idea that Christians are the most benevolent among us and they have not created a world in which people are not procreating as much as you would like to see and have created a world where all the suffering exists, I think is just patently false.
Well, you raise a great point there. I'll just interrupt you quickly to say that you're correct. Christians are responsible for things like human rights, for things like hospitals, for things like medical technology. There is no reason and tell me if I'm wrong, I've never heard an argument against this yet, but from your view, there's no need, there's no reason to eliminate suffering. There's no reason to reduce suffering. There's no need to care about consent or injustice or fix anything. If life has no meaning and there is no creator and everything boils down to preference and just my arbitrary experience of negative versus positive utils and what, there is no reason for anyone to have this greater moral ought that tells them to leave a better world than they found it.
Well, you're right. I mean, the world is chaos without this fiction that humanity is created of a god and a divine moral theory. So I understand that, but it's just that I'm sorry, and I don't mean to offend you, but it is a fiction. It is something that humanity has created in order to give to control of humanity. That? What do you mean, can you demonstrate it?
Can you demonstrate that my worldview is not true?
Well, I don't believe that there's any evidence of a god. I think that this is something that humanity has created to control other human beings to behave in a particular manner.
So you just admitted that the world is worse without Christians, and that the only reason you don't believe that God exists or that Christianity is true is just an argument from incredulity. You just don't believe it.
One, because it's
just
killed
find
a
it
lot of people and it's terrified a lot of people, and I think that that other forms of morality have not really been able to have the chance. If we can.
Oh, really? You don't think that in all of human history, other moral systems have had a chance? So you think negative
that Christianity
can do better?
Yes, I do.
Okay, on what basis?
Well, look, there has never been a negative utilitarian world, right? So I can just say that I think that a world that values difference and values the elimination of suffering, when, you know, and as far as I can see, Christians are just perpetuating suffering for absolutely no purpose other than this belief that it's appeasing some God that, you know, I don't think exists, but you do. I don't think that that's creating a better world. I just think that if anything is to be followed, it's that we know that suffering is something that people don't enjoy experiencing. So there's no reason to attach any sort of deity to that notion. There's just reason to not impose it on new animals, new people. It's just a you know, yeah.
So you can't
just really quickly, guys. Really quickly, I just wanted to quickly interrupt. One second.
Of course I can.
We're gonna get straight. We're gonna get straight back into it. But I just want to say, guys, over 850 people in the live at the moment. If you do want to support the stream, guys, the best way to do it is to just like that stream, send it out far and wide. We've also got 6,132 over on the Crucible at the moment watching this. If you send him money, he's going to buy lots of firearms like he does with Rachel's book money. Also, we've got Lawrence Anton, who is a friend of Amanda, and Andrew are going to have a debate on this. I haven't asked Andrew yet, but I'm going to assume he's going to want to do it. But so that's going to happen, guys. If you're keen for that, then drop that in the comments and say line it up or something like that. But yeah, like the stream so this goes far and wide. With that, I'll shut my mouth and you guys keep on debating.
So I was just going to summarize quickly what I heard from Amanda was she said that she doesn't believe Christianity is true, not because she can't demonstrate that it's not true, but because she just doesn't see a good reason to believe it.
Well,
but even if it's not true, but here's the important part: even if it's not true, it still produces a better experience of life and less suffering than her worldview does.
The idea that just because people may believe that a lie makes them happy is not really a good thing, in my opinion. I mean, there's lots of really great things that I could believe. Like, I'm going to go out tomorrow and I'm going to get nominated for all kinds of awards and all these accomplishments. And that may not be true at all. Now, it might make me very happy in the moment, but the fact that I'm profiting happiness from a lie, that's fine if that's the way you want to live your life. But whether it means that you then get to impose that same fictitious joy onto something that doesn't need it in the first place is just a little silly to me.
Well, it might be silly to you, but from your own utilitarian worldview, can you tell me why that would be wrong? Because from a utilitarian perspective, a lie that makes everyone happy and provides better well-being and more positive experiences and less negative experiences would have to be good. It would have to be moral.
I don't know how to make this argument to you other than to personalize it. Let's say your child ends up becoming an antinatalist, okay? You've done everything possible to make sure that they have a good life, that they're happy, that they believe in God, they have all of your values. And let's say they end up being somebody more similar to myself. Can you still justify that you were right in making the decision to have them, even though they may be in incredible amounts of pain over this realization about life?
Of course, because ultimately it is you, and it would be that child who would be choosing to have that perception. So you and other people with your same worldview this is what the data says, is that people with antinatalist worldviews, utilitarianism, leftism, are notoriously more likely to be depressed, to be suicidal.
Well, yeah, because we're facing reality.
But you can't demonstrate that that's what the case is. You can't demonstrate that your reality is the true reality and that my perception of reality is false. You even said that you can't demonstrate
it ultimately doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what, if the fact of the matter is you are saying that something that may not be true is worthy of your offspring being fucking miserable. Sorry, I don't know if we're allowed to swear on this channel, but I'm just saying you are inviting the possibility that God might not exist, that it may all be, you might be 100% wrong, and you're not taking the fail safe. You're playing, you're rolling the dice with their welfare.
Amanda, you said that you believe in negative utilitarianism. So even from your worldview, if I can demonstrate that helping people believe a cozy lie gives them a better life and less suffering, you would have to bite the bullet and say that that's better than your view, which you just said makes people miserable, nihilistic, and want to self-delete.
Well, but that's a misunderstanding of negative utilitarianism, because it is not that anything imaginable that might alleviate some suffering is the right way to go. It's the argument for how to end suffering. It doesn't mean that we need to predicate all of negative utilitarianism on, convenient, happy lies. It's to try to find reasonable means of alleviating suffering. Now, listen, antinatalists, again, not a monolith. Extinctionism, not what all negative utilitarianists, antinatalists believe. There's other antinatalist philosophers like David Pearce, who believes that what we should be doing is, re-editing the human genome to not suffer. There are other. It's pretty rare. Actually, I think Lawrence sometimes makes this point that if we could, gerontologists like Aubrey de Grey, and I think the philosopher John Harris also makes this argument sometimes, that if we could, dramatically extend human life, that there would be less reason, or maybe no reason, to have children, or that there would have to be some trade-off. So there's all kinds of other, possible answers to this conundrum. It doesn't have to be that. It is the perspective that I take on. I think it's better to just not mess with it and to end it. but yeah, there's all kinds of different answers that don't have to settle for the easy answers of, well, let's just feed people a God story and that'll make them happy.
So do you believe that there's such a thing as objective reality, and that your version is more objective and mine is more fantastical and fabricated for the purposes of helping me cope with the horrors of life?
Arguments of cope, I don't know. I don't know you all that well. I don't know if this is what you're doing to cope with the realities of life. That's an argument that I don't make ever, and that's not my point in saying any of this.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think men can be women and women can be men?
I think that we should honor what people say about their individual experiences. So if somebody wishes, but I don't really, I really don't know why you brought up that subject all of a
fabricating
sudden.
an internal reality if it makes them happy. Just not the Christians.
I don't.
The transgenders can, but the Christians, they're silly.
I would say that you're doing a lot more harm, because you're bringing new people into the world knowing that something terrible can happen, than somebody who has an internal reality that might not make. Now, again, that may be a reality that befalls a child you will have. So if that makes you so unhappy, if that is a possibility that makes you, that I get the sense fills you with some level of disgust, I don't know why you would roll those dice.
No,
Why?
I didn't say it. Now listen, this is where you're assigning intent to me. You said you don't know me and you don't know about me, and I didn't say that anything about my own personal disgust or one of my children,
I just don't know why you bring it up otherwise.
Becomes trans and there's nothing I can do about it, I did my best, and that's how the cookie crumbles. That doesn't get us away from the fact that your argument is completely contradictory and totally incoherent, because you think that when Christians assert that a God might exist, or that at least living in such a way that a God might exist and taking Pascal's wager is silly, delusional. You don't see it's an argument from incredulity that you don't see a good reason to believe it. You think your reality is true. But then you'll also say that if you find utility in pretending to be a lady when you're a fucking dude with a beard, that is perfectly acceptable and a fine thing to do. Please square that circle for me.
You're putting all kinds of words into my mouth. All I have said is that I think that, listen, you're free to be a Christian. If that's what you believe and that's what you want to believe, that's the world.
Oh, now you're going to switch. You're going to pivot to a libertarian. Hey, you do you, I'll do me. No. You are advocating for the extinction of all life on this planet, ma'am. And you'd better have a better argument and a more coherent argument than, I don't really believe Christianity, but if a man wants to believe that he can be a woman, go for it, buddy. But let's wipe everyone out while we're at it.
Transgenderism into any of this. Why are you doing that?
It's
not the arguments I'm making at all.
I'm pointing out that this is all a facade. Your whole theory, your book that you wrote, the videos you've made, it's all incoherent. It's a contradiction. You are in mental contradiction. You can't give me any arguments for why we ought to do what you're saying we ought to do, other than you just think it's better. And you can't tell me how we're going to get there. You're like, well, we don't have the technology to do it now, but I still think we should try. And I say, what if that results in infinitely more suffering? You're like, I don't know, I just think we should still try. It's like, if you're going to write philosophy books with people and publish them in Cambridge, I expected better. I'm just a homeschool mom with a high school diploma, and you are presenting incoherent arguments that don't work and incoherent logic here. So maybe you can express it better.
You are also espousing that there might not be a God. You're admitting that you might be wrong as well, and that if you have a child under that belief, you might be doing them harm. So I have never at any point said that I have all the answers or that I know what the end game looks like, but it is my firm belief. It is not a delusion, or is not a facade. It is not something that I am espousing for whatever nefarious ends, that it would be better if we played the failsafe, and it would be better if nothing sentient was in harm's way, that it would be better if life itself was in harm's way, because it is not running a profit, because there's absolutely no reason to do it. It is here by pure aberrant chemistry, and we value it. The living, we need it to be good. We need it to have all of this meaning that goes beyond the terrestrial meaning that we can assign to it. But if there is any doubt that might be the case, that God doesn't exist, and that if there is any doubt in your mind that a God exists, and if I am in any way correct that all you are doing is rolling the dice with the sentient welfare of the things you espouse to love the most, then again, I just don't understand how you could possibly justify that decision.
Well, let's go back once again and just point out that the reason you're like, I don't understand why you're bringing this up. I'm going to call it Matt Dillahunty's dilemma, right? That you and other atheists will say to Christians that it's actually not good for you guys to come up with these lies and these things that aren't true, these fantasies that even if they help you cope with life, even if people report more meaning and purpose, less suffering, a reason to suffer, that you find purpose in the suffering, if you're going to suffer anyway, that it's not worth it because it's not in touch with reality. But then you guys are perfectly willing to allow other people to have internal fantasies, as long as those things, for example, feminism. If you don't like the transgender thing, let's take feminism. Letting women believe that they're just like a man, that they can do anything a man can do, and that their rights do not exist explicitly at the behest of men who are willing to enforce those rights is Delulu Fantasyland, yet you will all inevitably argue that we should continue it because it's better, because women might suffer more if we don't let them. Yet when Christians say, you can't prove to me that there's no God, you cannot demonstrate that Christ didn't rise from the dead, or that God didn't create us in his own image for a purpose. You can't, and no one else has ever demonstrated that. You just find it incredulous, and therefore you think there's a risk there in people being born. Yet when we ask people, you're in this tiny minority. It's something like, I don't know, probably 97% of all people, despite their suffering on this earth, say they prefer to live. And you're saying they're all crazy, and you're the one who has the coherent view. Yet when I demonstrate it's incoherent, you have nothing but equivocation. You won't actually address the problem of how is it okay for you to grant other people delusions if it helps them cope, but not Christians? Why is it okay?
Because again, they're not creating new people. You're creating new people. I've said it a million times. You are the one rolling the risk. You haven't
demonstrated to me that more people equals more suffering. I'm positing that more people could and does equal less suffering, and you have nothing to say to that. If we continue to depopulate the planet and get rid of humans, we are left with anybody ever watch the Discovery Channel?
I think that we run the risk of there being
eating things alive
suffering without more people if we do so without some sort of plan. Right now, everything is happening. No, I know, and neither do you. Is the point?
Yeah,
the point,
I do have a plan. If we depopulate. More Christians, more Christian pronatalism equals a kinder world, a more benevolent world of people who have a reason to be moral.
And I think that world has already failed miserably. If people,
nobody agrees with you, ma'am. Everybody who's here wants to live, except for you and a handful of other miserable troll people
free to live.
Listen, let's just
they're
cut this
free
shit.
to live. People are free to live. What I have a problem with.
Go to closings because we're just going in circles. And what the truth of the matter here is, the only people who share this view that Amanda has are people who tend to be dysgenic, depressed, feel that they lost life's lottery, they are suffering. And when they see other people who have meaning and purpose and are joyful and happy despite some suffering, they hate it and they want to eliminate that. It makes them angry. That's the truth. If you get, and that's why I showed that video in the beginning.
Rachel, I'm so sorry.
That's why I showed that video in the beginning. You can deny it, and maybe you're a special exception. But your friend Gary, who's your muse, who's your inspiration,
you should argue with. Why don't you email him? Why don't you argue with Gary, and he can make his arguments instead of me. I showed a video. You are arguing with somebody who's not online with you right now.
You think he's
I'd be happy to get Gazer. I'll get big Gazer on the channel. I'd be happy to do that.
So, look, Rachel, you're making all kinds of assumptions about who I am, how I feel about my own life, what my motivations are.
You think it'd be better
on
if you were
absolutely
never born.
Nothing.
You think it would have been better if you'd never existed?
I think that it would be better if none of us had ever been born. I think it would be better if people did not play with the sentient welfare.
Who are you to say that? Who are you to tell Jake?
Create somebody?
Who are you to tell Jake
did not ask
if he had
for
never
it?
Lived?
Look, I hope that Jake has a wonderful life. I hope that you have a wonderful life. I'm not miserable in my life. I hope that I get to end at the time of my own choosing. I have my sadnesses. I have my joys. I'm an artist. I'm a toy collector. I take all kinds of tremendous joys in this life, okay? But what I would not do is impose it on a new consciousness, because that consciousness is not going to be me. And the candy that I think is absolutely delicious might be poison to them. And we can't know that until we have already kicked that new sentient creature out of the plane and then ask them if they enjoy flying.
Well, here's my question to you then. Doesn't your continued existence guarantee suffering? It means if you continue to exist,
I'm already
you
here.
will suffer. Wait,
yes,
you'll suffer. And what if your suffering causes other people to suffer? What if people who care about you
unfortunately
suffer? Then don't you have a moral obligation to prevent that?
No, because I didn't bring myself here. And it's not, and once you are alive, once the decision has been made for you to exist, once somebody else has bought you the gift of life, so to speak, then there are addictions. There are things that you have attachments. It's not easy to kill yourself, Rachel. It's not exactly easy to be alive and to be sentient, to be sensate, and no matter what your worldview is, to then go and end yourself. It's not an easy proposition. All I can do
I think what you should do is sit down and do the utilitarian math. I think you should do some negative utilitarian math and figure out if the math is better if you continue to live past today or if you don't.
Okay.
And if you determine that the math is not in your favor, then Godspeed. Go to Canada and sign up for the MAID program, and that's it. And you will have.
Well, what I would rather do, Rachel, is argue that something like MAID be made available to all people. I have my life while I'm still alive has utility because I can make these arguments, and that's what I've dedicated my life to doing.
What if the rest of us who do believe in God, or we just believe that life is better than not existing, we believe existence is a net positive, and we believe that people like you are a threat to that, what if we just go ahead and decide that the moral thing to do is get rid of people who are espousing that the rest of us never exist and that our children and grandchildren never exist?
Well, I would say that you're the one making the threats and I'm not, Rachel. That's a little bit
making a threat.
That's
I'm
quite
asking
threatening dialogue to come from you. I'm not look, threatening. My mission as an antinatalist is done because I have put my ideas into your brain. I have allowed your ideas into mine, and that's really all I'm asking for. I'm just trying to make arguments, okay?
I want to be clear. I'm not making a threat.
It is a threat.
I know. Let me talk. It's an internal critique of your own worldview from your own negative utilitarian worldview.
That feels pretty
external to me. If you were to sit down and do the math, and everybody agreed that the antinatalists, and specifically the ethalists or the pro-mortalists, who are people that think that it would be better to end all life, if we sit down and do the utilitarian math and decide that you are a net negative, is it moral for us to eliminate that threat?
No, of course. Do you think that it's moral to do that?
I'm a Christian ethicist, so no, I don't. I'm asking from your.
Then why make the argument? Why not argue against
I'm
me?
asking you. I'm asking you to justify through utilitarianism why
you
that
are
would not
asking me to justify if it's right to murder people who have a different perspective. I'm saying that that it is best to not create new people. Don't create new people. I mean, Rachel? I'm sitting here saying that it is within the realm of possibility that one of your children could have exactly the same worldview as I do.
So
would it be correct to kill your child? I don't think so.
I didn't posit that. You are getting emotional and misframing what I said. I'm using your system. So from your system, negative utilitarianism, I have to go to the foundations of why you believe this. Mm-hmm. And we have to see if those foundations hold true. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that if you wanted to be morally consistent from your own worldview, if everybody got together and did the utilitarian math, and she's going to just keep interrupting because she doesn't want to hear this because it's a defeater.
Go ahead.
If we decide that that this worldview is a bigger threat to us than it's worth, and we do the utilitarian math and we decide this is a net negative, would it make sense then to eliminate people who advocate for ending all life on this planet? From a utilitarian perspective, yes or no? And if no, please tell me why not.
From a utilitarian perspective, if all you care is maximizing happiness and somehow my worldview is making you miserable, yeah. But I think there's other. That's not a utilitarian, negative utilitarian worldview. My worldview is what arguments can we make that would alleviate the most and end the most amount of suffering for the most amount of sentient beings. So I'm sorry, you're the one making a very threatening argument out of what I'm saying.
I didn't make an argument. I asked you a question. I didn't advocate anything. I didn't make an argument for taking any kind of action.
But what's the
I
point of making that kind
worldview.
of argument? It has no bearing on anything.
Show
that I'm
that
saying.
your whole worldview is incoherent and collapses in on itself the minute that the foundations are examined. That's the point. It's
Those
not
aren't
to do
the
harm to you.
Those
I
aren't the
wouldn't do harm
foundations
to
of
you.
my argument.
From a Christian ethical perspective, I would not do harm to you, even if I do think that you're some
I
kind of
wouldn't do
existential
harm to
threat
you
me.
either.
Right.
I'm saying
So
that
what
you are doing harm
I'm
to the
doing is
children that
showing
you're
you-
producing.
I'm showing you that your worldview, and the consequence of your worldview, this insane belief you have that life should not exist, is the result of faulty, incoherent logic. And that if you were to examine the foundations of your worldview, you would find that you are not consistent and that this is irrational and not reasonable, and you would have to change it, but you don't want to change it because you spent the last 15
harm
years
your own children
you've
on
spent
a
the
wing
last
and a
15
prayer.
years espousing this, and you can't backtrack now because
No.
then there's nothing for you.
No,
You have to double down. Yes.
You too.
That's all I've got, Jake. If you want to do closings and go to questions, I don't know where else we can go. I've already proven that this is incoherent and not consistent whatsoever.
I mean,
All right,
all I can do is repeat the same things I've said over and over again.
We've got,
That's right.
you're
That's
making
all you
arguments
can
that
do, and
I'm
it's
not
good
even.
enough.
All right, well, we've got 2 minutes each on the clock. We can do some quick closing statements, and then we're going to read out some super chats. Anybody who has any questions whatsoever, leave it in a super chat now, guys. We're not going to be displaying any personal attacks or anything like that. So just questions and statements, but no personal attacks. So with that, Rach, 2 minutes on the clock, closing statements.
Okay, so in her book, Amanda sees history of Western philosophy as a struggle between pro and antinatalism, which I largely agree with. She's not just antinatalist, but extinctionist. So she dresses up this view as a benevolent, merciful, moral one to hold. But as we saw, deeper examination reveals that not only is this not coherent, and it's not a comprehensive worldview that she can give us a solution as to how we achieve this. She cannot tell me how we mitigate the potential disasters of what she's prescribing. Not only that, but it does reveal her deeper personal contempt for humanity, and if there is one, for its creator. She thinks that natalists and optimists are the ones coping, but her niche minority view is held almost exclusively by a handful of more dysgenic and depressed, resentful people. That's not to insult them. That's just to say that when you ask them, they self-report more depression, more mental illness, more resentment towards society because they feel they drew the losing straw in life. So rather than submit with humility and repentance, which would allow them to find meaning and purpose, as the Orthodox Christian view has done for thousands of years, the antinatalists embrace the Luciferian Gnostic view of creation and the creator as an enemy and annihilation of all life as relief from their suffering, imposing this view on those who are too dumb and programmed to realize that they should not want to exist. So you can see this too because her logo for her podcast is an Ouroboros, which is a Gnostic occultic symbol, which says a lot about this whole thing. But the TLDR is her position is incoherent, arrogant, loser cope that collapses in on itself once the foundations are examined, as you just saw.
Okay, Amanda?
Well, I don't know what else to say. Rachel, it's I suppose it's been a pleasure. I think you're making a lot of assumptions about who I am, the people that you're arguing against. I mean, if God doesn't exist, then you are harming your children. I don't know what else to say. So yeah, I just think that it is better to look. Antinatalism is writing the product review of life. And some of us that live it can see that there are all kinds of realities on this planet that we would not wish for ourselves. We would not wish for those that we love or our fellow sentient to experience. And the only way to really take the fail safe is to just simply not impose it. And I don't think that you have to be miserable to come to that worldview. You can be a Christian and come to that worldview. There's there's a large history, as I've said earlier, of Christians that have come to a similar worldview. really anybody can come to this view. It's not a view that is going to necessarily make you yip yip hooray happy, because reality kind of does suck. And I just look, I what you are saying is the hellscape of reality if we, somehow don't keep producing children and, the animals go on and inherit the earth and there's all that's exactly what I'm arguing against. I may not have all the answers as to how exactly to implement it other than making the arguments. But I'm quite satisfied in just being able to make the arguments that would be the best course of action. We should value suffering. We should value the elimination of suffering. We should not produce it for no good reason. We should protect sentient existence by not producing it.
All right, guys. Well, I do want to say I thoroughly enjoyed that debate. It was really, really enjoyable. So thank you both so much for coming on and doing it. We're going to get into these super chats, guys. Once again, if you sent money and you sent a personal attack comment, I appreciate it. But we're not going to be able to read it out because we don't want to, we don't want to do that with our debaters who have come out and made their time for us. So JT, thank you for becoming a member, as well as I Set the Tone. Just Gerald came in and gifted 20 Rattlesnake TV memberships off the bat, blessing 20 paws. Thank you very much, Just Gerald. Blaine Pasashik comes in with 10. Thank you very much. Just Gerald also sent another few 10s that we're not going to read out. William Elliott says, sorry, my lord, Andrew told me to send all my money to him instead. Well, dang it, I messed up. Well, if you send all your money to Andrew, you are supporting one of our debaters. So that does make logical sense. Just a smidge of support from Malngozi. Thank you very much. The next one, I can't read it out. Chase Haggard said for 5, well done, Jake. All according to plan. Here's your payment as we agreed. Phase 2 in 45 mins. This was during my tech difficulties. Okay. The cold quest for $5 says, is suffering bad / what is good? I think that is for you, Amanda.
If suffering bad, what is good?
Yeah.
Well, I really do think that is up to an individual to decide. I mean, I think that avoiding suffering is a good thing. I will acknowledge that once you are alive, you need suffering does have utility. So what is good? What is good for me? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things, but I'm just saying that is going to the answer to that question is going to change depending on the individual that you're up against. And again, once again, I'm sorry, I've repeated myself a lot during this debate, but you don't know how this new, not yet existent person is going to answer that question. And the fact of the matter is, everything might be suffering to that non-existent person. There might be little to no good that person can report to believe exists. And so you have a choice. Are you going to play with that because you believe that you have notions that that might be an acceptable risk to take or not?
Okay. At any point, if the other person wants to jump in, then that's fine as well. Blaine said he was just goofing around when he said that. And if you don't believe in demons, Gary proved that they're real. What do you think about that, Amanda? Gary demon or Gary?
No, he's not a demon. He's a human being that has some extremely some views that I think are absolutely correct, other views that I think are not absolutely correct at all. Some things that would absolutely never come out of my mouth. Some things that I think he's absolutely correct on. The clips that you played, again, I think of the good and the bad and the ugly of Amendum, those are the ugly ones. And I really don't agree with any of those. But if you'd like to argue with Gary, then you should really contact him and not me.
Okay, sure. Extended Delta for 5 said, the suffering is part of human experience. Life would be less fulfilling without it. Actually, Religious 10 said, Rachel's arguing against all the anti-life equation with granny goodness. This is an evil ideology that will lead to self-harm and even worse, mental instability. Smash that like button from Blaine Pasashik. I would completely agree with that. Smash that like button. Kikomo says for $5, we have reproductive organs, so we were meant to procreate.
Yeah, we are biologically designed to create children. There's no question about that. Whether there are greater ethics that say that we should probably make different decisions, just because I can throw a fist doesn't, this is one of Gary's arguments that I think is a very good one. Just because I can throw a fist doesn't mean I should be punching people in the face. Just because somebody is capable of raping somebody doesn't mean that that person should go and rape. So biological ability doesn't mean that we should be taking, there's no reason why the natural is the way that we should be
I actually wanted to ask a question about this, because I saw in one of your podcasts you said that you think that women really don't want to have children. It's not that they want the children, it's that it kind of sounded like blank slate theory to me a little bit, where you're like, oh, we give them baby dolls when they're little and that's why they think they want to have babies. Is that your view?
I do think that I think that the desire to have children does have an enormous cultural component to it, that we do program women to want this. They may have a biological, I think that women can have a biological drive to care for something. But I think that sex is in some ways the way that procreation is sort of candied for the human race. Like, we get that, with culture completely removed, right? This thing happens that brings us a lot of pleasure and a child emerges from it. And, culture has gone a long way into making that into the cultural mandate that it is. And there is a, I think that often women are seen as less if they don't make this decision to have children.
Okay.
Jake, I can't hear you. I don't know if that's everybody else can't.
Yeah, look, boomer tech issues are a frequent on this channel. Wayward Frequency for 5 says, it's always the atheists that complain life shouldn't exist, yet are still here quite obviously consuming large amounts of resources for themselves. More of a statement. Even Lord said, question for Amanda, was Heinrich Himmler a very moral person for organizing and overseeing the Holocaust, seeing as though it ended humans rapidly? And W. Lord Jake, thank you.
No, it was conditional pronatalism, basically. The Nazis are basically a natalist cult who believe that some people should exist and others should not. And based on their racist programs, no, he was a piece of shit.
Sorry about that. I'm sitting on like a makeshift chair and I kept like sliding, so I had to get a pillow.
I thought I saw you falling off your chair. No. Kikomo for 15 says, this reminds me of Instrumentality from Neon Genesis Evangelion.
I don't know what that means.
Me neither. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Iozerd for 5 says, she'll advocate for ending all life, but she'll never say we should start with Africa or India, places with high birth rates, more suffering. Should we start with Africa and India?
Well, incidentally, the most seminal piece of antinatalist literature comes from South Africa. David Benatar is a South African philosopher. India is the country with some of the most highly developed antinatalist social movements. So, I mean, this is not a Western phenomenon. This is a global phenomenon. You can find contingents of antinatalist thinkers in almost every part of the world. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's more understandable. If you're living in India, it's more understandable. Kara Masao for $20 said, antinatalist propaganda has only made intelligent people stop having children. You're creating an idiocracy.
Look, children are how can I answer this question? Just because people may have a degree of intelligence doesn't mean that they're going to produce intelligent children. Like I said, there's
actually that's not true. Genetically is it's highly heritable. Intelligence is highly heritable.
Well, look, I if I had my way, and what I've tried to espouse is a more universalized anti-procreative message. So, I don't really know how else to answer that.
Kikomo comes in and says some boomer lessons for Jake. Boomer tech lessons, I do need them. Blaine Pasashi gifted 20 Rattlesnake. He's blessed 20 paws with a Rattlesnake TV membership. Thank you very much, Blaine.
Good job,
Podcast
Blaine.
lover. Yeah, thanks, Blaine. What a great man. And a great mod as well. Podcast lover for 10 says for the grift. Thank you very much. Smoky Man grift said to take my money. Well, thank you, Smoky Man, for sending over some people to send money. Appreciate that. Kikomo says, I stubbed my toe. Damn my parents for having me. That's good. Amanda, you got to say that's funny.
Certainly not the first time I've heard it, but yeah. So why not?
Cleaner 409 for 10 says, Amanda, can you give me proof that energy, that the energy that gives life to each human would suffer less if they did not live? Question 2, would it not be better to allow life since we can control for less suffering?
Well, I'm not entirely sure I understand the question, or the two questions, but before something comes into existence, there is nobody there. So you're either dealing with nothing or you're dealing with the potential of suffering. So in my opinion, anyway, it's always better to choose the potential for no suffering. And we should do everything that we can, even outside of making procreative or anti-procreative decisions, to alleviate or for there to be less suffering in the world. We should feed people, we should clothe people, we should make sure people have as best lives as they can once they're here. But the fact of the matter is, there is no Band-Aid that we can put on this thing that will be as preventative as the greatest prevention that we could enact, which is to not start the problems in the first place.
John Augusta for 5 says, yes, Rachel, I love it. Get it. Jesus is Lord our King. Geoff Klein says for 20, for Amanda, why do some things change when other things remain the same?
Well, that's a very difficult question to answer. I don't really believe that I have a very good answer to it. I'd have to know what exactly things that they're talking about changing and what things remaining the same. Look, I think we're in roughly the same circumstance that we were at the very beginning. So it's and forgive me if I'm like answering this in a way that is not at all what you're thinking, but like my argument is not at all that, the circumstance of life has changed. I'm not making a climate change, argument based. My arguments don't stem from environmentalism or the political situation. Like, things are so bad right now that it's not a good idea to have children. It was never a good idea to have children because suffering, manipulation, have been the circumstances of living things since the dawn of living things.
Generally specific says, question for both panelists. What are your thoughts on the worldview of these atheists, of the atheists require the existence of God in order for it to exist? Maybe starting with you, Rach.
What are your thoughts on the worldview of the atheist requires the existence of God in order for it to? Well, that's basically the transcendental argument, right? That in order for atheists to justify use of things like the laws of logic, language, math, these transcendental categories that they cannot account for through strictly material means, it presupposes that you need something transcendental to even be here having the argument in the first place, and to just kind of skip over that step and start with some kind of fundamental materialistic axiom avoids the problem and just skips over like the most fundamental brick in the wall.
And I would say that it is a material universe, that these things easily exist, just are part of the fabric of reality, and there is absolutely no need for a God to exist to make it true or real. Yeah.
If atheism ever took hold of humanity, the world would really be more scary, said the Brandalorian. And Crucible Crusader said, Andrew said to tell Rachel that this was effing brutal. Lol. Laughing face. Myrmidian.
He's texting me right now, making me laugh and telling me not to laugh. So.
Well, I've had the Crucible
I'm not
stream up
laughing
here.
at Amanda or Jake.
Yeah,
I'm trying not
that's-
to laugh.
yeah.
And he's texting me.
I've had the stream up here the whole time, and it's been hard because I've been laughing because of his like reactions and stuff. But anyway, I wasn't laughing at the debate. Frank J says Rachel for the W, and Trey says W Rachel, and where are we? Wayward Frequency says Rachel, is this your favorite fruit, the grape? Because that's all. I've been tricked into reading
Got
that
it.
one.
YouTube TOS joke.
Rachel just got another one. Tango down. Good job, Rachel, says T. Roma for 20. W. Rachel says Kieran Markin for 20. Flawless
Thank
victory,
you,
not one
guys.
step back, says Darkimer for 20. Congrats, Rachel, on the epic debate. Crucible salutes you, says the Smoking Patriot. For 10, thank you very much. Sebastian Knight says, Rachel, beautifully done. She conceded the argument. Andrew is so damn proud of you. Wilson squad based, Magnet Hand. Rachel, Andrew will tell you later. Do you think that you conceded the debate at any point, Amanda?
Hand. I was like, what's magnet hand? I haven't heard
I
of
have
that.
no idea.
It's like my kids, 6'7", 6'7", and then they won't tell you what the hell it means.
I don't know.
Like
It's
one of
whatever
those.
the kids are, whatever the kids on the TikToky are doing these days. Who knows, hey? Walking Dunning-Kruger effect has been slain. Crucible shall rest easy tonight, knowing the ideology stands no more. DF comes in for 5 and says nothing. DF another 5. Disguised Loki says, clear as day, Rachel took the W and you got absolutely destroyed. What do you think about that, Amanda?
That I got absolutely destroyed?
Yes.
Well, I don't think I got absolutely destroyed. I think that I presented my argument as best that I possibly can. I did not enter this with any expectation that I was going to change Rachel or that I was going to change audience members. My mission is to make the argument. So I have won by at least the fact that I have managed to get people to think. And they've done that just by showing up. And I thank everybody for showing up and for considering the ideas, and that's fine. That's all I'm really looking for.
All right. So, where are we? So, how is advocating for the end of humanity not a threat to humans, lady? You say Rachel threatened you. What do you call what you're advocating for? So, I think that they're saying that that's maybe a bit of a contradiction there, that what you're advocating for, and saying that what Rachel was saying was a threat.
Well, she was talking about specifically viewing people with my worldview, specific number of people with this particular worldview, and whether people are justified in ending the lives of people like me. So that is a bit threatening. Look, I admit that like things like the red button thought experiment, I mean, these are also very, these also sort of skirt that, but they're wielded to make a point about, and they're wielded to make a point specifically because when we're talking about that level of antinatalism, we're talking about sentiocentric antinatalism or reverse biocentric antinatalism. You can't fix these problems by a cessation of procreation alone. And that's why those arguments are sometimes wielded. But I would never make the argument that, individual people should come to some sort of harm because they disagree with me. Again, I concede that I have sometimes made very hyperbolic arguments, but I am never of the opinion that harm should come to individuals. We should not be harming anybody.
Okay, well, guys, I've got a poll up in the chat as we read the rest of these super chats of who made the more convincing arguments. It's not necessarily who you agree with or who you have a side with. It's who do you think made the more convincing arguments tonight, purely in a practical debate sense. So that poll is up in the chat now. Even Lord said that this woman, Amanda, is an existential threat to everyone on this planet. A more traditional enemy would value me more than she does. As in, I think that like in a traditional war sense, that person would value Even Lord more than Amanda. What do you say, Amanda? Do you value Even Lord?
I value Even Lord. I value your your desire to continue your life. I hope that if you are thinking about procreating, that you value the potential suffering of your future child enough to not inflict it based on notions of goodness of life rolling around in your head. I think that is a threat to the sentient being that you may create. I'm not at war. So this is not a war. This is philosophical argument territory, and that's really all that's going on here.
Sniper for 25 said, I'm incredibly grateful I turned to God this year. My life feels so much more meaningful. Rachel, I have so much respect for you. Thank you for hosting Rattlesnake Man. Just take my money already. Thank you for supporting the stream. If you guys enjoy this fine debate content, it does take quite me. Amanda and I have been conversing for a good solid month or so about this, so it does take a lot to actually line these debates up. So if you do enjoy it, I appreciate the support.
Yeah, and let me second that. Please support Jake, because this is, it's not easy to host these kinds of things. And
True. That's
Jake does good work. So please support
I will
Jake.
also say thank you to Amanda for showing up and having this debate, because most people don't want to do it. It is a controversial position she has. So, like, a lot of props to you for coming and
especially on away soil
and making the argument. And props to Jake for coordinating outfits with me, even though we didn't.
I was going to say we're matching.
I
we're
almost
matching.
wore that color. I swear.
yeah.
We even got like the matching gold crosses and everything.
No, we didn't even plan that.
The books behind us,
Yeah, and just in case I don't get a chance to say it, Rachel, I really do appreciate you having the conversation as well. Because again, what I meant was true. Most people on your side of the argument do not want to argue with my side of the argument. So I think that this really was very meaningful in that sense. Yeah.
ChoreXD said, how could believing in a Christian God and thus following a set of moral laws, even if you were to end up being wrong, harmful? How could that be harmful? Doesn't make any sense to me. Also, I happen to like life. So Chore says he likes life, and how could believing in the Christian God be harmful?
Well, if your belief in a Christian God or in any God is going to propel you to create a new being that does not need to have happy experiences, absolutely does not need to suffer, yet may come to experience horrors in life, that's not great. I mean, that means that your belief in this deity, which most likely does not exist, has propelled you to do something that does cause harm to a real sentient creature. So again, you could. That's great that you like life. I like my life too. Let's live our lives, and let's not force anyone else to live another one.
Okay. Joel B said, suffering bad equals extinction of all humanity good. From either a Christian or Darwinian perspective, this position is anti-reality. Zealot Bruh says, Rachel, congrats on your W. My question is, can you show us your smug face? Very good. You've learned from the best, eh?
Andrew and I both have like really elastic, expressive faces.
Yeah. Venanditsa for 10 said, non-existence prevents harm, but also all joy, growth, and meaning. Since consent is impossible, either way, existence offers potential value absent in nothingness.
Well,
John.
Sorry.
No, if you want to say something about that.
No. Go ahead.
All right. John said W. Rachel for 20 euros. Thank you very much. Screw Andrew. Here's some grift. Says still. Love that. Hypothetically, if God wasn't real, but Christianity produced better outcomes and an overall more joyful life, would it still be harmful to children, Amanda?
Well, it would still have the potential for being harmful to children. Yeah. I mean, I just don't believe that that's reality.
Okay. And then Henry Jones Smith said, so we should end humanity to protect it from suffering. So with that logic, would you advocate for ending people now to end suffering for good?
No, because there's different axiologies at play. There's different considerations to be made. There's the consent of the consent of the living matters too. Autonomy also matters. So again, I'm for people living out their existences. I'm just not for people creating new ones.
Okay. Not going to read that.
I did see that. Please don't harm yourself, okay? That's not the point of any of this.
I think that if there's one thing that we have over on this channel is it's a fair degree of trench humor.
Yeah.
So very, very dark humor. Amanda, let me just see. Yep. Amanda, if God doesn't exist and Rachel is causing harm by bringing children into the world, then life is bad, no? Then why don't you? I guess it's a philosophical question.
Well, unaliving myself is not going to fix the universal circumstance of suffering in the universe. So while my life exists because two people decided for me that I should exist, I have lived 42 years. I have grown attached. It is not easy to kill yourself. It's not easy to unalive yourself. I know you're not supposed to say certain things on YouTube, so I'm sorry, Jake, if I've crossed certain lines there in certain terminology. But it's not going to fix the problem. It's not an answer to what I'm saying. So look, I believe that it is every human being. It should be everybody's right to end their existence at the time of their choosing. I believe that people should have access to euthanasia. So in addition to ideas about procreation, I do think atheism does also have feelers into, or does have consequences for attitudes towards euthanasia, for how we treat animals, all kinds of other things. But again, I don't believe that it's actually an answer to the question. It's also the most, I just have to say this, it is, asking antinatalists why they don't kill themselves is the most typical response to antinatalism. So for anybody out there who thinks they're really, sticking it to us by asking that, it's the silliest thing you could possibly be asking.
Well, I will say for my own part that I've experienced 45 years on this planet, and I would say I've experienced some intense suffering. Like some of the most intense suffering that you can experience as a human being in multiple ways, multiple times. And I'm grateful for all of it. And in those times of intense suffering, when you have those existential questions, I found myself with a profound sense of gratitude that the questions of life and death are not up to me, that I do believe that those things are in God's hands, and that it's not up to me how long I live. I can only control so much of what happens to me, but that what is in my control is how I respond to those things, how I frame those things, and how I perceive those things going forward. And it can really make you into a force to be reckoned with if you let it, which is why we always say we can do all things through God who strengthens us. It doesn't come from us. And I think a lot of the suffering comes from thinking that we are God, that these things are in our hands, that these existential questions are for us to answer. I think when you have the humility to understand that you are not God, it alleviates most of the suffering, to be honest. I know that's just my personal philosophy. It's not an actual argument, but I did want to throw it out there, just my own experience.
We do have a lot more super chats to get through, so I'm only going to be reading up yellow or orange or above, guys. If it's too much, we might only read out orange or above, which is like 20 and above. So, but just quickly, Amanda, there was a great philosopher by the name of Curtis Jackson or 50 Cent that once said, "Sunny days wouldn't be so special if it wasn't for rain, and joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain." What would you say to 50 Cent?
Oh, well, that's lovely, lovely poetry that human beings come up with. I mean, again, these are perspectives that some people have, and they're lovely and great. You know what I mean? But when you I'm sorry to keep repeating myself, but the argument really is very simple. When you're creating a new individual, they might find absolutely no poetry or solace or meaning or benefit in those words at all. Rain might be their argument for ending themselves. I mean, and that would be a bit silly perhaps, but I mean, I'm just saying that this is an entirely new human consciousness that you're playing with.
Sorry, 50 wanted me to ask that, but I'll move on.
Jake, everybody's saying there's some fellow named Made by Jim Bob and that you skipped his super chat.
I don't think so.
I don't know if you've heard of that guy, but apparently he sent you a super chat.
Well, it's this super chat was sent to me over, the one that I'm about to read was sent over 25 minutes ago, so maybe I haven't skipped it, but if I did, then I will look for it.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe the thin shoulders of his super chat just sort of like went through the cracks somehow. Airborne Animal for 10 says, if existence has the possibility for non-suffering and that suffering has a purpose, then it logically follows that it is preferable to exist than to not exist. Thomas O'Brien said, Amanda, the power of Christ completes you?
Compels you.
Compels you.
Compels you, okay.
It's from Exorcist. The power of Christ compels you.
Oh, okay. Spudmeister says, who gets to say suffering is the singular pass/fail evaluation of good and bad? Rach, maybe you want to answer that one. Who gets to say that suffering is the singular pass or fail evaluation of good and bad?
Yeah, I actually included that in my opening. I said there's no reason for us to accept this fundamental utilitarian idea that the only measurements worth looking at are suffering and pleasure. There's good arguments to look at vice and virtue instead, or to look at meaning and purpose instead. And there's not even a good, logical reason why suffering should be considered at all. We could easily, if we're going to be arbitrary, in other words, which I think I demonstrated that Amanda's worldview is somewhat arbitrary. If we're going to be arbitrary about it, we could just say, yeah, everybody has some suffering, so what? And I don't know that there's a good reason why we must,
because there are beings that desperately want you to consider that your nonchalance at what you might impose is deeply offensive to the person that may have to experience it. So I think it is worth considering when there's beings pleading with you that they didn't have to be in this suffering state, and you chose that they must because you believe it's the dictate of God or your own ideas about good or bad, or what you're justified in.
But once again, that's not really an argument, because I could just assert that that's just an assertion. I could assert the same thing and say, but most people say they really want to live, and those beings desperately want you to consider their love of being alive in deciding whether or not to make more beings that are more than likely, far and away, probably going to want to be alive. So this all comes down to, like I said in my opening, being a very arbitrary system of, we start with these fundamental axioms that we can't ground or justify why we should start there, why these are the only metrics we should consider, why other metrics don't matter, why it's okay for a man to say, well, I feel better if I live as a woman, but it's not realistic for Christians to say, I believe in a mind or a creator that had to create this reality, because otherwise you can't account for transcendental categories. That's a better argument than just, I arbitrarily choose suffering and pleasure to be the metrics by which we decide that nothing should exist. So we're just kind of restating the arguments at this point.
We've been through this before.
Mighty Maximus for 10 says, you might be having tech difficulties, but at least Abby Shapiro didn't make another surprise appearance. It's never a surprise. She's never far away. Made by Jim Bob for $5 says, Amanda, how many generations will it take for the anti-natalist movement to get off the ground?
Yeah, that's a good question. Look, antinatalism is not going to win anytime soon. There is no point at which I have ever said otherwise. Unfortunately, even though this is an idea that's been with humanity for very, very long period of time, it's been suppressed in various ways. It is not popular. It is really only since 2006 that there's even a word attached to this philosophical view. It's really a notion that has really kind of found a moment only within the last couple of years as a viable worldview, in the sense of, it has a place in the world. So the natalism will go on. People will continue to have children, and some of those children will be antinatalists, unfortunately, much to their chagrin and my own. And so I don't know. You're gonna, people will continue to make this argument, I'm sure, long after I'm gone, and wonder why people weren't listened to far before their own births. And it will be one of the tragedies, I think, of humanity that antinatalism was not listened to, because there is just absolutely no reason to keep imposing this existence onto new sentient beings.
What about the fact that we just prefer it?
Well, but it comes back to what I was saying. You can't know that somebody is going to prefer it until you've already kicked them out of the airplane and asked them if they like flying.
We have thousands of years. But yeah, we have thousands of years of human existence where
what do you think
99% of people, 99, maybe 97% of people say, yeah, it is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. It is better to have lived and existed than to have never been born. Like, we do have a stunning track record, which is more than you've got, which is this idea that, like, just arbitrarily, what if they're born and they decide they would rather be unborn? Well, as you said,
about it, Rachel, but I mean, look, what do you think happens to people in most of our societies if they espouse the fact that they're anti-life and that they'd rather, some would rather not live, or, not produce new children, or that they're extinctions? I mean, what you don't think that people don't necessarily have the freedom to espouse these views? So I don't know that, you can say that people self-report as enjoying this existence that's been thrust upon them, but I don't really know to what degree people are espousing that with any kind of honesty, because there's not a whole lot of room for a different opinion. You can't say that you'd rather kill yourself like without getting put on pills and all these other kinds of things. And there are circumstances where that might be the right answer. But I'm just saying that philosophies that take a more negative view of existence are typically not, held high by either the rest of philosophy or the rest of life, because there is, I mean, it is achieving life.
Well, here's another, you might find this interesting, because we talked about this a bit during the debate, but my mother is actually an antinatalist, like a staunch antinatalist, and told me and my sister, this was her actual words, no offense, but I really wish I never would have had either of you. Yet both of us, even my sister, who she's very opposite of me. She's not Christian. She tends more toward depression. She still says she prefers to exist. So yes, I suppose Christians could take this risk of having a child who decides that existence was a net negative for them and they wish it wouldn't have happened. But it can also be the case that antinatalists have children. There were reasons why she felt at the time that might personally benefit her, which is why she allowed it. She had an abortion before me. But then regretted it later, yet here I am, and I had 5 children who would have never existed had she not begrudgingly gone along with letting me exist. So, I guess we can all just, we can all make our own decisions, like you said, but it tends to be the case that most of us prefer existence over not existing. And I'm going to continue to advocate for people bringing more image bearers of God into this reality, because I do think it makes existence better for everyone, even for people like you. I think that people like me existing makes this life bearable for people like you, who, even if you didn't ask to be born, you are here, and we make your existence a lot more pleasant.
Well, I appreciate spending an afternoon with you. Let's say that.
Well, if you had to live in a world with only people with your belief, I don't think it would be very nice. And you could argue maybe it would end.
Yeah,
if they could figure that out. But
I mean,
you don't have the technology yet, but if you could figure that out, maybe it would end. But you don't have the technology yet. So I guess you'd all just be miserable and
well,
putting all your efforts
I don't know. I mean,
it,
Rachel, I would be really careful with this, antinatalists are miserable and Christians are happy and it's Christianity that produces. There's plenty of miserable Christians. There's plenty of Christians that do horrible things. I mean, I'm just saying that whether we're Christians or antinatalists or what have you, we're human beings at the end of the day, and human life or life itself produces a lot of variation, and a lot of it is not very nice. And
do you think there's anything objective? Do you think there's such a thing as objective reality?
I mean, there are. Look, I think water has a boiling point, right? Now, if we go to a different planet, it's going to be a different boiling point. So there's always a way of arguing, right, against like something that we're sure of. So I don't ever really mean to be dogmatic about something that I believe, but I think that there are things that we can be more sure of than others. I have not seen a shred of evidence that a God exists, and so I would not.
Is there objective morality though?
I think there are moralities that are better than others.
Objectively? See what I did there? Got you again. Okay, keep reading.
Real
reading
silly.
the super chats.
Real silly. Go ahead, super chat.
All right. Blaine Pasashik gifted 50 Rattlesnake TV memberships. That is 50 paws that have been absolutely blessed by Blaine Pasashik. So we appreciate that greatly. W's for Blaine in the chat, please. Guys, we're already 15 minutes over the time that I said that I would be keeping them here today. So I'm only going to be reading out 20s and above from now on. I do apologize for all the people who sent less than that, but we don't have that much time today. Chef Dylan said, Amanda, what if you're wrong and all souls are in unimaginable perpetual torture until they are born?
I mean, look, I have absolutely nothing that would point me in the direction of that being at all a possibility. I have to assume that there isn't, because there's no information, there's no evidence to the contrary of what I believe, which is that there's absolutely nobody there before we bring them into existence. There's sperm, there's egg, there's the meeting of those two things, and then there's a new human when those two things meet. And there is the possibility of all kinds of experiences once that human is born, but it is the suffering that has the most value weight. It is the thing that is most dangerous to impose. It is the thing that will be most regrettable to this new human being, especially if they come to the idea that it was imposed for absolutely no purpose and just silly notions rolling around in the heads of the procreator. So until I find out, until I'm given some solid pieces of evidence that there's some sort of fantastical world beyond the one that I have come to understand, then I'm going to, and again, I'm sorry for repeating myself, but again, until I have any shred of that evidence, then I'm going to take the fail safe, and I'm going to advocate that others take the fail safe as well.
Clem L. Kiko for 20 said, Smokey Man said he wants you to have the tribute for the week. Well, that is unbelievably generous, almost unheard of for Smokey Man to be sharing the grift. But I do appreciate that. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you to the Crucible crew. It's great to see you guys. I've been watching the chat the whole entire time, absolutely buzzing with this one. Brooke for 20 says, Amanda, if suffering makes life not worth creating, does your suffering prove life's meaning or just your resentment?
I'm not resentful of those that have created me. I'm not resentful of procreators. I am merely saying that people tend to do this thing. They tend to create new people because they have notions about what doing so is going to accomplish. And if you remove those notions, which I believe are false, that there is no evidence for, that what you're left with is very vulnerable beings placed into life for absolutely no good reason, and in effect being placed in harm's way. There is nothing in me that has found. I'm not a misanthrope. I'm not espousing these worldviews because I hate people or I hate sentient creatures. It is quite the contrary. I believe that it is the ultimate compassion to not play with other people's sentient welfare.
Raging Tomato came in and said, Andrew said I should send all my money here instead. Thank you for hosting. And Alex B said, good debate. Andrew said to give you my money. No, all jokes aside, if there is one thing I can say about the Wilsons, they are extremely, unbelievably generous people. Last time I was in America, Rachel randomly booked my flight back home, which was like thousands, and then other things as well, which is just almost made me uncomfortable about how much they paid for me. But
sorry to cause you suffering, Jake. I'm sorry to cause you discomfort.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Without suffering, there is no joy, you know? So Made by Jim Bob for 5 says, Amanda, if your life is enjoyable enough to not terminate now, why would you assume it's bad enough to not bring life into?
Well, first of all, I think I've explained this well enough. I mean, I value my own suffering, right? Like, I value my own life. I don't want to be in pain. I don't have the means of medically assisted suicide. I don't have the means of making a death that I would find palatable and reasonable. And it also doesn't solve the problem that antinatalism is trying to argue against, which is the fact that people keep on playing with these risks. Now, absolutely, it is perfectly conceivable, okay, that if you create a child today, they're going to have a mixture of good and bad, and they may find that acceptable, but the fact of the matter is they may absolutely not. And then at the end of it all is death. And we typically write this product review of life, right, when we're like in the middle of being kind of okay. But, you know, we don't really get to say whether it's worth it or not, or in the final analysis when we're really sick and really dying and things are really, really, really nasty. So
have you ever thought about going to Canada and checking out their, like, honest question, like, has it occurred to you that you would be interested in exploring the medically assisted option that they have in Canada, or do you find that your existence now is
at some point I hope that everybody has access to that right. So I'm very well aware of MAID, I'm very well aware of Dignitas and all of these things, and I think that at some point every life is better off being able to choose their end for themselves. I really, really do. That is my firm belief. I think everybody should have access to medically assisted euthanasia.
Now, this is another personal question that I feel compelled to ask, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but I'm curious because I've seen this correlation with people that I've had these discussions with in the past. Are you homosexual by chance?
What would it matter? What would it matter?
The reason I ask is because
have you had homosexual, like flirtations before you had children? Like, it wouldn't matter. Don't answer that because I don't care.
Okay. Well,
I mean, you're bringing that up. You're bringing transgender. I mean, these are so besides the point of the conversation that we're trying to have.
Which is why I said you don't have to answer. But the reason I asked is because I have seen a correlation where it's like, because I used to work in the like beauty fashion industry filled with homosexuals, and a lot of them were pretty antinatalist. Like when we got chatty, I would find that there was a streak of antinatalism among like the men in particular, but also the women. A lot of the women were like very anti-birth and anti-motherhood, and I never totally understood the connection, but I would just guess it has something to do with their lifestyle, not including fertility. So that's the only reason I asked.
Well, they're probably what is called selective pronatalist rather than antinatalist. So they've chosen for themselves not to have children for whatever reason, but they don't necessarily have a universalized perspective on procreation. I don't know who you've met. I don't know what you've encountered. But like I've also told you, I've met Christians that espouse a pretty extinctionist antinatalist perspective similar to my own. It's a worldview that anybody can come to, regardless.
Well, I don't agree that you can be actually Christian. I think there's a lot of people who will, like Andrew was just debating John Fugel saying on Piers Morgan. He calls him. He'll say he's Christian when it fits, and then he'll say, "Well, I'm not really Christian" when it doesn't align. You know what I mean? So it's like. self-claiming you're a Christian and then saying you're anti-natalist. If you believe human beings are made,
flavors of Christianity. So, we can get into the weeds of that. But yeah.
Well, we could easily quantify that. At a bare minimum, the bar to entry would be if you are against one of the first commandment, which is to go forth and multiply. You're against the belief that human beings are image bearers of God, then you're not Christian. You're someone who uses the term and is not. So
I don't really care. I don't really care who's a Christian or not.
All right. 12 Bravo Plumber for 20 says they're both right. Rachel has 5 chances for her worldview to continue while Amanda's will end. I think this outcome is better for society.
Philosophy is not genetic. You cannot protect your children from the rest of the world. No matter what you do, they are the world. People will be what they're intellectual beings. They're individuals. Antinatalism has been with humanity for an extraordinarily long time. Just as long, actually far longer than Christianity has been. It certainly is, it doesn't promise some of the goodies that Christianity does, right? So it's going to be a lot less popular. I concede that point. But it's 5 chances at failure, unfortunately, too. So, and I think Rachel conceded that point. I don't think those are 5 chances worth taking.
I agree. It's not guaranteed your children will adopt your worldview. In fact, from a Christian perspective, if you are a very effective Christian apologist, the odds that the enemy are going to go after your children and try to turn them against Christianity is higher than if you weren't effective at that. That doesn't determine whether or not your children. The research shows that it tends to be more often that children adopt their parents' worldview, but it's certainly not a guarantee. That's true. But the best you can do is try your best to actually live your values, to do what we do, what Andrew and I do, and try to make the best case possible and hope that your kids do follow suit. But there's always a chance that they might not, I'm sure my mother is horrified. Well, I know that she's horrified. She thinks it's disgusting that I have 5 children. She thinks it's horrific. She wants nothing to do with them. And she is not Christian and doesn't like that either. So I'm sure that was disappointing for her. I'm sure she wishes I would have, adopted her view, although I don't know what the point of that would be, because she's just going to die alone, and that's that.
Well, unfortunately, plenty of people with lots of children also die alone. So it's not exactly an insurance plan for the rest of the end of life.
It isn't, but the odds are much less. If you have 5 kids, the odds that at least a couple of them are going to love you and take care of you is way better than having either no children or having 2 and telling them both to get lost.
I think end of life care, elderly care. I mean, I think antinatalism does bring up the fact that society really should take this more seriously. That people should not be having children for that reason, that there needs to be more societal safety rails in place for the fact that we do age, we do die, we do get sick.
I think that if you don't think life is worth continuing, that you have absolutely no entitlement for anyone to take care of you in your elder years. I think if you want to hire someone and they feel like the payment is worth it, or somebody wants to, that's fine. But I don't think you're entitled in your elder years.
Somebody who doesn't have children who might be anti-life still nonetheless is somebody deserving of empathy, right? If I was to draw a line of what is a Christian and what is not a Christian, right? As we were just talking about, the not siding with empathy, that I cannot understand.
Well,
I cannot understand this new form of Christian that is not empathetic.
Well, that's not true. First of all, empathy is a nonsense term. It's made up. It's not real. It's baloney. This idea that we have to feel what everyone's feeling. Blah, 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 blah.
No,
it's
but we can acknowledge
However,
they're human
there
beings
is
and
such
that they
a thing
suffer.
as, just because I said you're not entitled. So my mother's not entitled to anyone to take care of her into her old age. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do it anyway. That doesn't mean that I won't treat people who absolutely don't deserve my charity with charity. I do it all the time. So I wasn't saying they won't get it. I'm just saying they shouldn't expect it. I don't think that we as people who prefer natalist policies should create guardrails for those who think that life shouldn't exist. I don't know. Like, I feel like that's up to you. I think that's when personal responsibility comes into play, and you should probably make your own plans.
Well, I think that even if you're somebody who's I mean, look, I think that everybody should get equal legal representation. I think that everybody should get equal end-of-life care. It doesn't matter what you believe. That's just
all right, guys. Faria1 for 20 says, Amanda said before that she doesn't want anyone to come to harm, but then might I ask, even though the answer is obvious, do you consider the preborn human when you say that you wish no harm, or do you think that abortion is harmful?
Look, I believe that I do believe that the woman should have the right to terminate a pregnancy at their choosing, no questions asked. Do I believe that there's like and I just want to say this again, antinatalists, not a monolith on this subject at all. So David Benatar would say that, and I always forget where he draws the distinction line, but he says that, like, you know, if there's a heartbeat or after a certain number of weeks, that, you know, anytime before that, abortion is more than justified. It should be an obligation, but after that point, well, the human has some sort of interest in staying alive, and so doesn't mean we should never do it. But there's other antinatalist philosophers like Julio Cabrera who think that it is always a manipulation of the unborn, and always unethical to cause an abortion. So again, there's a huge spectrum of belief. My co-author to my book, Mati Haira, and I are relatively on the same page that it is the woman's life that should come first rather than the unborn fetus that really has very little to no interest in surviving.
Big B Smalls for 20 says, why should the innate desire to avoid suffering override the innate desire to perpetuate the flourishing of the species? By what authority do you espouse your viewpoint such that any sane person should listen to you?
Well, let's assume you're a sane person. You've listened to me tonight, so I appreciate that. I have the authority. I have no authority. I am simply another worldview in the world espousing their view. You can agree with me or not. And that's just, so anyway, so there will come a point where the flourishing will be over. This idea that life is on some sort of perpetual growth journey that is just going to continue on and on and on and on is just another one of these trumped up lies that we tell ourselves. There will come a point where this planet will not be inhabitable anymore. I'm not an environmentalist, but I do think that is just a reality. It might be an inconvenient reality, but it's true. I don't think we're going to go to the stars, and I don't think we have a right to. I don't think we have a right to spread our suffering to other planets. And we should, even though it's a very unpleasant thing to consider, we should make plans for that. We should just as much as while we're alive, we may have an interest in flourishing, and building the narrative of our own lives, and doing what we can, and helping other people, and all those lovely things. We should also be thinking about the fact that this is a finite existence, universally so, that whether it's nature or technology or whatever, it is going to end. And the more that we keep that in mind, the more that we consider that, the more we plan for that, the less suffering there's going to be in the end game. And that cannot be a bad thing.
Legacy says, Andrew and Rachel are merciful in trying to teach and rationalize with these degens. So much hate in her. No, quote, no one who lives in him keeps on sinning. No one who continues to sin has either seen him or known him. Jatima for 20 says, Philippians 3:13 tells us to forget what's behind us and to press on. Amanda, suffering is temporary unless you choose to live it every day like you do.
Well, you can certainly put a brave face on many sufferings in life, and there are some sufferings in life that you can't. The fact of the matter is, you can only have that perspective on your own existence. When it comes to the existence of an entirely new human being, it's an entirely different ball game, and they're not really necessarily doing it wrong. They are a different kind of consciousness than your own, with different lines in the sand to where they're suffering and where their joy is. And the only way to really respect that is to not impose on them in the first place.
Just Gerald comes in for 20 and says, after watching this debate, I'm having 12 kids. I think 12 more little mini Just Geralds would be absolutely fantastic. So go right ahead. Airborne Animal for 20 says, people do not create life. Life is not a given. God or nature creates life. Who are you to decide that God or nature is wrong? Who is actually standing in the place of God or nature?
It's a good question.
All I know is that when things suffer, it's an ouch, ouch, ouch situation. It's not a positive. There are lots of sufferings on this planet that we do not grow from, that destroy us. I don't believe that there's a God, and nature is absolutely, just like everything else, perfectly, human beings are perfectly capable and justified in critiquing nature. It is not beyond our judgment.
Just quickly, we have got the poll up in the chat, guys. We've got 770 votes in the poll in the chat. It would be cool if we could get the poll up to 1,000 votes. So if you're watching and you haven't voted in the poll, which is in the chat, about who made more convincing arguments, go and get your vote in. Chef Dylan says, why do you resent the 97% Rachel mentioned? Wouldn't it logically follow that the next 100 births will result in 97 people who are grateful to be alive?
I think that I cannot justify the existence of one miserable life. I mean, so, this is an argument that we make in our book. We sort of build an argument around the Ursula K. Le Guin story, The One Who Walks Away from Omaha. So you have a perfect, wonderful utopian town in which everything is fantastic and everybody has what they need, and everything is just marvelous, except that in the basement you have this one child who lives in filth and misery and horror, and that is the price being paid for all of this joy. And I can't justify the existence of the one child in the basement for everybody else's happiness. How can you be happy when your happiness is coming at the cost of somebody else's misery? That is not happiness worth having.
Retrios for 50. Thank you for the big 50. I appreciate that. Retrio says, thank you, ladies, for the great debate. I would second that. It was a fantastic debate. Thank you for hosting, Jake. Andrew, sorry it had to go for the grift. Solo Ones comes in and says, Amanda, you want to press everyone's button, but Rachel suggests maybe for the good of everyone, we should push your button. You cry foul. Please explain.
Well, what? That I'm telling you not to create new people and I'm crying foul because...
I think it was more about the red button, that you said you would push the red button. And
well, again, I look, I think philosophy, if certain philosophical arguments are, they're a little bit more on the difficult. Again, when I make that argument, I am making it from the argument for a much wider perspective than just human procreation. I'm making it in terms of what it's called the sentiocentric argument. So if you believe that all life is worthy of or should no longer exist, then that's an argument that kind of can come into play to make a certain point. And I realize it's an argument that really upsets people and sounds very aggressive, but it's not a prescription. And first of all, there's nothing that exists like that. So I'm pushing phantom, red buttons in space that have absolutely no meaning other than for the purpose of a philosophical debate. And what Rachel said was, well, why don't we target these people?
I didn't say that.
Well, how else could it possibly be interpreted?
Hey, if we're going to do philosophy, we have to be specific. These things matter a lot. So, yeah. I mean, I did ask you the question of if your continued existence is going to mean more suffering for you and potentially more suffering for others, since it is within your control, don't you have an obligation to end that suffering? And you didn't give me like a really good answer on that. So maybe you could give me an answer on that.
Well, I've answered that question many, many times during this debate. First of all, I don't have the means of doing something about my own individual existence. It is not it would not solve the problem of the argument that I'm making at all. It was
What do you mean?
it was somebody else's decision for me to exist. Once we exist, we have all kinds of addictions and attachments to the world. It's not easy to divorce yourself from the world once you exist.
But ease is not an argument. Saying it might be hard isn't an argument. Like a lot of times the moral thing to do isn't easy. So I'm saying if you truly believe this is the moral thing to do, you could go to Canada and sign up for MAID. But
no, that's not the way it works. So I make the argument for everybody to have access to it. So I will use my time that has been forced upon me to make the argument so that in effect, hopefully in the future, people have the choice to make that decision. But in the meantime, there's all kinds of reasons why, I mean, I'm making your argument for you, right? Like, but once people have been imposed upon, they have an interest in continuing to live. Even if they have an anti-life perspective, there's all kinds of reasons why that might be not only a very difficult, inaccessible thing to do, but that their lives may have utility. There might to try to argue for less suffering for future sentient beings. Your people of like minds will continue to produce more people. And so I have a responsibility as somebody with my perspective to argue for those voiceless.
So it's okay for you to impose your worldview, but it's not okay to impose my worldview. And you strongly believe that yours is the moral one, but you're going to pussy out of actually defending it or acting on it.
I promise you that if I am able to get access eventually to medically assisted suicide, that I will end my own life. Does that make you happy?
No.
Okay.
But at least,
what do you want me to say?
Consistent. At least it's more consistent with your argument.
Well, in the meantime, you are going to do you are advocating that people continue to create lives that will be in need of suicide.
No one's life is in need of that. Absolutely
yes, they
no
are.
one.
Yes,
no,
they are. Why do you think MAID exists?
You might prefer it. You don't need it.
Why do you think
MAID need it?
Well, do you believe that the terminally ill should suffer in it for an indefinite period of time, or do you believe that they are in need of a better end than a natural end? Do you believe that people should be afforded the dignity of a medical end? Do you believe, like, if you needed your appendix taken out, should you have access to what's it called? Sorry, I'm like blanking now. after almost 3 hours,
like treatment
to treatment. I mean, it's the same logic. I mean, people are in need of if people are in a circumstance in their life where they want to exit, then they are in need of it. Of course they are.
So your fundamental issue comes down to word concept fallacies. Things like you use a lot of philosophical terms without being semantic enough about what they actually mean to be accurate enough to get to the right conclusion. So when you say people are in need of that, no. You cannot demonstrate there's an actual need. You can demonstrate there's a preference. You can say they might prefer this. That's not the same thing as a need.
Okay, it's not the same type of need as food and water. But yeah, it's a need. I mean, if you're suffering horribly and it's something that you wish to have access to, then you are in need, and you either have that access or you don't.
No, you're in want. That's something you want. That's not something you need. And these are the this is
the same semantic shit that you're accusing me of.
No, I'm demonstrating to you that you have, in order to do philosophy, and this applies to theology too. This is how people get a lot of theology wrong. Word concept fallacies, not understanding grammar, not understanding distinctions between terms, and then what those things mean can really mess up your logic, and you do end up in contradictions and being incoherent, which is what's happened to you throughout this whole debate. And that's why you just go, You just say, I can't make a better argument. I just need to reassert what I think.
I made a perfectly sound argument. I made an argument that you don't
I
agree with.
demonstrated that it was not sound, and you just
demonstrated
that and continued to reassert
we can do this back.
All right, I'm going to go for some more. There's a couple more.
I think you're incoherent. You think I'm incoherent.
There's two more to read here, and then unless another one comes through. So X says for 20, I'm unable to have a child. My heart and soul hurts. That's evidence to me that having a children is biologically, genetically encoded in us by God or by the Big Bang, whatever floats your boat. W. Rachel from the Night Shift. And Chorex says
can I answer that real quick?
Yep.
There is so much life here already that needs you. And I'm not in any way saying that you're suffering from not being able to have this thing that you want or need is irrational, or your pain is real, and I'm very sorry that circumstance is causing you that agony. But please know that there are so many children and adults and animals. There is so much life here that is going without, that desperately needs you, that could really benefit from you turning your pain into not having this very specific kind of life come into your own, and caring for the life that already exists. Sorry, Jake. I'm sorry to interrupt. But
that's all right. No worries.
Yeah.
ChoreXD comes in for 20 and says, from your worldview, do you have a duty to push society and, as a result, policy towards the serialization of all people, even if this would require force or enforcement to enact?
No. There are antinatalists that believe that. I couldn't even begin to say that there aren't. But no, that is not in any way an argument that I make. It is an argument that I might make for animals in a human extinctionist scenario.
Okay. So, guys, that wraps up the Super Chats. I would like to thank you both so much for coming out. Just before we go, where can they find your work? What sort of literature do you have? What have you got coming up? Start with you, Amanda.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much to Rachel, and thank you so much to you, Jake, for facilitating this argument. I think it was a good conversation. I know we didn't, I didn't come to this with any expectation of minds being changed, as I said before, but it was a good conversation, so I appreciate it very much. So you can find my book with the wonderful Finnish philosopher and bioethicist Matti Haira, Antinatalism, Extinction, and the End of Procreative Self-Corruption. You can find it on it's a Cambridge Elements. It's in the Cambridge Elements series. It is actually open access, so there's no reason to spend any money at all. You can read it online for free. If you do want to purchase a copy, it's available pretty much everywhere, Amazon. We have one other article that we've written together that you can find called Imposing a Lifestyle, a New Argument for Antinatalism. Certainly there's all kinds of other great antinatalist works out there. You can find me on the Exploring Antinatalism podcast channel. I've sort of been in a little bit of hiatus the last couple months because I've had a lot going on. But there's more episodes coming, other shows coming, other articles coming, both co-authored and solo authored. So I've got a lot on the way. And thank you.
All right. Well, you guys, first and foremost, if you can make it to Nashville, Tennessee in the middle of November, you can see me debate Craig on feminism. You can see Jake. He's going to have a debate. You can see Andrew debate. You can see Made by Jim Bob do a debate. And you can come hang out with the Crucible crew at the after party. It's going to be super fun. Everybody's going to have a great time. So, just put off your suffering for a little bit and actually have some fun and enjoy life a little bit with us. If you can make it to Nashville, get your tickets right now. They're probably going to sell out. Want to make sure that you can make it. You can buy my book on Amazon. It's Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. You can also read some of my articles and essays on my Substack, rwilson.substack.com. And I want to thank Jake for putting this together. It was a great idea. And I want to thank Amanda for being here and participating, and all of you for watching. Thanks so much.
Amazing. Well, we're going to be raiding over to the Crucible. Thank you so much to the Crucible crew for all the support tonight. absolutely unbelievable. Really is encouraging for me to put on more of these high-level debates. So lots more of those are going to be happening. And with that, take care. From all of us here at Rattlesnake TV to all of you out there in Rattlesnake TV land, see you later, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Arthur Schopenhauer is one of the most unique and influential of 19th century German philosophers. And this is remarkable because in and of itself, his work is, if not repellent, at least rather unpleasant. And he is remarkable for holding views which are designed to make people uncomfortable, to drive them out of their complacency. And while he may be successful in driving us out of our complacency, there's a sort of bitterness and acerbic quality to his writing, which is not like other 19th century optimistic romantic writers. So when you open Schopenhauer for the first time, be prepared for something of a shock. He does not write like a typical German philosopher. He has a very sprightly style, which contrasts very powerfully with the rather dour and unpleasant and pessimistic content. I would compare him to Nietzsche if you're looking for a comparable poet-philosopher in the German language. And I am inclined to think that although he's not generally read as a choice in the canon right now, he is worth reading because he is so influential on people like Freud or Wittgenstein or Nietzsche later on in the 19th century and the early 20th century. Now, with most philosophers, I'm inclined to shy away from family background. I think, for example, when you study Kant, it's pretty much not important to know what his personal life was like. It doesn't tell you very much about the Kantian Ding an sich. It doesn't tell you very much about his philosophy. That is not the case with Arthur Schopenhauer. Arthur Schopenhauer's family background has a lot to do with his psychic makeup and with the stance he takes towards the world, the sort of characteristic postures of his philosophy. In the first case, his father committed suicide. And this is the kind of thing that generally will have an extremely negative effect on the psyche, a kind of permanent damage, or at least long-term lasting damage, a very negative view towards the world. And it seems to me this carries over into Schopenhauer's work. I mean, it's unmistakable. The second important fact, in addition to his father's suicide, is the fact that his mother, who survived the father, was extremely cold and distant and threw him out of the house, eventually broke with him. So in other words, he is at sea in the social world. He has no familial contacts. He is almost perfectly lonely. And in addition to being almost perfectly lonely, it is hard to imagine a man that wallows in his own unhappiness to a greater extent than Schopenhauer, and he has performed the unusual service of offering to share his unhappiness with us. This willingness to share is perhaps Schopenhauer's sole gentle gesture towards the rest of humanity. And if you keep in mind his background and the persistent and continuing negativity of his personal life, I think it will inform your reading of his philosophical works. This is one of those cases where it is not possible to separate the man and the philosophy. I am not sure if this should be called a philosophy. I don't quite know what to call it. So for the purposes of discussion, let's consider it the metaphysics from hell. Now, what are we talking about? What is Schopenhauer involved with? Well, his background is quite intriguing. He's a consistent reader. He reads a great many kinds of texts. And his most important influences in terms of his philosophical reading are the great idealists, particularly Plato and Kant. Kant in particular is very important for Schopenhauer. There are elements in his philosophy which are borrowed directly from Kant, where he says, rather than reinvent the wheel, I will accept the Kantian view here and then move on and invert the Kantian view with regard to other matters. So the legacy of Kant is the most important for Schopenhauer, as it is for all early 19th century German philosophers. In addition to Kant, what's unique about Schopenhauer is that he is one of the first European intellectuals to begin reading an Indian religion. Here I'm talking about subcontinental India. And in particular, Schopenhauer spent a good deal of time reading the Upanishads. And although I hadn't noticed direct references to it, I believe that he'd been reading some of the works of the Buddha. There is a certain sort of emphasis on Indian mysticism, but in addition, a sort of negative evaluation of the human world, creating desire as a problem to be solved, establishing the personality as a challenge to be overcome rather than merely a boundary to human experience. So Schopenhauer has a powerful strain of Indian Eastern pessimism that I think is a combination of Hinduism and Buddhism. Connected with that, we have a weird combination to the tradition of German idealism. He's saturated in Kant, and while he was at university, he heard the lectures of Fichte and Schleiermacher. So he is very much part of the tradition of German idealism. The difficulty lies in the fact that he's going to take that idealist tradition and to a great extent stand it on its head. Schopenhauer in some respects is a one-trick pony. The one trick that he knows, he does all the time and he's real good at it. He takes a philosopher and perhaps borrows some elements of it, keeps them the same, and thereafter he stands the philosophy on its head. So what Schopenhauer knows how to do is invert prior philosophies in unique and rather disturbing ways, in ways you wouldn't have thought a sane man could think. And the results are quite surprising and sometimes intriguing, if perhaps off-putting at the same time. A couple of observations. First off, in his essays, which are in some ways the most accessible part of his work, they are hard to read nowadays, particularly in late 20th century America. The persistent misogyny, the racism, the repulsive characteristics of this, he makes no bones about. Schopenhauer is, in that respect, an anachronism. I would like to send you, if you were going to read this, I would like to send you to some text. I am not sure that there is any text that would not be offensive, and justifiably so. But if you want to have an access to Schopenhauer, I would say start with the essays. His great work, and there's only one great work that Schopenhauer produced, is rather intimidating. And if you find you like the essays, then perhaps you'd want to go on. But I wouldn't start with Schopenhauer's main work, which is called The World as Will and Idea, another ponderous German title for a great big book that takes the tradition of German idealism and inverts some of the main ideas. And in particular, Schopenhauer has a definite animus towards Hegel. They are roughly contemporaries. And while Schopenhauer and Hegel were both at the University of Berlin, Hegel, of course, was at the apogee of his career, one of the most celebrated intellectuals in the Western world, and Schopenhauer was Schopenhauer, which means that he was not going to get a wide following. Schopenhauer was arrogant and anti-Hegelian to the point of a sort of mania, decided to schedule his lectures. He could schedule them at any time he wished. He scheduled them directly against the lectures of Hegel. And Hegel, of course, got hundreds of students to sign up for his lectures, and Schopenhauer got a few the first day, and thereafter got none. So as a result, he left the university because, as most intellectuals think, no one understood him. And people did not realize that he was far and away Hegel's superior, and that just shows how benighted and wicked they are. Keep that in mind. Many frustrated intellectuals feel this way. It is remarkable how bitter and acerbic he can be. If you look in some of the essays, there's a wonderful line, and I mean, it's stuck in my brain since I read it in college. He said, I wish to apologize to the reader of the future for mentioning Hegel, a philosopher you have never heard of. Oh, which is an incredibly harsh thing to say, but it tells you all you need to know about Schopenhauer, right? Or it gives you the attitude, and in some respects, the style is much more important than the substance here, and alas, we have heard of Hegel, and that tells you even more about Schopenhauer. Now, his great work is called The World as Will and Idea, published it as a young man in 1818, and it's a remarkable piece of work because it is such a musical construction. He is a highly aesthetic man. One of the perhaps disturbing or discordant things about the history of philosophy is that it is often the case that people with wonderfully artistic styles who have great literary creativity are often neither edifying nor moral. In other words, it is possible to be a very bad man or to say some really unpleasant or offensive things, but to say them in a very elegant way. I direct you to Nietzsche. It is certainly possible. So what we should notice here is that he's got a wonderful style, and he's a German philosopher, which is amazing, because how many German philosophers have wonderful styles? And at the same time, the content of what he is saying is often quite unpleasant, often quite off-putting. The four parts of the world as will and idea were described by Thomas Mann as a symphony in 4 movements. And that is a beautiful and very acute way of describing it. It is sort of verbal music, has a high poetic content, and is certainly very pleasant if you don't stop to think about what he's telling you. The idea of the world and will, or the concept behind the world and will as will and idea is basically this. He is making the distinction, characteristic of German philosophy, between subject and object, which also corresponds to the distinction between noumena and phenomena. He's obviously borrowing from Kant here. And he's going to take parts of that and then invert other parts to come up with a new metaphysics of his own. And what he's trying to do is is first of all formulate the problem of the self. What is it like to be a self-conscious entity in this world? And after formulating this problem, he's going to show us that it has the deepest spiritual implications. So he's going to formulate a powerful spiritual problem, something analogous to that of Kierkegaard. And then he's going to tell us, unlike Kierkegaard, that this problem has no solution, and that this is the human condition. So, like Hamlet, Schopenhauer is trapped in an egoistic prison called the world. And what he's going to do is share with us news of what this prison is like, because he seems to have discerned its perimeter. Like Kierkegaard, you could say that this is a relentless sort of negativity. Unlike Kierkegaard, this is a sort of sinfulness without redemption, which is perhaps the worst of all human conditions. First part is the world as representation. The German word for it is Vorstellung. What that means is the world as idea. And in order to explain this to you, I'm going to have to drop back a little bit and talk about the philosophy of mind. In looking over the Hume and Kant lectures, I found that we just didn't have time to cover the philosophy of mind, which is so important and pregnant with implications for later philosophical developments. You can't understand what Schopenhauer is doing unless you understand the Kantian philosophy of mind. And you can't understand that unless I tell you a little bit about Hume. Let's start from the beginning then. For Hume and the British empiricists, the mind is what they call a tabula rasa, means a blank slate. Another way of thinking about it would be that the mind is an empty box. A baby gets born and starts to see and hear and touch and taste, and sensations come into that empty box. And then the mind, in its activity of kind of making these sensations coherent, bundles them together. So if I were to look at this podium, for example, I would see that it's hard, that it has a certain degree of weight, that it's smooth, that it's brown. And what I do is I bundle these sensations together to form the thing called the podium. It makes a certain amount of sense. Now, the problem that Hume ran into is that although we see tables and chairs and people and floors and ceilings, we never see certain things which we think of are important parts of the world. For example, Hume will tell us that you never see time, you never see space, you never see causality. And obviously that's true. If I were to drop this pen, take a pen and drop it, well, we see the causal relation. We see me pick the pen up, let it go, and it falls. And if I do that 100 times, we'll see it fall every time. Hume's point will be, though, although we see the event of me holding the pen up and the pen falling, we never see causality. All we see is a regularity between the two. Similarly, if you look around for time, you're going to look a long time. You may look at clocks, you may look at calendars, but all you're going to see are pieces of paper and mechanisms. You're not going to see time. So what Hume decides is that it's not there. It's a sort of imaginary thing, the way we glue the universe together. And Kant rejects this kind of skepticism. In other words, we have a problem here. We don't know how it is we found out about space and time and causality and being and negation and number and all the things which empiricism really lacks a good coherent account for. Kant takes up that challenge. What Kant does is says, no, David Hume, you are wrong. In fact, the human mind is not a blank slate. It is not a tabula rasa. In fact, the human mind doesn't passively absorb sensation. Rather, it actively constructs the external world. And when you miss that activity of the human mind in constructing the external world, you cause yourself all kinds of philosophical paradoxes. It's a brilliant answer. See if I can explain it. For Kant, think of the human mind as being a room, like this room, and say that the room has one window, and only one window. And the doors are locked, you're never going to get outside this room. That's the human mind itself. Now, when you look at the external world, when you observe and experience external reality, it looks to you like external reality is shaped exactly like the window. Of course it is, well, because that's your only access to it. Literally speaking, the shape of the window, as far as you're concerned, is the shape of what's outside the window. In other words, the light that comes in is precisely shaped by the opening that lets it in. In other words, there's a form that the mind imposes on external experience. And this activity of imposing these forms is a far better, more accurate, truer representation of human cognition. So instead of being a blank slate or an empty box, it's actually actively constructing the external world. Let me give you an example from the podium. I experience the podium, for example, as being both spatial and temporal. It exists in time, right? It was here when I started the lecture, and it'll be here when I finish with any luck. And it takes up a certain space. If I walk into that space, I'm going to hit the podium. Now, what Kant says is that the mind contains, I believe it's 12, a priori forms of human cognition. A priori means that it's prior to our experience of the world. In other words, it's built in to experiencing the world as a human subject, and these a priori forms necessarily shape the way we experience the external world. So Kant says that the external world is composed of Dingen an sich. What that means is that things in themselves. So there are podiums, there are cups of coffee, there are pieces of paper, there are people, and there are objects in the world, but we can never experience these objects in an unmediated way, the way Hume assumes. Actually, we actively construct these objects by imposing on them categories we can't avoid: space, time, causality, number, being, negation, and this is built into experiencing the world as a subject. This thousands of pages of philosophy are encapsulated in a line from T.S. Eliot in the Four Quartets, where he says, he's in the rose garden, he says, "The roses had the look of flowers that are looked at." Isn't that beautiful? That just gets it all together. Well, the podium has the look of a podium that is looked at. It's not like this in and of itself. We can't find out what the podium is in and of itself. We have to experience the world through space, time, causality, through these necessary forms. That's why we all know what space is, but nobody can explain it to you. Right? If somebody really said they didn't know what quantity was, what would we do? We all know what quantity is, we just can't explain it. It's built right into the hard wiring of the human psyche. It's a deep answer, a very important answer. And this is what Schopenhauer takes as his foundation. In other words, the first movement of the world as idea, the world as Vorstellung, the world as representation. In other words, he's saying that the external world is what Kant says it is. It's one big idea. So we have all these overlapping forms, and our whole experience of the world is one big idea. So in the first part of this, he's being a good Kantian. And he is saying that the whole phenomenal world is one big Vorstellung. The subject constructs the object. Okay, it's an activity of the mind. Now, what Kant says in addition to this, or it's a correlative of this, is that we can't know the Ding an sich. Ding an sich means the thing in itself. I can't experience the podium as it really is, I guess in the mind of God, independent of space and time and causality and number. I have to look through the window. I have no choice. It's my only access to it. But that means that we never experience the external world as it is. We experience the external world as a human being has to experience things. So far, so good. What that means is that we can never know these things in and of themselves. We never get direct access to noumena. We only have the phenomenal world which we construct through the a priori forms. Now, in the second movement of Schopenhauer's work, what he says is, no, Kant is wrong. He is going to invert Kant and says, yes, there is one example of direct apprehension of a noumenal Ding an sich. And the one thing that I can know about in this particular way, in this noumenal way, the one Ding an sich that I can know is the will, my own self-consciousness. In other words, my own consciousness of myself as a self is not mediated by the a priori forms. I have direct, immediate apprehension of that fact. And this is noumenal. This is not phenomenal. This is the thing in itself. So what he's saying then is that the outside world is just like Kant said it was. Right? It's mediated by the a priori forms. The internal world, alas, is not the way Kant thought it was. It's one unitary thing, will. And we get direct, immediate apprehension of that. And this introduction of the idea of will into German philosophy, or an emphasis on will, is going to be pregnant with very important consequences for the late 19th and early 20th century. If you think of people like Nietzsche, right? This easily gets transformed into the will to power. So what we're going to see here is that my knowledge of the internal world is of my own will. And what that means is that human beings, like Hobbes said, are desiring animals. We desire this, we desire that. But Schopenhauer will change that slightly and say, yes, we are desiring animals, but we do not know ourselves. We do not really know our own wills. Consciousness is only a subset of will. Reason is only a subset of will. And in fact, will is a force that reason neither controls nor understands. We are subject to a terrifying force bigger than we are, mysterious to us, that we are unable to control. This will be a great prelude to Freud. If you think about the idea of the unconscious as being a part of our will, a part of our cogito that we are unaware of, this begins to make a certain degree of sense. So we lose that Enlightenment optimism, the idea that we are in control, we are reasonable animals in control of our wills. In fact, the will is controlling us. And the will is a mysterious force that we find in, not just in individual people, but in all of nature and in all of human beings as a whole. So it's one big unitary thing, and we can get knowledge of this noumenal Ding an sich directly. Will is a blind, ateleological force which animates all of nature, It would be worth comparing this to Spinoza's idea of conatus, the desire of all things to continue being what they are. And it's a sort of inversion of that. All things would like to be something else, but they really don't have any control of what they are, so they kind of muddle along as best they can. It's an extremely sort of pessimistic view of the human psyche. We are playthings in the hands of not even God, but something less than God, because it doesn't have a will and doesn't like us. It just is what it is. It's a sort of terrifying view of human beings as being kind of froth on the ocean of reality. Now, this is a problem, because in some ways it's anti-Socratic. It means essentially that you can't know yourself, or that if you can know yourself, it's only after the fact. In other words, you find out what you really willed when you find out what you really did. This would, again, hooks up with Freud. Why did I forget that person's name? Because you really didn't like them, and you really didn't want to talk to them. Well, I mean, this is foreshadowed in Schopenhauer's work. You come back later on, you said, I wish I had remembered that person's name, and then you realize to yourself, you didn't will to. That's why you didn't. So there's a theory of parapraxis here that Freud is going to, I think, take up. So what do we get? We get the world as outside and the world as inside. The world as outside is the world as idea. The world as inside is the world as will. And this faces us with a problem. What the hell are we, and how are we to deal with all these difficulties that the world confronts us with, because we are desiring animals, and desire is a purely negative condition. Here comes the Buddhism, here comes the Hinduism, here comes that kind of pessimistic Eastern philosophy. Desire is a problem, and the only sensible thing to do is to try and get away from desire. And human life is one of privation. We'd be better off not existing at all, but because we do, we must lurch from one desire to another, never really being in control of them, and even the satisfaction of our desires is purely negative. In other words, satisfying your desire for food, for sex, for love, for anything, all right, is like scratching an itch. It's nice when you scratch it, but you're better off not feeling itchy. You're better off not feeling anything. You're better off not existing at all. But alas, you do exist. And so what are we supposed to do with this mess of a world? You can see how the connection between this and Buddha's eight noble truths: suffering, death, disease. This is what the human condition is. We long for nirvana. We long for the abolition of the self. We long essentially for death. All right? This is cheery. I mean, do you see why this is described as a pessimism? I mean, it would be hard to think of anything more relentlessly negative than Schopenhauer. So we have the dubious possibility of self-knowledge. We have the problem of the self. It is a spiritual problem, and alas, it has no spiritual solution, which is truly pathetic. And the last two movements of this great philosophical symphony, this kind of exercise in negativity, are an attempt to solve the problem of the world as idea in movement 3, and then movement 4, it's an attempt to solve the problem of the world as will. Let's look at the third section, the solution to the problem of noumena, the solution to the problem of the world as idea. How can we escape from this prison of subjectivity that we are locked into by the Kantian categories? How will we be something other than purely contingent, purely subjective beings, aching for release from this veil of Maya, this continuous parade of desires that we neither need nor gratify? Well, there are two ways out, according to Schopenhauer, and I think this is the greatest contribution of his book, to be honest. In other words, this has certainly been the most influential part. First way out is through aesthetics. Art offers us a sort of redemption. As Schopenhauer said, artistic aesthetic satisfaction, aesthetic apprehension, is the purest kind of objectivity. And there's a certain plausibility to that. In other words, I'm not convinced that that's wrong. That may be the case, and it certainly has been very influential in the history of aesthetics. It's often the case that when philosophers give up on the idea of theology, when they give up on the idea of moral order to the world, the second best or next best alternative is to look for some sort of ersatz transcendence in the realm of art. And that essentially is what Schopenhauer does. He says, for the aesthetic man, when you appreciate something aesthetically, you can only do so in a moment of heightened objectivity. This is as objective as people ever get. There's a certain sense to that. I can believe that. In addition, not only is aesthetic apprehension the closest human beings come to objectivity, but the construction of art, the artistic genius, or artistic genius as a whole, is nothing but objectivity. So you know a great artist by the works that are produced, and you see in these great works of art, when you aesthetically apprehend them, that this artist did see the world as it really is. So he has been very influential in aesthetics. I think that most moral or political philosophers are not impressed by Schopenhauer, but I think in the theory of art, this has often been worthwhile. And when the book gets excerpted, if insofar as it ever does, this is the part that usually comes out. In addition to the idea of, or connected with this idea of aesthetics, we get certain ideas about Schopenhauer's view of art, which are particularly terrifying and bizarre and perverse. First off, he has some very fine thoughts about art itself. Art is the highest cognitive activity. Obviously, this is an inversion of Plato. We spent a great deal of time reading that, and where's art on the divided line of Plato? At the very bottom. He stands it on its head and says, no, the highest cognitive activity is art. Why? Because it's the only avenue to objectivity. Makes a certain degree of sense. But then when you get to brass tacks, when he starts to talk about his specific views on art, I don't know if you feel this way, but I come away shaking my head. Think about his views on tragedy. And look at this as an inversion of Aristotle's Poetics. Aristotle said a real good tragedy, you get a bigger-than-life man, an excellent, heroic sort of a guy with one fatal flaw, and then he meets catastrophe on account of this flaw, and we get a catharsis, and, you know, the hero has hubris, and all the stuff we get in the Poetics. Schopenhauer says, no, that's not my idea of a tragedy. Schopenhauer's idea of a real good tragedy should be an average kind of a guy who has something really terrible happen to him due to no real fault of his own. This is allegedly edifying. In fact, it is terrifying. The idea that, well, average people meet terrible catastrophes for no real reason. And that this is the highest objectivity, apparently. This is the way the world really is. Go back to the Buddha. Have a look at the Eight Noble Truths. This is his, in other words, it's a sort of anti-tragedy, right, where we get average-sized people just meeting the everyday catastrophes, no big deal. Right? And what it means is that suffering is accessible to us all. Matter of fact, we can't avoid it, much less do anything about it. So the best we can do is have an art which tells us what the world really is. Meaningless, chaotic suffering. May I suggest that there is a reason why Kafka liked Schopenhauer so much? This is an anticipation of the novels of Franz Kafka. One day Gregor Samsa wakes up and finds out that he's a bug. Gregor Samsa is not an especially interesting guy, and he suffers for no reason that anybody understands. Yeah, this is really influential. And that, I think, is its greatest justification why we would want to include something like this in the great books, because it's pregnant with so much of later German culture. In addition to aesthetic, or in addition to tragedy, he also talks about music, and his views on music were very popular among late 19th century composers. Particularly Wagner really liked his music, or his views on music. And of course, Schopenhauer disdained Wagner completely. Well, anyone that would admire him, you can imagine that Schopenhauer would disdain. I mean, think about the kind of psyche where you can't argue with a sick mind. And this guy has some sort of a problem. There is no conflict between being crazy and being really gifted. And he's one of the best examples of that. So he says that music is the direct apprehension and the direct statement. It's a copy of the will itself. That is why we don't need to translate music from one language to another. It is complete, non-symbolic, non-conventional communication. It talks from one will to the other directly. You get a direct understanding of that, and of course that's the highest kind of objectivity. You can see why Wagner would gravitate towards it, and you can see why Schopenhauer would disdain Wagner. Meshes together very nicely. The other way out of this problem of the external world, this problem of subjectivity, the problem of the world as idea, besides aesthetics, is ethics. And this is a very odd thing. I wouldn't have expected this guy to be writing about ethics. Aesthetics, one imagine, would be enough. But no, he says that aesthetics also offer us a way out of this prison of subjectivity. And the way we do that is by breaking down the illusory bounds of the ego. The saint, in both the Buddhist and the Christian tradition, is one whose loving kindness overflows the boundaries of the self, so that he recognizes in another's pain, another's suffering, his own suffering. The point being that universal compassion is the foundation of both Buddhist and Christian ethics, and the saint, as well as the artist, are the only two people that can get outside the prison of subjectivity. We have an aesthetic objectivity, which was communicated through art. We have an ethical objectivity, which is communicated through charitable actions, which show that you have gotten beyond the illusory bounds of the self. And this escape from the self is what this philosophy is all about. And if you were Arthur Schopenhauer, you would want to escape from yourself too. Think about it. I mean, you want to live with this? All right. Now, the final chapter is perhaps the most intriguing of all, and in some ways the most depressing of all. Here we're going to get beyond will, beyond our understanding of our noumenal selves, and it gets blacker and blacker as we go in. You could call this tough love. I mean, I guess he's trying to do us some benefit, but maybe not. It's hard to tell with Schopenhauer. And he thinks that nihilism can be really edifying. I mean, I would be tempted to say nihilism can be fun, but that doesn't quite capture the idea. It's good for you to realize how bad things are. Or in a world that is terrible, it's good to know the worst. Or at least, here's the worst, and I hope it's good for you. Take it and do something with it. And what we get here is the solution to the problem of the internal man, of the will. Two ways around it: asceticism and mysticism. And the idea here is that we are a bundle of desires, and we move from one desire to another. The only way to get beyond desire is the traditional path of both Christian and Buddhist mystics and saints: denial of the flesh, fasting, self-flagellation, living as a hermit or an anchorite. All these are denials of the will. And when you face the will down and you chase the will away and you achieve this kind of Buddhistic indifference, the indifference of the Christian saint who has removed himself from society, who constantly denies his will, this gives you some access to, if not a blessed condition of life, the best possible human life, which is a relentlessly grim thought, that asceticism is a way out. Think of the Buddha's Eight Noble Truths, right? Death, suffering, old age are inevitable to us. The best thing for us is not to be born, but who's so lucky as that? And if you have to be born, well, and to face your will down, to control your will, to exert a will to power over yourself, this is going to hark back to Nietzsche once again, that's the best thing a human being can do. In addition to that, mysticism is another way out. Because what that does is collapse rational thought altogether, collapses the distinction between the will and idea, and mysticism and asceticism have in common the fact that they both long for the abolition of the self. This is worship of your own extinction. It's embracing your own finitude because the particular time that, and space and experience that are contained within your finitude are relentlessly awful. So it's a pursuance of your own extinction. And you can see how this is going to fold back a great many themes from the Upanishads or from Hindu and Buddhist thinking. The difference, of course, being in the case of the Hindus that you're coming back there, that suicide is no way out, whereas this longing for death, longing for extinction, I think is a sort of philosophical suicide, or a sort of a ode to death, something like that. Now, the conclusions that Schopenhauer draws here about the human condition are two. First of all, and this is, inverted and bizarre and negative, he says that Leibniz was wrong. Leibniz said that this is the best of all possible worlds. And in fact, Schopenhauer points out that this is the worst of all possible worlds. Not that Leibniz's claim is dubious, the way Voltaire says, but he just says, look, this is clearly the worst of all possible worlds. If it was any worse, it wouldn't exist at all. It's just good enough so that it has some existence. But if this world got any worse, it just wouldn't exist. And the fact that it exists shows just how bad it is. Now, this proved nothing. What this is a statement about his inner psychic experience. It really tells you nothing about the world, any more than Leibniz's idea that this is the best of all possible worlds tells you anything. Right? It's more a state of mind than a logical procedure. In addition to the idea that this is the worst of all possible worlds, remember when I called this the metaphysics from hell? Can you see why I think that? The second proposition is that it is better not to be born. Right? You're better off not existing at all. Here's why. We are a bundle of desires. We are a collection of questions. Our desires never get satisfied, and our questions never get answered. Right? And you're stuck with them. Right? And Schopenhauer just wants to throw in the towel, like, release me. But there's no God to pray to. So he does this. Right? And you can see why this is bizarre, but tremendously influential. It represents a certain state of mind. The reason why it is better never to have been born is because pleasure is purely negative. In other words, when you have a desire for pleasure, food, sex, whatever it is that gives you pleasure, all right, that's a state of deprivation, a state of being incomplete. And when you get your desires gratified, well, you're happy for about 15 minutes, but they're going to come back, and you get a constant circulating round of desire. You can't gratify them all, and even when you do, they don't stay gratified. He wants to eat lunch and never get hungry again. And the fact is that you're going to get hungry again, and that's the way the world is. And he says, well, that's exactly my point. Why do we need a world like this? We'd be better off not having these sensations at all and not having any gratification of them. And this is getting your desires gratified. You should see what he thinks about getting them not gratified. Right? Do you see? I mean, the two really terrible things that can happen to you. You can get what you want or not get what you want. Right? This is the metaphysics from hell. Wicked philosophers are sent to hell and forced to think about this stuff. Right? No. And this, I mean, and no wonder he wants to escape from being stuck in the prison of this ego. Right? Anybody would. So asceticism, mysticism is the solution to the problem of the self. The solution to the problem of subjectivity and your relation to the external world, the solution there is ethics and aesthetics. These are the highest achievements of man, and they don't amount to anything. Right? And you should see what the rest of the world is like. You see, just relentless. It gets worse and worse and worse. It spirals down into an endless pit of permanent depression. And I guess his revenge on this cruel world is to turn this into a system of metaphysics and send it to us. Right? So we could call this Schopenhauer's revenge. Now, alas, this revenge is of great consequence to the history of the West. He has been certainly a standard fixture in German culture since the middle of the 19th century, and any educated person in the German-speaking world in the late 19th century would have been familiar with Schopenhauer. Certainly, it's clear that Freud was familiar with Schopenhauer. He grew up in Vienna, but also, if you think of the idea, first of all, of unconscious motivation, right? Freud says that we are often not conscious of what really makes us go. You think that your consciousness is your will. It's not. Well, that is not original to Freud. That is actually something introduced by Schopenhauer. Freud looks a great deal more original than he turns out to be if you haven't read Schopenhauer, and it's clear enough why people don't. Right? But actually, he's pregnant with many of the themes that get developed later on in the next 100 years or so of German philosophy. The idea of consciousness as being a mere surface, there being a depth there that you really can't plumb. Another theme that gets picked up by Freud, introduced by Schopenhauer. The theory of parapraxis, of Freudian slips. Schopenhauer says that reveals your real will, you idiot. You don't know what you will until you actually do it. Then go back and examine yourself. That's what you will. Stop kidding yourself. And in addition to that, the idea of sex as the focus of the will. Schopenhauer is very caught up with the body and desire. He says that the genitals are the focus of the will. What's a more Freudian theme than that? Right? If you stop and think about it, the emphasis on irrational desire, irrational motivation, that's going to become so pervasive in German culture in the late 19th and early 20th century, all anticipated in Schopenhauer. A second cluster of themes that Schopenhauer is important for is the idea of art as redemption. Art as a new pseudo-secular path, if not to heaven, to some sort of secular blessedness. Nietzsche picks this up, but all the aesthetes of the late 19th century, the art for art's sake crowd, all pick up on this idea that if we cannot get access to the heaven of the Christian saints, perhaps we can get access to the earth of the pagan artists, that this is the best we could possibly do. So art as redemption, a sort of secular religion. In a way, you could say that Schopenhauer is a sort of a philosophical formulation of German Romanticism, right? Goethe over Luther, right? Redemption through art, through creativity, or through at least the apprehension of creativity, rather than through some religious impossibility. And the final, I guess, important theme that he introduces is the idea of will over intellect. In other words, intellect is, he describes it as the rider of a horse, right? And the horse is the will. The will moves you around, and the will is really making the decisions. Perhaps it would be an ill-tamed horse, or a horse for which you don't have a bridle. You're going where it's going, and you think and you like to believe that you're really leading it. In fact, it is pushing you around. Do not flatter yourself with your misconceptions about your own autonomy. And this leads over into a couple of tendencies in early 20th century philosophy. First of all, vitalism of various kinds that we're going to see in Bergson. And the other big tendency, I would say, is the voluntarism of people like Sorel and various kinds of later existentialist writers. Commit yourself to something. Authentic commitment is going to be really important, and there's going to be no ultimate rational ground for it. Just go out and do something. Don't just stand there. So the idea of volunteering, of will, pushing around, just will something, go out and do something great, gets picked up in many important parts of German culture. A final thing I would say is that this sort of resistance to or disapproval of Christianity, he doesn't have much for the optimistic idea of salvation and of reconciliation with God, because the world is a giant vacuum to Schopenhauer. So I would say that that gets picked up particularly by Nietzsche later on in the 20th century. And Nietzsche's writings are suffused with Schopenhauer. In other words, he in particular called Schopenhauer the only serious moralist of the 19th century. I mean, Nietzsche loved Schopenhauer, and what it is he's got a little more interesting and sprightly idea, and perhaps he's not so chronically depressed, but Nietzsche's influence on Schopenhauer is enormously important. The first time Nietzsche read The World as Will and Idea, the next thing he did was read it again. In other words, he read it twice in a row, said, this is the best book I've seen in quite some time. This is my kind of book. Well, I think the thing speaks for itself. So I'd be inclined to say, in looking over Schopenhauer's corpus and his work as a whole, is that he's not so important for the work itself. In other words, there are interesting themes that get introduced into philosophy in a very unique and really queer way in this pessimistic mode. His great importance lies in the fact that he influenced 3 or 4 subsequent generations of philosophers, particularly German philosophers, and they carried these themes out and then performed their own individual kind of twist, or impose their own individual kind of twist on these themes. Think about a couple of them. Freud, with the idea of unconscious motivation, desire as a problem, and also think of Freud's pessimism. Think of things like a civilization and its discontents. It's not as radical a pessimism as we get with Schopenhauer, but both of them agree that the human condition is basically made up of unsatisfied and unsatisfiable desires. Now, Freud is willing to say, well, that's not such a bad thing. The trade-off to give up civilization would be worse. In other words, he's a little less relentless, a little less complete in his negativity. But Freud's social philosophy, or his kind of conception of the human condition, is highly pessimistic and owes a great deal to Schopenhauer. In addition to Freud, Nietzsche, the irrationalism of Nietzsche, the forsaking of rationality, of the traditional optimism of the Enlightenment, all borrowed from Schopenhauer. In particular, the idea of taking Schopenhauer's idea of the will and transforming it into the will to power, which we see, like Schopenhauer, not just in individuals, but in nature and in the world as a whole. Very clearly, the will to power is an extrapolation from Schopenhauer. There's no doubt about it. It's one of the most important ideas in Nietzsche. A third figure that's very important for Schopenhauer, and it's kind of surprising, is Ludwig Wittgenstein. And Ludwig Wittgenstein is kind of a surprising choice here because he doesn't seem to have fallen into this philosophical pessimism that's so characteristic of Schopenhauer, but it seems that Wittgenstein spent a great deal of time going back and reading this. Now, maybe this is connected with the fact that Wittgenstein spent most of his life depressed and near the edge of suicide, right? And I can't think that this helped him out any, right? But Wittgenstein was a chronically morose, chronically depressed individual, and perhaps that's what attracts him to this kind of thought, or perhaps it's just because he grew up in 19th century Vienna. But the point is that Wittgenstein takes from Schopenhauer the idea of this kind of posture of melancholy, right? And the idea that we've reached the bounds of language when we come up to aesthetics, and what happens when we try and formulate aesthetics or ethics into language is we run up against the glass boundaries of language and we can't say anything. It turns into either mysticism or noise. Now, Wittgenstein says, well, that's not so bad. At the end of the Tractatus, what we cannot speak about, we must pass over in silence. I think Wittgenstein is suggesting that it's there, we just can't talk about it. What Schopenhauer is saying is it's just not there, right? So there's really no aesthetics, there's no ethics. We're at the boundaries of language then. When we move up to these boundaries, what we get is symbols, gestures, and noise. Clearly, this is going to drive a man towards a sort of philosophical melancholy, if he isn't melancholic to begin with. I'd be inclined to say, and just concluding and finishing Schopenhauer up, is that this combination of Kant, Indian mysticism, and romantic Weltschmerz, right, is a strange sort of a brew. I mean, you wouldn't think that the human mind could connect all these things in the same conceptual framework. And I might be willing to take a sort of a Kierkegaardian reading of Schopenhauer. Now, this is an ode to boredom. The world is full of nothing. The world is an empty vacuum. The world offers you nothing except misery, or nothing except negative experiences. And that you might want to say that this is a sort of daemonic inversion of pantheism. I mean, this is pantheism stood upside down. Instead of the world being full of God, the world is full of nothing. And that's the best you're going to get. It gets worse. All right? But the best you're going to do is be able to confront your nothing, confront your boredom, and then get involved with aesthetic contemplation, renounce yourself, get involved with, say, asceticism or mysticism. The point is that the problem of the world is insoluble. The problem of the self has no solution. we are left with a spiritual difficulty, a spiritual kind of tar pit that we can't pull ourselves out of. Before we succumb to death, he wants us to understand that it's the best thing we can do. Marx's contribution to philosophy is one of the most important achievements of the 19th century. And what's important about it is the fact that he's attempting to do what may well be impossible. To synthesize, in this case, not the tradition of Athens and Jerusalem, Marx's project is to synthesize and unify the disparate elements in a number of different philosophical trends, but his most important consideration is synthesizing the English tradition of skeptical empirical political economy that comes from Hume and Adam Smith, and unifying that with the Hegelian tradition of idealistic interpretations of human history as a progressive series of developments. And he connects those two elements up with a third element, French utopian socialism, the kind that gets developed by Comte and other early 19th century writers who were interested in fundamental changes in the structure of society. Marx read and was conversant with all of these trends, and he wanted to synthesize in a way that wasn't unacceptably eclectic the disparate elements which, at least in part, appear to be so disparate that they resist synthesis. In the first place, Marx makes borrowings from English political economy. When I lectured on Adam Smith, it was very clear that there were some elements in his interpretation of the Industrial Revolution and the division of labor and the effect of the machine age on human society that I described as proto-Marxian. Let's think of a few of these proto-Marxian elements in Smith, the parts of Smith that Marx incorporates into his own views. The first is the labor theory of value. Smith, of course, borrowed the labor theory of value from Locke, but the labor theory of value, the idea that the value of a commodity is directly related to the amount of work that goes into acquiring that commodity, is a fundamental borrowing that Marx makes from the English tradition of political economy. You find the labor theory of value in both Smith and in Locke, and Marx thinks that it's a good idea, it's a sensible way of interpreting the nature of value because it is essentially naturalistic in its orientation. What Marx likes about the English political tradition is it is very this-worldly. It tries to avoid metaphysical formulations. It tries to steer clear of mysticism. It tries to eliminate mythology from their interpretation of both science and society. Marx likes that hard-headed, essentially realistic, skeptical element that you find in Adam Smith. In addition to that, Marx borrows from Adam Smith the idea that the division of labor divides society into antagonistic social classes. I had talked at some length in the lecture on Smith about the consequences of the division of labor. One of them being, or perhaps the most important of the consequences of the division of labor, is the fact that society fractures along lines of economic status. The fractures between those who own the means of production, what Adam Smith calls the masters or the employers, and the wage laborers, the people who are employed by these masters. They have different interests in society, and Smith recognized that fact, saw that the potential for social tension was there. Marx incorporates that idea into his theory of historical development. He thinks it's one of the great contributions that Smith made. In addition to the fact that Smith developed the theory of the division of labor and its significance for society. So there's a clear borrowing from English political economy, and not just from Adam Smith. One of the things that Marx borrows from the English intellectual tradition is the naturalism, the naturalistic orientation that we find in someone like Hume. Hume doesn't like metaphysics, doesn't like to drift off into airy abstractions, which is so characteristic of, for example, of some parts of the French and almost all of the German Enlightenment. Marx says this world, a naturalistic approach to ontology, is the basic orientation he wants to take. So all of that gets borrowed from Adam Smith and from the English political and intellectual tradition as a whole. He borrows from French utopian socialists the idea that a radical change in society is both possible and necessary. That society is developed to the point where it is practically possible to institute fundamental social change based upon a prearranged plan for reorganizing society. Most of the utopian experiments in socialism in the early part of the 19th century were dreadful failures. Marx believes that these were failures not because the idea itself is absurd, the idea of a fundamental and immediate restructuring of society. Marx thinks that they failed because they lacked what Marx can offer them, a scientific theory of history. Professor Staloff, in the last lecture, made clear the scientific elements in Marx's theory of history. Marx believes that when this scientific conception of human development is added to the mystical or utopian elements in French socialism, that you have established the potentiality for radical and immediate social change. The third element in Marx's philosophy, the third important borrowing, is the tradition of Hegelian historical investigation, or the Hegelian treatment of history. Many people who were writing at the time that Marx was were ardent critics of Hegel, and there are many good reasons to criticize Hegel. Marx himself was one of the leading critics of Hegel, but he was also willing to state that many of the critics of Hegel did not completely appreciate or understand his conception of history, and Marx said, let me say it now in public, in print, I am a follower of that mighty thinker. So Marx thinks very highly of Hegel, but he thinks that Hegel has made some profound mistakes in his conceptualization of human history and of human social development. Hegel takes history to be the progressive realization of the idea, the Geist, the spirit of human freedom and rationality. In that respect, Hegel is a metaphysician, and Hegel makes demands on our credulity that in the mid-19th century, Marx is not willing to accept. So what he wants to keep from Hegel is the idea that history represents a progressive development, that it has a telos. Telos is Greek for purpose. What that means is that it has an end. It has a point to which it is going, to which it is developing. And Marx thinks, like Hegel, that he can discern that point. Again, this is one of the characteristic difficulties of all philosophers that want to be philosophers of history. It always leads up to them. So Marx believes that he knows what the end of human history is, and the end of human history in this case turns out to be the end of alienation and the end of social injustice based upon the organization of society with regard to production and consumption. In other words, Marx thinks that the Industrial Revolution has created the technological, practical capacity for the elimination of the problem of scarcity, and that means that the real problem in establishing just, rational, free, in, again, the German idealist conception of freedom, free social relations, is the problem of distribution, is the problem of paying back to labor that which labor produces. Now let's take some extrapolations from these borrowings. Instead of making his main theme the thinkers in a given society, as Hegel does, Marx chooses an alternative set of people as the universal class, as the most important set of people in every society. Instead of focusing on the thinkers the way Hegel did, Marx is going to focus on the doers, the people who actually make the things that allow people to survive and exist, the ones that create the satisfaction of human needs. And this is the working class. For Marx, The working class is that segment of society that comes into being at the division of labor, who produce all the things that the people in the society need, but who get back only a fraction of what they produce. This is the idea of surplus value. This is an extrapolation from the labor theory of value that we found in the English tradition. The idea of surplus value is basically this: that all the things, well, it actually comes from, it's a way of stating what King Lear says to the fool, that nothing comes from nothing. What Marx is saying is that all the good things in human life come from work. None of them appear there magically on their own. You have to go get them. If you want a hamburger, you must make it. If you want something else, you must go get that. It involves activity, work on the part of human beings in order to satisfy their natural biological desires. So nothing comes from nothing, and what that means is that all the good things in life come from work, which is a fairly commonsensical idea, actually. The problem is this: in the earliest stages of human development, at I guess the hunting-gathering stage of human development, there is no division of labor. Everybody's just cruising around looking for roots and berries and whatever it is that hunter-gatherers live on. At some point in time, there's a break from that hunting-gathering tradition, and sedentary agricultural life develops. And one of the key elements in the development of human society and the development of human productive forces is the division of labor, which comes in very early in history. And what this means is that there is a hierarchical set of producers and exploiters in all human societies, from the earliest and most primitive division of labor on into the middle of the 19th century when Marx himself is writing. In other words, the division of labor is nothing new, as Adam Smith more or less suggests in his book. In fact, the division of labor is a very early thing, but because of the fact that it's not backed up by machines and technology, and of course, since the market is so small, the division of labor can't continue on very far. What that means is that although the division of labor is very old, in terms of the increase in productivity that it creates, at least in its earliest phases, it's negligible. The really important part about the division of labor is the fact that it creates hierarchical social structures. Some people do the stuff that needs to be done in order to put food on the table and clothes on your back, and some people stand around and watch them. The group of people that do the exploiting, and what we mean by exploitation is taking from the socially produced goods and services that a society generates, taking what you need and giving back to the actual producers only a fraction. What the exploiters are doing in that activity is extracting what Marx called surplus value. The idea is something like this, because surplus value is really central to Marxism. The product of human labor is the total amount of goods and services that a society can generate. But the laborers in a society, after hierarchical social structures are created, after the initial division of labor, the laborers in a society, regardless of whether they're slaves or serfs or wage laborers, in every case, they produce everything that people live on. They produce all the goods and services because nothing comes from nothing. And at the same time, social relations are established, hierarchical social relations, in fact, that prevent the laborers from getting back everything that they produce. In other words, they produce 100% of the stuff that we have, and they get back something less than 100%. The spread, or the gap between what labor gets back of its product and the total amount that they produce, is called surplus value. The ruling class of every epoch skims off the cream of society's productivity and keeps it for itself, without actually contributing anything to that productivity. They sit around and watch the slaves work. So the idea then is that hierarchical social relations, relations in this case of oppression, are built into every human society that has the division of labor, which is to say that oppression is a concomitant of the division of labor insofar as it allows the extraction of surplus value. What Marx wants to know, his primary concern then, is what is the fate of industrial society now that we are in the machine age, we're in the age of technology, which creates a new and unprecedentedly productive set of social relations. What sort of political or social hierarchy will be generated from that? And in addition to that, How should we think about this? Is it possible to improve the human condition so that we can eliminate the exploitation of one set of human beings by another? And what Marx wants to do, what he sees as the end of history, is the end of the exploitation of one human being by another. He thinks that human beings should pull together in a sort of common effort to exploit exclusively nature to satisfy their desires. And what Marx means by oppression, or the technical term is hegemony, domination, what he means by oppression is the extraction of surplus value by a ruling group that doesn't actually produce anything. He believes that in every epoch, the class that rules the society is in fact a parasitic group of people who live off the real doers. And they exploit these people in order to satisfy their own desires. And not only that, in every case, the ruling ideas of an epoch, here we hear echoes of Hegel and the idea of the Geist. In every age, the ruling ideas of each dominant class are in fact those ideas which reinforce the social relations which allow this kind of exploitation to continue. So it should come as no surprise, for example, in the ancient world, when the dominant social relation of exploitation is the relationship between master and slave, that someone like Aristotle believes that there are some people are natural masters and some people are natural slaves. His entire political theory is or not the entire political theory, but a large chunk of his political theory is organized around legitimizing hierarchical social relations. And remarkably enough, he comes from a society that's dominated by hierarchical social relations, and remarkably enough, he benefits from these hierarchical social relations. So in other words, Marx thinks that there's an element of heteronomy. There's an element of passion which distorts people's thinking in favor of legitimizing social relations that benefit them. And that the entire history of human consciousness has been a gradual movement from one conception of a right political order and a right morality to another conception of political order and morality, and that these changes are not arbitrary or not chaotic, and they do not come from some metaphysical Geist. They come from a change in the mode of production. What he means by a mode of production is the characteristic way of producing things, and as a concomitant of that, there is a characteristic way of extracting surplus value. In the ancient world, the mode of production was called slavery. And the societies were divided into the free and the enslaved, masters and slaves. And amazingly enough, in the political theory of the ancients, slavery is taken to be basic and a fine institution. It turns out that that's in the interest of those who created the intellectual activity of the ancient world. And what Marx is saying is that that's a distortion, that is ideology in the pejorative sense of the term, that these people are alienated. What we mean by alienation is necessarily false consciousness in defense of class interests, in defense of the interests of the people that have a parasitic relationship to the real workers. In the ancient world, Aristotle tells us that slavery is natural and we should anticipate it in any well-regulated social order. When we come to the Middle Ages, if we look at someone like Thomas Aquinas, we'll find that there's a divine sanction, a divine support for the monarchs of the Middle Ages. God creates some, not for all of them, but for at least the righteous monarchs, there is in fact divine sanction. There are some monarchs that breaks God's law. We can make exceptions for that. But generally speaking, political order is legitimized in the Middle Ages by referring to the will of God and by saying that aristocrats are aristocrats because God wants them to be. Why else would he have made them aristocrats? The king is the king because, well, the king rules by God's dispensation. The serfs, in fact, almost everybody else, are serfs because that's the way God organized the world. Aquinas, in other words, in his political theory, is legitimizing the particular exploitive social relations characteristic of the society he just happens to be living in. Marx says that this is no accident, that the ruling elite in every society is never going to support and encourage and make possible the extension and elaboration of political theories and moral theories, social theories, that undermine the organization of society which benefits them. What that means is we have a sort of feedback loop here between the economy and culture. There's a connection of heteronomy, of self-interest, not again on the basis of individuals, although that sometimes is the case, but we go back to the German idea of the collective subject. For Marx, the collective subject are social classes. The bourgeoisie has an interest. The slaves have an interest. The serfs have an interest. They form a sort of collective subject. So the history of economic development, the movement from slave labor to serfdom, the movement from serfdom to wage labor, carries with it changes in the productive forces of society, and as a necessary concomitant of that, changes in the structure of society, and as a necessary concomitant of that, changes in the way in which societies are legitimized. In the age of slavery, political theory established slavery. In the Middle Ages, we established serfdom. In the age of Adam Smith, in the age of English political economy, what did, at least in Marx's view, what did the English political economists do? They legitimized the society they happened to be born into because they were intellectuals. They were the hired guns of the exploiters. That's what the whole history of Western, or not just Western, of global cultural development amounts to. In every society, there's a group of exploiters and a group of producers that are the vast majority of the people. Among the group of exploiters, there's a group of people that don't actually do manual labor, that don't do the kind of labor that actually makes the world go. They do intellectual labor, and their function in society is to shore up and legitimize the particular kinds of evil social relations characteristic of a society divided into exploiters and producers. Marx thinks that the time has come to eliminate this. The time has come for the heteronomy which exploitive economic relations introduce into our political theory and into our theory of history, the distortions created by alienation, by necessarily false thought in defense of class interests. The time has come to abolish that. And as you may have guessed by the connection to the Hegelian system, when we finally abolish alienation, we will finally abolish classes. When we finally abolish classes, we will have finally abolished exploitive social relations. When we finally abolish exploitive social relations, there will no longer be false consciousness in defense of class interests, and we could finally see what we really are. History, as we have known it prior to this, will be over. We can begin the truly human epoch in human life when there is no longer false consciousness in defense of class interests. Alienation will be gone because the whole human family will understand that they are part of the same species, that they have one interest, the human interest, and that the alleged interest of one segment of society as opposed to that of another is in fact an illusion created by the education that we got growing up in a society divided into hierarchical producers and exploiters who necessarily have false consciousness in defense of an evil society. In other words, we are going to have the secular apocalypse. This is the end of the world. It's not that people will cease to exist, it's just that all of human history will have turned a fundamental corner. All right, this goes on quite a bit in the remainder of the 19th century and partially the 20th century. Now, alienation can be combated only by adopting the position, the intellectual position of the exploited. In other words, you have to look at human history from a critical perspective which points out the heteronymous, here's a Kantian element, self-interested parts of the ideologies that have been generated in order to shore up these exploitive social relations. This critical analysis of society, this ruthless critique of everything existing is called Marxism. And Marx believes he is the first man to penetrate the veil of Maya, the veil of illusion, and say what human history really is. Human history is a combination of our greed, of our unenlightened self-interest, and our credulous willingness to believe whatever fantasies are generated by a particular social structure, by our unwillingness to take things to their logical, ruthless conclusion. So autonomy and heteronomy, fundamental conceptions from Marx, not in the Kantian sense of a kind of metaphysical freedom which we derive simply by virtue of being free rational agents. He wants a this-worldly rationality. He wants heteronomy in this world, which allows us to see that all human beings have a common interest. The elimination of exploitation, which is the same thing as the elimination of injustice. When we finally eliminate exploitation, there'll be no longer any hierarchies. Everyone will be equal in the sense that everyone will be required to work, and all the exploitation that we do will be the exploitation of nature through the technical advances that we get from modern natural science. Few social theorists have been as involved and as impressed by the development of modern natural science as Marx. So Marx is, in fact, an unlikely combination of disparate intellectual traditions. This idea of alienation, this necessarily false consciousness in defense of class interests, is probably his greatest contribution to philosophy because it gives us the possibility of an overall critique in a somewhat more rigorous and tough-minded way than Hegel offered us when we looked at the history of Western philosophy. Marx says, look beneath the surface. This isn't God's plan working out its way in history. This is just the human condition and human nature operating under certain contingent circumstances. The plan of human history is in fact the recreation of what we were before the initial division of labor. Remember that for Marx, hierarchical social relations, and as a concomitant to that, ideology and false consciousness, all that, is a product of the division of labor. But prior to the division of labor, we have what might be described as primitive communism, no conception of private property, no conception of personal ownership, no conception of legitimate exploitation of one person by another. So Marx says, in other words, this division of labor thing, it's just a phase. Right? We entered into it at a very early phase in our career as a species, and the ultimate finality, the final act of this drama, will be going back to that earlier primitive communism in which exploitation of one person by another is no longer allowed, but it will be with the addition of an enormous amount of productive capacity. It will be with the elimination of scarcity through technological means. And that means fundamentally our condition will be changed. We will have returned in some respects to the earlier Garden of Eden, to the pristine moral condition of true humanity, when we don't make a distinction between upper and lower classes. We will go back to what we really are by nature. So what Marx is doing then is not forcing us up to a sort of reconciliation with heaven. Quite the contrary. And here comes the naturalistic orientation of the English political and philosophical tradition. He wants to get us ultimately back to nature. Not nature as it's red in tooth and fang, but nature as human societies are before the introduction of evil social relations, before the introduction of exploitation. There is a yearning for a lost innocence here. And it's not hard to see why Marx would think that. Think of the time and place where he has been living. He is living in Western Europe, moving from one place to another because he's often hunted by the agents of the state who view him quite properly as a subversive. And he spends a great deal of his time in England, quite a bit of time in London, and England is the country that has developed the Industrial Revolution to the greatest extent. Like Charles Dickens, and of course there are many similarities between the critique of capitalism offered in Dickens, something like Hard Times, and Marx. The moral impulse in both Dickens and Marx is the same, but what Marx wants to say is that the answer here is a return to nature, that we can get beyond that. He sees, unlike Adam Smith, primarily the downside of the Industrial Revolution. And he's right about that. I mean, let's not pull any punches about the social conditions characteristic of the working class in the middle of the 19th century in England. They were honestly wretched. If any of you get a chance to read something like Engels' piece from 1844, I think it is, The Condition of the Working Class in Manchester, you'll realize that there is a legitimate and very serious problem here, and you have to be really morally obtuse to be unable to see that fact. Marx is full of moral passion about that. And it's quite understandable. Starving children, an enormous increase in productivity, and at the same time, a general impoverishment of a large percentage of the population. People for the first time moved off the land in a relatively secure, almost organic connection to the seasons and nature, forced into urban areas. Urban slums grow up. Problems with sanitation emerge. all the problems of urban industrial life are there in full force, but there is no governmental agency like, for example, the welfare state to take care of the problems generated by capitalism. Marx, in fact, thinks that the nature of the system, the ruthlessly exploitive rationalization of society, that's a concomitant of capitalism, prevents the amelioration of the conditions of the working class except by a global proletarian revolution. Workers of the world unite. What that means is that all across the world, Marx has one architectonic system which allows him to offer a program of political reform at a fundamental level to every society. This has is a large part of the appeal that Marxism had in the late 19th and for a good part of the 20th century on a global level. He speaks to real, both moral and political problems, and he offers a solution to people that despair of ever finding a solution. And it's entirely understandable how they might think that. One of the real tragedies in human life, one of the real horrors about the condition we find ourselves in perhaps now, is that in order to develop the comfort, the wealth, perhaps even the luxury that's characteristic of contemporary American society, contemporary industrial society, also in Western Europe, is that it is necessary to sacrifice 2 or 3 or 4 entire generations of human beings. In other words, there is a necessary element of exploitation in the development of capitalistic social relations. And this exploitation cannot be avoided. We may be able to ameliorate it by creating things like minimum wage laws, by creating health and safety regulations, but it can't be eliminated because what Adam Smith calls profit is what Marx calls surplus value. And it's built right into the system. So Marx thinks that this is not susceptible to gradual reform. It would be nice perhaps if it was, but the chances are that the ideology of the bourgeoisie, which is the people that Adam Smith calls the employers or the factory owners, makes them blind to the true condition of human beings. As a result, they have an ideological distortion, they are alienated, so they are unable to grasp the true human condition, they are unable to grasp the real trend of history, so the chances of actually explaining to these people, rationally, Marx thinks, what they ought to do to change society, to make it truly human, are nil. He certainly underestimated the capacity of capitalism to alter its conditions to meet at least the most pressing and immediate problems. Capitalism as a system, I would say, adopted a system of what we might call Burkean piecemeal reforms, first limiting things like child labor, then limiting things like the labor of women, then limiting things like health and safety conditions, then putting together things like minimum wage laws. All things like this are attempts to kind of round off the sharp edges of a system which has, at bottom, an exploitive element to it. There's no getting around that fact. So what Marx is trying to do is explain what he thinks the future process of human history will be. Instead of a reconciliation of God with man, we are going to have a reconciliation of one segment of humanity with itself. We are going to have a reconciliation of the producers and the exploiters. It may unfortunately be necessary to kill all the exploiters, but the process of history is often rather grim and gruesome. You can't sugarcoat that element of it. But when you consider the fact that Marx, like Hegel, is projecting this trajectory on to an infinite amount of temporality, well, then the sacrifice in this generation, at this time, of an exploitive class that really has this terrible comeuppance coming to it, may be justified given the enormous benefits this will create for all of humanity throughout all the rest of human history. This sort of thinking, in some ways it is attractive, is also extremely dangerous because it gives people a license to sacrifice this generation to the next. It can easily lead to things like Stalinist abuses. As a matter of fact, it did. So the danger here is that we don't sufficiently appreciate what economists call the time discount, that we don't appreciate whatever wisdom Burke has to offer us. Instead of hoping that there'll be some pie-in-the-sky improvement that'll be permanent and wonderful and fundamentally alter human life, maybe the gradual approach to the alteration of human society is in fact the wise one, because the potential for abuse in a revolutionary situation has many of the qualities that Burke talked about. So there is a certain wisdom to that. Marx can be thought of, and I know this is kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it can be thought of in some respect as the last great Christian heresy, in the sense that it internalizes the value judgments of Christianity, equality, kindness to one's neighbor, concern about the feelings of other people and about the livelihoods of other people, with the scientific elements of the 19th century, particularly with English political economy and with the tradition of German idealism. So although it's kind of facetious because Marx is such a rigorously atheistic thinker, Marx of course thinks that ideas like God are alienation, are ideology, are the product of a group of people that are trying to legitimize unjust social relations. When we get to the global proletarian revolution, to the secular apocalypse, we'll be able to dispense with religious formulations of our conception of the world. But Marx understands himself as the harbinger, as the sort of messenger of a new change in the world, which will allow us to reconcile not man and God, but man and man. Not only will it do that, but in the process of eliminating exploitive social relations, connecting all of human society to one common endeavor, in addition to that, it will, for the first time, free us from our heteronymous conceptions of society, free us from the illusions created by our own self-interest, free us from making exceptions to our general moral understanding of society that apply only to us and to the class we represent. Marx thinks, in other words, that his philosophy is the system by which we can discern the truly liberating human self-understanding. This is a borrowing from Hegel. Marx is essentially talking about the gradual development of human self-understanding, of human self-consciousness. But the key group, the key sociological stratum in comprehending the process of human development is not the thinkers, but the doers. And the reason why, again, this is a contribution or a borrowing or an outright theft from the English philosophical tradition. It's pragmatic, it's practical. Does it work in everyday human practice? Marx says that practice is the ultimate standard by which we judge any theory. And that's clearly not the kind of thing that he borrowed from the German intellectual tradition. That's very much an English borrowing. Now, what are the problems with this? There are lots of them. In the first case, it's not entirely true that ending capitalist social relations creates a unified classless society. In practice, as a consequence of most of the Marxist revolutions of the 20th century, we've changed the domination of one class for another. Instead of having the capitalists run things, generally speaking, intellectuals do. Very few members of Marxist ruling elites lack college degrees. Very few of them are, in fact, common, average, everyday manual laborers. They're almost exclusively not proletarians, but thinkers. In addition to that, the idea of a time discount, the apocalyptic millennial element in Marx, is extremely dangerous because it gives us license to devalue the here and now because we are playing for ultimately important stakes. The entire future of humanity rests upon the appropriately ruthless prosecution of our political platform right here and now. It is very easy to see how this can slide over into the legitimation of totalitarian political practice. In fact, that is what it has done in many cases. Think of Tiananmen Square. In addition to that, this is implicitly teleological. For all of Marx's naturalism, for all his disdain of metaphysical formulations, he really does think that history has a telos. It has a purpose, it has an end, and he has discerned that. In my estimation, this is a mythology. It is a moving mythology. It is a very intriguing mythology, but what it is a holdover from the Christian intellectual tradition, from the idea that God has a providence, but it's given a physicalistic twist, which makes it more or less consistent with the tradition of modern natural science. Marx, in other words, is attempting to square the circle. He is attempting to unify a metaphysical intellectual tradition with an essentially physical intellectual tradition, with a transcendental and a mundane intellectual tradition. And the problem is, I think, ultimately, that the tensions pull the system apart. It helps explain why there are so many diverse interpretations of Marxism. One of the reasons is that the ambiguity of Marxist thought allows both people whose basic orientation is naturalistic and people whose basic orientation is transcendental or metaphysical to both read Marx and think that they're understanding it as Marx really meant it. The real reason is because there are tensions, simple contradictions in Marxist thought which never get resolved, and the reason is that I think ultimately they can't be resolved. Ultimately, you're going to have to choose either or. You're going to be a naturalist or you're going to be a metaphysician. It is very hard to be both. If you want the naturalism, you can keep the laws of history, the Marxian iron laws of progress that Professor Staloff talked about in the last lecture. That's the naturalistic element in Marx. If you want to believe that history has a progressive tendency, if you want to believe that history is the gradual realization of human liberation, if you want to believe that there is an endpoint to the process of human development, you can't do that without metaphysics. It's implicitly Hegelian, and you can't jibe that idea unless you essentially believe that there is a plan either intrinsic to nature or in the mind of God or intrinsic to human nature or intrinsic somewhere that can be discerned that has some very queer ontological differences from a natural entity. I think, in other words, we have the ghost of metaphysics rattling its chains back there somewhere. That's why, for example, it's possible to create in this century things like liberation theology, a combination of Christianity and Marxism. If you adopt the naturalistic reading of Marx, nothing could be more implausible than liberation theology. It's totally incoherent. On the other hand, if you adopt the quasi-Hegelian, idealist, metaphysical reading of Marx, what could make more sense? We're really getting in touch with the Geist. We're really moving on to the point where everyone will be nice to each other. We're going back to the Garden of Eden. We are redeeming ourselves. History becomes the story of salvation. And I've heard this before. It's in the Bible. All right, so liberation theology, as well as alternatives to that sort of formulation of Marxism, the positivistic formulation of Marxism, characteristic of some Marxist interpreters like Plekhanov, or recently G.A. Cohen wrote a book which has a very positivistic slant on Marxism. All of these takes on Marxism manage to do what they do by doing their best to shelve or to send away the metaphysical stuff, by reducing the talk about freedom and alienation to the early Marx. The really interesting Marx for these guys is the Marx that wrote Capital in the Grundrisse, the hard, linear, deterministic Marx. The tensions between freedom and necessity, between determination and autonomy, never really get resolved in Marx. And the reason is that he touches upon the Kantian antinomies of pure reason, and he wants to have it both ways. That's what makes it moving, that's what makes it possible, that's what makes it popular, and that's also what makes it incoherent. When you get down to bedrock, he wants to do contradictory things. That's both the strong and the weak point. It appeals to a lot of people, makes it accessible and practical as a revolutionary theory. The difficulty with it is that when you work out the implications of it, you can't make it all jibe. You can have this part, you can have that part, but you can't make both parts work. You can think of the metaphysical and the naturalistic elements in Marx as being essentially something analogous to an algebraic simultaneous equation. I can solve for one of these variables, I can solve for the other variable, but you can't solve for both variables at the same time. And Marx kind of papered over these problems, made gestures at saying that someday we'll solve these problems, or I kind of have solved these two variables, and here's where it comes in, but he never completely satisfactorily does that. The reason why is I think it's impossible. Now, I think it would be not entirely fair to finish with an elimination or a criticism of Marx, an elimination of Marxian philosophy. In practice, Marx has taken a thorough enough beating in the last 10 or 12 years or so it's kind of superfluous. I would say that Marx is one of the great social theorists of the 19th century, first of all, and that's to be said in his favor because the 19th century was a great time for social theory. In addition to being one of the great social theorists of the 19th century, he is almost by indirection, the source of many of the progressive and I think morally praiseworthy changes in contemporary advanced capitalist society. Unless there existed critics on the left who saw and who were morally sensitive to the problems generated by the division of labor, it seems to me that we would have had something like this strictly classical treatment of capitalism, and many people would have suffered needless and horrific hardships as a consequence. In other words, the development of the welfare state is homage to Marx. And I think that no sensible person wants to get rid of it. Certainly no presidential candidate wants to get rid of Social Security. And this is a way of saying that Marx was at least partially right. If he exceeded his evidence, if he is occasionally incoherent, take that with a grain of salt. He has added to the vocabulary of our political discourse and the shape, the actual form in which we put together problems of public policy. And that's the kind of contribution that will not die with the particular totalitarian political systems that have been connected with it. And that's the advantage to knowing something about Marx. You get to understand the origins of contemporary public policy and discussions about public affairs. Ludwig Wittgenstein's first published work, the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, one of the great manifestos of positivism, and it's decidedly a young man's work. It's elegant, clean, and very decisive in the sort of skepticism that it advocates and the sort of position that it takes with regard to logic and with regard to thought. Wittgenstein's work, his early work, the Tractatus, was 70 pages which elaborated essentially 7 sentences. And these sentences are remarkable for their cogency, for the clarity with which he expresses them, and in particular, for the ruthless and very determined skepticism which he extrapolates from this conception of language and logic that's in the Tractatus. The Tractatus amounts to a theory of the declarative sentence, a theory of what can be put in a proposition and what cannot. And what Wittgenstein says is this, that essentially anything that can be said can either be said clearly or not at all. So he's a real yes or no kind of a man, a very logically clear, decisive individual who has a professional competence in mathematics, who comes from a background in engineering, and who has both an extremely practical orientation towards his subject matter, but also he has the desire for mathematical rigor and mathematical formality, which lends to it a character which is not unlike anything else in the Western philosophical tradition. Now, what he says is essentially this in his early work, the Tractatus. The first sentence is, "The world is all that is the case," which is perhaps one of the most mysterious lines in philosophy. It sounds very clear, but I'm not entirely sure what that means. It certainly means that the states of affairs that we find around us, the simple facts, are what the world is for us. It's a way of saying that there will be no metaphysics in this book, that it will be a strictly one world interpretation of what can be thought and what can be said. After that first sentence, there's another series of sentences and then elaborations on each of these sentences. Now, if you look at the Tractatus, you'll find that he chooses a particular form. He numbers his sentences, like a scientific fellow that he is. And the first sentence is followed by sentence number 2, but sentence number 2 is followed by sentence number 2.1, 2.01, 2.02. In other words, he works out all the logical entailments, all the logical implications of the views that he holds, and then moves on. So he intends to be logically exhaustive. He intends to tell you what can and cannot be put into language. And since he views the limits of our language as the limits of our, at least social thought, what he's trying to do is tell us what we can and cannot sensibly talk about. the last sentence in the Tractatus is quite remarkable. What he says is, after finishing the 70 pages of extrapolation and elaboration of this theory of language, he says, what we cannot speak about, we must pass over in silence. What that means, of course, is that he is expelled, he is excommunicated many different kinds of discourse into the realm of nonsensicality. In many respects, Wittgenstein is as skeptical as a person can get. Only that which can be expressed can be taken seriously as a set of philosophical propositions, and once you get to the limits of our language, we have reached the limits of our thought. The possibility of going beyond language simply doesn't exist. If we were going to eschew language, if we were going to get beyond it and eliminate it, well, what would we do when we tried to communicate, when we tried to think? I mean, we'd have to hold hands and have a seance and try and read each other's minds. So once we've gotten to the very limits of language, we've also gotten to the perimeter of that which can be known. So Ludwig Wittgenstein, the young man who wrote the Tractatus, believed that he had solved all possible philosophical problems. Not only all philosophical problems that had been developed in the previous 2,500 years of philosophy, but all philosophical problems that could ever be raised. Because if you're going to ask a question, it's going to be in language, and one assumes that the response to your interrogatory will be a declarative statement, and if it fits into into his theory of the declarative statement, then it checks out, and we're okay. But if it doesn't, well, then it's simply gibberish. The popular expression of this is found in A.J. Ayer's Language, Truth, and Logic. The lecture that Professor Staloff just gave gives you a very clear conception of the profound skepticism and the extreme logical tidiness that we find in this tendency in philosophy. You could call a logical positivism a physics uber alles, physics over everything. We have logic, we have physics. That's what real serious scientific philosophers do. Anything else is essentially poetry or religion or neurosis or something like that. It's not to be taken seriously by real tough philosophers. Now, Wittgenstein's book caused a sensation among the handful of people that initially could make any sense of it, because it is an exceedingly difficult book. It is surely one of the most difficult works in modern philosophy. Should any of you be brave enough to undertake a reading of it, first take a course in formal logic, and then prepare to give up 6 months or a year of your life. That's not a joke, perfectly serious. Now, Wittgenstein's book, when published, created a tremendous sensation. He got a professorship at Cambridge, and he was lionized. Everywhere, students and professors of philosophy said, finally we've had a real breakthrough. Finally we've had someone who on his own could create new approaches to philosophical problems that were unprecedented, that were easy to understand, or not easy, but understandable and communicable, and it seemed to be definitive. As I said before, the author of the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus thought that he had solved all possible philosophical problems. A remarkable attempt, if not a remarkable success. Now, as his work was absorbed, as he got a band of admiring, or perhaps not even admiring, adoring students and colleagues, Wittgenstein became rather uneasy. Now, perhaps it's a question of temperament. Some philosophers like the idea of being adored. If you think of someone like Hegel, students would have to adore someone like that, would have to look up to him. That would make him feel that he was moving in the right path in philosophy. On the other hand, it disturbed Wittgenstein profoundly. Wittgenstein said, well, are you sure that I'm completely right? Are you certain that everything I've said here is absolutely true? Is there really no way out of this logical corner I've painted myself into? As a matter of fact, is it possible that this book, so rigorous and analytic and formal, is wrong? Now, in that respect, he was not only light years ahead of his contemporaries in putting this book together, but he was several more light years ahead of them in calling it into question. So at just the time, during the 1930s, when he is reaching tremendous international renown, tremendous international success, Wittgenstein, the isolated, somewhat odd Socratic, had to ask himself, am I sure, and how do I know? And he offered a self-criticism of his own work, which was more trenchant and more powerful than any criticism that could be leveled at it from the outside. So just as everyone in the world was beginning to worship at the idol of the young Wittgenstein, the Wittgenstein of the Tractatus, the toughest logical guy around, Wittgenstein began to have misgivings, and these misgivings generated a whole series of work that occupied the entirety of his life until he died in the early 50s. He refused to publish after the Tractatus. He did publish one paper under protest, decided that he didn't like it after he had done it, and would put nothing else in print. He circulated a few manuscripts among his students and among his friends, among his colleagues, but he didn't like to put anything in print because it seems so final, and it seems that philosophy is more a process than a series of absolute certainties, and he was moving away from the logical hubris that was characteristic of the Tractatus. His most important work, the latest of his works, is called The Logical Investigations. And that, too, is one of the most profound and interesting works of philosophy in the 20th century. It's not so forbidding or so obviously difficult as the Tractatus, because it lacks a lot of the logical formulae and things like that. But in fact, it's one of the most difficult and rigorous pieces of work ever produced. And it's a sort of exercise in philosophical humility, which is not terribly common among philosophers, if you've been listening to the other lectures that we've had so far. And it shows us, not instead of the logical necessity of language, it talks about the practical contingency of language. He appreciates the ambiguity and the difficulties that attach to our everyday practical use of language, rather than a sort of abstract, completely logical, architectonic formalization of all possible linguistic constructs. Now, the Investigations is a series of paragraphs, not quite so tidy as the series of sentences that we see in the Tractatus, but Wittgenstein says, the book is incomplete. I would have written you in the introduction. He says, I would have written a good book if I could, but I was just outside my capacities, so this will have to do. He says, at best, it's an album, a series of therapies to uncloud our understanding of the world, which is clouded up by the way we use language. Wittgenstein once said that philosophy is a battle against the bewitchment of our intelligence through language. Oddly enough, and it may seem rather strange in a rather logical and physicalistic sort of philosopher like Wittgenstein, there are many exceedingly poetic passages in Wittgenstein. It's an odd place to find poetry, but in fact, the clarity and the rigor of Wittgenstein's writing, both in the early period when he was writing the Tractatus and in the later period when he put together the Investigations, is quite astonishing. And simply as a read for the poetry of it, getting odd insights into language and thought, that itself justifies it. So if you're going to read Wittgenstein at a later date, have a look at the Investigations. It's a most interesting piece of work, and you'll probably find it more rewarding than the Tractatus. Now, in the Tractatus, Wittgenstein had an idea, or made essentially the argument, or had the basic conception that language was a picture of the world, and that each individual atomic proposition told us something about the world, or it told us about some logical fact. So there were two kinds of meaningful propositions in the Tractatus, and only two. There were deductive facts, and there were inductive facts. Deductive facts are either true or false, and he worked out the implications of that. It turns out that all true deductive statements, all analytic facts, are in fact tautologies. In other words, they only tell you that X is X. Now, it may be a very abstract set of equations on both sides, but really what it all reduces to is everything is itself. Every mathematical equation says that this is this, and nothing more. It tells us nothing about the world, it just tells us about the logical entailments in our definitions. Very clean, very precise. He has a razor blade of a mind, and he cuts right through all the nonsense, all the complexities to get to one basic core. In the Tractatus, he also says that another kind of proposition expresses the contingent states of affairs in the world. The chair is there, the audience is here, I'm walking up and down. All these propositions tell us individual facts about the world, and these are not tautologies, these are not contradictions, they are simple contingencies. And the way you find out about them is by looking at the world. Elegant, simple, lovely. Perhaps a little too simple, perhaps an oversimplification. In his later work, when he gets to the Investigations, Wittgenstein has decided that instead of language being a picture, he wants to treat language as a game, as a set of social practices which overlap and which don't have one universal skeleton key which allows us to open all linguistic doors. Instead, there are a plurality of overlapping games which have a certain degree of consistency within them, but there's no one unifying characteristic that covers all possible linguistic expressions. The idea of a great philosopher, a philosopher who had achieved enormous international notoriety, retracting his first and most widely known work, is unprecedented in the history of philosophy. And one of the great achievements in human self-criticism, the capacity to be critical towards oneself as well as others, the rigorous intellectual honesty is what comes out of the investigations, and it is enormously impressive in that respect. Now let's think about the idea of language games. Wittgenstein says that there are different kinds of games that we play, and that language can be subsumed under that idea, and that not all these games are perfectly identical, and that there's a certain degree of ambiguity that attaches to some games rather than others. And in fact, the plurality and diversity of language makes it resist any attempt to find a universal kind of algorithm which allows you to get through all of it. Remarkable change of intellectual orientation comes here. Now, the question is, if we're to take this idea of language games seriously, we have to figure out what we would mean by a language game, how these games will work, and what it is that's different in this second conception, this conception of the language game, that makes it different from the conception that he had earlier. Two of Wittgenstein's favorite questions come into play here. One of his favorite questions is, how is a word learned? That is to say, if you want to know about the meaning of a word, X, then ask yourself, how do you find out about X? How would you teach X to a 6-year-old? Because as a matter of practical, empirical fact, all the 6-year-olds, all the children in our culture are going to have to be taught the words of English, and they get taught them one by one. Ask yourself how you would teach a word. That will tell you a great deal about what the word means and what the word signifies. In addition to that, he wants to know, a second question that Wittgenstein is particularly interested in is, how is a word used? One of the slogans that was derived from this a little later in Wittgenstein's development was, don't ask for the meaning, ask for the use. If you want to know what X means, ask yourself what people do with it. Go look at people using the word X and find out what it's good for. And when you know how they use it, well, you know what it means. This change from the logical necessity of language to its practical contingency is a fascinating turnabout. Now, let's think about the word game. I assume all of us have a sufficient command of English to roughly know what a game is. And the problem is one of definition. How will we define game? Well, let's think about our 6-year-old. Let's call him Johnny. And let's say we want to teach a game to Johnny. Now, by 6, most children actually know what a game is already. And the question is this: how did we teach Johnny the term game? And how do we know when Johnny understands the word game? And what does it mean for us to define the word game? Well, we'd have to drop back a little bit and see what Wittgenstein is fighting against in the Western philosophical tradition. In other words, what's the definition of definition in the Western philosophical tradition? A kind of meta question, kind of bootstraps us up into a new level. And the best example, the best contrast you can find is in the works of Plato. Socrates is constantly asking people, what is justice? What is goodness? What is virtue? What is beauty? And what he's asking for is a definition, because in each of the Socratic dialogues, there's an attempt to define some important abstract concept, and in fact, in the process of defining it, Socrates has very clear criteria for what counts as a definition. Those of you who are familiar with the Republic know that Socrates wants to define justice. Those of you who are familiar with the Phaedrus know that Socrates wants to define love. Those of you who are familiar with the Meno know that Socrates wants to define virtue. When Socrates in the Meno asks Meno what is virtue, Meno gives him a bunch of examples. There's the virtue of generals, the virtue of soldiers, the virtue of men, the virtue of women. And Socrates says, no, stop. I don't want examples of virtue. I want to know what virtue itself is. I want to know some quality that every virtue has and only virtue has. In other words, Socrates demands that virtue be defined in the way that we define odd numbers or triangles. He wants the canons for definition to be strictly mathematical. It goes back to the fact that the Greeks were primarily concerned with mathematical epistemological questions, or at least Plato was. And Socrates wins many arguments by showing that nobody understands what virtue or justice or beauty is, because no one can tell him what the form of it is. No one can tell him what every instantiation of beauty has and only instantiations of beauty has. No one can tell him what every example of virtue has and only examples of virtue have. It's not an accident that Socrates, whenever he gives an example of what he wants a definition to be, always chooses some mathematical entity. Mathematical things lend themselves to that kind of definition. The difficulty that Wittgenstein has stumbled on, and it's a fascinating problem, is that many things are not and cannot be defined that way. In other words, he thinks Socrates is unintentionally playing intellectual sleight of hand by demanding of people something that couldn't possibly be there. And then it turns out that when the people try and give him what he wants, they end up looking stupid because they're on an expedition to do the impossible. A remarkable insight. Wittgenstein offers us a new idea. Let's go back to Johnny and the game. Johnny understands the game. And what's remarkable is that none of us sat down and said, Johnny, every game has the following quality, and only games have the following qualities. Johnny, this is the form of the game. As a matter of fact, if called upon to tell someone what the form of the game is, in other words, if called upon to say some quality that every game has and only games have, I think you would run into all kinds of problems. Ask yourself what the Olympics have in common with tic-tac-toe. Ask yourself what poker has in common with chess. Ask yourself what tag has in common with peekaboo. Ask yourself if any of these things have one universal characteristic that allows us to say that all these things are games. If they don't have one universal characteristic, how is it that we can use the word in a sensible way? What does it mean to describe all these things as games? Wittgenstein has opened up a can of skeptical worms here, and he's going to close it too. Quite remarkable. Let's go back to Johnny and our game. We teach Johnny peekaboo, we teach Johnny maybe a card game, we teach Johnny how to play checkers, we teach Johnny a number of games. How do we know when Johnny understands the term game? What we do is we look for some behavior, some use on the part of Johnny that shows that he knows where it fits in our language. So for example, if he starts writing his homework and he says, this thing that I'm writing my homework with, that's a game, we say, no, Johnny, you don't understand. That's not a game, that's a pencil. A game is a thing like tag or checkers or cards or something like that, Johnny. But notice we don't say, Johnny, the following is the form of the game. We give Johnny examples. So what Wittgenstein is saying here is that as a matter of practical fact, all of us, not just Johnny, but all of us, learn the use of words like game, everyday simple things like that, by being given examples. This is called ostensive definition. In other words, in contrast to the Socratic essential definition, by specifying one quality that every X has and only X has, Wittgenstein wants to offer us a new paradigm that will cover some kinds of definition. In fact, it will cover most kinds of definition. This will be definition by giving examples of something. So if you want to teach someone that doesn't understand English, speaks a foreign language, what a chair is, you point out examples of chairs. You say, sir, that's a chair, and sir, that's a chair, and that's a chair, and that's a chair, and that's a chair. And then at some point in time, you get tired of saying, that's a chair, that's a chair, that's a chair, then you stop. And then after that, if you want to find out if this person understands the word chair, you ask them, could you use that in a sentence and point out a few things? And if they point to the sky, or if they point to a mountain, you understand that they don't understand what you meant by chair, and you have to give them some more examples. If, on the other hand, he says, that's a chair, that's a chair, that's a chair, then you have as good a reason as you are ever going to have to think that he understands the word chair. And this is not restricted to the word game. It is not restricted to the word chair. This accounts for almost all the definitions we have of almost all the words we use every day. It's remarkable about Wittgenstein that unlike Plato and Spinoza, who can confuse us and baffle us with the most profound intellectual constructs, Wittgenstein can baffle us with the contents of our closets. Wittgenstein can baffle us with the objects on the table. Wittgenstein can make it amazing that you should know how to use the word sugar or salt. Remarkable, but not remarkable. What Wittgenstein has done is gone back to the way words actually work in the practical, empirical world. He started out his career as an engineer, and then he moved into mathematics, and the desire for mathematical formality sacrificed common sense. And now, this is a revival of common sense. This is common sense in a way with a vengeance. Think about the paradigm of 6-year-olds. If they understand what game means, don't tell me that us philosophers don't. And if we can't specify some quality that every instantiation of the word game has, and only such instantiations have, then why should we believe that there is such a thing? Now, this doesn't sound like all that great a breakthrough, perhaps, but stop and consider it. Imagine someone that had spent, a scholar, spent his entire life trying to figure out what it is that makes beautiful things beautiful. And he looked at Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, he looked at Rembrandt's portraits, he looked at the Sistine Chapel, he looked at a number of things, and racked his brain for a whole career, 20, 30, 40 years, trying to figure out some quality that all these things have in common. And the difficulty may be in the kind of question that we're asking. They may not have anything intrinsically in common that unites all of them. There may be a series of overlapping commonalities that allow us to refer to all these things in a rough and approximate way. It doesn't give us ultimate Platonic precision. It won't turn us into logic machines. But the demand for final logical precision may be the problem here rather than the fuzziness of our language. It may be that we're making impossible and unreasonable demands when we ask for the form of the chair, for the essential quality of every chair and only chairs. Perhaps what we need is a series of examples that work in a rough, practical way in the language games that we live with. In other words, the fact that I can't specify for you some quality that every game has and only games have doesn't mean that you don't know what I'm talking about when I use the word game, and doesn't mean I can't teach it to Johnny. And what more do you want to do with it? Aren't we asking the impossible? Fascinating idea. Now, there's a problem here, and Plato would be the first one to come back. I mean, let's be fair to him. He'd say, look, how do we know when we really understand something? Maybe Johnny is going to go out and misuse the word later on, and there's an intrinsic ambiguity to defining things by example. That is to say, there's always going to be an uncertainty when you get to the peripheral examples of a game or a chair or anything else as to whether this falls under the rubric chair or game or not. Is a doll's house chair a chair? Well, maybe. Is a throne a chair? Well, I guess. If you sit on a boulder, is that a chair? Well, kind of. I mean, it becomes kind of difficult at the edges. And here's where Plato would come back and say, look, logic or nothing. Tell me with perfect certainty or I don't want to hear about it. Wittgenstein's answer is elegant and quite poetic. He says, when you demand absolute logical precision, a rigid, clear distinction between the things that fall under a term and things that do not, aren't you demanding the impossible? He says something to this effect. Is a fuzzy photograph a photograph? Well, yeah. Is it adequate for certain purposes? Well, it depends on what purposes you want to do, you want it for. In other words, is a fuzzy definition a definition? Well, Plato would say no. Why? Because he wants absolute certainty. That's what the Greek tradition is all about. Wittgenstein says the problem is not with our language, the problem is not with our thinking, the problem is with the demand for absolute certainty about the nature of chairness. There is no such thing. There's just this chair and the other chair, and there's an intrinsic ambiguity built into our definitions along those lines that's exactly like the ambiguity that we find in a fuzzy photograph. Think of a satellite's photograph of the United States. You might object that it's not clear that your backyard is there. Wittgenstein would say, well, if we need more resolution, we can add that resolution as it's necessary in the language games we are engaged in. But insofar as we just want a satellite's photo of the United States, this does just fine. If you want your backyard, I suppose we could clarify it somewhat. And insofar as our language games demand that we bring it down to the level of the backyard, that we increase the specificity, we can always add that as we need it. But we don't need a priori an ultimate essential definition of all the words in our language prior to being able to talk. Talk comes first. Action comes first. These logical systemizations of it come second, and insofar as they create a nonsensical ambiguity in our understanding of ourselves and our world, the fault lies not with the world, the fault lies not with our language, the fault lies with an unreasonable demand for unreasonable degrees of certainty. What a remarkable idea. It's absolutely brilliant. And if you can imagine now our poor scholar looking at the Sistine, listening to Beethoven's Ninth, appreciating Rembrandt, and then saying, I've been asking the wrong question. All I have is overlapping elements of beauty that attach to different things in different ways, and they may have a rough similarity, but that's all we're going to get. So instead of a Platonic form of beauty, what we're going to get is the beauty characteristic of portraits, perhaps. Perhaps we could define that with some precision. The beauty characteristic of pieces of music, perhaps. Perhaps for some purposes we would want to connect one to the other. Perhaps we would want to distinguish them. But the problem lies not with the world. The problem lies with our over-demanding of logical rigor. Now, what this means is that we're going to have to find some principle that holds our world together, because there's a danger here. Suppose we were to say that some term X in some language referred to ladies' shoes, all the numbers over 200, and lobsters. Well, the problem is that there's no connection between these things. In other words, we don't want to be so completely disparate that we get a totally arbitrary set of utterances referring to the world. And Wittgenstein comes up with another beautiful poetic paradigm for this, and this is called family resemblance. Imagine the Smith family, hypothetical group of people. They all look roughly alike. Some are taller, some are shorter, some weigh more, some weigh less. Some have long hair, some have short hair, but they all look roughly like the Smith family. Why do we call them Smiths? Because we see a family resemblance between this and this and this. And Wittgenstein says, let's extrapolate from that idea. Let's take the idea that all the chairs have a rough family resemblance. They're things built by people so that you can sit on them. And then, naturally, there'll be some ambiguous cases on the fringe. Is a doll's house chair a chair? Is a throne a chair? Is the front seat of your car a chair? Well, it depends on what you want to do with it. But the point is, the reason why we might be tempted to call these various things chairs is because they share a certain family resemblance that allows us to clump these common nouns together, or the things that are referred to by these common nouns together. And this family resemblance idea is what we are looking for when we try and define a term. So when we choose examples of chairs to teach Johnny with, we don't choose the odd cases that are unclear. We choose things that are very clearly chairs. That's a chair, and that's a chair, and that's a chair. When Johnny comes back and wants to know if some questionable case, the doll's house chair, is a chair, we say, well, it depends on what you want to do with it, Johnny. If you want to build doll houses, maybe we'll call it a chair. If you want to talk only about things that people can really sit on, well, then it's not a chair. It depends on what language game you're playing. Now let's think about game, the definition of game. It seems like what holds our word game together is the fact that games have a rough family resemblance. Poker is kind of like bridge in that you play them with cards. Chess is sort of like checkers in the sense that you play it on a 64 square board. And chess is sort of like poker in the sense that both are governed by rules. But there'll still be fuzzy questions and fuzzy instances of what counts as a game. Consider, for example, peekaboo. If we wanted to say that games were human behaviors that are governed by rules, you'd have the difficulty of peekaboo. No one explains to an infant, these are the ground rules of peekaboo, kid, before you play it. You just play peekaboo and it really doesn't have any rules, or I don't know, I mean, how can you be offsides in peekaboo? Think about it. Right? I mean, it's peekaboo. Is peekaboo a game? Well, if you want to include it for certain purposes, say under the rubric things children do, okay, it's a game. I mean, it would be very peculiar to do among adults. On the other hand, if you want to say that games are rule-oriented behaviors, well, then it's not. What hangs on the question of whether we can absolutize this or not? Wittgenstein points out, nothing. What a liberation from physics uber alles. What a tribute to common sense and everyday experience. What a great intellectual honesty that allows him to break through this into a new domain of rough expressions, of everyday language, of the way we really live. Wittgenstein says in a very memorable passage that some mathematician had tried to demand complete logical rigor. His name was Gottlob Frege. And he said that a term that isn't defined perfectly is like an area in geometry that has an imperfect definition. If it's not bounded completely, it's not an area, which means it's not a definition. But Wittgenstein says, no, that's not really true. He asks, is it nonsensical to say, stand roughly there? Do I have to specify with Cartesian coordinates exactly where I want you to stand? No, stand roughly there. I mean, anybody that understands English is going to understand this. He says, there's no mystery here. If you're mystified, you are mystifying yourself. And philosophy is a battle against the bewitchment of our intelligence by language. What a remarkable intellect. What a remarkable thinker. Now, there's a number of difficulties here. difficulty number one, or actually there are a plethora of difficulties, that's not fair, but the difficulty that immediately suggests itself. How do we know when someone understands a term? Well, we know when they can use the term the way we use the term. And if they start using the term in a funny way, that is, say, if Johnny starts pointing at his pencil and saying, this is a game, we say, no, Johnny, for the 100th time, that's a pencil, that's not a game. And if Johnny has any brains at all, you figure eventually Johnny's going to come up with the idea that, look, games are things like chess and checkers. Johnny, learn the language, you can do it. Well, here's the idea. Our standard for knowing whether Johnny understands the word game is his behavior. And what this does, it comes very, very close to abolishing the mind or the psyche or the internal element in understanding. In other words, this theory of whether you understand the term game or not refers not at all to your mental experiences, to your subjective understanding of it. It refers to the way you behave. And if you don't show me by some kind of behavior whether you understand the word game or not, I, strictly speaking, can't tell whether you can do that. So in other words, it comes perilously close to turning into a kind of philosophical behaviorism. What Wittgenstein does is drive the world of the psyche, of the ego, of the subject, back, not to the point where he abolishes it, as many of the more radical logical positivists do. Otto Neurath does that. A.J. Ayer, I believe, does it as well. But what he does is drive the ego or the psyche or the subject back to not non-existence, but to the point where to the level where it is a dimensionless point that takes up no space and that contains nothing within it. It is a black box entirely impenetrable to all other people. He does not deny that people have a self or an ego, but in fact, he says that that's inaccessible to us. Imagine the uncommon loneliness of such a man. It means that you can't know other minds or know other people. It comes very, very close to that. So this behaviorism is expressed quite ably and again quite poetically and in a way that's not at all easy to refute. And the examples, Wittgenstein again can baffle us with the things on our kitchen table. He can baffle you with anything, with any everyday common object or common activity. And in particular, he says makes a number of observations or thought experiments. For example, he says, suppose we taught a child, or suppose we met someone who had been taught how to do addition problems. Many of us can do that. It's simple arithmetic. And suppose we wanted to know if a given person, say a person in one of these rows, knows how to do addition. I might give him some addition problems and ask him to do them and then look and see if in fact he gets the right answer. And if he gets the right answer for any length of time, I say, okay, yeah, this person knows how to do addition. Independent of testing them in that way, of seeing them perform some kind of action, of engaging in some kind of behavior which gives me grounds to say that, could I ever possibly have grounds for thinking that a person understands addition? Imagine the following case, and this is the kind of queer brilliance that you get in Wittgenstein. He says, imagine the case of someone that claimed to understand addition, but never, ever had done an addition problem on paper and had never given anyone any evidence of understanding addition. Just says, I've done a great many sums, but I've done them all in my head. Imagine the strange condition you were in now. How can we tell if this person understands addition? Assuming that they're not willing to do anything out here in the world that we can see. Take it on faith? Well, imagine where that's going to lead us. Imagine people claiming that they understood Swedish, with the exception that they had never spoken any Swedish, and they had never read anything in Swedish, but they want you to believe that they know it. Do you see the problem? That is to say, what possible criterion could we have for ascribing to a person an understanding of an idea or a concept or a process unless it was somewhere in their behavior? The only other alternative is to read their mind, to hold hands, have a seance to see if we can directly get access to it. And since that's impossible, back to behaviorism, back to the standard of external activity as the touchstone for whether Johnny understands this. And as a matter of practical fact, there should come as no surprise that every first grade teacher, when they want to find out if the kids in the class understand addition, they give them a test. Not because they like making the kids nervous, but because the only way to find out whether they understand addition or not is to have them do some addition problems. You can't take it on faith. A remarkable breakthrough. The difficulty with it is that it tends to lock us within our own psyche, and that it tends to make it very hard to give behavior which would give us satisfactory reason to believe in certain kinds of experience. Wittgenstein says in the Investigations, what is the aim of your philosophy? To allow the fly to get out of the fly bottle. In other words, we're taken in by the language that we've been brought up on, and we tend to get confused because language itself is full of odd quirks and odd facts which only can be determined and only can be unraveled in the way words get used. So back to the theme, don't ask for the meaning, ask for the use. If you're still unclear as to what you're doing, then ask, how is this word learned? So for Wittgenstein, philosophy in the investigations turns out to be a kind of therapy. We have conceptual Charlie horses, or we have conceptual diseases, and he's going to be a trainer or an intellectual doctor who's going to help us improve our thinking, and he's going to offer us therapy for the misapprehensions and the confusions introduced into our thinking by our use of language. Now, the problem with the investigations is that it's incomplete. One of the difficulties is, and here's the real point, is that there's an infinite number of overlapping language games, and not only is it incomplete, but philosophy itself is incomplete. The incompleteness of this book gestures at the fact that there is no ultimate finale to the philosophical enterprise, which is a total reversal of what he thought he had done in the early part of his career. He thought he had solved all philosophical problems. There's nothing left to talk about. Everything else is just mopping up the confusions that happen to be left over from 2,500 years of Platonism. Now, we know not only is philosophy not ending, but it's never ending. It's never ending because human puzzlement never ends, in fact, there is no one universal skeleton key. There's no one universal thread which leads us out of the labyrinth of language. All we can do is learn the local rules used in various communities and in various forms of life with regard to certain linguistic activities. And once Johnny learns how to use the word chair and refers to things like that with it, well then Johnny understands what a chair is. And that is true not just for chairs, but it's true for all of language. And what he's done is undeceive us and make unambiguous things which we thought were problems, but in fact are not problems. The problem lies not with the world, the problem lies not with language, the problem lies with the unreasonable set of demands and expectations that we bring to it. The therapy that he is performing in the large-scale sense is to rid us of the Platonic demand for ultimate certainty and go to an essentially pragmatic standard which says, if it works, it works. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. If Johnny can use the word chair, then Johnny understands chair, whether he can tell you what the form of the chair is or not. As a matter of fact, it may be a waste of time because in all probability there is no form of the chair. There is no one quality which every chair has and only chairs have. All we have is the overlapping language games. Some of them are more precise than others. If some are found too ambiguous for our purposes, we can increase the precision with which we use language at any time, and we can increase it to the point where we find it useful again. And then there's no point in taking our precision any further except for points of pedantry, because if it isn't fixed, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. He rescues us from centuries of unnecessary worry. He helps us avoid a lifetime of the frustrating pursuit of something that's not there. He says, or in a way, it's a way of going back to the first line of the Tractatus, the world is all that is the case. And what we cannot speak about, we must pass over in silence. In the Tractatus, being a logical, scientific kind of a guy, he said that there were no way that we could express propositions in ethics or in theology or in aesthetics. It's too gooey and ambiguous for him. Later on, he comes back with this idea of the fuzzy photo. We can talk about ethics, we can talk about aesthetics, we can talk about theology. The difficulty is that they're very ambiguous, very fuzzy words. The question is the fuzziness of our discourse an impediment to understanding each other or not? If we get an understanding of what someone is talking about when they talk about beauty or about God or about religion, if it communicates with you, and you can tell by whether they use it in the proper way, well then it's working just fine. If it's too ambiguous for our purposes, then sharpen it up. We are rescued not only from an extreme skepticism, we are rescued from chasing our own tails around like puppies. In that respect, Wittgenstein represents a retreat from philosophical hubris. He is a hero in the Socratic sense because he's not only willing to criticize others, he's willing to criticize himself. And he's unwilling to accept the flattery that comes with philosophical breakthroughs when you yourself have conscientious misgivings about what you've written. As an example of intellectual honesty, Ludwig Wittgenstein is without peer in the last 500 years of philosophy. One of the greatest thinkers, and in that respect, one of the greatest souls of all. And as a matter of just empirical, personal fact for him, he was one of the loneliest and most, how can I put it, distant of men. And part of it comes from this extreme logical rigor. Part of it comes from this willingness to ask new questions, willingness to even undermine one's own conclusions. But it also connects to the fact that Wittgenstein himself wanted to bring philosophy down to this world. And it amounts to the idea that what we cannot speak about, we must pass over in silence. And the domain of silence, it turns out in the investigations, is not as great as we had thought. Edmund Burke is an unusual figure in a course on the history of philosophy because he wasn't a professional scholar, wasn't a professional academic, wasn't a man who lived the contemplative life. Makes him different from most of the figures that we've encountered so far in our series of lectures. Edmund Burke was a practical politician who was very influential in late 18th century England. He was a member of the House of Commons. He was one of the Rockingham Whigs, and he spent a long career as a practical politician actually working out the connection between political theory and political practice. Burke's primary concern in investigating political life is to find out what works in practice. And not just in practice across the world, his concern is to find out what works in practice under the circumstances of a roughly democratic legislature or a representative legislature. Burke is trying to figure out the ways in which legislatures work, the way in which the new democratic governments that have been set up during the period of the Enlightenment function, what sort of political ideals they ought to be connected with, and in addition, how political theory ought to be connected to political practice. Now, Hume is often seen, or not Hume, but Burke, is often seen as one of the most conservative thinkers of the Enlightenment, as a kind of precursor to romantic reaction. There's a certain degree of truth in that. But he's also a rather reform-minded Whig as well. Although he was against the French Revolution, he supported the ideals of the American Revolution. He investigated corrupt practices among the East India Company. He wanted to alleviate some of the oppression that was characteristic of the English treatment of Ireland, and that should come as no surprise. Burke himself grew up in Ireland. He's the product of a mixed marriage between a Protestant father and a Catholic mother. All through his political career, he's something of an outsider. He's a parvenu, someone that shows up in Commons and got there by dint of his ability, not by his lineage, not necessarily by his connections. So Burke is a practical politician. If we think of someone like Kant as being an intellectual scientist or a political scientist in the strict sense of the term, Hume can be thought of as a political engineer. He wants to take the insights of political philosophy and apply them. And his standard will be pragmatic. Does it work in practice? If it doesn't work in practice, he thinks that a theory is by definition a bad theory. So Burke is a very pragmatic thinker, a very practical man, and something of an opportunist as well. We ought to forgive him the occasional lapses in his thinking and in his writing. The heat of political polemic often causes people to go out on a limb, to over-formulate an argument, to take it a little bit too far. And there's also a sense of I don't know, a certain degree of confusion in Burke's work. He's concerned with different political issues at different times, and although there's a rough consistency to his outlook, he varies and vacillates the way most politicians do. It's about the best we can expect from a man that has to live with the rough and tumble of politics every day. Now, Burke's position is that of a Whig. He's an outsider. He supports the country party as opposed to the court party. He wants to make sure that corruption doesn't dominate the English government. And he wants to make sure that no unforeseen revolutionary emergencies create the kind of desperate political situation in England that is characteristic of France during the time of the French Revolution. And he also wants to look at the origins of legitimacy, the structure of legislation, and the way in which governments can be reformed, which is part of the project of the Enlightenment, and at the same time made stable, because reform and stability are in some respects antithetical. There's a certain degree of tension between the two. Burke recognizes the need for reform, but he also recognizes the need for political stability, for political order. Sometimes he goes for one, sometimes for the other, but my sense is that his primary emphasis is on the idea of political order. He thinks that the Hobbesian state of nature, the lapse back into lawless terror that was characteristic of the worst excesses of the French Revolution, could have been predicted, that a wise political science would have prevented the necessity for such a state of affairs, and that by empirically studying the data of history, Burke thinks that we can come to a rough empirical understanding of what human nature is in the case of individuals, and what the nature of human societies and human governments is as a matter of practical fact, empirical fact. So Hume's theory is going to be anti-utopian. It's going to move away from the tradition of thought that we got with Plato or Thomas More of creating an ideal society and judging the world around us on the basis of that. He's going to take the other tack. He's going to look at the world around us and say, at least this works. We can be sure that this has some connection to reality. It is reality. Now, our proposals for reform will have to be judged within the context of what works. Someone once defined politics as the art of the possible. And that's very much Burke's perspective. Does it work in practice? Now, as a leader in the House of Commons, he's a noted orator. He is an indefatigable writer of pamphlets. And he knows how to manage men. He knows how to manage legislatures. He knows how to get things done. He recognizes the need for reform and pushes for reform when he thinks it's unavoidable. Reform is dangerous because there's always a certain degree of risk involved in changing the status quo. Right? That's the conservative element. But being a rational risk minimizer, Burke says that occasionally gradual, slow-moving, well-considered reforms implemented over a period of time are actually risk-reducing mechanisms because they prevent the necessity for revolutionary violence, which is the worst possible state of affairs. In other words, prior to the beginnings of the American Revolution, Burke advocates liberalizing the relationship with the American colonies. He says, give them some representation in Parliament. You are actually denying them the rights of Englishmen which had been established by the Glorious Revolution. Burke continuously harks back to the Glorious Revolution as his idea of a fine revolution. Not much happens. The change is quick, easy, bloodless. He does his best not to talk about the period of English history between 1640 and 1660 because it would give people the unpleasant impression that once in a while revolutions can't be avoided, and perhaps even the government that he thinks so highly of was based upon an earlier revolution. So when he talks about revolutions of the earlier century, he's talking about the Glorious Revolution. He doesn't want to think about Cromwell. There's a little bit of a disingenuous element here. He is, after all, a practical politician, supporting Whig policies. What's more Whig than to advocate the principles of the Glorious Revolution of '89? His reason for supporting the protests of the American colonists was that their demands were within the province of the rights that had been established for Englishmen in the Glorious Revolution of 1689. And he said, look, if we don't liberalize our connection with them, and in addition, not just to the Americans, but he was also willing to liberalize his relations with India and other colonial possessions of England. He says, if we don't liberalize our connections with them, in fact, we will lose them. We will drive them to the unavoidable expedient of an enormous revolution, which will cost us men, which will cost us money, and which will ultimately cost us America. So Burke is not a reactionary in the sense that he's entirely against reform. What he is a conservative, one who wants to make reforms piecemeal, slowly. For him, as for Hume, and this is one of the connections between Burke and the entire tradition of English political and moral thought, prudence is the great virtue. If we were to distinguish between the empiricists and the idealists, or distinguish between the English-speaking philosophers and the continental rationalists, I would say that the great virtue of the English empirical philosophers is prudence. They are prudent men. They don't get carried away by either emotion or reason. They do things more or less within the bounds of common sense. The alternative virtue, which we find among the rationalistic philosophers, primarily among the German-speaking philosophers, also I would say among Plato, all metaphysicians, their great alternative virtue is ruthlessness. They take an idea as far as it can possibly go, and they say, prudence be damned. We're going to do what makes sense. We're going to do what's right, regardless of whether this is consistent with anybody's idea of common sense. Common sense, in a way, is our problem. We want to get beyond common sense to what Thoreau called something magnificently uncommon. Well, Burke doesn't want anything uncommon or magnificent. He wants something prudent, something you can count on, something that would be conservative without being reactionary. And so he's willing to make changes in political practice and in political theory, so long as they're gradual, so long as they balance out the empirical interests that are represented in the society at the moment that a particular reform is suggested, and so that we can possibly reverse any given reform, so that if it turns out to be deleterious in practice, we can say, okay, we made a mistake, we're going to revoke that attempted reform. Burke is skeptical of all utopian thoughts, of all utopian rationalistic programs for the creation of ultimate human felicity. He says, we'll do the best we can right here and now, within the parameters of what can practically be done. So he advocates certain kinds of reform. Reforms of English foreign policy, reform in the treatment of Ireland, reform in the organization of the government. And Burke also wants to reform political theory, the idea of politics, the way in which people think about politics. Burke believes, on the basis of his experience as a practical politician, that he has something worthwhile to say about that, however disdainful professional philosophers might be. And there's a certain degree of truth in that. Burke has been largely neglected by professional politicians because there are a great many inconsistencies in his work. He's not the deep, rigorous thinker that we're going to find in Hume or Kant or any of the professional scholars. Burke does advocate and does make a couple of arguments that are novel and important. His most important work is called Reflections on the Revolution in France. It is ostensibly a letter written to a young French nobleman explaining the English conservative interpretation of the French Revolution, and in particular, the interpretation of the Terror. Burke thinks that the Terror, essentially a breakdown of legal order which amounts to the law of the war of all against all, to a horrifying situation which is the worst of political circumstances, where no one has any security for property or for life, where terror reigns, where there's no predictability with regard to governmental policy, and you never know who's going to be killed next. First, Danton and Robespierre start to persecute those they suspect of having royalist sympathies. And then they get their own political enemies within the revolutionary movement, and finally their own political enemies get them and chop their heads off, because political terror is a dangerous thing. No one knows who to trust, no one knows where to go. Burke says this could have been predicted. The entire tradition of the French Enlightenment, the tradition of continental rationalism, of abstract theorizing, independent of contingent and immediate circumstances, is what leads to political fallacies, like emphasizing the imprescriptible rights of man and other abstractions, which have no immediate connection to the historical experience of French government. So Burke says all this abstract theorizing done by the professors in their studies are not only wrong, but positively dangerous. When carried into practice, the result is not improvement, it's chaos. By trying to institute what amounts to a secular millennium, by trying to end the earlier messy, ugly, evil portion of human existence and create a new, fundamentally changed social structure which creates perfect equality and perfect liberty and perfect justice, what you get is perfectly the opposite. All utopian schemes for the immediate creation of perfection are chimerical and wrong. They're an illusion. Burke says practice over theory. What works comes over what we would like. So what Burke says is that the terror is implicit in the French Revolution itself, and that these demands for complete change now are not only unrealistic, but dangerous, and they're the product of this abstract rationalizing that we get in the continental tradition. He thinks that people like Rousseau, with their radical democratic tendencies, their insistence, remember the beginning of Rousseau's Social Contract? Man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. It's a beautiful, poetic line. Does anyone clearly understand what it means? It means that the world's bad and that lots of political stuff is evil. And Burke says, well, that may be true, but that's a very dangerous idea to introduce. We cannot make complete human liberation tomorrow, or in fact, we cannot create complete human liberation within the foreseeable future. So in practice, that's impossible. He thinks that the abstract tradition of rational inquiry that starts in French culture, I guess, with Descartes, and moves on through the tradition of the French Enlightenment, is dangerous because it neglects practicality in favor of abstract theories that have no immediate connection to historical experience. In some respects, the guillotine is the logical outcome of rationalism. It's the logical outcome of insisting that both political and moral duty comes from pure reason, rather than the collected connection of our traditions, our feelings, our sentiments, our reasonings about our traditions and feelings and sentiments. In other words, the idea that we can institute a whole new world today. I think someone once said that the guillotine is a very Cartesian sort of an instrument because it separates the mind and the body so completely. Well, I think Burke would sympathize with that kind of a view. He says, look, the French have a legitimate set of objections to the kind of government they have. An absolute monarchy is an evil thing. Divine right despotism, divine right monarchies are a mistake. They're a relic of the feudal past. These ought to be gotten rid of. The domination of the church in French political affairs is, Burke thinks, an evil. The hereditary nobility and the particular legal and institutional advantages that they have, at least some of those for Burke are evil. But he says, look, all of these grievances could be redressed, but they can be redressed only one at a time and only gradually. The idea of killing the king and then killing all the nobles and then killing all the people who dispute within the Radical Democratic Party and then starting to kill each other is what you would expect from people that have no connection to their earlier traditions. Because it's tradition, sentiment, a kind of intellectual inertia that keeps society together. Society is not held together by rationality. People normally do not sit down, do some mathematical problems, and conclude that they love their family, that they love their country, that they like their hometown. People are essentially creatures of sentiment. This connects it back up to the Humean tradition of moral theory. This connects it to the skeptical tradition of epistemology that comes out of Locke and empiricism and things like that. So Hume, while he's not, or Burke, while he's not a professional philosopher, is well within the central trend, the skeptical, empirical, gradual, sentimental trend of English thought. Now, he thinks that the advantages of the English Constitution is that it's a gradual accumulation of practices and traditions which minimized the need for revolution and which could be gradually reformed from within. And one of the great advantages of the English Constitution is that it's not written down. It's a general kind of nebulous collection of traditions and practices and sentiments. And the advantage of that is that it can change gradually and imperceptibly. It gives you the sense of continuity over time. Burke thinks that very important. He thinks that the English Constitution is an entailed inheritance, as he puts it. We inherit a system of government and a society from our ancestors, and it is an entailed inheritance. You can't just throw it all out. You can't get rid of it all at once. So Burke says the real problem with the French Revolution is that it wasn't a gradual series of reforms. It wasn't based empirically on the traditions of the French ways of life and French government. The problem with it is that it comes from abstract theorizing, which is downright dangerous. Now, Burke supported the American Revolution because he felt that the American colonists had been forced, in defense of their Whig liberties, to have grudgingly a revolution. And he said, I told you so, in a way the English government had it coming. He thinks that the French government has it coming too, because they're also unwilling to make reforms. But he says the revolutionaries are actually worse than the government they already had. While we may have had oppression under an absolute monarch, we have terror under a revolution. And what we can reasonably expect to come out of this revolution is something like a Caesar, some sort of despotic figure that will dominate this age of chaos and create order at the price of all the liberties that everyone had prior to the revolution. In other words, he anticipates something like Napoleon. Not a bad anticipation. Again, the practical politician can see what the likely outcome of chaos in real life is going to be. So his criticism of the French Revolution is what he's mostly remembered for, and that's where he gets the name of being a great reactionary. It's not fair to call him a reactionary. The true label, the appropriate label, would be conservative. He doesn't oppose all reforms. He doesn't want to go back to feudalism, but he wants to make sure that these reforms are slow and gradual. In some respects, that makes him out of step with the Enlightenment. It certainly makes him out of step with the Enlightenment as it's existing on the continent. The French and German traditions are very rigorous and absolute and abstract. He's more or less consistent with the Enlightenment as it happens in England. Hume would understand Burke. Both of them are rational risk minimizers. Think about what the implications are of empiricism for political theory. Let's take Hume's empiricism, but we could take any of them. What is an empiricist sure of? Well, nothing. Empiricism is basically a skeptical philosophy. They're not really sure of anything. What do they kind of bank on if they're not absolutely certain? Because certainty is something we associate with guys like Descartes. Humeans don't get certain, they just get comfortable. Well, what sort of things can you be comfortable with? Can you have a reasonable belief in? Well, you can believe in what you see and what you have experience with. And what do we have experience with? The brute facts of human history. In other words, the empiricist is always going to say, well, we can at least be reasonably certain that if we continue on the way we're going, that the future will be roughly speaking like the past, because we notice certain regularities in the world around us. So if monarchy has been in England for the past 200 or 300 or 400 or 500 years, as long as we don't rock the boat too much, the empiricist says we can reasonably expect that we'll have a continuity between the earlier forms and the later forms. In other words, we can expect more of the same. It's not perfect, but at least we can be sure of that. Who knows what'll happen if we make fundamental changes immediately. You can't be certain of that. So what it means is, I think that empiricism is intrinsically skeptical and in addition, intrinsically conservative. Skepticism is intrinsically conservative because the skeptic is going to say to every would-be reformer, what grounds do I have to believe that your reform is going to work? And what will we be able to tell him? If it's existed in the past, well then we'll have some good grounds. But many of the political reforms, and the most praiseworthy and important political reforms of the Enlightenment, were things that had never happened in the past. And here's the problem. An empiricist, which is a skeptical kind of philosopher, is always going to have some misgivings about even the most attractive reforms because we lack good grounds to expect that they're going to work. Because we have no practice, we have no experience with them. And since innovation entails risk, and risk is dangerous and undermines, at least potentially, human felicity, the rational thing to do is to oppose, or at least to regulate and make gradual political reforms, because that regulates and moderates the risk, and the rational minimization of risk is in a way what empiricism is all about. You don't know what's going to happen if you haven't tried it yet. So if you're going to propose a reform, well, then the bigger the reform is, the more risk involved, the more danger it is, the more salutary skepticism might be. The people who advocate radical, complete, ultimate reform in the political theory of the Enlightenment are all rationalists. None of them are empiricists, and that's not an accident. Dogmatism is connected to rationalism. Remember when I talked about Kant last time? Rationality, the willingness to ruthlessly pursue the implications of one idea. As Kierkegaard said, purity of the heart is the will to one thing. The willingness to take one idea ruthlessly to its logical consequences, that's characteristic of continental rationalism. And the consequences of that in terms of political science is saying all oppression is evil. It's in the Enlightenment that we start to see people begin to object to things like slavery. They begin to object to things like the oppression of women. They begin to object to ideas like the extermination and genocidal treatment of the Indians or non-Western peoples. These ideas are new. We have plenty of experience with the oppression of women. We have lots of experience with slavery. It's existed all throughout the world, throughout most of human history. Innovation in a matter so great and profound as the status of women, or as is in the case of the abolition of slavery, is going to strike an empiricist as being a very dangerous set of changes. Why? Well, what experience do we have with equality between men and women? None. Well, who knows what's going to happen then? And the problem is that that's true. It gives us something to think about. I don't know that it's a good reason not to do it. As a matter of fact, the most important breakthroughs in the political theory of the Enlightenment are, like it or not, dogmatic one way or another. A skeptic would have good reasons for objecting to them, or at least having some misgivings about them. So Burke's position is that of a skeptical empiricist. And he says, show me, do we have good reason to believe this is going to work? And if we don't, well then, let's not do it. Or if we're going to do it, if the political force that advocates change is so powerful that you can't avoid it, let's do it gradually, let's do it piecemeal, let's do it in one place, one county, or one city to start out. Let's have essentially a pilot program. Here in Washington, when we establish a pilot program, when we test something out, we're essentially adopting a position of Burkean conservatism. And this is not an irrational thing to do. Consider the example of something like prohibition. It's with reforms that turn out not to work, that turn out not to be very practical, where Burkean conservatism comes into its own. Imagine somebody coming up with an idea that if we made it illegal to drink alcohol in the United States, we could reduce drunk driving, we could reduce fetal alcohol syndrome, we could reduce all kinds of evil things. And I think that any sensible person looking at the bad consequences of alcoholism would say that it would be fine to get rid of those things. But Burke will say, wait a minute, although your theory tells us that it would be good to get rid of these things, and in fact, I'm inclined to agree with you, being a sentimental guy, I think that drunk driving's a bad thing, but in practice, can we do this? And that's, for Burke and for Burkean conservatives, the key question. Will it work in practice? How are you going to make everybody stop drinking alcohol? How are you going to prevent alcohol from coming in across the border? How are you going to prevent the rise of organized crime? Are the consequences of this reform going to be worse than the evils you seek to eliminate? Will you in fact be able to eliminate these evils simply by passing a law? Can you control reality at that level? And Burke would say, no, I don't think you can. I've seen how people relate to alcohol. I think the chances of getting America to actually go dry are really quite limited. Well, it turns out after making the experiment, the reformers have to eat their words. In this case, we have reform that is appealing at the level of theory, seems like a good idea, but in practice we can't make it work. Well, this is the strong point of Burkean conservatism. There are certain kinds of issues, certain kinds of reforms that turn out not to work very well in practice. Burke tells us before we institute a reform to be reasonably certain that it's going to work in practice. And the only way you can do that is by actually testing it empirically. Don't tell me that you have a theory and a graph that shows that drunk driving goes to 0 the year after we institute prohibition. It just doesn't happen that way. It's a lovely theory, but I don't judge the world on the basis of theories. I judge the world on the basis of the way the world works. There is a certain degree of kind of homey practicality to Burke. That's the attractiveness of this guy. Here's the downside of it, and I think it's an important downside. All the great moral advances in political life that have happened in the modern age have been unprecedented. The abolition of slavery, you can't imagine a more dogmatic or a more improbable drive, and it comes out of the Enlightenment. Prior to the Enlightenment, slavery had existed all over the world, and it has existed for 20, 30, 40, 50 centuries. Now, if you're an empiricist and somebody says that what I'd like to do is abolish slavery on a global basis and make everyone free, well, Burke is going to say about that the same thing he said about prohibition, only in spades and much more emphatically, because this project of abolishing slavery, of creating universal human freedom, is obviously the kind of thing some German thought up. Englishmen don't think up stuff like that, unless, of course, they're moved by religious piety as opposed to skeptical empirical philosophy. So Burke would say, and this is not an irrational thing to say, that there are many potential dangers, even in such a praiseworthy project as the abolition of slavery, the equality of women, the shortening of the workday, the extension of voting rights. Burke was very strongly against the democratization of politics. He certainly did not want to extend the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. He says, do we have any experience with that? Well, yes, we do. We have stories in our histories about democracy. If you are familiar with the Thucydides' Peloponnesian Wars, well, in that, when we look at the results of Athenian democracy, it was disastrous, and it was the actual inability of Athenian democracy to make intelligent decisions that causes them to lose the Peloponnesian Wars. Alcibiades, who says, let's go invade Syracuse, and the people really like it. And democracy says that, yes, we'll go do this because the people are very aroused by it. It's disastrous, they lose the war, and their culture is destroyed. Now, for the empiricist, for the skeptic, for the conservative, there's a moral there. Democracy, the democratization of politics, regardless of whether the categorical imperative says you have to, regardless of whether Rousseau likes it or not, regardless of whether continental thinkers are going to approve of you, makes no difference. The democratization of politics is downright dangerous, and in some respects it's more dangerous than the abolition of slavery because that hasn't been tried before. We've tried democracy before. It's a blasted disaster. So what Burke likes is whatever we happen to have. And this is going to be true of every conservative. If you're a Burkean conservative by kind of outlook or inclination, if you get born in Japan in feudal ages, you're going to think that feudal Japan is a terrific set of institutions as well. There's a certain sort of piety about what you were raised with in Burke's ideas, which he gives a kind of philosophical formulation to. So the upside of Burkean conservatism is that it restricts us from doing implausible, impractical kinds of reform. The downside of it is that it prevents us from making salutary reforms, and that, to be honest, there's a sort of timidity to it, which I think, I don't know, passes for wisdom, but is often just timidity, which is often just a fear of taking a chance. Rational risk minimization is a good thing, and I must confess prudence is a virtue. My point in suggesting that there are limitations to this is that prudence is not the only virtue, and that taken to an extreme, it may be that prudence is sometimes a vice. Prudence has no understanding and no appreciation of the heroic virtues that attach to ruthlessness. Ruthlessness allows for great virtue and great vice. Burke limits what we might call the standard deviation of virtue and vice. We don't get too bad, we don't get too good. We have more or less kind of what we had before. Maybe we can make things a little bit better, but don't get out of hand about this. That's really dangerous. Don't get enthusiastic. Be prudent. Burke counsels us to prudence, and I think that prudence is sometimes a vice as well as being a virtue. That's the difficulties with this. Now, in addition, there are two more contributions that Burke makes to political science, which are departures from the earlier political conceptions, characteristic of both the English and the French Enlightenment. And in addition to that, they are things that are still with us today one way or another, ideas that have been introduced that are quite important. The first and most important idea that Burke comes up with is the idea that political parties are not only legitimate, but necessary. Yesterday, somebody happened to ask me about political parties. Well, here's your answer. In the ancient political tradition, parties are the extreme, the superlative form of faction, and faction is understood to be intrinsically evil. All of political theory in the ancient world, it doesn't matter whether it's Platonic or Aristotelian or Roman or Greek, is all organized around the problem of preventing society from breaking up into antagonistic factions. We want a unity of sentiment, a unity of purpose, which characterizes the good polis. Now, if we look back at history, we have good reason for believing that. Faction, party, leads to civil war in our understanding of history, or at least in the understanding of history characteristic of 18th century England. Look back at Thucydides' Peloponnesian Wars, right? The revolution at Corcyra, the civil wars that are detailed in there, all proceed from the breaking up of society into antagonistic factions who define their interest oppositely. A virtuous individual will be public-spirited, will have no separation of their interest from the interest of society as a whole. That's why the Platonic guardian class is not allowed to have their own family and is not allowed to have their own private property, because that would give them a special, particular interest independent of the interest of the society as a whole. By reducing them to no other interests except the interest of the city as a whole, it prevents, at least in Plato's mind, the emergence of the guardians of the gold class as a faction with separate interests and a separate agenda independent of what's good for the society as a whole. Now, that idea that faction and party are intrinsically evil, a sign of disease, within a society, and potentially which will potentially result in a civil war, which means, back to the state of nature, the war of all against all. This idea is taken up, that factions and parties are bad, and it comes right into political theory, and it goes at least as far as Hume. Hume is the first political thinker in his political essays. I think this is the essay on the ideal commonwealth, where he brings this up. He kind of wants to allow for the idea of legitimate opposition, which is what parties do. They make it possible to focus and organize opposition to the government and to the dominant party. And at the same time, he wants to avoid the dangerous element of faction and party because he thinks it potentially could lead to civil war. The gist of it is something like this, that the idea of legitimate political parties, of a loyal opposition, of legitimate dissent, is a peculiarly modern idea, and Burke helps us legitimize that idea. Think about the ancient world and the medieval world. In the ancient and medieval world, a government legitimized itself by reference to the will of God, or of ultimate rationality in the case of the Platonic ideal city, or with reference to some set of myths that legitimize the king. Divine right monarchy is the best example of this. Why do you have to obey the king when he tells you to do something? Because he's God's friend, or he's God's chosen, he's God's elector. He has some special connection to God that differs from you. And there's a hierarchy. If you remember Aquinas, we've got the God up here and the angels, and then the king here, and down below him are the nobles, and below them are people like you. And the reason why you have to obey people that are higher in the hierarchy is God made the hierarchy that way. If you tell the king you don't like his laws, if you tell the king you're opposed to his policies, you're essentially opposed to the king. And if you're opposed to the king, you're opposed to God. And if you're opposed to God, you're opposed to morality and virtue and goodness. And that means you're a friend of Satan and should be killed. What that means is that in the ancient political tradition, it moves all the way up to the medieval age, the idea of legitimate dissent never comes up. Dissent is by definition evil since the government is backed by God. When we move into the modern world, social contractarianism, an idea of political legitimacy which says that governments derive their legitimacy from the consent of the people, who allegedly get together in the state of nature and form the social contract and all that jazz. Well, when that becomes possible, then that means that there's no divine sanction for the government, and one way or another, we are going to have to make possible the idea of legitimate dissent, of a loyal opposition, because it means that people who think governmental policy is mistaken are not children of the devil. It just means they have a different opinion. That can't happen until the secularization of politics, and that can't happen until the Enlightenment. What that means then is that, first of all, the idea of a loyal opposition, of legitimate dissent, is an immensely sophisticated thought. It is a peculiarly modern thought. And it needs certain adjustments in our political theory, particularly since we now have representative legislatures. It is necessary for us to be able to organize people that support governmental policy and people who are opposed to it, so that we can effectively legislate, or at least obstruct legislation, within the legislature itself. In other words, the rise of representative legislatures and the rise of human, man-centered political theory means that we're also going to have the rise, first of all, of legitimate dissent and loyal opposition, and also it means the rise of legitimate political parties, which are not seen as being a threat to the state, but rather seen as being the natural condition of human beings who intrinsically have different perspectives on the world. So once politics is sanctioned only by the will of the people, then legitimate dissent has to be made room for, because it's a simple empirical fact. And if it's a simple empirical fact, then the older tradition, which says that all parties and all factions are evil, has to be gotten rid of. Now, Hume starts to do that when he creates what's called the Court of Competitors in that essay on the ideal commonwealth. He wants to take potentially factious members, potentially powerful opponents of the government, and give them a limited kind of negative supervisory role in the government. What's he doing there? He's trying to create the idea of a legitimate opposition. It's a brilliant thought. But also, if you look at Hume's political essays, he constantly says that we have to avoid faction, we have to avoid party. That could create a civil war, and we all know from history that that's a very bad thing. So Hume is something between the ancient tradition of political theory and the modern enlightened political theory, which says that there'll be a diversity, a plurality of ideas and voices. Hume is halfway between the two. Burke, remarkably enough, is the first man to say that political parties are not only desirable, but they are necessary, because you can't run a legislature without them. And how did he find that out? He spent most of his career in a legislature as one of the Rockingham Whigs. And he maintained party discipline, and he said, not only is this not a bad thing, but I have no idea how you theorists would run a legislature without it. And as a matter of fact, since you theorists have no clue as to how to run a legislature, because none of you have left the library, let me tell you how legislatures really run in practice. And then what I want you folks to do is create a theory which allows for this, because practice comes first. That practical English empirical approach to the world around us. He says, look, I know a lot about legislatures. I spent 30 years there. So rather than me reading your French text about how all legislatures should work if you were to make yourself consistent with absolute reason or something along those lines, he says, this is the way they work in practice. You create a theory which accounts for that. That's called a scientific approach to politics, as opposed to what he views as essentially a theological approach to politics. And he says, look, if we're going to be scientific, this is the way legislatures work. You can't make them work without political parties. And since we haven't had a civil war in England, and since there's no sedition attached to this political party, not only should we acknowledge them, we should say that they're legitimate, and we shouldn't be afraid to say that I'm a Whig or I'm a Tory. And that's a great breakthrough. It's the triumph of theory, of practice over theory, and that's a typically English idea. One more thing, and then I'll close on Burke. Burke is also known for his theory of representation. He offers the idea, and this is again one of the throwbacks, I would say, to the older idea that there's a unified, public-spirited approach to politics. He says that there are two ideas of representation, what we will call virtual representation and actual representation. And he supports the idea of virtual as opposed to actual representation. Here's the thought. A virtual representative is one who takes instruction from the people who elected him, and he does exactly what they want. In other words, he represents the will of his constituency. What that means is that if the people that elected you want a policy and you think it's a mistake, well, then you do what they think as opposed to what you think, because you are there as a representative of the people. You actually represent their will. This is a kind of naively democratic idea. Burke thinks it's a mistake because he has a partiality to hierarchical political theory. He doesn't think everybody's equally smart or equally virtuous or equally wise. And there's a strong element of a kind of disdain for the average common man. He refers in the Reflections on the Revolution of France to the swinish multitude. Now, we don't hear any of our politicians talk that way, and it's not an accident. All right, they don't talk about the swinish multitude. Burke does. And he says, look, I'm not taking orders from the swinish multitude. I mean, hell, I got elected to the House of Commons in a rotten borough. The Marquis of Rockingham talked to one of his pals who was a peer and voted me in on the basis of one vote. Here I come. I'm in Parliament now. Eventually, he manages to win a seat from Bristol on his own merits. He actually has a real free election. And he eventually gets bounced out of his seat at Bristol and kicked out of a popularly elected position in Commons because he writes a letter to his electors in Bristol and says, look, you folks are under the misapprehension that I'm interested in what you think. No. I'm not an actual representative, I'm a virtual representative. A virtual representative is one who thinks about what is good for the nation as a whole. He doesn't represent London or Manchester or Bristol or any particular locality or any particular group of people. He represents the whole interests of society judged from the large perspective. So what that means is that if we had a system of virtual representation here, that senators from Kansas and Iowa wouldn't be particularly interested in farm subsidies. Senators from New York and New Jersey wouldn't be particularly interested in mass transit. People with representatives from particular areas would not be so much interested in particular local issues as they would be in what's good for the society as a whole. There's a certain degree of plausibility in that. You can imagine that this would give honest, conscientious legislators a rather broader perspective than they often have, and perhaps they'd be less obsessively concerned with re-election, although I'm not so sure about that. The difficulty with it is that it is essentially undemocratic. What it means is that the virtual representative believes himself to be essentially nature's aristocrat, believes that he's smarter than the people that voted for him, and says, look, I really don't want your advice. I know what's best, or at least I'm doing my best to figure out what we ought to do, and I'm going to vote that way. I'm going to vote my conscience. And frankly, I have access to more information. I know what the inside dirt is on everybody that's proposing these things, and I know what the actual practical capacities of the legislature are. So, folks, trust me, I'm going to vote the way I think rather than the way you think, because I'm a lot smarter than you are. Now, he doesn't quite add in the last, but it's implicit, and the voters of Bristol managed to figure it out, and he got bounced in the election after he gave them that information about the fact that he was a virtual representative. That didn't hurt him in terms of political party affiliation or in terms of membership in the House of Commons. He finds himself a rotten borough and gets voted back in by the Rockingham Whigs. I mean, he understands how politics works. He's something of an opportunist, but that's the downside of what I think is a desirable pragmatism in his political philosophy. He's an engineer, not a scientist. He wants to know, how does it work in practice? I'm not otherwise interested in your theory. Burke, in that respect, is the most philosophical of the practical politicians of the 18th century, and a worthy heir to the English skeptical, empirical, practical tradition of politics and philosophy. Immanuel Kant is arguably the most important figure in the philosophy of the Enlightenment. And as Professor Staloff just showed you, his treatment of epistemological and ontological problems is profound and synthesizes many trends that had been present in the history of continental rationalism and also in British empiricism. And the remainder of his philosophy, the moral philosophy and the political philosophy, also deals with themes that had been developed in the previous history of moral thought. Particularly, Kant's moral philosophy is a reaction to the kind of skeptical, reductive, naturalistic approach to philosophy, to morals, to politics that was characteristic of David Hume. In Professor Staloff's lecture yesterday on Humean morals, I believe you found out that Hume held the view that morally praiseworthy actions were actions which were agreeable to ourselves or to others, or useful to ourselves or to others. Now, there's all kinds of difficulties attached to this sort of a view. On one level, it's immediately kind of attractive because it's commonsensical. It's more or less consistent with our experience of the world. But there is a deep problem in it, because to some extent, it tends to subjectivize ethics. It makes ethics a question of opinion, or taste, or sentiment, because ultimately the foundation of our moral judgments, in Hume's view, is our feelings of approbation that come from the utility or pleasure we derive from the behavior of ourselves or other people. This bothered Immanuel Kant enormously. Kant wrote that it was David Hume who roused him out of his dogmatic slumbers, who made him really understand the strength and the profundity of English empiricism and the skeptical approach to morals and to politics that's characteristic of it. Kant was a very religious thinker. It's hard to immediately discern when you read his work because it's so dry and technical and sophisticated in terms of its logical proceedings. But Kant came from a pietist family, a family of German Protestants who were extremely devoted to religion and to religious values. Kant is a strong religious believer, in contrast to Hume. Kant is a very pious, almost solemn thinker. And when he saw Hume's moral theory, at first he tried to refute it and was unable to. And he spent 11 years reading Hume, trying to work through it. One only engages in an 11-year reading project of the same philosopher if he bothers you a great deal. And Kant was most upset about the implications in Hume, which were essentially that morals are a question of taste, a question of feeling, a question of sentiment. Now, it's a simple empirical fact that people's feelings or sentiments are different. You go from one person to another, and if you ask them what their favorite color is, or what their favorite food is, or what their favorite piece of music is, you will find that these opinions vary from person to person. And this bothered Kant enormously. It seems to imply that God's justice, that the ultimate divine moral law, is an illusion or a myth, doesn't apply to human beings. Hume suggests to us that morality is really a branch of anthropology. And this bothered Kant tremendously. He said, I cannot stand to see morals brought to the level of a wretched anthropology. So we're going to get beyond wretched anthropology here to a universal system of moral judgment, which is completely binding on all rational beings under all circumstances. That's the sort of religious truth that Kant wants to formulate in the language of German idealism. let me cut to the conclusion early on so you understand what the gist of Kant is. He is trying to create a rapprochement between Christian religious belief and the intellectual state of Western culture once it had developed Newtonian mechanics and its social and political and moral concomitants. So Kant is trying to reconcile his faith in the God of the Bible, his belief in heaven, in ultimate moral justice, and he's trying to do it in an intellectually serious and sophisticated way, one that doesn't pound on the desk and demand the abdication of your rationality, but rather is the high point and perfection of rationality. So it's an enormously ambitious task that Kant undertakes. Now, in a book called The Foundations of the Metaphysics of Morals, which I think you ought to read if you're interested in finding out about Kantian morality, it's the most accessible of Kant's books, which is not saying a great deal. Right? Those of you who have read Kant before can understand how forbidding his prose is. One of the problems with German philosophy as a whole is that there's not much in the way of clarity or elegance of style. The easy and directly accessible philosophers tend to write in English, for better or worse. The more difficult philosophy, like that of Kant, you find among the German-speaking authors. Now, Kant's book, The Foundations of the Metaphysics of Morals, states that Kant wishes to become the Newton of the moral world. Again, I've come back again and again to the theme of physical science, the breakthrough of Newtonian mechanics, which has fundamental implications for the rest of our thinking about politics, about society, about right and wrong, and about the individual psyche. So Kant wants to be the Newton of the moral world. A couple of things are built into that idea, that aspiration. First, that there's a difference between the moral world and the everyday world of sense perception, the Newtonian world. And in fact, this is the case. Kant is a metaphysical thinker. What I mean by a metaphysical thinker is a thinker that splits the cosmos, splits the world into two parts. This is somewhat analogous to the distinction Plato makes in the divided line between the world of sense and the world of the form, some world outside of space and time. Kant believes that there's some similar distinction in ontology. There's a noumenal world and a phenomenal world. The noumenal world is the world of sense perception. The phenomenal world is the world of sense perception, the world of space and time, the world which is accounted for by Newtonian mechanics and which is completely connected by the principle of causality. One thing causes another. There's a completely determinate relationship between all events in the physical world of space and time. This is Newton's great achievement, to show us that F equals ma for all bodies everywhere, or at least that's what was thought at the end of the 18th century. Now, by splitting the world and giving, if not the devil his due, giving the physicists their due, by allowing Newton to run the world of space and time, he has a separate realm in which he hopes to do something analogous to what Isaac Newton did, to formulate the rules of the noumenal world, of the moral world, the ultimate quasi-mathematical algorithm of moral justice, of moral righteousness, which applies to things that are noumenal, to human souls, to rational agents, to free entities. So there's a distinction between the two halves of the world. The Newtonian world is the world of space and time, the world of causality. Each domino knocks down the other domino. In the other world, the noumenal world, that's the realm of freedom, that's the realm of morality. So there's a split in the world between the world of causality and the world of freedom. And by rescuing the idea of freedom, by allowing it to be intellectually serious, by giving it a place in his ontology, he has made possible the autonomous judgment of free moral acts. In other words, if the Newtonians and the Humeans are right, and the world is simply the set of space-time events, there is no freedom. Freedom is an impossibility. If Isaac Newton is right, and that each event in the world causes the next event that comes after it, well then, first of all, what does it mean to praise or blame someone for what they did? They're as determined, they're as mechanical as anything else in an entirely mechanical Newtonian universe. Human beings are essentially elaborate, soft machines. They're internal clockworks that do what they do because they have to, since that's the nature of the universe as a whole once we adopt Newtonian mechanics as an architectonic perspective on the world. This is what bothers Kant. He says, if we live in an entirely determined world of bodies and moving through space, well then, what does it mean to say that this is a good action or that's a bad action? It simply says that I like this action or that I don't like that action. It relativizes moral judgment. It subjectivizes moral judgment. It essentially says that there are no moral facts, that there are only moral opinions, and that the aggregate, the rough generalizations about most moral opinions are what we call good and evil. Since these judgments, these aggregate judgments of good and evil, change across geography, perhaps people's moral judgments in China are different from the ones made in England. Perhaps the ones made in England at the time of Roman conquest were different from the ones made in the 18th century. What it does is relativize and subjectivize ethics, turn moral judgment into what Kant called a wretched anthropology. Well, Kant proposes to offer a universal law that allows us to establish the good or evil of every action by every free, rational, moral agent under all circumstances, independent of space and time. This universal moral algorithm will be true in China and true in England. True on the North Pole, true at the equator. True today, true tomorrow, was true last year, true 1,000 years ago, it's true forever. In other words, Kant wants to wrap up moral truth in an armor of idealism and logic and present it to a way that he believes unassailable to anyone who really understands his argument. Kant is going to formulate the law of ultimate moral duty, and this is called the categorical imperative. Kant says in the beginning of the Foundations of the Metaphysics of Morals that the only good thing is a good will. And that's a profound and important and essentially Christian idea. It's something that essentially comes in, certainly with St. Augustine. The intention of your action is the standard by which we're going to judge it. Now, here's an important departure from Hume. Those of you who have read Hume's treatise, those of you who have read Hume's Inquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals, will find that he doesn't talk a great deal about intention. As a matter of fact, intention isn't a great concern to Hume. The internal operations of people's psyches, that's not the problem. If you want to know whether an action is good or evil, you don't go back to the intention of the agent, although that may be kind of interesting in influencing your feelings about their action. But the key thing for Hume in judging an agent's good or evil behavior is how you feel about the consequences of what they did. So it's your feeling for Hume. In Kant's case, it's not a question of feeling, it's a question of finding out what the agent intended. If they intended something good, if they had no malice, a forethought, then their behavior is blameless. On the other hand, if they did have malice or a bad intent when they began an action, even if they didn't carry the action out, it's an evil thing. Let me give you an example to make this clear, because it's not always immediately obvious. Imagine a workman working on the roof of a building. He's standing up there, and he notices a loose brick. He sees somebody on the ground, says, I don't like that guy, I've always hated that guy. He throws the brick down and kills him. Now, Hume would say, we don't like that because it makes us feel bad for the poor guy that got hit in the head with a brick. Kant would say the reason we disapprove of that behavior is because he intended to do ill to someone. It's the intention that he had. Now let's go to an alternative situation. We have the same workman on a roof, and he accidentally, in the process of work, knocks a brick loose without intending it, without looking down and without knowing what's going on the ground. The brick falls and kills someone. In Hume's view, well, since it wasn't, in Hume's view, it's pretty much the same action. He may be inclined to say, well, if it wasn't intended, I don't have as great a disapproval of it as I would if the person was being malicious, but still, I have a certain dislike of that because it makes me again feel bad. I have sympathy for the person that was hurt. In Kant's view, the man's action is morally blameless. He didn't intend to hurt anyone. He performed what we call an accident. Right? That's the distinction between intentionality and accidental behavior. And we have this idea built right into our legal system. There's not just murder, but intent to commit murder, conspiracy to commit murder. If a man was working on this roof and threw the brick down intentionally, we'd put him in jail. If he accidentally knocked the brick off, we would say it was an accident. We wouldn't hold it against him. We wouldn't say that he was morally blameworthy. We might say that he ought to be more careful in the future, that he ought to be more provident, but we wouldn't say that that was a morally evil disposition. That's the key distinction between Kant and Hume. Kant is concerned primarily with people's intentions, with the state of their soul, essentially. Now, Kant's formulation, his universal algorithm for the determination of the good or evil of an action is called the categorical imperative. And in order to understand what a categorical imperative is, you have to understand what a hypothetical imperative is. And in order to understand what a hypothetical imperative is, I have to review briefly all of Hume's moral theory. So I'm going to do that real quickly. All right. Hume has a belief in reason, which states that reason is the slave of the passions. He states that specifically in the treatise. What he means by that is that reason is an instrument which allows us to get the things that we desire, and that the desires we happen to have are not rationally determined. For example, we might say that I have the desire for a cup of coffee. Now, I don't sit down and do some math problems and then say, aha, thus it is proven I want coffee. I don't have to consult any sort of rational element in my mind to